Get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Let me guess, you had a window company come out, sat at your kitchen table for 2 hours, and by the end of it, you felt trapped in a price that made no sense. I hear that story every single day. Hey, it's Ray, founder of Window Comfort, and we built this company to be the opposite of that experience. No pressure, no games, no inflated pricing, just factory direct windows and honest pricing backed by our unlimited warranty. And right now, we're stacking it. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free installation, and no payments until 2028. You can finally see what windows should actually cost. You have nothing to lose and everything to save. So go to windowcomfort.com and book your free, no-pressure estimate today.
Better prices, better views. Window Comfort, meant just for you. Window Comfort.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score! WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio, 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Atlanta, it's time to wake up and start your day with the Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Erie McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
Now, here's Allie Mack, Mike Johnson, Bo Morgan, and Dylan Matthews.
The Morning Shift is on.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Rise and shine, Atlanta. This is the Morning Shift. I am Bo Morgan. They call me Squidbilly. He is the All-American National Champion, former Atlanta Falcon. Michael, don't ask him what the P stands for. Johnson. She is the First Lady of Atlanta Baseball, the Queen of Improv, and the point guard of the Morning Shift. It's a lot of titles. Miss Allie Mack. And over there, he's a Kia driving man. Dylan. You heard him from 5 to 6 a.m., Not only does he host, but he also produces Mr. Dylon Matthews. It is Monday, June 1st. Welcome to June, ladies and gentlemen. We made it.
Yeah, man. I'm happy to be here.
Pay your mortgage. Pay your rent. Get it done.
Yeah. It's one of those weird, times.
Wake up. It's the first of the month.
People say that May flew by. I completely disagree. May is a long month.
Yeah, but not everyone's Mays were created equal. But I do agree with you. I look back of the first weekend of May.
Yeah, dude.
And or first full, I because May 5th was on a Tuesday, I think, this year.
Mm-hmm. Taco Tuesday.
So I mean, I started thinking about everything that I did in May, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, Star Wars Day seems like it was a long time ago.
It was a long time
ago. Dude, think about it. My May, I had a buddy come in town. I had a wedding. I had a whitewater rafting trip. I had a golf tournament.
Yeah,
and then whatever last weekend was.
Lived multiple lives, but we're here in June. Thank goodness.
We are finally here in June. And Facebook memories, thank goodness for this, validated my green thumb because I put some flowers out on my porch like 2 months ago when it started to get warm.
Yeah.
Maybe a month and a half. And they were already dead. I'm like, what happened? These lasted all summer last year. Well, Facebook Memory showed me today. Today was the day I put those flowers on my front porch. So replacing them yesterday, it tracks.
Dude, isn't it crazy to think about what we're going to be at with Facebook Memories like 50 years from now?
Oof, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously, probably won't be here, but 50 years from now, it's going to be nuts when it's like, my old account pops up and, it's like, oh, Mike posted this 60 years ago, 65 years ago, and you're like, oh, geez, dude.
I don't know.
Crazy.
We'll have Facebook in 60 years. I mean, maybe it'll go on the way of MySpace.
Some version of it, I'm sure.
Well, we're in a weird realm, too, where the three of us probably got it while we were still in school.
Yes.
And so you still have,
Yes.
on Facebook Memories, it'll be like, whoa, didn't see you at Buffington's last night. Where were you, man?
That's
And it's
so bad.
immediately, it's like, oh, delete.
Dude.
I think about some of the stuff that people posted to me, and I'm like, what inside joke is that? And I'm trying to think, and I'm like, you know what? Probably shouldn't just remember this. Probably should just skip right through it. If you don't acknowledge it, the memory doesn't exist in anybody but your feed.
It's probably too early in the morning to tell this story, but one of the first things that Saban did in 2008, which is the second year, he brought in a social media counselor for the first time.
Okay.
And she had some people in her firm that were very attractive that would send friend requests before she got there. So she already had access to everybody's photos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was diabolical. She was like, oh, do you remember Ashley and Tiffany? Yeah, it turns out those were just people that worked for me, and now we're friends with you, and here's the photos we can see. And one of them was me and my friend holding up my girlfriend at the time doing a keg stand, and it was just a compromising picture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Saban's just sitting there and you can just see steam coming off. She's got it on the whole thing, the projector. I was like, oh my God.
I got a serious question for you though.
Yeah.
What did Ashley look like? Because
oh, they were, dude.
You
Yeah.
know they had.
Yeah, they were
had
solid.
you know that this woman wasn't sending out it had to be like a smoke show.
Yeah.
That he was like, hey, friend request this dumbass
Exactly.
football player.
Exactly. I'm like, well, that's the only reason you hired those people. It's.
Wow. This might be one of my favorite Saban stories ever.
I know. It was crazy, man. That first social media, and we obviously, it's become commonplace since then. You have people visit every team under the sun now, but in 2008, that was groundbreaking. You were like, oh, dude, there's a social media lady coming. Okay. And then, but before I was thinking, okay, she's going to tell us what to post, what not to post.
Yeah.
No, man, she had already done the research.
Yeah.
She had already done it.
That's
bad.
That's solid work. I got pickpocketed that way one time in a bar. So I mean, you sent a pretty attractive girl up, and,
I got
and
you.
boom, here you go. You get anything you want. Also in college, by the way. We always
I went a completely different
we
direction
always
with that.
we always joke about that night because my buddy met his future ex-wife, and I got pickpocketed. So it's a hell of a night.
I thought you were going to tell me you tried to hand your phone to a girl so y'all could be Facebook friends, and she took off with it.
No, that would have been.
Hey, find yourself on my Facebook so we can. Oh my God, where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Trying to get this girl's Facebook. Next thing I know,
They say this is how we're supposed to get numbers now. Here.
Well, this is your daily reminder to check your Facebook memories and delete anything that is from college. A lot has happened since we last got to hang out, since we had a whole weekend in between the last time we hung out. Here are the headlines. The Spurs are the Western Conference Final champs after beating the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 on Saturday night. They will host the Knicks in Game 1 on Wednesday for the NBA Finals. In college baseball, the Georgia Bulldogs won the Athens Regional with a 6-2 win over the Liberty Flames. Next up, Georgia will host the winner of the Starkville Regional and the Super Regionals. And the Yellow Jackets blew an 8-2 lead before recording an out in the fourth inning. Ended up losing the game yesterday, setting up a rubber match with Oklahoma today that will decide who advances. The Braves missed their chance at a sweep yesterday, lost to the Reds 6-4, but are coming home with a 4-2 record on their road trip, moving their overall record of 40-20, and they are the first team in franchise history to hit 40 games before June.
yeah, they hit 40 wins last year. I believe almost the middle of July, like July 9th, something like that. maybe fifth or ninth. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Fact is, they're over a month ahead of schedule. Unbelievable what they're doing. And this is what happens. I was interacting with obviously quite a few people as I do on Twitter yesterday. But one of my buddies that I tweet with a lot, he hit me up and was like, "Man, DJ Diesel," he was like, "Oh, you just can't get the sweep on a Sunday afternoon, can we?" And I was like, you know what? I'm with you, but hell, I'll take 2 out of 3 because that's the old Bobby Cox 2 out of 3, and just keep them. I was like, that's what got you to 40 wins before June.
Yeah,
and I'm good with it. And look, give him his due. Ronald Acuna Jr., Mike, the weekend of weekends. I was pleading to him Thursday morning, and then he hits that grand slam, and he didn't slow down. Hit 5 in 4 games or something like that. Unbelievable weekend. He did a phenomenal job at the plate of drawing walks, but you need that a lot more. That's what we need from him, and that's why all of a sudden you saw this team have an offensive outburst because Ronnie was producing multiple ways.
Yeah, it's interesting too, and I love DJ Diesel because that was a huge talking point really the last couple of years is how bad they were in Sunday games, day games, getaway games, whatever whatever, all the way across the board. It hasn't quite been that way this year, but you did have that old feeling yesterday watching the game, and it was. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there was an inning yesterday where there's more than 1 run scored. Like I think they were all single run
for the Reds
for the Braves and the Reds.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think they were all single
one.
run. Yeah, like and it was 10 runs in the game yesterday. So they're all single. So you never did get that like splash outing, and obviously Matt Olson had the opportunity to do that. I didn't mind him swinging at the first pitch there in the 9th inning with the bases loaded. It was middle 4-seam fastball and just wasn't able to elevate it. But yeah, it's like how many different ways can you say it's a fun team to watch? Because we've continued to watch this team just do what they're supposed to do. That's the beauty of this Braves team is like you don't aside from like Michael Harris, nobody is like having this crazy like earth-shattering year. They're just doing what they're supposed to do.
They're back in the baseball card for most of them.
Yeah,
right?
And it's been so much fun to watch. And you bring up the Ronald Acuna thing from Thursday. One of the biggest things that I had over the weekend was we talked to Grant about it Friday. I'm like, Ha-Seong Kim, he's got a leash. How long is that leash? And then all of a sudden it was like, it might be up. Like the leash might be up on Friday, and that was interesting to watch.
I think maybe I'm wrong. To me, it's like we should have probably slowed, like maybe rolled you in a little bit slower once we got you the bigs. Should have gave you more days off. I thought he had a couple hard hit balls yesterday. Riley came up and got a sac fly. He's still struggling. Ozzie is struggling. Ozzie's plate. His plate appearances yesterday were pathetic. 5 pitches and 4 at bats is absolutely brutal. He's not his best when he's doing that. I can't have that. But I look at Spencer Strider as well, and I thought Spencer Strider wasn't very good yesterday. The strikeouts were there, but he just couldn't have a clean inning. Didn't feel like any Braves pitcher could really have a clean inning yesterday. So that was just kind of frustrating to see from there.
With Strider, he did for a stat line. He pitched for 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. So not his best day out. He just hasn't quite been himself quite yet.
Well, and I think the interesting conversation around that, and you mentioned there's only 2 walks, and that was kind of, he's had some really rough outings in terms of not being able to get the ball in the strike zone. I think the conversation around Spencer Strider comes back to one of the same conversations we've had about Ronald Acuna this year, where I look at Spencer Strider and I go, I'm not sure what the back of his baseball card is. You know what I mean? Because we've had the injury seasons and we've had some ups and downs. That season a couple of years ago when he's, just blowing the doors off of everybody, I don't think it's fair to say for him to compare him to that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily think that's exactly who he is, but he's not the guy we saw yesterday either. He's not a 3.7 ERA kind of pitcher. He's better than that. So I'm with you. It was kind of frustrating to watch.
I think for Strider, and don't forget that Dodgers outing, and that's in there too. So I do feel like he's somewhere in the middle of yesterday and the Dodgers outing, and that somewhere in the middle is a pretty good place to live, right? And I think there's just finding the consistency of going out there and having that patience to let him. You know, he's still haven't been back for a full year, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe right at it since that. So I'm okay with him working through it, because at this point right now, with the news that AA said, where he said Hurston Waltrip is starting rehab and he's throwing 96 to almost 100. To me, if Waltrip can come back and be what he was last year, Spencer Strider is your fourth guy in the rotation, believe it or not. It would go, if you have a potential of looking in August of Sell, Elder, Waltrip, Strider, Perez.
I'm not sure that I'm not more comfortable with Perez right now, which is crazy.
He struggled too, though. Now on Saturday, don't
not lights out
over.
at all. No, but he's been pretty consistent.
Did you see the Matt Olson stat that Braves Vision had? In Braves wins, he has 15 home runs, a plethora of RBIs, average way up. In the losses, 1 home run, RBIs are down. That's a crazy stat for me. And he did it again in the win Saturday night, helped have an insurance home run that he absolutely murdered. So I thought that was really crazy.
It is a fun team to watch, and you got to slice and dice the stats while we've got them, so we know eventually. Well, I don't know. They're just such a good team, but this was their 16th series win. Last year, they didn't win their 16th series until August 20th. Their 127th game, so it is a totally different team this year. They will start a series with the Blue Jays tomorrow night at Truist. This hour is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. And Jeff Ulbrich had some very flattering words for the safety group. We'll get into that next. Weigh out our position groups next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Now, your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Traffic at a standstill along I-85 as you move from Commerce down towards Brazelton. Southbound I-85 at Highway 129 near State Road 53. Injury rack, only the right lane getting through. So just barely moving there. Heavy back on Dry Pond Road. Alternate route, great alternate route. That's going to be Highway 124. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by A1 Garage Door.
I started my first business at 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and that made me work harder. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 from day one.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
It's 1999 all over again. The Spurs and the Knicks are colliding in the NBA Finals, but my eye is drawn to Victor Wembanyama. He's under a very unique kind of pressure. Since the age of 16, he's been anointed as a guy that could potentially go down as the greatest player ever. Well, now in year number 3, he's in his first NBA Finals. It puts him in a very rare class of players to have this much success this early with this kind of hype. I'm Denton Day.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It may be Falcons off-season,
but there's still plenty to talk about.
For the new coach staff, they want to come in and make sure that we're all speaking the same language. We're all on the same page.
Definitely as a staff, definitely for Mike, we kind of have the blinders on and are really just looking at what's in front of us.
When it comes to our Falcons,
nobody's got you covered like us. From roster move to minicamp, all the way to the start of training camp.
Get the latest on our Falcons here.
Our Falcons play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorney.
If you've been hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle crash, you're probably asking yourself, who do I trust? It's Allie Mack here. There is only one firm to call, the attorneys at Sweet James. Here's what makes them different. Many of the Sweet James attorneys, they used to represent insurance companies. They know how they work and what comes next. Sweet James steps in, takes over, helps you get to the right doctors, and handles your case so that you can focus on healing. They fight to get you the most money possible and help you get back on the road. They've recovered over $2 billion for injured accident victims, and you pay nothing unless they win. 800-900-0000 and at sweetjames.com.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorneys.
When you run a business, no day is ever the same. One moment you're working on improving your employees' experience, the next you're putting out an unexpected fire.
Can I get the report?
With all the hustle and bustle, it's easy for energy management to fall to the bottom of the list. With Georgia Power's Commercial Energy Efficiency Program, you can get rebates on high-efficiency equipment upgrades, helping you save energy today and money for whatever tomorrow brings. That's one of the ways we're here for Georgia businesses.
There are a lot of great reasons to start a home improvement project. And right now, you can add one more. Free Braves baseball. Now through June 30th, spend $100 or more at the Home Depot and you can get 2 free tickets to see the Braves live at Truist Park as they work on their project, winning the National League. Tickets are limited, so start your next project and get ready for Braves baseball today. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid through June 30th, 2026. See store for details.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Hey man, we all know Finley is the best when it comes to roofing here in Atlanta, but guess what? Now the roof guys do windows and doors. Finley Roofing partners with top-tier partners like Provia Windows and Doors, custom built for your home. Get all the details when you go to finleyroofing.com. Finley Roofing, now roofs, windows, and doors.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Mornings on the Game means more of the morning shift.
Nice.
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
6:23 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are the Morning Shift. I am Allie Mack with Mike Johnson, Bo Morgan. Dylan's hanging out behind the glass. And Jeff Ulbrich had some very good things to say about the safety group, which we'll get to in a second. But it hit me this weekend just how little attention Father's Day gets. With Mother's Day, I feel like they give you a 2-month heads up. That's when the commercials start, the reminders. You got to get mom something. Father's Day, less than a month away.
Yeah.
This weekend was the first I thought of it.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that probably has to do with getting on the other side of Memorial Day. You know, like so much focus is put at the end of May. It's like everybody's taking a trip or a vacation or you got something beach planned. Father's Day is just kind of nestled in there.
So what are you going to ask for Father's Day? Because it's so different from Mother's Day.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. Now you just kind of scared me.
Why?
Thinking about that. Because it is so different. I'm like almost nervous to ask for some of the things I want. You know what I mean? I like the nerdy stuff. Like I would like a new, I've been looking at new sim racing cockpits. Been looking at like grill tables, stuff for my garage, things along that line. But then I don't know. How do you give your wife a budget? Because I don't usually.
Well, there should be.
I would like whatever is on her list. I'm probably gonna buy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Me making a list for her, I'm like way more concerned about. Like, man, that's really expensive. You don't need to buy that.
I don't know, I struggle with this too because the stuff that's not expensive, I buy myself. And I'm not very
right.
And here's the thing,
Point.
I don't go around thinking about what I want. Like I don't always think about, oh, I want this, I want that. Normally when I want something, it pops up and it's like a hat or something, and I'm like, and I just buy it, or I think for days upon days upon days and months, and then I finally pull the trigger. You know, like I got to do some stuff to my truck here, and I've been thinking about, do I want to do this certain thing? And I'll think about it for literally like weeks on end, and then I'll just, pull the trigger. So the only things that I really want are like not Father's Day worthy gifts unless you're a millionaire.
Well,
like I want a new
that's kind of my point.
Steering wheel.
Right.
And I'm like, that's $600.
Yeah. It's exactly my point.
Or I want a pressure washer.
Right.
$350.
Exactly.
I priced them this weekend.
Anything cheaper than that, probably already bought it.
Yeah. Or I don't want.
Have you guys ever been a part of the like the coupon book? Like ever given one or received one or whatever? That would be like I could be down for the coupon book. You know what I mean?
What would you want your coupons to be?
Hey,
you choose dinner?
Yeah, yes. More like
15 minutes of alone time.
Yeah, a weekend away to play golf.
Okay.
Something like that, or at least a Saturday. Something thrown out there, or something like that. I'll put both kids down at night to sleep. That would be great in my house.
You've had kids in daycare, so you would know better than I would. Do they send home the macaroni art with the kids for Father's Day as much as they do for Mother's Day?
Yeah, they do. And it's really cool. And this is the first year I won't be doing Dads with Donuts because my kids are staying home for the summer, which is the kids staying home for summer has been quite the roller coaster ride. It has. I don't know if we realized how much we were biting off with that decision, but here we are. Ready or not, here we come, baby. Them kids are at home when I get home, and they are raring to go. They are ready.
Dude, I get it. I mean, I don't have two, and mine can't talk yet. But there's with the summer being like it is, Melrose is home some days when I get there. I mean, I had to get there like right at 10 o'clock, and you go like right off the air, drive home, and you roll right into, pork chop time, and they're days.
Dude,
they can be fun.
My son
and they
wants
can be
to
long.
wrestle now. He wants to wrestle now. Just straight up. He's just in that age where it's like you're on the couch just watching TV and you get drop kicked in the side of the head. You know what I mean? You're like, dude, what was that?
Well, considering your kid stands 5'7" and he's $150, it probably hurts.
Hit you with a pillow like a windmill. It's crazy, man. He's crazy.
Well, if you have any ideas on what these guys should ask their wives for Father's Day, if they're asked, tweet us at 929 Morning Shift. It is June 1st. It is very, very early into this Falcon season, but we're starting to see how the team is coming together, how the pieces are fitting. And Jeff Ulbrich said the safety group is the best he's been around, which opens up the conversation around where we stack our position groups now. So we're going to save the strongest for 7, but where would you say the weakest would be? Let's start there.
It's an interesting conversation. It goes back to what we were talking about Friday about Bo saying he'd trade both of our quarterbacks for C.J. Stroud. And I'm not going to, revisit that exact conversation, but I would have to make the argument that quarterback's pretty high up there when you talk about position groups that aren't at the top of the list. I think I've got 10 position groups written down in front of me, and I would say quarterbacks are probably at least 9, if not deeper than that. So I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. I think tight ends are full of some unknowns in terms of what how they're going to be using this offense. But just straight up, if you're looking at it, I would say at least in terms of what I have the most concerns about, it's definitely probably quarterbacks.
I think it depends on how I have 11 position groups because I wrote the specialists down.
That's fine.
Because I didn't know if we were going to judge them, which I do believe is. I think the group improved just by the consistency that Nick Folk has shown throughout his long and illustrious
addition by subtraction
career.
In that group too. Yeah,
but I think quarterbacks is definitely one you can say is a weak one because you have a guy who hasn't proven he can be the franchise starter, and a guy who was given up on, right? By his franchise, and so came out there. I guess I will question the running back room depth because while Bijan Robinson is far and away the leader and the best guy in the clubhouse, Brian Robinson's on his third team in 3 years, or 2 years, I should say. Because remember, he was traded at the end of training camp last year, and Tyler Goodson is a guy. He's a Jag to me, just another guy. So what's the depth of that room? And I'm because I don't judge a room by they have probably the best in the league right now. I judge it by the depth, and the depth there to me is taking a hit from last year.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. I have concerns about Brian Robinson as well. I have to keep continuously reminding myself that it's a different skill set than Tyler Algier. It also is cheaper than Tyler Algier, much like a lot of the position groups we are talking about today. And just to kind of put a bow on your question, Allie, I think, and I've had an issue with the depth of interior defensive line throughout the entire offseason, and we didn't do a lot there in free agency. I know we traded for Mason Smith, and he's gotten glowing reviews so far, but as Dan Campbell said, you're also in your pajamas right now. And so you're not being asked to do a whole ton. So that's I would say depth-wise, I think Bo brings a good point. It's not just, where you're at the top. It's how you are at depth, and there's some question marks at those groups for sure.
What moves would you guys want to see to get the improvements going for these groups? I mean, with quarterback, you can't really do much.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you can do much with it with a lot of them, honestly, unless camp, once you get through camp, there's always guys who you would view as fits for what you do, or maybe just good players that kind of get told to go on. And it's not always because they can't play. Mike can speak on this very well. Sometimes it's because that guy over there can do everything you can do. He's younger. And guess what? He's cheaper.
Yeah.
So we're going to go with him.
Yeah.
Because maybe we need to add somewhere else so we could use that money to help us out. I also want to say this real quick and put a bow in the running back conversation, pun intended. Maybe Brian Robinson is a lot better for how they want to use him than we realize, and I know personally I might be viewing it through the lens of what Algier was and how he fit in what they did, and that could be changing greatly about how they run.
Yeah,
like what their run scheme is,
and being able to sort out kick blocks and things like that. I think that's definitely one of the upsides of having him here. And again, I think there's some financials involved as well. Although Tyler Algier didn't exactly, kind of break the bank. I think the interesting part of this conversation is: do you think that this leadership group that's been added to the Falcons would be in a position, like from here to the start of the season, to add players? And we saw this 2 years ago, and it was the whole Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot saying we're a quarterback away, this, that, and the other. And you go and add Matthew Judon. You go and sign Justin Simmons. It just seemed like you added the pieces that you were missing, like that you were really going for it, and that you were just a couple of pieces away, and you added 2 Pro Bowlers, and you thought you were off and running. And neither one of those guys ended up being very good, especially Matthew Judon. And so I don't think that this leadership group views themselves as being in that position as we build throughout the summer. So there's a lot of different things I wish we would do. I don't foresee them doing much at all between now and week 1.
Well, I think it's hard I do think it's hard, although I could see them making some moves in camp. But remember, today is June 1st. And there is a thing in this league called post-June 1st designations and post-June 1st trades. The Falcons won't be first and foremost, I ignore every trade rumor that the Falcons are involved in where they're giving up picks. Because if you believe in that, you're ignoring everything that the general manager has said, the new general manager has said since the day he was hired, which is he values draft picks. The other thing is you could see some movement throughout the league. Most of the June 1st guys that are designated cuts have already been cut, but that doesn't mean there won't be some movement late of just for whatever reason. So it is pay attention this week. Could see some movement like A.J. Brown, right? So
we'll pick this conversation back up at 7. There was a trend with kiddos at Major League Baseball games over the weekend. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Game traffic powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Continues to see massive delays along I-85 northern Gwinnett County as you move from Commerce down towards Brazelton. South on I-85, a little bit south of Highway 129, only the right lane getting through. So complete standstill right now. Highway 124, that's your alternate route. South on I-85, the ramp to 285 injury collision, and then an overturned vehicle as you move out of Vinings on eastbound 285 Riverside Drive. The 2 left lanes are blocked. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Hey, Georgia, want to hear a sound that's music to your ears? It's this one.
You're a winner!
That sound means you're an instant winner in the Cash 4 444 promotion. That's right. For 44 days, 444 Cash 4 players will win $444 right on the spot. Just listen for this prize alert when your ticket prints from the terminal.
You're a winner!
And you can also look on your ticket for the prize alert. If you see the alert on your ticket or hear the sound on the terminal, well, you're a winner. There are 444 winners through June 30th. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and play Cash 4 today to instantly win an extra $444. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
Got a scratcher that didn't win? Well, now you can play it once again. That's right. All non-winning scratchers at any price point can be entered to win the Rolling Jackpot. Visit GALottery.com for details and to enter the Rolling Jackpot. Another way to win from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at GALottery.com.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
For $5, get a Sausage McMuffin with Egg Extra Value Meal, complete with a Sausage McMuffin with egg, small premium roast coffee, and hash browns. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
At D. Geller & Son Jewelers, we're proud of our incredible selection of engagement rings and wedding bands. That's why, since 1939, D. Geller & Son has used our amazing craftsmanship and industry experience to make custom jewelry from the ground up. Sketch something out and watch it go from CAD to wax model to a finished piece with heirloom quality that you can pass down for generations. So make it its own story when you build it custom at D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf, so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan. And it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
Cloudy skies and 64 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Don't touch that dial.
This is The Morning Shift.
All of them are really, really hot. Nice.
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're The Morning Shift. I am Allie with Mike and Bo. Dylan's hanging out behind the glass. And we are getting you ready for the World Cup as it comes to Atlanta this summer. Here is Jason Longshore with our World Cup Team of the Day.
It's time for the Team of the Day on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26.
South Korea head to World Cup 2026 as one of Asia's most consistent tournament teams. The Taeguk Warriors are 25th in FIFA's April rankings, and Hong Myung-bo's 26-man squad mixes proven stars with a notable new wrinkle by including German-born midfielder Jans Kastrup, the first dual-heritage player ever selected by Korea for a World Cup squad. Son Heung-min remains the headline name, while Kim Min-jae, Lee Kang-in, and Hwang In-beom give Korea quality all over this team. The draw placed South Korea in Group A with Mexico, Czechia, and South Africa. South Korea know how to get here, but can they actually make some real noise once the tournament starts?
That was the Team of the Day.
Brought to you by Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And thanks to Jason Longshore for that. Each Wednesday night, you can join Damian Day Lewis for Prep Sports Nation. It's a comprehensive look at the teams and athletes making news in high school sports across the state. Brought to you by Ingles. Low prices, love the savings. And we had a couple kiddos interfering with MLB games over the weekend, and I wanted to get your take on this. So the first one I saw was a Dodger fan. He reached over with his glove and caught a ball that Freddie Freeman hit. Immediately, the look on his face is like, oh my gosh, I just interfered with a live ball.
Yeah.
I messed up.
What a bad
What do I
feeling.
do? He didn't know what to do. And then Jesus Sanchez was forced to leave a game over the weekend after a fan threw a ball and it hit him in the wrist. There's a 12-year-old kid that threw the ball. And as soon as I saw this, I thought there has to be some kind of misinformation here, miscommunication. It was because the kid thought that Jesus wanted to play catch with him.
Yeah. I'm so glad that that social media has not gotten a hold of this kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I hope the anonymity remains because it was obvious from all angles, especially when you look at it. Jesus Sanchez kind of flaps his glove like he's saying, hey, throw it here. But then he looks away immediately. It's just bad timing, bad all the way around. The Freddie Freeman one is it's got shades of like Jeffrey Mayer. You know what I mean? From the 90s at Yankee Stadium. It's pretty crazy to watch that one, but it's got to be that's got to be one of the sickest feelings when you realize you have just interfered with a Major League Baseball game.
Yeah, if only we had another case of that where it affected someone's life afterwards, which we've seen before with the Bartman thing in Chicago years ago, which I still am blown away with how Steve Bartman caught the wrath of all the Cubs fans when there was like 15 people going for that one ball.
Yeah.
And he just happened to be the one that touched it. And then all the people around him blamed him. And I'm like, you all did the same thing.
Yeah. That's a fan base that's been 100 years blaming a billy goat. So I don't.
Well, look, I've heard other things
Yeah.
blamed. Did you see the other one though? There was another kind of, and it wasn't kids, but it was young adults. Where I think it was in Chicago. I think it was in Chicago, by the way.
It was in St. Louis.
Okay, where there's a home run hit, and all the guy's friends are telling him to throw it back because it's the opposing team, and he throws it back, and he hits a dude in like the second row, in like the back of the head, and they're like, and then he starts getting heckled by the exact crowd that was telling him to throw it back because they're like, dude, you can't even make it back on the field.
It's the Tarp Soft crew that's been. I mean, they're just out there just letting eat, and they were also. It was Pete Crow Armstrong that hit the home run. They were like taunting him before, I guess, and calling him overrated. Then he hits a ball right in the middle of him, which had to have been a good feeling. But you're right. The guy that threw it, like that, looked like it was his first time ever throwing a baseball.
Yeah,
like in his entire life, he was just like, "Oh, I'm not really sure what to do here."
You know it's coming though, right? This weekend, Jesus gets. I don't know what happened to his wrist, how bad it was. And then this random fan got hit in the head with a baseball. Now we're going to get the, if you throw it back, you're ejected rule. You know that's coming, which has been a time-honored tradition, and I know in the National League Central for sure.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, God, there's no doubt. And the interesting part is I'm pretty sure the Cubs fan who was in St. Louis that got hit in the back of the head, he just kept the ball.
Well, yeah,
He
you
was
have
like, yeah,
to.
I would have too. Yeah, he was like, I'm not throwing that back.
No,
I'm in
you
St.
gotta-
Louis right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been to a game at Busch Stadium. That's a unique crowd, man. That's a unique crowd.
Been to Wrigley, never been to Busch.
There's a guy that was sitting near me, try to go in the exit door of the bathroom, so he could skip the line, like during the seventh inning stretch or something, and some guy called him out on it, and they're just throwing hands. I thought it was awesome. I was like, yes. I was like, punch him, hit him, yes. He deserves that.
When I saw the kid catch Freddie Freeman's ball, and like he knew immediately he had interfered with the game, my first thought was, should we still have this on social media? We know what happened to Bartman. Like,
yeah.
It made me a little bit nervous for the kid that he's still up there.
I thought the same thing about Jesus Sanchez.
Well, luckily, a game in May, a little bit different than a game in October, like for the Mayer or the Bartman, but also, I mean, that Jeffrey Mayer kid became like a cult hero out of it. So, because it helped the Yankees. So if they're going to...
Yeah, that's a good point.
If they're going to, give the kid, it's a kid.
It's a Dodger home run at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
Like he's fine. Yeah, you're right. No, he's definitely fine.
Also,
the helping the opposing team in your home stadium, that's where I think a lot of the social media savages would join the fray.
Like the guys that took the ball out of Mookie Betts' glove last year.
Yeah.
That still blows my mind. Like,
Those
what
guys,
were they doing?
Those guys should never be. They should never attend a sporting event again. They should be banned from all sporting. All the leagues should get together because to me that is That is essentially going into the field of play and attacking a player.
And he had no remorse. He was like, yeah, man, I gotta do it again.
They suspended him in air. Like Mookie Betts was dangling in the air because of that.
Yeah, the injury that could have caused.
Yeah.
His like I remember seeing after that happened last year, one of his like people he went to college with or high school, I think it was college, like that tweeted, he was like, I went to college with this guy. This is exactly who he is. Like this is not a mistake. This is not something that he just woke up and goes, oh, my bad. He was like, no. This is exactly who this fella is, and he's not going to care that everybody's mad at him. And he didn't. He was just like, yeah, we'll do it again. You know what I mean? That's great. Like, that was insane to me. That's like the same as the guys who attacked the first base coach all those years ago,
well,
decades ago.
No, I the sentiment, I hear you.
Right.
But it ain't even close because what they did, that was one of the more heinous things I've ever seen in a sporting event. Was what they did to that
dad
first
and
base.
son, right?
Yeah, and they also that's where you wish you almost wish if you could hire like a Kyle Farnsworth or a John Rocker to just sit at the end of your bench, and if that ever happened, go get them. Just go get them, and just beat the dog crap out of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we will see what the update is with Jesus Sanchez. I mean, he's with the Blue Jays, and Braves are playing Blue Jays tomorrow night, so we'll see what happens there. We'll get an update today, I'm sure. Hey, the Spurs are the Western Conference final champs after beating the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 on Saturday night. Is anyone surprised by this?
Oh, yeah. The fact that they had to win back-to-back games in OKC is that's a hell of a feat for San Antonio. I don't think the Thunder had some kind of crazy not losing back-to-back game streak as well. But I'm interested. I was interested to see what would happen if the Thunder had made it, and you have the Knicks and the Thunder playing, and how the league would mandate the officiating, because you have one of the more foul-seeking teams in OKC, especially with their player SGA, with one of the most physical teams we've seen in quite some time in the playoffs defensively, knowing that major small market, one of the largest markets as far as the branding of the Knicks, and just how that they would manage that. But now you have another interesting thing where you have the future of the league in a lot of ways, and a guy that your boy Dylan, Adam Silver, essentially just gives a free pass to.
Why is he my boy?
Every time he missteps, for sake of conversation.
Okay.
I mean, Wemby can elbow a guy in the face, nothing. He get ejected, but other than that, no. He can also
hold Hartenstein while he's trying to get a rebound.
Yeah. No, he was throwing elbows.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
He was throwing elbows. And then completely blow off the media after a loss and nothing, where other players would have been fined out the wazoo. And then you have New York again. So it's going to be interesting where it's the future of the league, and the Knicks are just trying to finally get it back. I'm very, very curious how this plays out with the physicality of these games, because Wemby gets frustrated when you get physical with him.
Yeah, I am too. And I think it'll be a very interesting dynamic between Wemby and Cat, because both guys can play on the perimeter. I think at a point, both guys almost at times prefer to play on the perimeter as big guys. But, I mean, if Cat knows what's good for him, Cat will take Wemby's butt down low and say, hey, you're too light in the britches to guard me. I'm going to back you down, and I'm going to do what I can against you in the post.
Pause.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I mean,
I tell you what, if I'm Mike Brown, Wednesday night, I think it's 8:30 tip.
Correct.
Cat's not in my starting lineup.
Ooh.
I throw Mitchell Robinson out there and just say, first time Wemby goes up, run through him. And then I'll immediately sub you, and we'll get Cat in there. I mean, I'm serious. I would
sending a message.
Yes.
I like it, though. I like it.
Well, Wemby gets frustrated with it, I feel like. That's why he was throwing elbows.
Yeah.
In the series before last against the Timberwolves. So get in his head, maybe get him ejected, take a game, and then go from
I'm
there.
with you. Look, you don't know what kind of minutes he's going to give you anyways coming off the pinky surgery.
That's true.
And so, just might as well
bring him in there
strategically.
Bring him in there, let him be an enforcer. You don't need a pinky to be an enforcer.
That's your brand. Look, the Knicks hate them. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to see their fan base happy because of the trash they talk and the way they treat some. I'm still mad about them spitting on Trey in 21. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
However, play to your brand, dude. Play to your strength, and your strength is physicality. And get in their head right off the tip that we're going to be physical. We're going to bring it, and don't allow them to come out and try to set that tone with Jalen, because they're going to try to set that with Jalen Brunson because he's a smaller guard. And it's one of those deals where smaller guards can't win titles,
Right.
So I'm very interested in to see how they kind of play out.
I am too, and just real quick, I think this, to your point, Bo, to piggyback off me, I think this could be a very low-scoring series because we just talked about how the Knicks want to play physical. The Spurs are nothing to sneeze at defensively either. They have a pretty good defensive team. We know Wemby, he can be a rim stopper, a rim protector down low, if you will. But, when you talk about Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox is solid defensively. He's back. Champagnie as well, too. Those are all guys that are very solid on the perimeter defensively. So this could be a very low-scoring series, I think.
I am curious to see if we get a curse on the Spurs from Danhausen, because he has uncursed shirts for the Knicks selling like hotcakes right now. So far, I've not seen anything. The WWE was in Italy over the weekend, though, so maybe he's not paying attention. So we'll see.
Man.
But the Spurs will host the Knicks in Game 1 on Wednesday. This hour has been brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Hey, you can tell this Falcons team is loving having Matt Ryan out there with them at OTAs. We'll get into Kyle Pitts' comments about it next and rank the strongest position group on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
They are cursed.
Hey man, Dukes and Bell back to work on a Monday, talking all about the Braves and the Reds with Grant McCauley. Also on the Falcons, is James Pierce Jr. going to find himself on the commissioner's exempt list? What is his status going to be? Plus, what are the Hawks going to do in free agency? Talk about it Monday right here, 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Continues to see massive delays along I-85 northern Gwinnett County as you move from Commerce down towards Brazelton. South on I-85, a little bit south of Highway 129, only the right lane getting through. So complete standstill right now. Highway 124, that's your alternate route. South on I-85, the ramp to 285, injury collision. And then an overturned vehicle as you move out of Vinings on eastbound 285 Riverside Drive. The 2 left lanes are blocked. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Carl Dukes here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows and getting half off of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down, no monthly payments, or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of Wounded Warrior Project.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The Doghouse AC is down.
We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered.
You hear that, buddy? Oh yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month. 0 down and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come on here, dominate these boys. This is our house. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCGC Atlanta, WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Good morning.
Yeah! Back to more of The Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Erie McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's a look at the top stories at 7 o'clock.
On The Morning Shift with Allie, Mike, and Bo. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by Zerorez. Book an appointment today with Zerorez, Atlanta's best carpet cleaning service. The Braves are 40-20 for the first time in franchise history before June. Atlanta finished their road trip 4-2 despite a 6-4 loss in Cincinnati yesterday. They'll open a series with the Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The NBA Finals are set after the Spurs won the Western Conference over the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 on Saturday night. Spurs will host the Knicks in Game 1 on Wednesday. In college baseball, the Georgia Bulldogs won the Athens Regional with a 6-2 win over the Liberty Flames. Next up, Georgia will host the winner of the Starkville Regional in the Super Regionals. And the Yellow Jackets blew an 8-2 lead before recording an out in the fourth inning. They'll have a rubber match today with Oklahoma that will decide who advances. And as the Falcons OTAs are underway, we keep hearing from the guys about how much they're enjoying having Matt Ryan out there with them at OTAs. Here's what Kyle Pitts had to say.
He still talks the same. He's very rash. That won't ever change.
Right, yeah.
That's Matt. But different. He's just in a different role. He's still the same person. He's still, I feel like he's wrapping me tighter under his wing from a different perspective as a front office guy now. But yeah, he just has a different role. I mean, he's still leading the team in some sort of way, but just not physically.
And Kyle's not the only one we've heard from. A lot of the guys have spoken about how Matt Ryan being out there has had an impact on them. What kind of advantage do you guys think the Falcons have to have someone like Matt Ryan running things now?
Well, advantage is a unique word because I do think it's an advantage because I know Matt. And I think that's the overall takeaway from his tenure thus far. And y'all tell me if I'm wrong. But this organization is gambling not on Matt's skill set necessarily, but they're gambling on him as a person, right? There was no defined president of football role. There was no skill set that he brought into it. He's never worked in a personnel department or in scouting or coaching or any of that kind of stuff. And so you're kind of, when Arthur Blank hires him in this role, you're kind of gambling on the man he is regardless. It's just you're just literally asking him to come in and continue to be himself and shed his knowledge. And it sounds like that's kind of exactly what he's doing so far.
I don't think that's a gamble at all. I don't think bringing Matt Ryan in and saying and relying on him to be the person he is a gamble at all. I think you know exactly who he is. I do. Let me rephrase that. I know what I've seen from him as a player and a leader as a player from my interactions of being around the team and the things I've seen with my own two eyes. You know it as a guy that was in a huddle with him at one point in time. And the same as the other aspect like me. I think the gamble is on whether he can help make the right business decisions on the field and off the field for the team. I think that's the gamble that you're taking with Matt Ryan. Is not necessarily is he a leader and can he lead, but when he has to make those decisions, can he do it? Because if things are going sideways, isn't Matt the one that's going to have to go to Arthur and be like, we got to make a change at coach, we got to make a change at GM? That's, to me, where the gamble is his knowledge of knowing when to make a change if necessary. Because he's never had to do that. And in the past, he's probably been a guy that was fighting for a guy to stay, right? Because he's fighting for his coach. That's what I hope players are doing, most of them, because then you know that they're fighting for the cause, right?
Yeah, and I would say that one of the things about Matt is he's so competitive that I don't know that it was always him walking in there fighting for somebody to stay. I would guarantee you that Matt multiple times walking to Thomas's office and was like, "No, this guy can go," and that's just. But that goes back to the person he is.
But as far as the difficult decisions that Bo's talking about with Matt Ryan, what do you think the most difficult thing he's had to face so far is? Is it the James Pierce Jr. situation and having to go through all the nuts and bolts of that?
Well, he hasn't really had to face it yet, right? I mean, we haven't really had much comment out of the organization on what they're going to do about James Pierce or, where the decision lies. They're kind of waiting on everything to play out. So I wouldn't even categorize that. And look, it's still very much in the honeymoon phase. You don't have a win-loss record with him as the president of football. And I think we're very much in a celebratory mood because of comments like Kyle Pitts, where he comes out and says, yeah, he's taken me even tighter under his wing and, more so than even back then, which it's like I've told y'all before, that's not only a unique situation, it's really unprecedented when it comes to the NFL to have a situation where a president of football is taking a tight end that they played with under their wing and in a year where they tagged the guy. That's That is almost insane when you really back off of it and look at it. You're like, dude, this is crazy. But I think we're all hoping for the best for both of them, so it feels really good right now.
Yeah, I do think the James Pierce thing is one that they've had to make a decision on, Allie. I think when you came in, it was pretty much, 2 weeks later, the guy's in trouble, and you had to make an internal organizational decision of how we're going to talk about it. Here's our plan. If it goes the way that kind of is now, with charges essentially being dropped if everything is done right, or, plan B is if things don't go right and there's jail time involved and everything, bringing in a guy like Tua. That was an organizational decision where I'm sure that they went to Matt and was like, hey, we want to bring in a guy. We want Michael Penix to compete for the job. We don't want him to be the starter and see what he is. We want to make him compete for it. That's an organizational decision that Matt Ryan absolutely was a part of.
I would be curious to know if it went down like you just said it, though. Like, do you think that they went to Matt Ryan and said, we'd like to bring in somebody to compete with Michael Penix? Or do you think part of when Matt is talking to Arthur about this job or when they're interviewing Ian, do you think Matt's like, look, we've got to have competition at this quarterback spot, and I'm not sure if Michael Penix is the guy?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Only Matt can, or maybe Arthur. But I can tell you that regardless of how it played out, he was 100% a part of it.
For sure.
And to me, that would probably – and I think it's a good point, Mike, that you bring up. And I think you could be – for all I know, you're right. I don't know.
The switch continues. We don't know.
We'll get in the tell-all in like 50 years.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Damn, there's a lot of stuff coming out in 50 years. When I'm 92, I sure as hell hope I'm here for it because I'll get to know that.
I'm not sure I want to get to 92.
And my Facebook memories.
I'm not sure I want to get to 92.
But the reality of the situation is you don't know, but he was still a part of it. So to me, that would probably be the biggest decision. I think tagging Kyle Pitts was another enormous decision Matt was a part of. And based on what Kyle's saying, I think I know which way Matt leaned. Another thing that Matt has, and this isn't really a decision as much as you've seen his influence, but months, when I think it was during Michael Penix's Super Bowl interviews, Radio Row, which happened probably a month after Matt had taken the job, he was talking about talking to Matt and, asking Matt for some advice on things. So right there, it's not just Kyle that he's got a leadership role with. It's obviously Penix as well, regardless of which way Matt went in that decision about bringing in another quarterback.
Do you think Matt had any influence on how Michael Penix has spoken about Kirk Cousins recently? Like, you're going to be asked about it. You got to decide now how you're going to talk about it.
Probably. Either it might not even be direct. It might be just an indirect thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the great things about having Matt is everything that Michael or Tua is going through right now, Matt has been through. And, you kind of see exactly how to handle yourself. Matt just didn't have many missteps as a leader and a communicator, like in front of a microphone especially. And that's why he's, to me, revered in the way that he is when you look at this organization. But I would say across the board, if you're a player and you're commenting, period, or making any kind of statement, you would be dumb not to look at Matt Ryan and kind of use that as an example, especially from the quarterback spot and, in competition mode.
Well, I think Matt probably warned him, hey, fair warning, just make sure you got your ears up because they're going to come at you this. I don't think he had any influence on how Penix speaks about it. Matt Ryan didn't have a lot of missteps, and the reason why was because his support system, and I know Mike knows his parents. I've gotten to meet his parents multiple times. Got to be around them a little bit during Super Bowl week. They are creme de la creme. They're top shelf human beings, and they absolutely helped mold Matt Ryan for who he is. I've also heard good things about Michael Penix's family. His mom and grandmother, I know, have been very pivotal, and I've been around Penix enough to know and heard him in interviews pre-Matt Ryan era where he's a very good kid, and or man, I guess you should say at this point. He's like 26, but he kind of knows how to handle himself. I do think Matt reminded him that was coming. I don't think Matt needed to tell him how to handle it, though.
What do you guys think that sounds like between Matt and Kyle? Because I'm just thinking through what you're saying about Matt and Michael Penix. Like, were those conversations like, hey, you might have this? But with Kyle saying that, like, he's taking me even closer under his wing, I'm like trying to picture in myself what that comment looks like, you know, what that conversation is. And I would have to guess it's like I would hope, this is what I would hope, just from the outside looking in, that Matt probably at some point has talked to Kyle about what Kyle's goals are, you know, about the longevity with the team and what he sees for himself in this offense or whatever. And then he's probably like, all right, you need to put a game plan forth on how you're going to work towards that. And I hope that Matt walks by him every day and is like, hey, remember what we talked about? Like, lock in.
Well, he always makes him feel awkward when I do this. You want to role play real quick?
No.
Because
I don't.
Because this is a thing where
pause.
I don't think this is as bad on the field. I think Matt straight up said, dude, what the hell are you doing? You're a lead. You got to be a leader on this team too, you know. And what I can't hear is, well, I just work here. I don't know. And they'll go back to the infamous statement when they benched Kirk for Penix, and Pitts is asked about it, and he's like, I don't know, I just work here. That's unacceptable. You can get on to me and say I'm a Kyle Pitts hater all you want. I'm not. I'm a realist about it. But he's franchise tagged. He's making good money. He's been here. What, this is his 6th year. I need him to say more than I just work here. That's not a statement that you need from a guy who, if he plays this year well, he could be one of the highest paid players on the team. He can't be saying that.
It will be interesting to see what his comments are, you know, going in and out of the facility as he's asked certain things, just to see what this upcoming season is like for him. We will talk about the strongest position group coming up at 8. We've got halftime on the way next. It is the weekend wrap-up, wrapping up all the stories that you may have missed as you're enjoying your days off. I've got a lesson in why just going with the flow of life can absolutely pay off in your favor in a massive way. We'll get into it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Very crowded conditions along I-85 as you move from Commerce towards Brazelton. South on I-85, south of Highway 129, right around State Road 53. Only the right shoulder getting through. So really huge delays there. Highway 124, that's your alternate route. Still a crash south on I-85, the ramp to 285. It was blocking that right lane. It's now on the shoulder of the ramp itself, but still quite heavy on 85. And finally, Sandy Springs, eastbound 285 Riverside Drive, that's blocking the right lane. You're back up there towards 175. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Today is the day for Brendan Sorsby, a season-defining day in court. Arguments are officially underway this morning in the Lubbock County District Court, where our quarterback, Brendan Sorsby, the guy who gambled on his own team, says, please let me play. I deserve to play, because it was a mental health issue that caused him to gamble. This will be a temporary injunction to see him play this fall. Will he? I'm Drake Toll.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
With the 8th pick, the Atlanta Hawks select.
It's almost here. The NBA Draft.
And we've got you covered with our exclusive NBA Draft Night special. Check out our live draft coverage Tuesday the 23rd.
As Mike Conti and Andy Bunker give you all the action of the 2026 NBA Draft. Live from State Farm Arena.
Very, very cool.
Hey! When it comes to the NBA Draft, nobody's got you covered like us. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Your home deserves to shine, not just on the inside, but outside too. That's why I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash to keep my home, deck, driveway looking its best. Mention me, mention Sandra, $70 off on your next service. Don't wait, they get real busy now. Go to wiseguysprowash.com.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
Hurt in a crash? Call the attorneys at Sweet James. 800-9-million and visit sweetjames.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Save on all your summer favorites at Whole Foods Market with yellow sales signs throughout the store. Stay cool and save on cut watermelon and organic strawberries for fruit salads. Plus, explore savings on snacks from Annie's and more. Save on summer flavors at Whole Foods Market.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Get your day started. Go ahead with the Morning Shift.
Time for the show.
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The halftime show.
It's halftime on the morning shift, brought to you by Buffalo's Cafe.
Come wing it family style at one of Buffalo's Cafe's 13 Atlanta locations.
Here's Allie, Mike, and Bo.
Yes, it is halftime. Quick reset for the second half of the show. It is the weekend wrap-up. All the stories you may have missed as you are enjoying your weekend. Bo, what did you find for us?
Well, mine happened late yesterday, and I know Mike has seen it. I know you've seen it. It was the Georgia championship game and the regional that you talked about earlier. Trey Phelps hits a go-ahead home run in, I believe, the sixth inning. It was 1-0 Liberty till that point, and Liberty did a weird thing. They used their starter yesterday was their usual closer, and he did pretty good until up to this point. But when Phelps hits the home run, he turns to the first base dugout and, which was the Liberty dugout, and kind of made a spectacle the entire way around the bases, and it sounded like this.
Bye-bye. Home run. Trey Phelps gives Georgia the lead. I think they may have just thrown Trey Phelps out of the game. I saw the arm signal from one of our umpires, and Wes Johnson is now livid. Bradley LaCroix came out of the dugout immediately after the home run as Phelps was going down the first baseline.
They threw Trey Phelps out, or they threw Wes out. I'm not even sure, but either way, Wes is now gone, so I guess Trey was gone.
Well, they threw both of them out.
Wow.
And so it started. Now, his family was above the dugout, sitting at some place above it. It's very in question because if you do enough investigative work on the Twitter, some people had him right above, like right there at the start. Some people had him more towards first base. But the problem is, the entire way down the first base line, he is making a spectacle of towards the dugout of Liberty. Players are talking to him in that dugout. Then he waves at the right fielder, and then he turns around and waves at the first baseman as he goes by. Then he does a little do-si-do around third base, so to speak, does a little 360. So the entire home run thing was a little bit of a celebration.
Well, I'd say a little bit, yeah.
Yes, a major. My issue with this whole thing is, do I think he should have been ejected? I don't know what the rule book says. I don't think he should miss the next game, which he will in the Super Regional. However, this is a issue in college baseball. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't sit here and say he deserved to be ejected, because I have sat here and said the crap that Tennessee's baseball team has pulled over the recent years, which has been way over the top, some of which against Georgia, some of which Georgia fans have complained about, is an issue, Mike. I think he deserved the ejection. I don't like the next game suspension. Essentially, this is a targeting call.
Yeah, I wish it would have been like to me, he did three different things. And if he only does two of them, I'm probably on the side of him not being ejected.
Yeah.
But the fact that he just hit the trifecta of trash talking the opposing players around, making a spectacle, looking towards their dugout, whether he's looking at the parents, I tend to side with you on this one. Like, it was a little bit over the top. I think there was multiple ejections around college sports over the weekend, and this was the most over the top.
Can we talk real quick about he was celebrating with his parents' crowd? Dude, it's the middle of an inning. You're still, if you're running around the bases, that's the middle of a play. No sport do you really do that. Okay? Like, I don't buy you want to celebrate with your parents? Wait till after the game. Or maybe in the middle of that inning, run over there or run out of the dugout and wave at him. I'm fine with a wave to his parents, but the entirety of that home run trot was not celebrating with his parents, okay? So It wasn't.
Yeah, Mike brought up, if he doesn't do the trifecta, he maybe doesn't, deserve the suspension. It's kind of like the Key and Peele skit. Once you get to the third bump, you're out of there.
Right, you're out of there. You know what I mean? You can't do all three.
You can't do three.
Like, if you just look towards their dugout and celebrate your parents, okay, I can probably overlook that. But then you do the trash talking and you do the running the mouth thing the first and second. I don't know. Like I don't like the fact that players get ejected in situations like this. I don't even like when you get the ejections in football for hitting somebody or blindsiding them. But I also think that the next pitch, or at least the next pitch to him, if they had seen him again, is probably going towards somebody's upper body,
That's what I was
chest,
gonna ask.
and it's going to start a bench clearing brawl anyways.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I know the NCAA's tried to come down hard on this. I hate the situation. I hate that this is how it ended. But they have to draw the line somewhere, right? Where does it exist?
I just let them celebrate. I could not care less about the celebration. Go for it. Do not care.
You don't care. Like,
I do
if
not
somebody
care.
looked like if you were the coach of a college baseball team and some dude
It's
went
part of the
yard and
game.
you look and somebody's trash
Is
talking
it?
all your players,
It's part of
I
the game.
think you'd have an issue with it.
It's part of the game.
It's like-
Celebrate.
I
There's so few things in life to celebrate. Celebrate that.
But hold on. Celebrating to me is a bat flip. You know, maybe like the hulking up, like being really excited. Openly taunting other players as you round the bases, doing Ronnie does his little, Ronald Acuna does his little Euro step. This guy did a full turn like he was a ice skater or something. He went up for a twirl.
I think this is one of those things that's genuinely, if you're a Georgia fan, you probably don't mind it. And
I
if
can
you're not
tell
a
that.
Georgia fan, you probably are like, yeah, he deserved it. I think for the most part, I think that's where the boundaries are going to fall. Maybe there's 10% on each side. Maybe there's a Georgia fan out there that wants to tweet at me and let me know that they didn't like it, or vice versa. Non-Georgia fan that didn't have a problem with it. Maybe we should put a morning shift poll up or something.
Yeah,
but it is interesting because there's been a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
So I've got a lesson in why being a good sport can pay off. Alan and Mary Jane went to Chase Field last week to see the Giants Diamondbacks game, and their tickets didn't work when they showed up. They were a day early, but they thought...
Wait, what? They went to the game a day early
They
by
did.
mistake?
They did.
Oh, man.
But
that ain't
instead
good.
of being like, dang it, let's go home, we'll come back tomorrow, they just went ahead and bought tickets for that game. They're like, let's just go ahead and go. Let's go.
Okay.
So they bought some tickets, stuck around. Gotta love a laid back baseball fan like that. In the second inning, Willie Adames hit a ball heading straight their way.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's coming. And I get up like this, and it's coming, and it's curving, and I catch it right in the air. I had to physically look down in the glove. This is the actual ball. I couldn't believe that it was. I couldn't believe that it was there.
I mean, that's a win for them after they showed up on the wrong night. And clearly they had a good time. So Alan and Mary Jane, remember, they had the tickets for the next night. So they went back and they took that ball, got Willie to sign it ahead of the first pitch. So they're enjoying the game. Second inning comes around. Willie Adames comes up to bat, hits another long ball, and it ricochets off the bullpen wall.
My thought was, okay, yeah, he's not going to catch this one.
And I got my glove hanging down, and it goes bink, bink, and I catch it just like that. And I'm like,
Wait, they were both Willie Adames?
Yeah.
They were both Willie Adames in the second inning.
Boy, Willie Adames should just have them drive around with him. And
What are the odds of that?
I've got them.
Oh, God.
I've got the odds. The odds of catching a home run ball is 1 in 18,000, okay? Just one. Catching two on back-to-back nights is 1 in 324 million. Now, catching two from the same player, same inning, those odds go up into the billions.
Yeah, go ahead and play those lottery numbers.
Yeah,
big
I was
dog.
going to say.
Exactly.
Like, how do you, when you said you had the odds, I was like, how do you even come up with those odds? Like, that's insane.
That boy got a shamrock in his foot somewhere. I
That
don't
is
know.
crazy that it's just like, okay, if you catch a home run back-to-back, now, the fact that it was the same dude that hit
Yeah.
the ball
I'm sure they've got
is
a new
insane.
favorite player now.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure out where to put these balls on display in their home right now.
Pause. But yeah.
I knew it when I said it.
Had to pause it.
I knew it. Well, I sincerely hope they got a lottery ticket on the way home.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh, man.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. All right. For mine, I want to go to the Women's College World Series for just a second. Anybody that's paid attention to this over the weekend, there was a crazy situation that aired on ESPN during the Women's College World Series. Texas Tech third baseman Taylor Pennell. She transferred over from Tennessee after last year. We've seen all the Jason Williams stuff and everything that's come along with it. Well, after the post-game handshake line with Tennessee over the weekend, Taylor Pennell's head kind of whipped around. Like somebody had said something to her. And that was a huge story in and of itself. But it was hilarious watching ESPN go straight JFK assassination film and try to break down every slow motion angle of this.
Our post-game cameras, we spot Shadow Weekly on the left. Number 6 in red is Panel. Walking down the handshake line. There doesn't seem to be a reaction there. We're going to zoom in. You see Karen Weekly saying, good game. Not this person. The next one is Panel. We do not see Weekly say anything different. There is no reaction from Panel there. We move ahead a moment later. Weekly is well behind Panel, still in the handshake line. You're going to see right here, Panel reacts to something out on the field. Then she starts talking with her teammates. A moment later, Jerry Glasgow is shepherding the team back towards the dugout. He asked Panel, did somebody say something? And Taylor does say something to Jerry Glasgow as they work their...
It's like Kirk Herbstreit breaking down a touchdown. It's like, you're going to see this guy come in motion. The safety's going to roll down into the box. They're going to bait him into it, and the throw goes over the top.
Bro, that was so in-depth.
That was crazy. It was crazy.
Had this breakdown not been on Twitter, I had not known about anything of this. First off, Texas Tech, stop talking. Because all they've done in this whole College World Series thing is be one controversy after the other, it feels like. But that they had, did you see the press conference?
Yes.
Where the Tennessee coach is like, I just said good game. And I said it to everybody, which is a Zapruder film shows that that's kind of what she said.
Yeah. And Taylor Bonnell said that she said, you made a mistake. And she was like, you made a mistake, which I don't know where she heard it from.
Yeah.
But the film seemed to be pretty cut and dry. That didn't happen at the moment she said it happened. Also, there's this whole thing where her dad tweets a lot. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Did they have time to fill? Is that what was going on
I
with that?
don't know, dude. Like, did they have to drag the field before the next game? Like, it was crazy.
Hey, this Friday, get your weekend started at Twin Peaks in Kennesaw with a special broadcast of Dukes and Bell. They'll be broadcasting live from 2 to 6, enjoying all the eats, drinks, and scenic views of Twin Peaks while also getting ready for Game 2 of the NBA Finals. It's Dukes and Bell, Friday, 2 to 6 at Twin Peaks in Kennesaw. On the other side, we're going to get Dylan's wrap-up story. What you got for us, Dylan?
Cody Rhodes tells us exactly where he would like to see his next, or he would like to see where he would like to see the next WWE event take place. We'll tell you about that next.
With the Morning Shift on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Continues to be a very busy rush hour. We still have trouble along South on I-85 as you move from Commerce towards Brazelton. Serious accident. It's been there a couple of hours. South on I-85, right around Highway 129, just a little bit south of there. Only the shoulder getting through. So it's about a 3-mile delay. You can move over to I-124 as an alternate route. Also on eastbound 285 Riverside Drive, that's cleared off to the shoulder. Still seeing delays there back beyond Cobb Parkway. Injury wreck south on 985 at Buford Drive, that's in the left lane. And you're south on I-85 right there at 285 Spaghetti Junction. That looks like that's on the shoulder, but it's still heavy, very slow back beyond 316. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by the Georgia Lottery.
Hey Georgia, Powerball gives you plenty of chances to win millions with 3 weekly drawings. You have the chance to be a multi-millionaire on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Play Powerball today.
Brett Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. My cousin Mike Evans has changed locales. Now on the left coast with the Niners, the future hoper is likely in the final phase of his career. Last year in Tampa, he finished number 52 in yards per catch and number 98 in target separation. The environment by the Bay is healthy, but well into his 30s, Evans goes under 925.5 receiving yards at minus 120. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At D. Geller & Son Jewelers, we're proud of our incredible selection of engagement rings and wedding bands. But sometimes, the best thing about seeing so many styles in one place is getting ideas because the perfect one might not be right in front of you. That's why, since 1939, D. Geller & Son has used our amazing craftsmanship and industry experience to make custom jewelry from the ground up. She's gonna look at that ring for the rest of her life, so make it its own story when you build it custom at D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Kroger makes it easy to save on fuel. Just redeem the fuel points you've earned to save up to $1 a gallon at the pump. See store for details. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Attorney Ken Nugent here. If you have a car or truck accident in Atlanta, think of my team and me as your rescue squad. Cue action music.
We act fast so you receive your money faster.
We keep the insurance company on its toes. No delays.
No game. No excuses.
Our mission is to win the largest settlement possible for you.
And that's how we save the day. One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go! Call Ken.com.
Activate rescue now.
We'll talk to you for free.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Yes, it is a lovely morning, isn't it?
Now, more of The Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
.42 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're The Morning Shift. I'm Allie Mack with Mike Johnson, Bo Morgan. Dylan's hanging out behind the glass, and this segment is presented by John Foy & Associates. Experienced personal injury attorneys get the strong arm. Before we get to the Braves, Dylan is going to fill us in on his wrap-up story.
So I was scrolling through the interwebs, the Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and I saw an interesting story. Obviously, Cody Rhodes, obviously we know how big he is in the wrestling world. He was catching up, and TMZ was asking him various amounts of questions while he was signing different autographs and things of that nature. And he was asked where he would want to see the next WWE event, and I thought his answer was pretty interesting.
I would like to do a decommissioned, what do they call them, where we put the planes on it. But it's eluding me. Like Luger did the slam on Yokozuna on the Intrepid. Basically a decommissioned battleship, you know what I'm saying? That's a really great outlook. Unique locations is always fun because then you can play them in the game, you know?
So we've seen college basketball games played on, battleships before.
The word he's looking for is aircraft carrier.
Yeah, aircraft carrier. Yeah. Correct. So, I mean, we've seen college basketball played on these stages. I think it will be pretty cool. I think it'd be a pretty good atmosphere. I don't know exactly how you would do it with a crowd, but I'm sure they could figure it out. But I think it'd be pretty interesting. I think it'd be pretty cool to have a WWE match on an aircraft carrier.
If you can do it, if you can do basketball games on it, you can do it on an aircraft. I mean, aircraft carriers are massive.
Huge.
I mean, think about it. Planes, jets, fighter jets going the speeds they do have to land on them and be able to come down. So, I mean, they're absolutely massive. You could absolutely do it.
You could do it. You could stage it. I'm just curious how the crowd would be because basketball is different from the WWE and the crowd interaction means so much more for the WWE.
Yeah,
right.
So you would have to try to replicate that, and I'm not sure that would be attainable.
Yeah, and like being out there in the open, like obviously when normal WWE matches, you're in an arena and all that sound kind of stays in the arena because it's a dome. Like being outside, like you said, the crowd interaction, the crowd pops wouldn't be quite the same. Yeah. And so like you said, I don't know if you would get that same type of effect and if that could affect their wrestlers and their performance or not. Because like you said, crowd interaction is such a big thing.
Well, they had that cinematic match with AJ Styles and The Undertaker because it was COVID.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that whole WrestleMania was garbage because there's no crowd. And you realize how much, to your point, that was the moment you really if you didn't already know it, that's when you really understood how they played to the crowd.
Yeah.
For the instance, that the game, the North Carolina-Michigan State game years ago that President Obama attended had 8,100 fans there. So you're essentially larger than one of those high school gym, wrestling things. But it's like an ECW crowd back in the day, I think. But the problem is it going to be so open air that the crowd it doesn't stay?
Right.
But they do like some of these WrestleManias and like Raymond James, they had one, right? Yeah. So I think you could do it. I think you could still have enough crowd. I do think you're right, it would detract a little bit from it, but it'd be interesting because what would be cool for me is if they had if you had a match where everything goes match, no DQ and street match or whatever, and you call it like an aircraft carrier match, and they're like using like hoses off planes, like hit each other with and stuff.
Or they go through the aircraft carrier through different levels.
Oh, yes. Yes. That would be cool.
Problem is, how do you not break something?
Exactly.
Well, would you want to? I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to go. Like, I don't necessarily think it would be cool. It would be a cool experience, but like, think about like the beer line. Or the bathroom line. Like, we're dealing with a whole other set of circumstances.
I get what you're saying, though, because it almost, for something like that, it may be better as a watching on TV type of thing.
Spectacle like that.
Do you remember, or has Grant ever made you go down memory lane with the Boiler Room match between Mankind and The Undertaker? And so the match was in a boiler room, like at an arena, and it was probably one of the hardest matches ever to watch because of the visibility, because it was dark in there, but it was absolutely a brawl. That's like your idea about going through the actual aircraft carrier. That would actually be pretty cool. I think, though, to put to bow on it, like with what you were saying with the AJ Styles Undertaker match, that's essentially would be, it had to be a one-off where like that you're in the area. So maybe you're doing something in San Diego or wherever they have those aircraft carriers on, just sitting out there, and then you could like have them. Now let's go to the USS. I don't know, what is it, Eisenhower or whatever, and they're fighting through there.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. The one concern you have, Mike, is like the least concern I have. Because every WWE event that I go to, it is so rewarding to see the men's restroom line.
Just wrapped around
and
the
I
building.
just walk right in.
Yeah.
There is no line for the women's.
Good for you.
It's the perk of
Good
going.
for you.
Oh, how the turntables.
I know. Hey, the Braves won the series against the Reds over the weekend. They did lose on Sunday, but they've now hit 40 wins. First team in the MLB to do it. The only team in franchise history to get to 40 before June, and Alex Anthopoulos jumped on with Brandon Gaudin, talked about how he's feeling about the starting rotation right now.
Look, it's been great. It's been a really nice start, but we know it's only a start, right? We're only 2 months into this thing, but there's no doubt the rotation's been fantastic. They're doing a great job. And look, after the All-Star break, trade deadline, all that kind of stuff, hopefully we've got a lot more guys back. Hurston Waldrop will be starting a rehab on Monday. He's already done an up-down live BP, which is basically the equivalent of like 2 innings. So he's throwing 96 to 99 at this point. I mean, last time he was doing that, he got hurt, but he feels great. You guys know we always like to add starters when we can. We have a long stretch of games at the end of June, and that's something that maybe we'll try to add a 6th starter, do something like that. So we'll see how that goes. Schwellenbach's throwing. Obviously, those guys can be really impactful guys, but good problems to have. And, I think our players, the scouts, the player development staff have done a really nice job with this group.
First off,
that was funny.
The caveat that he's like, he's throwing 96 to 99. Of course, last time he did that, he got hurt.
But
gee, thanks, Alex. Appreciate that. My mindset has been Hurston Waldrop can come in, and the way they phrase it the entire time is that he's a guy that's going to contribute. I have been less hopeful about Schwellenbach. To me, I've thought the whole time for the most part about Schwellenbach is whatever you get from him is icing on the cake for multiple reasons. One, I think he is a guy that the franchise rotation will be built around because of how his demeanor on the mound and how many pitches the guy has. He is just today's, and that he can throw hard. I mean, he's got everything. So the 6th starter thing about adding one is very intriguing to me. I also think that's how you get the best version of not only Sell, but Spencer Strider right now is having it every 6th day.
You cannot gloss over the fact that he said that. I mean, 6th starter, absolutely sign me up. Go for it, Alex.
Well, and the other interesting part of that is yesterday Didier Fuentes throws for the second time in 3 days. I think that's very interesting because he seems to be really settling into that middle relief role when they need a couple innings. And I think he threw 25 pitches on Friday, I want to say, and he comes back and throws on Sunday. That's an interesting developmental that goes along with that conversation.
Yeah, I don't think he's leaving the bullpen this year. You'd have to go stretch him out. I also, though, think if you were to make the playoffs and you get there, imagine the weapon you have if you have A, 6 starters, B, maybe Schwellenbach came in a little bit, but also Perez, Lopez, and Fuentes are all guys that could if you get in a jam, throw him in for 3 innings because that's something you have at your disposal.
And, of course, we can't talk about the Braves and not mention Acuna over the weekend. I mean, since that grand slam, he's gotten a home run in every single game, 2 on Saturday.
I think he just hit another home run.
So,
As it
yeah.
sits 7:51 a.m.
I guess
just hit another one.
that conversation last week about should we sign Ronald Acuna Jr. to a long-term contract or not fired something off in him. He was like, let me show him.
Yeah.
He is showing everyone.
The conversation of whether or not he and Austin Riley could combine for more home runs and medals. And he's like, yeah, I got this by myself.
No problem.
I got this by myself.
No problem. Well, the Braves will start a series with the Blue Jays tomorrow night at Truist, and make sure to join Dukes and Bell later today for a chance to win a summer staycation comfort giveaway from Reliable Heating and Air. You could win groceries, gas, and a free cooling system tune-up to keep your summer cool and stress-free. It's all brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Comfort you can count on. That's later today with Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, the morning shift goes in the huddle. A look at the latest football news.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Here's Allie, Mike, and Bo.
The Vikings have hired Seahawks AGM Nolan Teasley as their new general manager. He had been with the Seahawks for the past 13 seasons.
The whole timeline of this organization is just insane, is it not? That we're talking about the last weekend in May.
Yeah.
After we've been through everything we've been through with the draft and I don't know, like seeing this headline. It's not that I forgot that they didn't have a GM, but it was almost like oh yeah, wait, what? Right now? Of all times, right now. So he's got to get up to speed, man. Like he better start diving into the film of these OTAs and everything else going on. He's got to make some decisions quick.
No, it is weird to me because you essentially went. I know you had an interim in there, but you essentially went through an entire offseason reworking your roster without the guy who is going to be making all the decisions moving forward, and honestly, who will be looked back. Because the fan base will forget that he wasn't. I mean, most of them until he wasn't hired till the end of May, and be like, his first year sucked here. Like when you're talking about 3 years from now, what should happen to him? No, how many people are going to remember that he had nothing to do with the roster the first year of his general managership? The other thing is, I was reading something about him. Like he's basically a guy that's kind of like. Basically sent emails to get himself into every job he's had. He's like, he's had a whole look at me, hustle. Like, here's my recruiting. He's the guy that would send his recruiting film out of himself, and didn't have a service doing it.
Yeah.
So it's been an interesting.
It's like a Mike McDonald career arc.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where he's just all of a sudden he's in Athens at a Waffle House. Next thing you know, he's winning a Super Bowl.
Social media's got some rumors swirling around Caleb Williams. There's a lot of speculation that he's going to be on the cover of Madden 27 hitting his Iceman gesture.
I don't have a problem with this at all. Like young, up-and-coming gunslinger, one of the blue blood teams, not the most successful, but a blue blood team. You feel like in the NFL, I think he kind of fits the mold. I think he's honestly grown on me a lot over the last couple of years.
The only thing I ever think of with the Madden thing is. A, is there a curse? B, will it hit him? That's the only thing.
Seems like the same question.
To your point about the curse, I saw some Falcons fans that were commenting on this, happy that Bijan wasn't on the cover because of the curse.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
that.
Like, is there a curse?
I don't
Do you believe in
curse,
curses?
Bo, you're our resident conspiracy theorist. Do you believe in the Madden curse?
It's one I've never overly dove deep into, like, if I believe in it, but there is something to it because it did happen to Vic.
I just believe that a lot of football players get injured, especially quarterbacks on a yearly basis.
Oh, yeah?
So
It just so happened to be the year after they're on a cover of a video game?
It could have been the year 2 years after. I don't know.
Dylan, I would lean towards it, honestly. I would, just off the top of my head, I would lean into it.
You know who got hit with the Madden curse the worst? Was it Peyton Hillis? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Oh,
he got hit with the Madden curse the worst.
Well, and that was one. Didn't they vote on him being on it too? Like, if I'm not mistaken.
Think so. Yeah.
That was. Yeah, that's a good call.
He almost
Peyton Hillis
drowned last year. Was he the one?
Yeah, he saved his kid or somebody else's kid, and then he almost died from it.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, he's a hero.
This hour's been brought to you by Zero Res. Book an appointment today with Zero Res, Atlanta's best carpet cleaning service. We have been weighing out the Falcons position groups all morning. We'll tie a bow on the convo next with which group is the strongest and the most improved on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Monday morning on the Steakhouse. Steak and Drew Butler kicking it around. What's the biggest story in the NFL offseason? Also, college baseball front and center. And the Braves keep rolling along. Can you have more fun in one season? We'll do it all Monday morning, 9 to 11 on the Steakhouse on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Finally starting to ease up as you head down towards Lilburn. That's south on I-85 at 285. All lanes are getting through, but we're still seeing some pretty extensive delays there. It's still about a 35, 40-minute delay back to 316. Also, a crash remains for those traveling down along I-85 Commerce down towards Brazelton, south on I-85, south of Highway 129, right there at County Road 53. Still only the right shoulder getting through, so extensive delays there. May want to opt out, try Highway 124 instead. And some construction up southbound 575 at Airport Drive. You got one lane taken away. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Tired of pests inside and outside your home? Peachtree Pest Control has you covered. With 50 years of trusted experience and next-day service, our local team creates a personalized solution built around your home and your needs. From ants, roaches, and spiders to rodents and even those backyard mosquitoes, we handle it all. Bundle pest and mosquito services to save more while keeping your entire property protected. One call, one company. Total peace of mind. Visit PeachtreePestControl.com to schedule your service today. That's Peachtree Pest Control, protecting what matters most.
Hi, I'm Amanda, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of bridal design, I travel the world for inspiration so that your engagement ring stands out from the rest. My team of in-house designers and I work alongside skilled artisans to curate the most beautiful collection of exclusive engagement rings. At Shane Company, you'll find the ring that's a reflection of your unique style. No cookie-cutter designs here. See our selection in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
No one ever plans to hit rock bottom. When life falls apart, it exposes our foundation. Jesus told a story about two men who built houses. One built on sand, the other on a rock. When a massive storm rolled in, the house on the sand was destroyed. Only the house built on the rock remained. When the storms come, Jesus is the firm foundation we can trust. When we build our lives on Him, we can withstand life's greatest challenges. Someone once said, Jesus allows us to hit rock bottom so we can discover that He is the rock at the bottom. If you're at rock bottom today or almost there, remember, Jesus is the rock and there's hope in Him. He's ready to help you rebuild on His firm foundation that will never fail. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Sign up for daily encouragement at rightfromtheheart.org.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
When you're at work, you never know when you'll be interrupted. But with the Dell Pro, powered by Intel Core Ultra with vPro, no matter what distracts you, your laptop won't. It's battery optimized for the way you work with built-in intelligence that quiets distractions when you need to focus. Your laptop will help keep you locked in, even when it's bring your dog to work day. Built for those who stay in the flow. The Dell Pro, built for you. Dell.com/Dell-Pro.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
We're gonna get on down now.
We're talking all things Atlanta sports and beyond. This is The Morning Shift.
Make some noise!
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's a look at the top stories at 8 o'clock on The Morning Shift with Allie, Mike, and Bo.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com and get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. The Braves hit a historic milestone over the weekend, becoming the first team in franchise history to reach 40 wins before June. Atlanta comes home after a 4-2 road trip, starts a series with Toronto tomorrow. The Spurs are the Western Conference Finals champs after beating the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 on Saturday night. They'll host the Knicks in Game 1 on Wednesday for the NBA Finals. In college baseball, the Georgia Bulldogs won the Athens Regional with a 6-2 win over the Liberty Flames. Next up, Georgia will host the winner of the Starkville Regional in the Super Regionals. And the Yellow Jackets blew an 8-2 lead before recording an out in the fourth inning, ended up losing the game 15-8 yesterday, setting up a rubber match with Oklahoma today that will decide who advances. And with Falcons OTAs continuing, we're taking a look at this Falcons team as it stands. Look, it is June 1st. Very, very early into this Falcons season, but we talked about the weaker position groups earlier. Let's go a little more positive this time around.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's talk about the strongest position groups. Who would you say is the strongest position group?
This has got to be the easiest decision we've had a chance to make this offseason when it comes to some of these rankings and things talking about. And you brought up Jeff Ulbrich talking about it earlier, and him talking about this safety duo might be the best one he's ever been around. And Bo brought up some good points earlier when talking about other positions and talking about the depth, the running back spot, and some of the other places along this team. But even the depth at safety seems to be somewhat of a bright spot when you talk about them trading for Sidney Brown, no matter what position you foresee him as. I know DeMarco Hellams had an interception that was all over Twitter, over last week. So the safety position to me, when you look at an All-Pro and a guy who is a future All-Pro, in my opinion, Xavier Watts, is in such a good spot. You've got the best of both worlds when you talk about veteran leadership and youth. You've got different styles of players when you talk about the depth back there, and you have really a plethora of ways to be able to get it done on the back end of this defense. I think Jeff Ulbrich's spot on. I think this is an incredibly talented group back at safety.
Yeah, and I think they brought Darren Hall back, who I think is going to kind of transition. Maybe he did it a little bit at Arizona, but kind of they have him listed as a safety on in there as well. Look, there's no doubt that the safety room, starter wise, I don't see a position better than the starting safeties. Like I can't think of two starters who start the same. You go back, you look at tackle position. You got one solid, but maybe guard could compete with that. With I think Bergeron and Lindstrom. Yeah. But it's as good as it gets. I also would ask you to take a look at the secondary as a whole, like with the cornerbacks.
Yep.
Because I think the cornerback depth on this team is much better than it gets credit for. First off, A.J. Terrell, you want to talk about All-Pro? There you go. I think Mike Hughes has done a pretty exemplary job. I think that's the right word. For the most part, he's had moments. I don't know. Don't give me that because I might have used it wrong. Somebody will tell me quickly, I'm sure. But he's done a lot better job than people ever give him credit for. And to me, he's a better nickel than he is an outside corner. But you've added Avion Terrell. Don't forget you got Billy Bowman whenever he is able to come in here and compete for and play, which could honestly make Mike Hughes a depth piece at that point, because I think you could slide Avion, or maybe Billy's a depth piece, or maybe Avion is. I don't know, but guess what we're talking about? Depth at a position that you've been thin at more times than not. And don't forget C.J. Henderson, who helped win you a game last year in Arizona with a big interception.
Yeah.
He's a depth piece. Clark Phillips is still on this team. Natron Brooks at times. And still a young guy who I'm not sold either way on, for negative or the positive side in Kobe Bryant. So you have quite a bit of depth in that position.
You bring up a good point. I was talking to somebody the other day about Billy Bowman, and I'm not sure where I'm at on the future of Billy Bowman right now. I think the very distant future is still very bright. I don't know what point that is. But I also think that there is this thing where we look at Avion and think, okay, well, he's a guy that could slot at the nickel. But if that's what they had envisioned for him, are they not thinking about the fact that Billy Bowman's already on the roster and is going to come back at some point? And I think that gives me, like, you remember when we were excited about DeMarco Hellams as a rookie, and then he got injured, and then it was like you drafted Xavier Watts, and it was like, oh, okay, yeah, okay.
But I think they
made that happen.
I think they're a little bit different because DeMarco was like a 7th-round guy, right?
Sure.
And he had a couple years of being injured on the roster before they did that. But what if the thing with Avion is not quite for the nickel, but it's like, hey, you can play the nickel right now because we don't know when Billy's going to be back because it's an Achilles. It's a harder injury to come back from. That position with the movement, it takes you a little bit of time. We're not sure if he'll be back for the start of camp. But also, we talk about the fact you can play nickel because of the Bowman thing, but really, your future here for us, Avion, is the outside position. And that's what I really think his future is. But I also am curious to see how quickly they want to just throw him out there because they don't have to.
Yeah, I think that, and I completely agree with everything you just said. And I think that's what I'm trying to wrap around here is that if the future is outside for Avion, he needs to start now at outside and play outside. And Mike Hughes can play the nickel, and when Billy Bowman's ready, he can go play the nickel. I think that you're right. It gives
but
him
we
the
don't know
option.
He's not.
I know, 100%. I think it gives him the optionality of doing it later on down the road. But I always think back when we have this conversation to exactly what Mike Hughes said to us about Billy Bowman last year during training camp. And we asked him about Billy Bowman's ability to step in as a rookie, and he said it's a glorified linebacker spot now to play nickel in the NFL. I look at Avion, and he doesn't look like a glorified linebacker to me. You know what I mean?
No,
like
but he plays with that grit.
I agree, and there's a lot to be said about that. But for me, I hope, and I'm sure that they're doing it, I just hope they allow him to kind of grow into that role outside if that's what they envision him as and let him kind of stick there.
Year over year, when you take a look at this roster, which position group would you say has improved the most?
Wide receiver improved year over year.
Yeah.
From week 18 to 2 weeks before minicamp.
Yeah,
absolutely. The wide receiver room. You not only did you go and sign 2 guys who have played. One's been a starter and had some good stuff. One's been here before in the role that you kind of need to fill in, which is a guy off a depth piece that can make some splash plays. But you also went and drafted a guy too, in Zachariah Branch, who maybe was right where he was supposed to be in the draft. Maybe a little bit later than some people thought. But I look at that room and I think you made some leaps and bounds.
I think I think it would have been hard not to. I think that there's some fans driving around out there probably listening right now going, dude, Dotson's not as good as you think. Zacchaeus is a depth guy. Fine. But that doesn't mean that it didn't make leaps and bounds over what we had when David Sills is your number 2 and you're, scratching and clawing to figure out what the heck's going on with everybody else in this room. And so I think Bo's right. I think you look at wide receiver. I think that offensive line-wise, you're about the same. You probably made a little bit of a stride with your signing at tight end, and
yeah,
I think the wide receiver group definitely, to me, because you have so many different skill sets and the 3 different players that you brought in, I think that one is definitely improved over what it was a year ago.
Yeah, I think the people that want to say that just want to be angry and trash because, I mean, Dotson's first 2 years in Washington were pretty productive. And especially when you look at the fact that in his first 2 years in Washington, he caught, 85 balls for 1,000 yards and 11 touchdowns. And the 11 touchdowns is what I hang on because all I heard the whole time Julio Jones was here was they didn't care about all the yards and catches because he didn't catch enough touchdowns. So you went and got a guy that clearly has a way of getting a knack for getting in the end zone. Alameda was only a guy on a playoff team last year that seemingly made big catches down the stretch and in the playoffs run. And then Zachariah, so it's easy to say that. I do think the Austin Hooper, I just wonder what we can talk about Brian Robinson all we want. I'm extremely curious to see what Kyle Pitts' role will be based on how he excelled last year. He and Drake, to me, how they plan to use those two with the other guys that they brought in, because you got a guy that can catch and inline block in Austin Hooper, and he's not quite the receiving threat he used to be because age gets up there, but he's another guy that had a pretty productive year for what he was asked to do on it, and he made some catches down the stretch again for that team that went on the Super Bowl run and obviously lost in it, but.
So same question, just a little bit of different phrasing, and I think we answered this question earlier today. Who needs to be the most improved?
It needs to be quarterbacks.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I think that it's hard for me to sit there and say better or worse with Kirk leaving and Tua coming. I think there's an upside to both and there's a downside to both. But we talk about Tua's fragility, I guess, when it comes to the head injuries. And
is that a word?
Kirk, was here coming off the Achilles. I mean, Kirk processes things and Tua's accurate on the intermediate. I don't know, but it definitely you need to see a step forward at that position, undoubtedly, compared to last year if you're going to have success.
Well, I guess the question for me is, do you believe that if they'd have got the consistency that Kirk gave them the last few weeks of the season, would they have been a playoff team?
Yes, but I don't necessarily think we'd have been better off for it right now.
I don't disagree there.
Yeah.
I don't disagree there. I'm just saying that's all I think you maybe need. I would say that the quarterback room is Captain Obvious, which doesn't mean it's wrong at all. The interior D-line, Mike, in the run game, you really need to see a jump from that. And they went out and got a couple of guys. They're big on Mason Smith, Deshaun Hand. They drafted Ontario Thompson. So before you sigh,
Zach Harrison's back.
They tried to get better in the ways they saw they could, and so I'm interested to see that.
You can weigh in on this on Twitter. Where are your concerns when it comes to the Falcons position groups? And Atlanta's radio home of comprehensive World Cup coverage is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game every night. Now, through the end of the tournament, you can join Jason Longshore for special editions of Atlanta Soccer Tonight. Jason will be covering all of the major storylines with previews and analysis of every match all the way through the final on July 19th. It's brought to you by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer, and by Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. That's Atlanta Soccer Tonight with Jason Longshore every night from now through July 19th. Hey, the Braves hit 40 wins over the weekend. Ronald got a home run in every game. We'll get into all of it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Finally, some good news. All lanes are open in Brazelton. Southbound I-85, south of 129. Had that shut down for several hours this morning, but still a little bit of a backup and unwinding very, very quickly. Southbound 285, south of Cascade Road. It looks like construction with only the left lane getting through. Also crashed northbound 285 at Lawrenceville Highway, as well as one along eastbound 285 Riverside Drive. That one's on the shoulder. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half off of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down, no payments, or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Hey guys, it's Mike. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. I'll let you guys in on one of the teams I've been looking at. We've all seen the videos of Neymar finding out he made that Brazilian squad. He brings that unmatched creativity to a team that's already loaded. Brazil trading at 9.7% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $1,000 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code JOHNSON, JOHNSON, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, KALSHI, trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The stage is set for the ultimate showdown on ice. The 2026 Stanley Cup Final drops the puck tomorrow night in Raleigh as the red-hot Carolina Hurricanes host the Vegas Golden Knights for Game 1. Now, we fully expected Carolina to be here, but Vegas, that's a surprise. It's not the Colorado Avalanche as expected. Instead, great stories brew. I'm Drake Toll.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Argentina, champions of the world!
The world of soccer will turn its gaze towards Atlanta as the top soccer teams in the world battle it out to find one winner.
And we've got all the action covered with 92.9 The Game's Atlanta Match Day Tailgates.
Join us at 547 Mitchell Street, one block west of the stadium before every match.
We'll be broadcasting live with our pre-match party with food, drinks, and music.
A breath, a heartbeat, and Messi!
Join us for our first Match Day Tailgate, Monday, June 15th. Brought to you by Game Day Hospitality and Heineken, official beer of soccer.
From Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Look, your house called, it wants a bath. Not just any bath, a full-on pollen-blasting, grime-busting spa day from Wise Guys Pro Wash. Mention me, mention Sandra. $70 off your next service. Real simple. Visit wiseguysprowash.com.
Hey, it's Allie Mack here, and if you're hurt in a crash, you're in pain, you're missing work, and your car could be out of commission, call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. They can help you get that medical care, handle your case, and fight for the money that you may need to get your life back. Pay nothing until they win. And you can get a free case review at 800-9-MILLION and sweetjames.com.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorneys.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons,
Yep.
decorations,
Yes.
streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan. And it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What are the haps? Start the day the right way with The Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, good morning. It is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're the Morning Shift. I'm Allie with Mike and Bo. Dylan's hanging out behind the glass. Spoiler alert, Ronald Acuna Jr. had a great weekend. We'll dig into that in a second. But when is the last time you had to fast forward through a movie or a TV show? I'm not a baby, but it happened to me this weekend.
I've got one for you. I want to know yours. I want to know what happened to you, and then I'll tell you.
I don't want to give too many details because the Dutton Ranch is very new and not a lot of people have watched it yet. But man, and I tell you, I'm not a baby. But I was like, nope, not doing this. I'm not doing this. Yeah. And Grant had to fast forward through all of it.
Do you guys remember, and I can't remember exactly the year, but maybe it was 21, when HBO did the Chernobyl docudrama?
Yes.
So it was like they made us 5, I think, or 6 episodes.
Yeah.
There was one episode where it was probably it was either the next to last or the next to next to last, and they're just kind of talking about how the early stages of just basically shutting that whole area down, and because they didn't want anything infected to leave the area, they basically went in and killed all the pets that were at this point running free.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why, but I do know why, because I'm a softie when it comes to pets, because I've had pets of all types, dogs, cats, potbelly pigs, fish, the beta fish thing.
Shout out Squiggy.
Well, that's a good name, Full Dial, I'm very impressed with that.
Attaboy,
Because
Dial
Mike
Line.
over here who runs his mouth and makes fun of poor Squiggy
Never
all the
made
time
fun.
probably couldn't even remember his name.
Never made
Right.
fun.
Good pull.
He always wants to know whether or not he was, turned into.
We know. But that one could not do it.
Yeah.
Could not do it. In fact, it's the only reason why I haven't rewatched that, because Chernobyl was so well done.
Yeah.
I mean, phenomenal. If you haven't watched it, you should watch it. But that episode, no, thank you.
I can't remember the name of the documentary on Netflix. I have two different ones. It involved kids and a bad situation right there at the end. And I not only did I fast forward, I just turned it off. I was like, I'm not watching that.
Yeah.
But more recently, I'm curious to know how y'all feel about this. Do you ever watch Love on the Spectrum on
I've
Netflix?
seen like half an episode.
No,
There
I can't.
There are just certain situations where it gets so awkward that I'm like, I can't. I like the show, and I like most of the people on it, but there's a couple of cast members and people that are trying to go on dates and stuff where I'm like, I can't handle the awkwardness of the situation, and I have to fast forward it until they get to a different story. And then I'm like, okay, I can start back watching the show again.
I think there is such a push on making us feel things right now through cinema or
Sure.
documentaries. It's too much.
Yeah, they're like they're toeing the line.
Can't do
Yeah,
it. Well,
yeah.
that documentary that you recommended, Bo, The Perfect Neighbor or something. No,
Oh,
I
yeah,
just shut that off.
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't watch it
Yeah.
for that reason. I'm like, I'm not watching.
Well, that one is, I mean,
Heinous.
that lady, like, dude.
Heinous.
I did watch the one you told me to watch last week, though.
The
Crash?
The
Yeah.
Crash? What'd you think? Well, we can talk about it. Me and Allie have talked about it on the show.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know that everybody else
It's
is
not a
listening.
secret.
But
It's
yeah,
not,
no, she's.
dude, hold on. If you follow
awful.
TMZ at all,
It's everywhere.
When they walked in, when she walked in, like, 2/3 through it and started her interview, I was like, oh my God.
oh, there's more. Have you been following TMZ's?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude,
I don't,
no,
I
Allie
don't
and
know if I need any
Well,
more of
I'd say
that.
Allie and I have been texting about it all weekend. I've been like just filling every time I see, I just copy and paste it and send it to Allie because I didn't think you'd watched it yet. But like, she's
not a good person.
And her dad won't shut up.
Her parents are not good people either. All right, newsflash. And Allie's right. Her dad won't shut up. He also looks like a radio host in Atlanta. But I'll bring it back around here. Kind of acts like one too. But the reality is like they're monsters. The entire family is literally somehow narcissists raise a narcissist to the nth level, and I just can't fathom it's almost like they can say whatever they want. Everything they do on camera shows no remorse towards anything in this situation, in my eyes.
There are no redeeming qualities about that family, at least to this point that they have displayed.
Sure.
That's what I'll say about
But
that.
the whole age of her with the boyfriend, it's like, have you lost your mind?
Now, welcome to
He was
the
a mature 17? Bro, what?
What is, oh, yeah. Nothing about her.
No. No,
Nothing
she was
about
not.
her.
0% of her was mature. Zero.
I welcome you to the barrage of text messages you will get from Bo now on this.
Oh, no, now Dylan's just going to have to eat
I
it.
text Bo this
because
morning to
there's gonna
check
be
on him, and I
shifties.
didn't even get a text back. Just come to find out, he's been blowing your phone up all weekend.
Now I gotta watch it because now I fell out the loop. Now I gotta watch it.
Well, first off, I didn't see that text till I was in the parking deck, getting out of my truck.
So you
Dude,
saw
look, can I finish?
Sure.
And I go, you know what? I'm going to see him in 2 minutes. Secondly, don't act like you and I didn't text all weekend about Echo Park Speedway. I don't want to hear it.
Let's go racing. I'm ready.
I need to text Tyler, too, by the way.
I feel like the voice is raised a little bit. So, disclaimer, they're texting about like an event they're going together. So, they're good. They're not mad at each other right now.
Not only an event,
No, it's
the
not an
event
event.
of the summer in the
Yeah.
city of Atlanta. Come on.
Hey, the Braves fell to the Reds yesterday, 6-4, but they did win the series. Since that grand slam on Thursday night in Boston, Acuna's gotten a home run in every game, 2 on Saturday. And Alex Anthopoulos did join Braves Vision yesterday, and he talked about the start of the Braves season so far.
We've had really good clubhouses in the past. This is as good and as strong as any we've had. And I think a big part of it is the type of guys we have. Is it the most talented? That would be up for debate. No doubt about that. But it definitely, it's a unit. They're pulling together. I'd say the two guys, if you were to ask me who exemplifies what this team has been about this year, I'd say Martin Perez and Mauricio Dubon. And the reason I say that is because total pros, high character, tough. Not afraid to have a tough conversation with teammates, highly respected across the board, willing to do anything and not complain. Play positions all over the diamond, multiple roles. You've seen what Martin's done. Those two guys are the 2026 Braves. That's not taking anything away from all the other great players. But those two guys specifically, just with their attitude and the way they've gone about it, that I would say is the culture of our club.
And at some point before or right after that interview, Mateo goes, "Oh yeah?" Mm-hmm. Boom.
Tater.
And goes, "Yickety." He's not wrong. You know, it's you've had guys step in and step up, and Dubon and Perez are two of the biggest pieces. I think about the fact that Dubon has just been like, yeah, I'll move here, I'll move there. Yeah. I think about Perez, though. Perez, to me, takes it to a whole nother level. He literally said, we're going to DFA you because we've got to make some moves. And they said, we want you back. And he goes, I'll wait. He could have went other. Now, granted, this worked out for him because he's literally been a member of the rotation.
Yeah.
And he's what a fifth starter. I'd say this for like the PSA. He's a fifth starter. Yeah. Grind it out, get you 5 to 6 innings, boom.
I would say my mind immediately went to Dom Smith, though, when he started talking about that, because Dom Smith is, I would say, I don't know, obviously a power hitter in his past life and still is a slugger. But do you remember like week 1 or week 2 of the season, he lays down like a sac bunt, which we just haven't seen. Mm-hmm. We just haven't seen the Braves lay down sac bunts. And not only that, his 2-strike approach, which I brought up to Grant on Friday, it's like, he's working these counts. He's shortening the swing. He's choking up on the bat. He's not striding. He's just kind of playing pepper. And for a guy who literally is the DH and his career is kind of on rails to that point and trying to find a slot in Major League Baseball, for him to say, okay, this is my role. I'm going to pull a grounder to the right side of the infield so Mateo can go from second to third. Like that's pretty big, man. Like that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff.
There are some really interesting stories happening with this team this season. The Braves will start a series with the Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. We've got the morning mailbag on deck, 404-726-0929. Dylan is taking your calls right now. Fill up the phone lines. Got a poll going on whether Georgia player Trey Phelps should have been ejected for celebrating after his home run over the weekend. Which Falcons position group is the strongest at this point in time? Any other questions, comments, concerns, feel free to weigh in. 404-726-0929. The morning mailbag is next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The hot spot remains southbound 285 south of Cascade Road. Injury collision, only one lane getting through. Waiting on tow trucks there, so it's pretty heavy delays. I would say it's backed up towards Hollowell Parkway. Also, you had an earlier issue northbound 285 Lawrenceville Highway. That's on the shoulder. Out near Buckhead, eastbound I-20 at 7 Island Road. Reports of a crash blocking one lane. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Your home deserves to shine, not just on the inside, but outside too. That's why I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash to keep my home, deck, driveway looking its best. Mention me, mention Sandra, $70 off on your next service. Don't wait, they get real busy now. Go to wiseguysprowash.com.
Popeye's Big Box is back, y'all. Big news for bold Louisiana flavor. And you have some big questions to answer. Will it be 2 pieces of marinated crunchy signature chicken? Or 3 juicy tenders? And which 2 delicious sides will you pair with that biscuit you love? At just $6, Big Box is a big deal. But big deals don't last forever. So if you want to go big, you better go now. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Summer's a gift. The gift of good times.
and even greater deals at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. So gift yourself some savings on a 3-row Sorrento, Adventurous Sportage, Multi-Purpose Carnival, and Nero Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. And right now, get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. See dealer for warranty details. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance. Subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2026 Sorrento or Sportage. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles must be applied as down payment. Not available as cash. Must take delivery by 6/1/26. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. See Kia dealer for details and available stock.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
You don't plan for a crash, but when it happens, it's chaos, confusion, no idea who to trust.
That's why we're ready before it even happens.
Call attorney John Foy and Associates.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Hey guys, it's Mike. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. I'll let you guys in on one of the teams I've been looking at. We've all seen the videos of Neymar finding out he made that Brazilian squad. He brings that unmatched creativity to a team that's already loaded. Brazil trading at 9.7% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $1,000 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code JOHNSON, JOHNSON, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, KALSHI, trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
It's more than just sports talk. This is The Morning Shift.
I'm in. Me too.
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're the Morning Shift. I'm Allie Mack with Mike Johnson, Bo Morgan, Dylan's hanging out behind the glass, taking your calls right now at 404-726-0929 because the morning mailbag is coming up in just a couple minutes. We've been talking about which Falcons position groups are the strongest at this point in time, which ones might need a little bit of improvement. Weigh in on that. We've also been talking about whether the Georgia player, Trey Phelps, should have been ejected for celebrating after his home run. His subtle celebration.
Yeah.
He was very subtle.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Allie thinks that he should have been allowed to celebrate.
Yeah, celebrate.
I don't know, dude.
It's a big moment in his life.
So over the top.
You know what? It's interesting that Allie took that stance and I took the other. Because Allie, and well, you too, but like, Allie's very, let's be nice to everybody, respectful, your feelings. And I'm like, complete opposite most of the time. And I'm like, that's over the top. And she's like, it's part of the game. It's just funny that you went there. Yeah. Did the Georgia fan in you go there, or is that really?
If that had happened to any other team, it would be fine. Like, celebrate. I just don't care. I mean, I don't care about this, like, any celebration rule in any league. It could go away. I'm fine with it.
If you want to do that, that's fine. But just remember, justice will be served. And if Trey Phelps would have came up to bat again when his replacement did, who also got a big hit and helped to blow the game open, by the way.
Dang.
He'd have got some chin music.
Yeah. And
if I was on the mound and could throw accurately.
And I would say that going in. If you're going to celebrate that way, justice will be served. You know that.
But
let them play it. Let them play how they want.
I read Phelps has a history of this. I don't follow Georgia baseball enough to know exactly what he does. I was reading that he has a history of this. The ejection is fine. The next game thing is a problem. I don't.
That's absurd.
I don't like that.
That's over the top. I'm with you on that one. But it is interesting because I feel like because we have talked about Tennessee in the past and the kind of culture around that baseball program and whether or not it's acceptable or not, and it seems to be growing in college. But maybe we just say that every year around this time because we're paying more attention.
It's growing. I'm telling you. I see it. I pay a fraction more closely to college baseball and softball, just a fraction more than I think most people would believe. I don't watch every team, but I do watch, if they're on, I'll put on my second TV if there's nothing else. You see it a lot. I would caution this crowd about he was celebrating with his family. That's the biggest, that's the dog ate my homework excuse. Yes, his family was in the area, but he didn't stop. He didn't just do it from home plate to first base. He started waving, pointing out players and waving at them. He does a little 360 twirl around third base. He didn't stop. The moment the ball hit his bat and it was out, he didn't stop until after he was thrown out and when he realized it in the dugout. So there's pimping and then there is just excessive.
I also do not buy that he was just celebrating with his family right there. Like, that's not
that's
not my viewpoint whatsoever. I know what he was doing.
If you believe that, you're fanboying or you're just straight lying through your teeth. I'm sorry, but you are.
You're giving him the benefit of the doubt at the bare minimum. Let's just put it that way. I just think that, I said this earlier, I think that there was like 3 parts where he went wrong here, and he could have probably gotten away with just doing 2 of the 3, but the fact that you just hit the trifecta of the bat flip, the aiming towards the dugout, the talking to the players all the way around, the pirouette at third base, like it was all put together. It was like, this is way over the top. But again, the ejection to me is where it just really, I don't know. The suspension for the next game is absurd in so many different ways.
Just to tie up another bow on something we talked about on the show on Friday, Abner Uribe with his celebration after the ABS challenge.
Yes.
He's been suspended.
Yes.
Yeah. And look, no issues with that.
I have no issues with that. I just thought it was going to be a fine. I didn't think it was going to be a suspension.
No. I feel like, guys, we should probably mark this day down with like a quote on the wall from Allie. Any sport, any celebration, just let it go. Doesn't bother me.
And look.
Let them govern themselves. That's what I'm saying.
He's a relief pitcher, right? That's essentially a fine. I mean, Yeah, he's not available for one game. He could have. You
monetary,
can.
Yeah,
it's really just a monetary to me. Look, the problem is they might have done Trey Phelps. Now, again, take away the next game suspension, which we all have said we're not in favor of at all. But they might have done Trey Phelps a favor, because I'm telling you, this would have ended badly for everyone had he stayed in that game, because now you can't do anything. Liberty couldn't do anything. There's no retaliation. You're going to hit a guy that doesn't deserve it, and you're going to lose your manager and pitcher at the time. So the reality is what happened. Might have been the umpires also have to protect people from themselves at times, and I'm headhunting this guy. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. You do that to me and my team, you're going to feel something.
Yeah, and baseball is unique, and Allie's right. Usually I'm like, hey, let it sort itself out. I actually like that in sports like NASCAR and things like that. But we have gotten to a point where with the universal DH in Major League Baseball, where I'm not sure that it's possible to really sort itself out. Like when Framber Valdez, we were talking about him a couple of weeks ago. There's been situations where relief pitchers just go in and hit somebody and do something crazy on the mound, and it's like, all right, he's just going to get taken out of the game. He's not like he's going to go up to the plate and get beamed or anything like that. You can beam their superstar back, but you're just now putting yourself in a bad situation. So there's a lot of passion on both sides of that conversation throughout a lot of the weekend. And that wasn't the only situation around college athletics. It was really Lord knows, did you guys see that the Auburn finale started at 10:10 last night? Eastern time, I guess, or maybe no, it was local time. I believe at 10:10 Central time over there in Auburn, Alabama. Which shout out to our buddy Doug. His son was on the camera crew in stadium, and started work at 9 a.m. and didn't get done till like well past like 1:30 or 2 a.m.
Those long days.
Those are some long ones, boy. Those are some long days. But
yeah, it's look, college athletics lately with baseball and softball. I mean, the antics that are happening have gotten a little bit out of hand. Apparently, the entire Texas Tech team is a bunch of transfers that don't know when to stop talking, and their parents follow suit. But that whole thing with the Tennessee thing, that Parnell girl, and then Jason Williams' daughter, like it's a lot, and they just it's you know what it is though? It's all coming down from the travel ball thing that we've seen. We've talked about it on this show, where it's becoming an issue with how much you have to pay, and therefore the emotions are amped up. It just is. It's getting a little bit out of hand.
If you want to weigh in, 404-726-0929. That's 404-726-0929. Dial on the guitar. Time for the morning mailbag, and we have had that poll up. Should we start with that? We'll update on maybe where the poll is at in terms of the numbers of people that think he should have been thrown out as opposed to not.
I think it's just the three of us that have voted.
People are like, it doesn't really matter.
Because it's 66%. Yes, rules
doesn't
are rules.
really
One,
matter.
no, let him celebrate. I know I'm the one that said let him celebrate. So
404-726-0929 if you want to call in and let us know how you feel about it. I know we have had some questions flying in this morning, Allie, on the socials for sure.
We have Mr. Ed ask, good or bad, what has surprised you so far about the Braves this season?
Good or bad, what has surprised you
Good
about the Braves
or
so
bad?
far this season?
How good they are. I'm sorry, it was a little surprising after spring training, and we kept hearing about injury after injury after injury.
I would say not necessarily how good they are, but I'd say how well they started. I think that when we talked about this a little bit earlier, you're talking about a team who nobody is like outrageously, maybe aside from Michael Harris, like outrageously outdoing the back of the baseball card. But you have guys that are hitting the way they're supposed to, in the slots that they're supposed to, and they've been clutch for the most part throughout the season. And so I would say that just the way they started as opposed to last year, has been pretty surprising for me.
I would tell you, to me, that I think the pitching has really surprised me as a whole. Not just the rotation, which has been patchwork, but done a phenomenal job, but the bullpen, which has been unbelievable. I just did not expect the bullpen as a whole to be this good, and I didn't expect Ronaldo Lopez and Fuentes at this point to be key bullpen pieces.
Yeah. It has been a lot of those guys. Like, I just look at them, and I'm like, man, I just did not think they would be this locked down. So I think you're right on that one as well. Bo and I got a tweet from Blake Hudgens, our buddy, longtime listener. He's like, I'm as competitive as the next person, but I'm going to be old, get off my lawn on this one. Just run the bases after the home run. Phelps deserved to be ejected. I don't agree with the next game suspension. I think that literally sits exactly where I do. Like, I'm okay with the celebration. I don't love looking over towards their dugout, even if your parents were up there or whatever else. But like, the next game is so over the top. And I think, Bo, correct me if I'm wrong, we've done away with this in college football, have we not? Where the next game suspension, if you've been thrown out in the second half, I want to say that's been changed a little bit.
Yeah, they've tweaked something on that. I do believe that was something they were at least voting on. Which, look, that's got to go. You want to kind of judge the game by this and rule it and say, you know what, we're going to police it here where you do this, you're out. That's fine. But the next game, don't miss. You shouldn't have to miss a half of the next game because you made a mistake, or it was just the way the play played out where a guy dipped and you were coming in. Look, most of the time I think they're pretty good, but I've seen targeting calls where a guy got hit in the butt, and because of the head level of the tackler, that it was borderline. They throw it and kick him out. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with that. Allie, what else we got on the socials?
So Imagine Boo has a really good point about something and then a question. He pointed out with Cody Rhodes saying that he wanted to do the Battleship, the aircraft carrier event. Since it's Cody saying it, they will probably do it. I did think about that after we talked about it. It's like, if Cody's saying it, he must know something. Or if he wants it, they'll make it happen.
Great point.
Yeah, it makes me. Yeah, that's a really solid point. It makes me think that this is not something that he just randomly thought of in the middle of an interview. Although he played it very well because he was like, I don't know, what's the word? What are they, like battleships? No. You're not doing it on a battleship. It's an aircraft carrier because you have to have that flat surface.
He forgot his line. That's what happened.
Line, please.
Line. He also asked, though, could the Braves get close to 60 wins by the All-Star break? End of the first half is 7-12.
Well, yeah, because they're averaging 20 wins a month, right? First 2 months.
Give or take, yeah.
Blue Jays, Pirates, White Sox, Mets, Giants, Brewers, Padres.
2 out of 3. Two out of 3.
Like, it would be absurd for me at this point to try to put a lid on anything the Braves are doing. Like, it's just like at that point, I'm just trying to talk myself into it. You know what I mean? Like, they're just good. We can just live with it. We can nitpick, but they are good. So I'm not going to put a lid on it.
Who's nitpicking? Wait.
If I had said no, they're not going to win 60 games.
I'll tell you who is Braves country. They just find things to get mad about on Twitter.
Oh, dude, we're all in Braves country.
Because
and we don't.
We have limited time. I'll go ahead and say it. I did see someone being like, Ronald wasn't so good in the field yesterday. Okay, calm down.
Well, calm down. Oh, that's not.
He wasn't.
That's not wrong. And if he, but he was
After
so
the
good
weekend he
offensively. I ain't hating.
We can forgive
I saw someone tell me that they got mad because he got thrown out stealing yesterday, and I was like, yeah, but he also is the only guy to have 4 walks, 4 home runs, and 4 steals in like 3 games. So we good.
Calm down on the Ronald criticism. This hour has been brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com and get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. That is going to do it for us. For Mike, Bo, Dylan, and myself, Allie Mack, thanks for being here today. The Steakhouse is coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And don't forget to
find a good excuse when you get caught doing something wrong that you can use like Trey Phelps did.
Hey, it's Chris Thomas Turtle coming up on Monday. All the latest on the Hawks and Falcons offseason. Plus, did the Braves take care of business in Cincy? All that and more. 6 to 10, 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Police are reporting delays out near Buckhead, eastbound I-20, right around 7 Islands Road. You got a problem there blocking one lane. Also a crash northbound 285 La Vista Road. That one's off to the shoulder. Big accident southbound 285 south of Cascade Road. Only the left lane getting through. So it's solid delays back beyond Hollowell Parkway. You can always take the downtown connector southbound as an alternate route. And an injury wreck on Old Milton Parkway, Georgia 400. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by firsts because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare. The front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Save on all your summer favorites at Whole Foods Market with yellow sales signs throughout the store. Stay cool and save on cut watermelon and organic strawberries for fruit salads. Plus, explore savings on snacks from Annie's and more. Save on summer flavors at Whole Foods Market.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. An Odyssey Sports Station. Hey Atlanta, welcome to the Steakhouse. Your table is ready. It's the Steakhouse with Steak Shapiro, Sandra Golden, Drew Butler, and Rusty Mansell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And welcome to a Monday morning on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steak Shapiro, Drew Butler, pardon me. Got to get the pipes loaded up. I haven't had one of these deals. Here's what happens. Because I've had, good morning, by the way.
Hey, good morning. I'm great, man. How are you? Happy Monday.
Good. I thought the voice was a little bit better, but I apologize. I've had 3 or 4 vocal cord surgeries in my lifetime. Now, back when I was younger, it was very simple. Crowded bars. I used to coach basketball and coach baseball. So you're screaming a lot throughout the game, right? But the number one thing they say is talking over loud music in bars.
Then you get the party voice going.
Well, yeah, because we're at this wedding in New York City with a ridiculous 14-piece band. So anytime I'm with my buddies, you're screaming over the band.
It's just very laborsome to talk like that for long periods of time.
That's the number one way to lose your voice.
Yeah.
Number one thing is used to be smoky bars. Bars aren't smoky anymore. It's just talking over whatever the baseline is to try to get your voice heard. So I was at a whole New York City thing, like a club. They got all these private clubs. I got some bougie friend who took us on Friday night. Some DJ I'd never heard of, supposed to be famous, but they had him come in. I did not go in that room.
How was the vibe up in Manhattan?
Weather was spectacular. So before folks, they still got a little bit of school left before it really empties out.
Yeah.
Everybody heads to their lake houses and their Hampton houses and their summer vacation. So it was
any memorable meals,
energy,
new spots you
not
found?
like it should have been.
Right.
No, this because we were on the program. My buddy's daughter got married. It's a guy I've known for 50-something years, and the whole crew was back together again in the tuxedos in New York City. So we were rocking and rolling, but the meals, nothing that jumped out at you. But I'm going in a couple of weeks for business, something to do with the World Cup, because New York's got the World Cup, kind of. It's over in the Meadowlands, but they got a bunch of stuff happening in Rockefeller Center.
Sure.
And we're doing some work there for World Cup film.
Very cool.
Yeah, so I'll be back up there with the daughter. Happy birthday to Nola. Her birthday was yesterday.
All right, Nola.
Daughter turned 19 years old. I got a 19-year-old. I got a 21-year-old in the house. So
That's awesome. My wife's birthday was Saturday, so
what did you do?
Maycember is done. We go full tilt boogie in December. In May. My daughter's birthday, my birthday, Mother's Day, end of school, my wife's birthday.
So what did we do for Jackie? What was the plan?
We had a great little get together. Some of her tennis girlfriends put on a little pool party that we hung out. No kids, which was a blast, and we had a blast. We had a lot of fun. Margarita bar.
It was at the
cake at the athletic club. Yeah,
it was at the pool. And who had the kiddos? Grandparents were.
Yep.
Stepping in.
My mother-in-law watched the girls, and then we got back a little late, 10:30ish.
No, not terrible.
No, not terrible.
Yeah. How was the weather here all weekend?
It was good. It was fine. It was just spotty, but Saturday ended up being great, which was her actual birthday. And then we took the girls to the Chastain for brunch.
Nice.
So that was how we started things off on Saturday morning.
What time are you
Then we went to
getting?
Lucy's Market, which is a great little spot to take everybody and hang out.
What time do you get?
We
to
got there at
brunch with the
10:30.
girls, right?
And, in that
Somebody
outside
rallies.
area, it's just first come, first serve. So we found a little spot. We hung out, ordered food. 11 o'clock hit. I got the burger. And started the day off right.
Did it live up to the billing? I had a video up.
Yeah,
of
I absolutely love the Chastain.
Does somebody help you out with it, or all you just do it all yourself, right to your head?
Right to my head.
Right.
Yeah.
Jackie doesn't even indulge in
No.
a quarter of it.
They just, I put on a show. They just
Right.
watch. They cheer me on.
They just-
Yeah.
They're like, this guy's not messing around. He is completely dialed.
Yeah, the waiter,
in.
I said, hey, when it turns 11 o'clock, I need you right back here because I'm going to order that burger. He's like, I got you.
It is amazing. Those of you who haven't heard, it's an expensive burger, but it's kind of
$36 now.
Oh my God!
I'd pay 50. That's what I say.
Well, you said it on my on my video as well. Anyways, hope everybody had a good weekend. We got a lot of stuff to get to. Obviously, some college baseball conversation.
A lot of drama in Athens yesterday.
A lot of drama, a lot of opinions. I haven't had people be this mean to me on Twitter.
Why are people so mean?
Yeah, so mean, nasty. I mean, like, crazy. Probably since the Stetson. It really is the Georgia, which is crazy because my daughter goes to Georgia.
Right.
I root for Georgia.
Yes.
You know, I have a great relationship with Kirby, and, you know, I follow Georgia basketball. I was rooting for the baseball team. But, if you know, when I said about Stetson Bennett, do better, Stetson. You're on your headphones. You're not engaging with the
which was like
fans.
the least controversial take, if you even want to call it a take.
Yeah,
ever.
I said, be better, Stetson. Not your finest hour.
Right.
We later learned that he was kind of half in the bag. It sounded like for the parade, and didn't really speak much by choice of Kirby and others. Like, don't let him on the mic.
Yeah.
And I just said, listen, I think Stetson Bennett's the greatest hero in Georgia football history. There's no question about it.
I think so, too.
Yeah. So, but I merely just said it wasn't a great look. Well, that reaction was to say it was over the top and was like scary. Oh, now it wasn't as bad last night when I said, hey, you got to do better if you're the baseball team, given how you were eliminated last year. And, you can kick this thing around 100 ways. I didn't think I made a bold statement, but when it comes to Georgia, what I have learned when it comes to Georgia and the SEC, but particularly Georgia, there is it is blinders. It is absolute. Yeah. You're the enemy. If you say
there's no nuance to any type of conversation.
That's a great way to put it. So we'll talk more.
I'll bring the nuance. Allow me to do that today. We're going to have a great conversation.
If you can, and I know Bo's got some thoughts on that too, if you can bring some nuance to that conversation of Trey Phelps getting tossed and now missing the first game of the regional, please do it, because I tried to do that on Twitter, and they were pulling stuff out of the hat to go after me from it was unbelievable.
You would think that there was just a lineup of people waiting for you to say something like that, like, now's my turn.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
Anyway, Georgia Tech, we'll get to that as well. Kind of a weird week. Sports-wise, the NBA Finals has a great opportunity to be front and center. All these sports, it really comes down to when do they have their highest visibility, right? When can they shine? And really, when you think of it, there's no College World Series yet in Omaha. That's going to be another week away. Baseball, it is the kind of dog days of baseball. Mm-hmm. We're in June, we're 60 games in, but you can't say there's, huge series and huge games right now. The NBA Finals, Adam Silver has a chance to showcase their talent, to showcase their product. It will be interesting to see how people respond to this NBA Finals series. Obviously, they have the biggest star on the planet going in Victor Wembanyama, and then they have, a fan base of absolute rabid proportion in the Knicks, so that should be entertaining as well. And we'll see how much people care about basketball this week, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great series. A lot of really good storylines. The Knicks are on a historic run right now. I can't wait to see what Madison Square Garden is like. But the Spurs are for real, and Wemby is that guy. And I'll be interested to see if Karl Anthony Towns and the Knicks can, put up a fight against him. I think it's going to be a great series, but I would probably have to lean towards Knicks. I just have to.
Yeah, I like the team that's won
11 games by plus 262 points.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Devin Vassell, Peachtree Ridge grad, for the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Finals. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking at a team that's gone 11-0 in the playoffs. Nobody in basketball history has ever had an 11-game stretch like this, and that's not playoffs. That's regular season as well. Nobody has ever dominated their opponent. They're beating playoff teams. They're not beating Joe Bag of Donuts down the street. They're not beating tank teams. They are beating playoff teams with must-win games on their home court. Teams like Boston. Sorry, not teams like Boston. Teams like Atlanta that had it to win. Philadelphia and Cleveland. A lot of all-stars across the board, and they have done it. So I thought you were going to say San Antonio. You're giving me 165 coming back.
Is that what it's at now?
Yeah, it was at plus 200.
That's right.
Last week I said take the 200. I think the notion was Oklahoma City was going to get there, and they'd be a double favorite. They'd be a 2-1 favorite. Now with San Antonio there, they're plus 165, which means you have to, if you bet $100 on the Knicks,
you win 165 back.
Yeah. So
I like the Knicks. Jalen Brunson is a dog.
I just think, watching sports my whole life, when you are on a run like they're on right now, right? When you're on a run like they're on,
get out of the way.
You could even look at it from the Super Bowl perspective. I think you were probably all over Seattle, or other folks. Like, you have to watch how teams look coming into games. And if you remember, Seattle was just playing at a level of elite level. Knicks are playing at an elite level, right? It's like, how are you playing at the time? And by the way, also New England was not playing that way at all. If you remember the game before in Denver, right?
Yeah, they could hardly score a point.
So the two of them together, and it reminds me, not that San Antonio's not playing great, but I just look at the way New York's playing. So anyway, something to think about. It's not like I ever want to root for the Knicks. That's not in my DNA. But I just want to see a better series in terms of competitiveness from a lot of the early series where it was blowout city. All right, let's do our 9 at 9. A lot of stuff happening in Atlanta to get to.
Time for the 9 at 9. It's 9 things you need to know.
9 on the Steakhouse.
Brought to you by Barty. AC heating, plumbing, and electrical. Barty does it all. Scheduling your repairs or service is effortless at Barty.com. Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
So much going right in the Braves road trip. They're 4-1 going into yesterday. Acuna had homered in 3 straight games, and he leads off yesterday with a homer. That made it 4 straight games. But they do lose the final game of the road trip to end 4-2, but they win both series, one in Boston and one in Cincinnati.
That's right, Braves in Cincinnati over the weekend. They won Friday night 8-3. Fuentes gets the win. They win Saturday 5-2. Perez gets the win. And then yesterday they lose 6-4. It looked like there was some hope there in the 9th inning for the Braves to get a comeback win, but they fall just short. Spencer Strider gets the loss. The Braves now 40-20 on the season. They are 9 games up in the NL East. They're off tonight. They welcome in the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow.
40-20. I mean, 40-20. And what did we say most of last week? Ronald Acuna, I think he had 2 home runs or something.
Yeah.
Barely had been any factor whatsoever. We're just like, man, once he gets going, what it's gonna look like. And
that
listen,
grand slam in Fenway Park might have been the inflection point.
Yeah, I think it was a 2-2 game at the time. That was a huge home run, but that's exactly the way to put it. The inflection point to get his season going. Well, we got 6 games at home, 3 with the Jays, 3 with the Pirates. Interesting teams coming in. Toronto not having the year you thought they'd have after getting to the World Series and really could have and should have beat the Dodgers. And, of course, the Pirates a lot better than people think.
Yeah, and also this weekend with the Pirates coming in town, as of right now, Paul Skeens not a projected starter.
That sucks.
I agree.
That would have been awesome. Hey, Georgia baseball advances. They win 6-1 over Liberty. They win their regional. Onto the Super Regional versus Mississippi State. They won't have Trey Phelps. He is ejected after a home run trot of rather dramatic proportion. Then his manager gets tossed, Wes Johnson. Neither one will participate in Game 1.
Yeah, they win 6-1 yesterday, eliminating Liberty. The Dogs move on to the Super Regionals, in which they will host Mississippi State. To your point, Steak, leadoff hitter Trey Phelps ejected. His suspension for Game 1 of the Super Regionals is not able to be appealed, so he is not going to be in the lineup for the Dogs when the Mississippi State Bulldogs come into town this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on that. Tech loses last night. Bad loss. Oklahoma, they let them 7-2, 8-2.
They were up 8-2. They lose 15-8 today at 3 p.m. Tech versus Oklahoma in an elimination game to see who moves on to the Super Regionals.
Tech wins. They're the number 1 seed left. The highest seed left. UCLA goes 1-2 over the weekend at home. They lose to St. Mary's. UCLA 50-8 on the year. 50-8. They are done. Georgia and Georgia Tech can be the 2 highest seeds left if Tech can get their game done. Obviously, they just got to go out there and get the bats cooking. Be a great crowd today. Game number 3 for Tech over there up the street of Russ Chandler. So lots more to get to, NBA included. And yes, we will dive into that notion. Did Trey Phelps deserve the ejection? What's going on in college baseball? Well, is he waving to his family? We'll have thoughts on that And I don't know, any dads and coaches out there like anything about decorum? Is there a way to win with class in college baseball? Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Atlanta, get ready for Turn Up the City, starring Lil Jon and Friends. Sunday, June 14th at the Fox Theater. Experience a huge night featuring a live band and live strings. Plus performances from Crime Mob and Lil Scrappy. Lil Jon kicks off the biggest soccer tournament in the world. Sunday, June 14th at the Fox Theater. Tickets are on sale now at foxtheater.org or listen to Andy and Randy all this week to win your free tickets. Turn Up the City starring Lil Jon and Friends. June 14th at the Fox Theater. Win tickets here from Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
A 27-year-old rivalry is reborn. The San Antonio Spurs headed to the NBA Finals after surviving a grueling Game 7 thriller over the defending champion Thunder, and Victor Wembanyama's squad looks for an epic 99 rematch against Jalen Brunson and the red-hot New York Knicks. Game 1 tips off Wednesday. I'm Drake Toll.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You've got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances. Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Continues to be very crowded along southbound 285 south of Cascade Road. Injury collision, only one lane getting through. That's the left lane, backed up solid to Hollowell Parkway. Also a crash remains for those traveling northbound 985 at Atlanta Highway. On the southbound side, you've got a little bit of activity construction there, as well as an injury collision on southbound Georgia 400 at Northridge. That's in the right lane. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at RS Andrews. rsandrews.com.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan, and it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
Look, your house called. It wants a bath. Not just any bath. A full-on pollen-blasting, grime-busting spa day from Wise Guys Pro Wash. So here's the deal. It's raining finally. That'll get like the topical stuff off, but I mean the deep down pollen, the grime, algae. Yeah, you need to call Wise Guys Pro Wash. It's so easy. One quick call, fast quote, next day service. It's so easy. And the best part, y'all, you do not even have to be home. They really handle everything, the house, the deck, the driveway, the roof. It's all beautiful. It looks amazing. Even when you just pull in the driveway and you're like, oh my gosh, it looks incredible. Wise Guys takes care of it all. No peel and paint on the siding. The trim is beautiful. No wonder they got over 2,000 5-star reviews. Now, I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash. You should too. When you mention me, you get $70 off your next service. Do it now. They book up fast this summer. It's wiseguysprowash.com.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm going to recommend this.
The Steakhouse.
Yes! Awesome!
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steak Shapiro. Thanks so much for being with us. This is the Steakhouse. We're the #1 radio station in Atlanta, and it's kind of a gray Monday morning here in the ATL, but that's fine. There's a huge baseball game up the street for Georgia Tech. That will be, I think it's on ESPNU, an incredible opportunity for Georgia Tech to get Kansas at home in the regionals.
Super regionals,
thank you. Georgia will get Mississippi State. We'll talk about that coming up in a second. The NBA Finals begin, I guess it's Wednesday night.
In San Antonio.
And Victor Wembanyama on display. The Braves coming home for 6 games as well, so that's all part of it.
Shout out to Russell Henley yesterday, former Georgia Bulldog, who won on the PGA Tour the Charles Schwab Challenge. He birdied his last 3 holes in regulation to get into a playoff against Eric Cole, and then he birdied the first playoff hole to win his 6th PGA Tour victory. Go Dogs.
Those Georgia players on the tour, needless to say, have quite a presence.
Yes, they do.
Speaking of having a presence, Georgia Bulldogs, a phenomenal regular season for Georgia baseball. Now, last year, they unceremoniously bounced in the first round. They took a lot of heat for kind of their way they wore their uniform.
Their antics.
Yeah, carrying on a little bit, but also not – a lot of old school baseball guys, you have to have your uniform a certain way. Bobby Cox was an absolute maniac about that stuff, but unbuttoned down, just below the chest.
Chains out.
Yeah, just a lot of
headbands, swag, hats tilted sideways. Just a lot of extracurriculars when it comes to how they were presenting themselves.
Yeah, I was very surprised that they had a manager that was going to allow that, which he did. He said, we're going to play with personalities. Part of why I guess you probably recruited Georgia, and you know that in the case of Wes Johnson, he's going to let you, express your, personality.
Yeah, and when you act like that or are as flamboyant in your presence and then you lose or fall short, guess what becomes the main storyline? exactly that. And that's what happened a year ago.
Yeah, a year ago, it's like Georgia players acting like asses. Look at them, they're carrying on, blah, blah, blah. So you get to this year, one of the greatest regular seasons Georgia baseball
49-12.
Yeah.
SEC regular season champions, SEC tournament champions.
You would not think that in this day and age you could win 50 games in the SEC when you realize. Look at Oklahoma, by the way, finished, I don't know, lower down the SEC. They just went and pounded Georgia Tech yesterday. They're going to be in a Game 3 situation. SEC programs from Tennessee to Arkansas to Mississippi State to Ole Miss. I mean, like, you at Florida, everybody knows, absolutely loaded with talent. Absolutely
Texas
loaded.
has advanced. Georgia has advanced. Mississippi State. Ole Miss.
Ole Miss advanced also?
Alabama has advanced, yes.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous league. So I give all the credit and order to Georgia. What I want to do is be able to have a conversation where folks can look at it and say, I'm not a Georgia baseball fan one way or another. I respect, obviously, the program. Obviously, I root for Georgia because my daughter's there. But I just, watching yesterday, thought it was a borderline call on whether or not to throw Trey Phelps out. After this moment, here's the home run. They're down 1-0. This is a pitcher's duel. This is a huge pressure game where if you don't win it, you have to play an elimination game later on.
Bye-bye. Home run. Trey Phelps gives Georgia the lead. I think they may have just thrown Trey Phelps out of the game. I saw the arm signal from one of our umpires, and Wes Johnson is now livid. Bradley LaCroix came out of the dugout immediately after the home run as Phelps was going down the first baseline.
They threw Trey Phelps out, or they threw Wes out. I'm not even sure, but either way, Wes is now gone.
So essentially, wasn't even a bat flip. There was not a bat flip.
No bat flip. The umpires all series long, because Georgia obviously has hit a ton of home runs this year.
And
as soon as the ball was leaving the bat, they were like pushing the players off the plate. Get going. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, no question the home plate umpire was aggressive about getting around the bases. Now, listen, we can analyze this thing every which way to Sunday.
It's like the Zapruder film.
No doubt. Now, there was a lot of antics. Let's just please stop with his family is behind the dugout.
Right,
okay.
so that picture gets posted and goes semi-viral on social media after the fact that Trey Phelps had been ejected. There was a photo of what is allegedly Trey Phelps' family sitting down the first baseline above the Liberty dugout.
That's fine. Maybe he was indeed
waving to his family.
There was just a lot going on, right, in that home run trot. So whether he could disguise it or maybe it was legit, he was just trying to pump up his family. But then he gives a wave to the first baseman. He gives a wave to the right fielder. He does a pirouette around third where he's literally facing the other way and kind of back. I mean, let's just I am the last guy that is sitting here waving a finger and shaking my head at these kids and saying they just don't get it. I'm not doing that. You know, listen, you want the game to have energy. Mm-hmm. You want celebration to exist. In my humble opinion, as somebody who roots for Georgia and Georgia Tech, that was a little over the top. The way he went about it, the carrying on at third base, I think that the truth was somewhere in the middle, that he was acknowledging his family, but also taunting the Liberty kids. Even though they don't know what he said, they said clearly it was, you know, the kid in the Liberty press conference was like, yeah, that was pretty disgusting what he said. Nobody will tell you
what did he say.
Right.
What did he say? Mark Weiser and Chip Towers continue to ask Liberty's manager, Bradley LaCroix, head coach, what he said. If you want to fire this up, Bo, he didn't have an answer.
Why don't we go to the Liberty coach here?
Yeah, he made remarks to our dugout and looked straight in our dugout. And at the end of the day, I'm going to protect our guys.
What did he say?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's 3,633 yelling at the top of their lungs. I'm not sure, but obviously it wasn't good. And at the end of the day, my guys know I've got their backs, and I'm going to protect them.
What did he say? Nobody knows. I agree with you, Steak. I think it's right in the middle of which way this could have gone. And one of the things that surprises me the most is if you were watching this game It was a pitcher's duel. That at-bat was a boiling point. Dogs were down 1-0. Trey Phelps, who I believe was batting third in the bottom of the sixth, he comes up. He hits the 2-run shot. Yes, does whatever he did. He gets tossed. Wes Johnson, I think, does exactly what he's supposed to do and sticks up for his player, saying, why would you throw him out? Nothing was out of the ordinary as far as him running around the bases. But the fact that the umpires not once had a conversation around the antics of the pitchers in this game, Caden Aoki for Georgia and Cooper Harrington for Liberty, these guys were dealing. And at the end of each half inning, I mean, they were going crazy. I don't know if they were necessarily looking at opposing dugouts, but if you're a lip reader, you could see that they were fired up. They were getting the crowd fired up. And if they're allowed to have those antics, it kind of pales in comparison to what Trey Phelps did. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think there's a nuance of, are you speaking directly
yes.
and MFing a dugout?
But what did he say? I can't believe that neither the Liberty player or Liberty's head coach, Bradley LaCroix, at least just didn't say, he said X, Y, or Z.
Right. I think the players seem to be the ones that know what he said. Manager just is like, they told me that he said whatever, but I don't know for sure. Listen, there's a lot going on there. This is where college baseball has gone. I am not outraged. I am not incredulous. I think it was borderline. But to sit here as a Georgia baseball fan and be outraged and shocked like this is the greatest injustice in recent, modern college, like what? You're telling me there's nothing going on there? He's waving and taunting the opposing team. Forget, that's not debatable, right? So could he have survived and said, listen, dude, reel it in, reel it in. I think by the time you hit third base and go into almost like this spin around, I mean, I thought the third base moment was as bad as anything. He slows way down.
I think the bigger point to Georgia fans, though, is the actual penalty of the suspension. Trey Phelps missing game one of the Super Regionals, right? You relate it to college football. Think of targeting. That is a violent act within the game of football. You are then out for just a half of the next game if you get bounced in the second half of the previous week's game.
It does not make me archaic to think that you should, when you have a moment sometimes, just think about not saying anything to your opponent at all.
Yeah.
Or not taunting your opponent.
Especially after last year in this team and the maybe general public's opinion of how they act.
Yeah, why are you confusing sportsmanship with this notion now you don't let kids celebrate? Are you serious that you don't know the distinction? Celebrate, like Major League Baseball, this never happens. Do they celebrate? Absolutely. They got the Wally head on, or they got the tomahawks on, or they have the bazooka, they celebrate a ton in Major League Baseball. So there's way more taunting. There is way more stuff that a young person could look at and go, wow, that's over the top.
Save it for inside the dugout, just like Georgia's been doing all postseason with the Sour Power strings. Get into the dugout, have fun with your teammates. Keep it in that area. And then, Georgia players hanging Trey Phelps' jersey in the dugout. I mean, you're taking it to the next level. I get you're kind of mocking what happened, but my goodness.
I'd love to hear from guys that coach kids on a regular basis. I mean, I'm not trying to be Mr., get off of my lawn. But my God, I mean, is it okay to just say that maybe there was, basis for Trey Phelps getting thrown out? Is that outrageous? You'd think on Twitter that I had literally said, let's give him the death penalty. Let's just end the program.
Yeah.
Like the way
bounce him
Georgia
from postseason.
Can we have a conversation about what is appropriate to teach kids how to compete in sports? How to compete in sports with a certain decorum. And I don't care about bat flips. That's fine. I don't care about massive celebrations. But don't we know that there's a difference? Do you wave at a first baseman when you go by him and taunt a right fielder? And
actions have consequences.
I don't doubt that Liberty may have done the same thing, and I would have said they deserve the same fate. So you give us a call and tell us, especially one of you Georgia fans that's lost your mind, that thinks this injustice is of epic proportion. 404-726-0929. 404-726-0929. Do you coach kids? Does any of it bother you? Are we the no-fun police over here, sitting here on our radio station, the archaic world of radio? 404-726-0929. We'll do that. NBA Finals coming up on 92.9 The Game.
Game Traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Continues to be a huge mess along southbound 285 south of Cascade Road. You've got 2 right lanes blocked, so still just pretty much at a standstill. You're back up beyond I-20. Also had reports of a problem southbound 7585 at 10th Street. That's on the shoulder, really causing delays back onto southbound I-75. Injury wreck remains, but it looks like they've moved that off to the shoulder. Southbound Georgia 400 at Northridge, as well as one northbound 985 at Atlanta Highway. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Cosm, opening in Atlanta this summer.
Cosm is coming to Atlanta, redefining what's possible with the world's greatest fan experience. All the biggest moments in sports, all the biggest immersive entertainment. When you can't be there, be at Cosm. Tickets on sale now.
All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors, Steak Shapiro here to tell you that there are going to be times where you are thinking about getting upgrades to your home, especially in the springtime, summertime, whatever that is. Here's what I can tell you, that All Four Seasons Garage Doors understands how to get stuff done at your house. They also do windows, they do front doors, they do side doors. You know what they do? They make your house look great. Our house has never looked better with the money we put in and the work we put in the last 3 months, and All Four Seasons were the guys to do it. Absolutely beautiful garage doors. Absolutely great job on our front and side doors. Makes our curb appeal that much more appealing. And the customer service you get from these guys, which is why you keep hiring them. You hire them for one thing, you come back, have them do another, and you have them do another because you don't want to mess around. When you have somebody that's on top of their game, you keep bringing them back. All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. To learn more when it's time to get stuff done at the house, it's all the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Academy Sports and Outdoors doesn't sell meat. We do sell the things that make meat meat. Grills that make steak sizzle, smokers that melt brisket, and chairs that make you say, let's sit and eat meat. But that meat didn't come from us. The shade you're under, spice you're tasting, and American flag shirt you're wearing, that's us. Cherry wood and charcoal, yes. Corned beef, no. Cornhole, yes. Canopies, yep. Canapes, I don't know what that is. Meat, no. Everything but the meat, yes. Academy, fun can't lose.
Summer's a gift. The gift of good times. And even greater deals at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. So gift yourself some savings on a 3-row Sorrento, Adventurous Sportage, Multi-Purpose Carnival, and Nero Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. And right now, get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. See dealer for warranty details. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance. Subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2026 Sorrento or Sportage. $20.83 per month per 1,000 financed at 48 months. $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles must be applied as down payment. Not available as cash. Must take delivery by 6/1/26. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. See Kia dealer for details and available stock.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
There are a lot of great reasons to start a home improvement project. And right now, you can add one more. Free Braves baseball. Now through June 30th, spend $100 or more at the Home Depot and you can get 2 free tickets to see the Braves live at Truist Park as they work on their project, winning the National League. Tickets are limited, so start your next project and get ready for Braves baseball today. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid through June 30th, 2026. See store for details.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Now more of the Steakhouse.
Make some damn noise.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. State Shapiro, Drew Butler. Thanks so much for being with us on a Monday morning in the great city of Atlanta. I'll just get to what was going on last night and the opinions on Twitter. A lot of nuances to this. What about behavior in general in college baseball? What's the difference between not allowing kids to celebrate, but then also understanding that it's a game and the joyfulness of it is sometimes what these kids are expressing? Why is it wrong to say that, you know, there's a decorum or a way you want your kids to conduct themselves? Bo, you coach a softball team on a regular basis. They're what, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds? How old
12.
are
Yeah, 12 you.
I would assume you have 4 or 5 basic rules of how you want your kids to present or behave.
100%. Yeah. You know, and look, it's celebrating without excessively celebrating. Like, you don't want to do anything to show the other team up, and especially at age 12, super important, because this is, and I coach girls too. Like, they are emotional.
Yeah.
You know, so it's very important that you teach them the difference. There is a difference between celebrating and rubbing it in the other team's face.
Yes.
And that includes after a big hit and after a game. Like, we shake hands, we shake everybody's hand. We don't do silly stuff like ride each other's backs or fake them out or do whatever the other cornball stuff is that kids like to do, because that hurts people's feelings.
You got to lay the foundation.
You know,
My rule always coaching basketball or coaching baseball was never, you don't have to ever say anything to the other team. You can do anything you want with your guys. You can be super loud. Like, they'll get what you're doing, but you don't address them. Just like the one rule about, I'll never, as a coach, I'm never talking to a kid on the other team. That's not my place, right? Unless he is saying something to me or addressing it. I tell my kids, you never say something to that other coach. You keep your mouth shut in that respect. Here are some comments around last night and the moment in Georgia and Athens. Only losers say you should win with class. Don't want him to pimp a home run trot. Don't throw a hanging curveball you could demolish out of the park. King Bammer, worst fans in the SEC. Darius, I'm a Georgia Bulldog fan till I die, but I'm sick to death of this bull blank. Trey hurt his team by showing his ass. For what? To make himself look like what people say? I'm angry and sad of his behavior. Stop letting your players act like a bunch of damn ignorant, poor sportsmanship, showboating, disrespectful, entitled, childish jackasses, and maybe they won't get tossed. Doesn't matter. We know he wasn't taunting the players. He was just acting like a fool. UGA has no class in any sports. I mean, like, people are just all in on this thing, right? Players that behave like this have zero little respect for the game, their opponent, but more importantly themselves. A generational thing. I'm glad I got to enjoy the game for 50 years while showing respect for others and the game.
So, again, I think, like, that reaction right there, simply saying that Trey Phelps has no respect for the game or for himself, that is going way too far. I think you and I said it first.
Agree.
This is like, you could go either way in this situation, especially with the picture of his family being above the dugout. Was he waving to them? The Liberty head coach has no idea what he said, but he did take a long time to get around the bases. He did celebrate. Was it considered taunting? That's up for the umpires, I guess, to decide. Wes Johnson disagreed with it. He goes out there, sticks up for Trey Phelps. Both of them get tossed. Trey Phelps suspended for game 1 of the Super Regionals. Wes Johnson not suspended any further other than getting kicked out of yesterday's game. So I don't know. They're going to welcome in Mississippi State. I guess the good news for Georgia is that they played Mississippi State 4 times this year. They beat them all 4 times. Most recently, at the end of May in the SEC tournament, they beat Mississippi State 5-3.
Yeah, why can't you just say dial it down a bit? I'm just saying dial it down a bit. And, you know, when it comes to the University of Georgia, yes, when you start using the word thug, I am extremely uncomfortable. And I get where some of that is. When you start, you know, taking an African-American kid in a sport like baseball and throwing terms around like I'm seeing on social, I'm sorry, that makes me incredibly uncomfortable. And I totally understand why Georgia fans would be like, look at what this guy, the underlying energy of how a guy hides behind his computer on Twitter and starts saying things about a black athlete makes me uncomfortable as well. I don't care if the kid's black or white. I thought it was a little excessive. If he's not waving to the opposing team as he's rounding the bases, right, then you could say the nuance of pointing to his family
Yes.
or pointing here.
Yes.
But clearly, as he starts rounding the bases, he's got 4 or 5 more up his sleeve.
And I think the umpires, again, going back to that being a boiling point in yesterday's game, the pitchers on both sides, Caden Aoki for Georgia, who had 11 strikeouts, and Cooper Harrington for Liberty, who I think had 6 or 7 strikeouts, those guys were extremely animated when they were closing out half innings. I think the umpires probably got a sense that there was a lot of chirping going on. Georgia hadn't had anything going at the plate. Trey Phelps hits that 2-run shot to go up to 2-1. Then he does whatever he does. And I think that's when the umpires stepped in and said, no more, we got to cut this out. And they tossed him before he even got back to home plate.
Yeah, it's very simple when I'm coaching a kid. Don't celebrate like crazy. Have fun. You want to do it barefoot? Do not address the other team. Don't taunt them. Don't make it worse. By the way, we got a bunch of guys on the line, full phone lines. Tim, who's an umpire, we'll get to him. But let's hear from the Georgia manager, which is Wes Johnson, after the game, trying to explain where his take was.
As far as the Trey situation, for the record, Trey's family was sitting up in the stands. Trey was waving at his family. The umpires, whatever, I'm not an umpire. They thought he was talking to the dugout. Trey got ejected. Trey will miss game 1 of the Super Regional. I also was ejected. I have no further penalties, and that's the only statements that we can give, and the NCAA will not be making a statement.
Here's Tim in Brazelton. Tim, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. How you doing, Tim?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, of course. Here's my take. I see this. I umpire every weekend, and I do everything from rec ball all the way up to high school. I don't do anything collegiate-wise, but, I see this every weekend. It's really kind of starts with the young guys. I do a lot of high school past year varsity. I didn't see any celebrating really kind of go on. Maybe a bat flip here and there, but nothing excessive. But what I've seen in that Georgia game, that's a little extra. I'd be a little upset. And
what do you think?
What do you think?
What is extra, Tim? What is extra? Is it Phelps taking a half second to get off home plate? Is it him turning towards the dugout? Is it the waves to the outfield as he's rounding second?
Yeah, I think when you get off the base, you see a little bit, take a second, right? They admire that hit, then the bat flip comes, and I think it's the extra waving. You get the second, you wave to the outfielder. You get to third, you kind of looks like you're waving. You're talking to the dugout. Maybe his parents up there, sure. But you gotta recognize that.
What is
that's a little extra?
Yeah. What did you think of the way the umpires were pushing these guys out of home plate to not even? It's like they don't really even almost like a half second. He'd start screaming the umpire to get around the bases fast. Have you done that or seen that before?
I've definitely seen that, and I think you see that at all levels, and you have to. I do it personally just so I get on the other side of the home plate, make sure I get a touch. And, of course, you get the teams, all the players want to empty out of the dugout and celebrate, high five. I get it. Runners jumps on home plate and all the players fall down like a bomb's exploded. Okay. But get in the dugout. After you do that, get in the dugout and save it for then.
Yeah.
Save it for there. And then celebrate then.
And you see it way worse with younger kids than high school kids. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because the difference
is amplified by 100%.
Yeah. If you're a high school baseball coach in Georgia, thank you for the call. If you're a high school baseball coach in Georgia, you're a really high level coach. The high school coaches I watch, and boy, do they want it played a certain way. You got a guy who's not getting paid, who's coaching 12-year-olds, who's a dad. He sometimes does not have the poise or the respect for baseball at the same level of high school baseball coaches who are not going to put up with that shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. Tommy and McDonough. Tommy, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. And, I have to take Steak's point on this. But you know what? I've been watching a lot of baseball, and the last couple of weeks, man, these guys have been dropping the F-bomb. I've heard the announcers say, hey, we should have mic'd that,
Yeah.
I mean, where does it stop? I mean, you guys are going over the top as far as this guy prancing around the bases, but you know what? They're doing what they emulate. The pros are doing this foolishness. It's not like when I played baseball. You know what I mean? It's I don't get it.
I
think moving forward,
Yeah.
they're going to put their foot down. And, you don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize your team's winning. You know what I mean? And it's not, hey, he's showboating or nothing, but I watched, I think, LSU, some other team, and this coach, this pitcher was beating his chest, dropping the F-bomb, and nothing happened.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I thought as well, Tom. I mean, those pitchers yesterday were extremely, extremely emotional. Thumping the chest, screaming, cussing. Obviously, it was a highly emotional game.
I know, but
when you think about Trey Phelps, I think, again, it needs nuance. He was not being so over the top, prancing around the bases. It was a small wave. Was he at the dugout? Was he to his family? Did he say something? I don't know. Again, it's like the Zapruder film. Did he take a long time getting around all three bases? Absolutely, he did.
I think it was a culmination.
It was a culmination. I totally
of just
agree.
The entire deal, and
And I think Georgia got a warning for some of those antics earlier on in the week as well.
Listen, if I get punched out in a regional game and I got to deal with a pitcher who is literally throwing F-bombs at me as I'm heading back to the dugout, I can't imagine that your blood pressure wouldn't go to a new level and be able to control your anger. Right? This guy's out here really taunting me. Get your effing, back to the dugout.
Yeah, and
that's Bush League.
I'm seeing some reactions again on social media. I don't know who this guy is, but he says Trey Phelps basically grabbed his crotch and moonwalked around the bases. Yeah, that's not what happened.
That's not what happened. And if it was just that one moment, the notion was by the Liberty dugout that he's talking smack to them, not talking to his parents. I think you could say that both were going on. He's getting his family pumped up, but he was also taunting the dugout. Jason and Flowery Branch, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. How you doing, Jason?
Hey, guys. Good. How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
Okay, I just want to start with saying that, over the last 2 years, I've watched probably 95% of Georgia baseball games, and 85% of Trey Phelps' home runs result in a celebration similar to what happened last night, in my opinion. I feel a lot of people may be watching the postseason now that don't keep up with them on a regular basis and don't. But this is a common occurrence from Trey, and it's something that motivates the team. Look how the bats came alive after the ejection. Mm-hmm. I mean, they needed something to spark them to get them. They were getting dominated by the pitcher from Liberty.
Is there anything about it that made you uncomfortable, that thought it pushed it, or do you think it's something you absolutely have to let it go? That's who this kid is.
I think there's a lot of it that's who this kid. I mean, the kid unbuttons 3 buttons normally with no undershirt. His chain, the swag the guy has. That's what motivates him, and I think that's what motivates the team when they see himself or someone like Dan or some
Yeah, he's a star. He is a star. Maybe the most popular player with a lot of these kids is Trey Phelps because of his. Yeah, exactly. I get it.
And let me say this real quick.
Yeah,
I have a really good buddy who umpires ACC, SEC, and Big Ten ball. He said they got a memo before the postseason started that said, "Keep an eye on the celebrations. Do not let this get out of hand." And if you'll notice, that umpire, like you said, Steak, first thing he did
he was out.
Don't flip the bat, don't flip the bat, don't flip the bat, go, 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 go.
Yeah.
And this is something by the NCAA.
That's good insight. I think they feel like it could escalate into something, and that's really why. Less celebration, more emotions are that high.
Again, which brings up the further discussion of, on the whole, this penalty of being suspended for the entire next game. That, to me, based on what Trey Phelps did yesterday, is not equitable.
Could cost you a trip to Omaha.
100%. Best of 3, welcoming in Mississippi State coming up this weekend.
404-726-0929. The whole notion of what's the responsibility. Why are 11-year-old teams worse than high school teams? Your thoughts on that and what's going on in general. Listen, we got a moment for you in women's softball that is just getting ugly. One team's in the middle of it every friggin' week. We'll do that. Also, why the NBA Finals are must-see TV. Sports Radio 92.9.
Hey, Andy Bunker here from the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. Coming up at 11 a.m. on Monday, we'll react to the Braves-Reds series over the weekend. Get ready for the NBA Finals. And Abe's in for Randy all week, so we'll find out in what ways Abe is more athletic than local athletes this time. It all starts at 11 on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Continues to be a huge mess along southbound 285 south of Cascade Road. You've got 2 right lanes blocked, so still just pretty much at a standstill. You're back up beyond I-20. Also have reports of a problem southbound 7585 at 10th Street. That's on the shoulder, really causing delays back onto southbound I-75. Injury wreck remains, but it looks like they've moved that off to the shoulder. Southbound Georgia 400 at Northridge, as well as one northbound 985 at Atlanta Highway. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey guys, John Foy and Associates, you know what makes him special? Winning cases, and he's been doing it for years. Nobody I would trust more if you're trying to win a case than the team that has been doing it for years. Not some fly-by-night, come to Atlanta, think you're going to be a big shot. It's all about winning, and that's what John Foy's been doing. Go to johnfoy.com to learn more, or just call his office, 404-400-4000, 404-400-4000. John Foy and Associates at johnfoy.com. He is the strong arm.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Blue Chew and BlueChew.com to tell you about Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. For years, I've been telling you about how great Blue Chew is at getting the fire back into your love life. Well, now with Blue Chew Gold, it's even better. Not only are you going to be ready to perform when it's time, you're going to have more desire and more connection as well. It's not just about function anymore. It's about total performance, physical and mental. And Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue, starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. And we've got a great deal going on right now for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold with code ANDY. That's promo code ANDY at BlueChew.com to get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew's turning bedroom performance into an Olympic sport. Go for the gold.
Want to hear a sound that's music to your ears? It's this one.
You're a winner!
Because that means you're an instant winner in the Cash 4 444 promotion. For 44 days, 444 Cash 4 players will win $444 right on the spot. Just listen for this prize alert when your ticket prints from the terminal.
You're a winner!
Or look for the prize alert on your ticket to see if you've won. There are 444 winners through June 30th. So play Cash 4 to instantly win an extra $444. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading Bargain liquid detergent.
This report is brought to you by A1 Garage Door.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score!
WCGC Atlanta at WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Hey guys, John Foy and Associates. You know what makes them special.
Now, more Steak and Sandra.
Cool.
It's the Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's 10:04 on a Monday morning. Thank you so much for being with us. We had a lot of little tidbits, things to get to, more conversation. The old behavior, sportsmanship, what's too big a celebration? How do you keep things in check? Was it too excessive? Should a guy be thrown out of the game at Georgia? We have some of that going on. I will just say this, and we talk about it all the time about the SEC. Like, if you have a young man that is playing high school sports and they are being talked to an SEC program, they are playing at the absolute highest level that you could play at. How do I know that? Look at this weekend and the regionals and the Southeastern Conference, the baseball being played on a regular basis, which, by the way, makes an almost 50-win season ridiculous for Georgia. Ridiculous when you think about how good the SEC is.
Yeah, today alone, there are 7 elimination games to see who moves on to the Super Regionals for the College World Series. However, there are already 5 SEC teams who have punched their ticket to the Super Regionals: Georgia, Mississippi State, Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss. Today, 5 more SEC teams have an opportunity to advance. That'd be Oklahoma here against Georgia Tech at 3 p.m., Kentucky, Florida, Auburn, and Texas A&M. So the SEC has a legitimate opportunity to get half of the teams in the Super Regional, 8 out of 16 from the SEC. Best case scenario would be 10 out of 16 teams in the College World Series Super Regionals, which would be insane.
Which also makes Georgia's record just unbelievable. I mean, like, you are playing elite kids from all over the country that want to go play their college baseball in the SEC. They get paid more in the SEC, I would assume, than anywhere else that they're going to go. And the fact that Georgia has this kind of a team, listen, they've handled Mississippi State,
You're talking about LSU, too, the preseason #1 team in the nation who didn't even make the regionals. So think about that. I mean, this was a deep, deep league this year.
Yeah, I mean, look at Oklahoma. That I don't know where they finished in the SEC, but not high.
So what would it be for Georgia Tech if they lose today at 3 p.m., a 50-win season
Disaster.
here on the Flats?
A disaster.
James Ramsey, an incredible first season as the head coach.
Danny Hall had so many great teams over the years that got beat at home in regionals, in super regionals, where you're just like, that can't happen. I mean, like Georgia Tech baseball, an incredible tradition, but a little bit of a tradition of not being able to follow through when you're clearly the better team. And to put an offense up, which is historic offensive numbers, I think they're going to go out there today, and I think they're going to pound Oklahoma. And
Really?
If you look at the track record, nobody can shut them down. I mean, they were shut down for, the last 5 innings last night, which is shocking in its own right.
Yep, they were up 8-2, lose 15-8.
Yeah, I mean, when they get down, Tech, when you see like an 11-8 game where Tech's losing in the 5th inning, you go, well, they'll score 15 or 18, so it don't matter, right? They're going to law of averages, when you cover sports and when you follow sports, you have to look at the data. The data suggests that Georgia Tech baseball, doesn't matter who's pitching for them, they are going to outslug you, but I would say it's a disaster. You've had 5 kids who are first-team All-ACC, 5 in that roster. You got to get to the super regional. And by the way, Kansas, not exactly
a world beater,
a college baseball dominator. You got Kansas at home. You got more home games next weekend. I already talked to my daughter. She's headed back to Georgia for the weekend. I think a ton of college kids are coming back to Foley
Absolutely.
Field.
Kudzu Hill's rocking. I mean, that atmosphere looks great.
How about the Mississippi State fans that'll probably come to town as well?
In droves.
And probably drive that ticket up. So it's just cool.
Should be great. Let me just add one more thing. We're talking a lot of college baseball.
Yeah.
They need to implement the slaughter rule in the regionals because some of those scores this weekend, I thought football season was in play.
Right. That's a good point.
It's like 17-13, Auburn versus
21-6.
NC State. I was like, is it the third quarter? Is it the fourth quarter?
Right.
21-6. Just call the game. Call the game.
Yeah, I mean that's and again that makes for really long weekends.
Oh.
I was thinking of these broadcasters that have to call like the lower level games. I know they're not that lower level, and if
Georgia's beating Long Island 18-1, it gets suspended. They got to come out the next morning. Come on, what are we doing?
Long Island and Boston College, and some guys got to do the play-by-play for 3 friggin' hours, and the night before was a 21-4. Like it's enough already, right? Anyway, 404-726-0929. Coaches out there, I love hearing umpires, their take, that are sitting next to both dugouts. How much more out of control is it than maybe it was 15 or 20 years ago? Who are the coaches you respect the most? Why are Georgia fans losing their mind on Twitter at the notion that maybe that was a little bit excessive? I guess that's just called passion for SEC, so we'll talk about that. I'm curious where this San Antonio Knicks series lands, and thinking about Victor Wembanyama, who went from they won 22 games a few years ago, and now he goes into Oklahoma City, and I think by game time, even though Oklahoma City had won Game 5 handily, I think by game time, the smart dollars was in San Antonio. I think they felt like there's a disconnect with the Thunder as this thing got further down the line, and maybe the guy at the top of that, we'll hear from him in a second, is Chet Holmgren, who is supposed to be an elite player. I mean, he's not a first-team All-NBA, but he's not supposed to be what he's been. But give credit now that San Antonio, with Stephon Castle and Fox and Dylan Harper and Wembanyama, and they are the second youngest team in the league. Are you friggin' kidding me?
And Devin Vassell from Peachtree Ridge High School right here in Swanee, Georgia.
And then you have a team on a heater like few have ever seen in the Knicks. But let's go back to the other night. He's the multiple MVP back-to-back. He had to look at the Spurs. They've been a problem all year. They were a problem in the regular season, and they were a problem in the postseason.
Yeah, they were just a better team tonight from start to finish. And then every time we tried to cut into it and take control of the game, it felt like they had an answer. And a lot of times it felt like it was tough shot making. So hats off to them.
They were making big shots every time they needed a big shot, especially Wemby. Chet Holmgren, 4 points. Supposedly they've known each other, although Wemby barely acknowledges, won't even use his name. Holmgren doesn't want to play into that either. Guy had 4 points in a Game 7. Guy had 4 points in a Game 7. Here he is being asked about being targeted by Wemby.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's always about us trying to win the basketball game. Us as a collective, the Thunder team trying to win the basketball game. And that's what it's always going to be.
Yeah, it was a strange way to go out. Oklahoma City, who a lot of folks thought was headed for a back-to-back. I wonder what the public... Now, who has the finals? Is it TNT, I think, has the finals? Or is it TNT. Is it the ABC crew?
Yes.
ESPN,
yes.
Right.
NBC does not have the finals.
Right, so inside the NBA, front and center,
Correct.
NBA finals.
Charles
NBA.
Barkley with his raving fans in San Antonio.
Yeah.
As he's always made it very clear that San Antonio is not one of the premier NBA cities.
Right. Talks about was it the women he talked about
Yes.
at San Antonio, the big girls or whatever it is.
Yep.
I think it'll feel really big. I think that
Especially when it goes up to New York for games 3 and 4.
Yeah.
That will be this weekend, right?
Right.
It'll be Wednesday, Friday, then Sunday night, I'm guessing, will be game 3 in New York.
Yeah, so to have that crew, Kenny, Charles, Shaq, and Ernie on ABC being the pre, half, and post is going to feel big.
Monday night is game 3 in New York.
Okay, so Monday, Wednesday? So
Wednesday, Friday, Monday, correct.
Okay, so we don't even get a game on Saturday and Sunday. We don't even get a
Slim
game.
pickings this weekend.
I mean, you are looking
Stanley
at
Cup final will start, though.
Vegas getting another shot at a cup, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
World Cup is just right around the corner, right? First World Cup game.
June 11th. Hello.
I mean, it's here, man. It is here.
USA playing a couple of friendlies. They beat Senegal yesterday 3-2. And then they play Germany coming up this weekend in a friendly.
Yeah, where is that game? Is that the Chicago game? I believe. If take a look at that. Listen, it's going to ramp up in a real kind of thrilling way.
Soldier Field.
The United States hosting 13 different World Cup sites, I believe. I mean, this is going to be pretty friggin' exciting. And by the way, what was the soccer match over the weekend? I didn't have
Champions League final.
Yeah, I didn't have on my bingo card that I'd be sitting around a hotel room in New York telling my wife, I got to get back to the room and watch the end of that game as a 1-1 game and whatever.
Paris Saint-Germain versus Arsenal. Arsenal, of course, won the Premier League for the first time in 20-plus years. And it goes to PKs, and an Arsenal player misses a,
dude.
keep the game alive,
Yes.
or
Yeah,
it's
you need to
over.
score, it's over.
PK misses it high and wide.
Over the net.
Over the net.
Yeah.
Game over. PSG wins the Champions League final, which is the title for all of Europe. So 4 teams, I believe, from each of the top leagues across Europe get into the Champions League. It is a season-long tournament. This was the final. It's the biggest game in Europe. PSG beats Arsenal, and the funny part was that Arsenal had their Premier League title parade in the streets of London on Sunday, the day after a gut-wrenching loss in the Champions League final.
Yeah, that's tough timing. But again, I think it's a great prelude to get people soccer focused leading into the World Cup. Like just when it landed, not a lot going on sports-wise. It felt big. And that's all you want. Just like you want this series to feel big, you want moments between Wemby and company. You want, you want storylines to play out. Do you have a dog in the fight? In many cases, it's anybody but New York. San Antonio, a very hard franchise to root against, given the way they go about their business, given the market, given Greg Popovich, given Tim Duncan and David Robinson from that run and the Tony Parker run. There's a lot about the Spurs that's the anti-New York.
Yes.
That people will be backing up.
Very well said, but it's tough to ignore what the Knicks have done this
On a run,
postseason.
man. I think me and you said it. If we had to put down our ducats, probably put it on the Knicks to win this series.
First game in Atlanta for the World Cup, Monday, June 15th at noon, Spain against Cape Verde.
Yeah, so Spain going to be one of those teams that everybody's paying attention to at 12 noon up the street. 2 weeks from now, we are going to be rocking and rolling with the World Cup, man.
Hey, now.
The quarters, semis, round of 32, that's going to be fascinating, what Atlanta gets.
So what will it be like? Because I believe Mercedes-Benz Stadium is opening 3 hours prior to kickoff of these games. So
Yeah,
you
so
could
9
get
a.m.
into the stadium at 9 a.m. that Monday morning. if you have tickets for
It's
that
gonna be a
Spain
slow
Cape Verde
build. It's
game.
going to be a slow build. The group stage is not going to have the Atlanta crowds that we anticipated.
Will it be sold out?
I think it'll be sold out.
Sold out in air quotes.
Well, once you start playing with ticket prices, yeah. But we're not going to feel that energy as we move forward down the group stage because of that's just how this thing's playing out. All right, when we come back, Braves conversation. Ron Acuña is on fire. What does that mean as we continue to be the best team in baseball? Sports Radio 92.9.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It may be Falcons off-season,
But there's still plenty to talk about.
For the new coach staff, they want to come in and make sure that we're all speaking the same language. We're all on the same page.
Definitely as a staff, definitely for Mike, we kind of have the blinders on and are really just looking at what's in front of us.
when it comes to our Falcons.
Nobody's got you covered like us. From roster move to mini camp, all the way to the start of training camp.
Get the latest on our Falcons here. Our Falcons play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports
The
Minute.
New York Football Giants would be insane to sign free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. Now, I loved Beckham during his first run with the Giants, but we haven't seen him play since 2024, and he would create a distraction that this team absolutely does not need right now. No one wants to hear from a fourth wide receiver if a team loses a game, and that's what will happen if the Giants sign Beckham. I'm Nick Costos.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online help.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hey, Rusty Mansell here. Embrace the haze with a hazy little theme from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for that ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with hazy little theme. Hazy, citrusy, and smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorney.
Hey, it's Allie Mack, and if you've been hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle crash, I want you to call my accident attorneys at Sweet James for a free case review. The number is 800-9-million. Let's be honest about this. After a serious crash, the system is stacked against us. Insurance companies have one goal: protect themselves. That's where Sweet James comes in. Their attorneys have experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record. And when insurance companies mess with you, they deliver results that sends them a message. They step in and help you get treatment and fight for what you deserve. And you don't pay unless they win. Call 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorneys.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at RS Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Save on all your summer favorites at Whole Foods Market with yellow sales signs throughout the store. Stay cool and save on cut watermelon and organic strawberries for fruit salads. Plus, explore savings on snacks from Annie's and more. Save on summer flavors at Whole Foods Market.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes owed to the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you may now be eligible for relief through current IRS initiatives for struggling taxpayers. In some cases, taxpayers may qualify to reduce as much as 99% of what they owe. You may already be experiencing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or audits and be unaware of this important information. Call Guardian Tax now to see what relief you may be eligible for at 800-404-6851. By taking action today, you may be able to stop all collections and resolve your tax problem before your tax problem gets worse. Tax experts are standing by to review your case and fight to slash your debt dramatically. Don't let your tax problem get worse and miss this time-sensitive opportunity. Check your eligibility with Guardian Tax now. Call 800-404-6851. 800-404-6851. That's 800-404-6851.
Brought to you by Cosm, opening in Atlanta this summer.
Cosm is coming to Atlanta, redefining what's possible with the world's greatest fan experience. All the biggest moments in sports, all the biggest immersive entertainment. When you can't be there, be at Cosm. Tickets on sale now.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's all ken.com.
Atlanta came up short against the Reds yesterday, losing 6-4, but the Braves still head home with a 40-20 record after winning 4 of 6 on the road. It's the earliest the franchise has ever reached 40 wins in a season. The Braves will start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals after a Game 7 win over Oklahoma City and will face the Knicks starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
This is so exciting! Sounds like da bomb. Nope, we're not done. It's more of the Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steak Spiro. Drew Butler, thanks for being with us. They gave us a little gift in Athens yesterday. It's called a controversial tossing of one of their players that has sports talk radio, has social media. Everybody's got a thought on this stuff. We've been commenting on it as well. It's not going to change the fact I'm rooting, obviously, for Georgia to get to Omaha. Obviously, rooting for Tech to do the same thing. I mentioned, I think next weekend is going to be electric at Foley Field.
Yes. Mississippi State coming in for a 3-game set. I believe schedules are announced tomorrow at 10 a.m. There are 7 elimination games today.
And UCLA, there hadn't been a number 1 seed not get to the Super Regional in, I don't even know what it was, like 15, 20 years or something crazy. 2 years in a row now.
Vanderbilt last year.
Vandy last year. St. Mary's beats a 50-win UCLA team. They are out. Georgia Tech baseball, officially the highest seed left. If they don't get it done against Oklahoma, Georgia will probably vault to the number 1 in terms of Vegas, the favorite to win the College World Series, especially when you look at Georgia's schedule and who they had to beat over the course of an SEC schedule. So I said it. I think timing is going to be incredible. We're the only major market in America where college baseball will be front and center.
Yeah.
Because, the timing works and the energy around these two programs and what baseball means in this region, and the fact that you have Georgia Tech with two of the greatest teams that they've ever had, and we'll have a ton of fun with it. Didn't know we'd be coming in, didn't have this on my bingo card to be talking about an ejection from a Georgia baseball game in a game where they sweep away Liberty, but that's part of it, and there's so much opinion around it. My buddy Jeff Wolverton joins us, who's been coaching youth baseball for, 30 years. Former sports talk host, guy listening saying, I have a few thoughts on that. And I said, let's give him a biz buzz. Jeffrey, good morning to you, sir.
How we doing, boys?
Well, you know how this is because you've been a producer and a host long enough. They gave us a little gift. I did not think that we'd get full phone lines.
a little June gift.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to have to break down the Senegal friendly with USA. So this came in. So let me ask you this: having coached so much youth baseball over there at NYO and travel teams, and coached so many kids who are now playing D1 ball. First of all, the actual lead up into that moment yesterday at Georgia and Liberty, I don't imagine you watched the whole game, but the pitchers are yapping. There's a lot of that stuff going on. What was your take overall on getting to a point where you're throwing out one of your best players in the case of Georgia?
Well, as you guys have been talking about, it's obviously there was an escalation on this whole thing, and it's just like a basketball game or a soccer game that we've seen so many times where it's just getting chippy and it's just things start escalating, and if you don't control it early, it's going to escalate into what it did, and that's exactly what happened. There was chirping on both sides. There's just chirping everywhere, and again, if you were going to let it go a little bit without saying, hey, from the jump, that this is it, no more. If I hear another word, you're gone.
Right.
And that wasn't said. And then this is what it's going to lead to. And, you can talk about the trot.
Yeah. Talk about it though.
I agree. Just in my book, there was too much.
Too much. Right?
It's not just the turning. It was obviously you watch it for a second. Okay, we can let that go. But then the 3 minutes, the Euro step and the move, and it was every base there was a little something. He had a little something for every base.
Right.
Yeah, and I did just watch the replay, Jeff, and he does a 360 pirouette at the third base.
Yeah.
That happened.
When you're running backwards for even half a second in a college baseball regional game, that's a tight game, that's a 1-0 game, and you're going backwards down third base, even for half a second, that to me was like, wow, this kid don't care.
Yeah, you can acknowledge your family, you can acknowledge Kudzu Hill, just keep it moving, and he decided not to do that.
No, it didn't. And again, I've seen it at all levels, guys. And again, we have practice. The first day of practice is what we show them what a home run is going to look like. And if you don't start it now, then it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. And that's what's happening. And it's everywhere.
A home run is going to look like what for somebody that coaches youth baseball as long as you have?
The kid's going to have we're not bat flipping. We are a firm trot around the bases. The only guys that are going to meet him at home plate right now are the guy that was on base or the guy on deck. He's going to cut back his helmet, boom, boom. He's going to get in the dugout, and we're going to mob him once he gets in the dugout.
What do you say
and celebrate there?
What do you say to the notion that, because I know you well enough, and everybody over there in NYO knows you, that you're just a little bit of no fun, let these kids be independent enough. It makes the game more appealing if you can have that, and you're just kind of an old school mentality, which I think you admit you are. Is it your notion that once you open it up, how far do you let it go? Is that why you can't do it?
Totally. And I admit, again, just like anybody, if you don't evolve over 27 years, I don't do things like I did 27 years ago when I started. If they hit a double, they want to do a little double celebration, I'll allow it.
Point to the dugout,
to their guys only. and perfectly good with that. You hit a walk-off, you hit a big hit, absolutely celebrate. I want everybody excited. I want everybody having fun with it. But when you're the egregious bat flips I see at 12 is, again, what do you think that's going to? You think that's going to get better over time? No. And we talked about I heard you guys talking about the high school stuff. Yes, there's some old school high school coaches that are, this is my way or this is it. No doubt about it. But the chirping I hear from dugouts in high school games is bad. And, all these travel, you go to 15, 16, 17 travel, brutal. I mean, constant chatter, constant back and forth.
Taunting type stuff.
Taunting, again, the bat flipping is totally egregious. Like, at dugouts, I mean, throwing it high in the air. I mean, it just, and again, if it starts young like that, it ain't going to get better over time. It's just going to keep getting worse. And again, I get it. The whole, hey, you're old. I get it. I let them have fun. I was like, you can do both, man. You can have fun and not be a jackass. It's okay. But the amount of that stuff going on right now is you're just asking for trouble. And this is why the NBA and NFL, they've worked on the taunting rules so much, because what does that escalate to? What did it escalate to in the 70s and 80s in NBA?
Yeah.
Or 90s,
well,
too.
Listen,
a lot of fights, a lot of fist fights, and a lot of stuff going on.
I was there the other night with Dyson and Mitchell Robinson when, Mitchell puts his junk and walks on top of Dyson Daniels. And by the way, what the league realizes, if you let those little things like that, like they are on it immediately. Yeah. Immediately teed up, immediately understanding. Because that's when you start questioning guys' manhood and doing things like that. And the league knows we cannot have a malice in the palace. We can't have stuff happening too close to fans and everything else. I agree. They've done a much better job of saying that's just stuff is not going to fly, and we're on it immediately.
And the NFL has done it too, right? They've really cut down on the taunting.
Yep, standing over a guy after a hit, no chance. Yep. It's a great point.
But they're still allowing, I mean, again, you're not allowed to catch a first down without signaling first down. It's like, I don't think it counts if you don't signal first down for these guys.
Well, I love when they're down by 25. It's a fourth quarter catch of 8 yards, and he gives you the first down thing. Like, okay, bro.
Yeah, or he's shushing the crowd. Give me that's good.
Do you find, because there's no better college baseball than in the state of Georgia, obviously, by the two teams in high school as well, is it way worse than it was 5 years ago, in your opinion?
Yeah, no, it just keeps getting worse and worse, and it's just the amount of smack talk going on, and just egregious behavior. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's just like you said, and it's not just from the hitters. The pitchers are just as bad.
Gosh, I mean, when you get punched out and got some guy taunting you,
both pitchers were going nuts yesterday. Caden Aoki for Georgia and
I
Cooper
get it. I want you to. And I tell all my kids, I was like, I want you to play with fire and personality. I'm not trying to take your stuff, your personality away or whatever, but there's a way to do it. There just is. Yeah. And maybe again, that makes me totally old school. Then so be it.
Listen, I think
53 years old.
I think we all agree, and probably Drew, listen, that it was the combination for Trey that eventually, and I know these Georgia fans are losing their mind. Please stop telling me he was celebrating with his parents. Was he celebrating with them?
Yeah, please.
I mean, come on. For first base, he's waving. He's waving to the right fielder. He's moonwalking at third. I mean, come on. But I love it.
Did the ice tray move, or he's shivering, doing that? Yeah. I mean, it was literally something. Every 10 steps, he had something new.
I know.
I saw Macarena around second. I mean, it was like crazy. It was like, how are we doing?
I know. All right, buddy. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
See you, boys.
Jeff Wolverton checking in with us.
Yeah, so Tech today, 3 o'clock against Oklahoma in an elimination game to get to the Super Regionals. Georgia already in the Super Regionals coming up this weekend in Athens against Mississippi State. Here's the deal. I just looked it up. College World Series in Omaha starts next weekend, June 12th. Flights right now, Atlanta to Omaha, round trip. What do you think they are?
$500-600.
Right around $1,000. Damn. Right around $1,000. So I wonder how many Tech and/or Dogs fans, if they advance onto Omaha, are going to make the trip. Are you going to fly? Are you going to drive? Seems like a big opportunity. $1,000 to
The
get to
biggest
Omaha.
question here is that assuming Georgia Tech makes it to Omaha, are they going to come in last place at Rocco's?
Tech?
For Jello shot?
Without question. Without question. They won't even make the leaderboard.
Oh, wow.
They won't even make the leaderboard.
Is LSU going to beat Georgia Tech and they're not even in there?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Just because the fans are there?
Who are these LSU fans? Oh, we had these tickets booked a year ago. Yeah, exactly.
That's funny. LSU's not there, and they're still going to beat Georgia Tech or be there. What do you think the number is on this game today? What do you, if you're betting Georgia Tech, what do you think the number? Minus what?
Minus 180. I can pull it up. You pull it up?
I got it, dude.
Minus 225.
Minus 570.
Come on.
Dude, they are minus 5.
All right, book those tickets then.
I'm just telling you, you talk
Book
about
those tickets.
A favorite. Auburn over Milwaukee. You want to know what that is? Straight up? Minus 3,500. Minus 3,500.
Goodness gracious.
I don't even know. What is Milwaukee? What is Milwaukee baseball, right? That's just wild. Gators are minus 370 over Troy. Kentucky is getting 135 against West Virginia. And Florida State is minus 510 against St.
We should call Brendan Sorsby and see who he likes.
No doubt. Hey, we'll come back, play 3 strike, get things wrapped up. Sports Radio 929 The Game.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope, echoes that become second chances, love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by firsts because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I have a gift for every homeowner in Georgia. Whether you need new windows now or sometime down the road, this message is for you. Hey, it's Ray, founder of Window Comfort. People tell us all the time, Ray, don't waste my time. I already had one of those big national window companies out here. You know the ones. They sit at your kitchen table for 2 hours, and the price is so high it feels like you need a second mortgage. And that's exactly why Window Comfort was built differently. We go factory direct, no franchise fees, no brand tax, no bloated commissions, which means higher quality windows for you at a fraction of the price. Our mission's simple: make high quality windows affordable for everyday homeowners. And right now it's even better. We're doing buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And for a limited time, we're adding free installation and no payments till 2028. You have nothing to lose and everything to save. Go to windowcomfort.com today.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of our clients, Selena, said, Mark Spain Real Estate was phenomenal. Prior to working with Mark Spain Real Estate, my house had been on the market for over 3 months with no success. After I met with Mark Spain Real Estate, they completely turned things around for me. I closed on the sale quickly, just as they promised. Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in the U.S. with over 13,000 5-star reviews. Trust us to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guarantee guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
For all station contest rules, go to 929thegame.com/rules.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
I'd like to say something. Back to Steak Shapiro and Sandra Golden, the Steakhouse. Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. Drew Butler and Steak Shapiro. Thanks so much for being with us. Bo here as well. As we got a busy week. Braves coming back to town. Great time to be down at Truist. 3 with the Jays, 3 with the Pirates. Right now, does not look like we get Paul Skeens, right?
Yeah, that's what the projected starters for this weekend. Paul Skeens not scheduled to go for the Pirates, but the Braves win 2 out of 3 over the weekend in Cincinnati. They win 4 out of 6 on their road trip. And I do just want to give flowers to Bo Johnson behind the glass here because for the last 3 weeks or so, you've been saying, everybody calm down about Ronald Acuna. He's going to be just fine. And sure enough, he just blitzed it this weekend. Grand slam up in Boston, a home run every game against the Reds. Looks like Ronnie's back.
Hey, look, and what's crazy is that the national media is finally saying, okay, now you can take the Braves seriously if Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to get hot. We've been the best team in baseball all season, but I digress. Yeah, take them seriously now. You better, because it's going to get fun.
Just our big game of the night. Can you find us one?
Yeah, I got one. No Braves, no basketball, no hockey. Stanley Cup final starts tomorrow night. It's the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets taking on Oklahoma in an elimination game in the Atlanta Regional. 3 p.m. on ESPNU today on the Flats.
Yeah, enormous favorites. I mean, banana favorites. Can you look? Is that University of? That's the biggest number I've ever seen for
Milwaukee.
One game. It's Milwaukee, Wisconsin. What is that? Is that where Bruce Pearl used to coach?
The Milwaukee Panthers. I'm looking.
What is that
now.
college? Have you even heard of them? I mean, like, there's a college called the University of
University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee.
Okay.
In the Horizon League.
Yeah. So, University of Wisconsin and Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, a very underrated city, especially in the summertime.
People love that city, and they get
great golf up there,
Summerfest.
too.
They have
golf.
Summerfest
Yes.
goes on for a few weeks. My wife's company's headquarters is out of Milwaukee. I was just there for a Bucks game. They got a great downtown
I used to train in
casino.
Milwaukee in the summers for
really?
a week. Yeah, I had a kicking coach who would post up in Milwaukee, so I'd go up there, play some golf. Wisconsin summers are nice, man.
Oh, yeah. Those lakes.
Yeah.
Michigan, Wisconsin. Great traditions in those towns. Just, again, how cold are they going to get in the winters? That's what you worry about. Here's our 3 strikes question. What opposing hitter was a regular nightmare? I don't know what fan you are of what team, but who's the guy that when you saw him, you go, this is not going to be good? What opposing hitter gave you fits? What opposing hitter gave you fits? Show that it ended really hurts you. A show that when it ended, I don't think our audience is all dialed into Euphoria, which, by the way, had their final episode ever last night, including a main character that went bye-bye. But there's star power of that show, Sydney Sweeney, Zendaya, that guy.
Jacob Elordi.
Yeah, Jacob Elordi, who had one of the greatest endings to a character ever last week. Let's just think of a guy buried alive in a casket and the snake ends up in there with him. Unbelievable. If you loved Kill Bill and that scene with her, this was next level. But show that when it ended really hurt you, and you have $500 to bet. Are you taking the Spurs or the Knicks? $500. I know it's not an even series, but it feels to me like an even series. Now, the Spurs are completely favored, I believe, because of the reputation of the Western Conference versus the East, and for no other reason. It's this narrative that the Western Conference was the NBA Finals. It was the narrative of an entire regular season where you just said the West is going to be where the champion comes out of. I think the lack of respect for a lot of those Eastern Conference teams, certainly Philly and Cleveland, and people thought Boston would make a run. They're out in the first round. But I'll just go back to I've never seen a team on a run like this. The last layoff didn't hurt them after they swept Philly.
Yep.
I don't think this layoff is going to hurt them. But, boy,
they're on a warpath right now.
You have some really friggin' talented players. So how does Karl Anthony Towns deal with Wembanyama? I think they have the right guys defensively. Bridges, Anunoby, Josh Hart. I think these are guys that could give young players like Dylan Harper, Vassell, guys like that problems. I like the Knicks, but $500, do you just go with the Western Conference in this one? 404-726-0929.
Go ahead, sorry. 404-726-0929. Get on the line here for 3 strikes. Adam Miller chimes in on X. I had mentioned the flight tickets to Omaha being around $1,000. He says, I already booked a ticket to Kansas City. Flight was $120, 2.5-hour drive to Omaha. Just need the Dogs to win this upcoming weekend.
That's impressive. I'll tell you this is not the time to be making last-minute flight plans over the summer. Have you seen these ticket prices, dude? I mean, we have a wedding on Labor Day weekend in New York. And you're like, oh, I'll just
back in the city, Manhattan again?
Yeah, I'll just book this thing 3 months in advance. I mean, I've never seen prices like this to fly domestic, right? Have you seen domestic price? If you have a family of 5,
yeah,
God bless, because it is tough sledding. I really feel like Atlanta and all these World Cup cities, by the way, it is going to be a slow burn. Like, they are not going to have it. You know, the verdict is in. The group stage in terms of energy and commerce around America, or just North America, it's not going to be what people thought. That's already clear. There's too many hotel rooms left. I've talked to too many people who book private rooms, private events, function rooms. It's just not going to be that buzz. Now, the fascinating part will be, as these European nations or South African nations or, South American nations, African nations, I should say, not South African, African nations, and as they advance into the next elimination rounds.
Yes, group stage.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, elimination round. Yes.
So what will the energy of flying over here going to be? I think the biggest threat has been, valid or not, this notion of it's not going to be easy getting in and out, the immigration stuff, how smooth is it going to be? Are folks going to run into problems, which sounds ridiculous? I don't think it's anti-American sentiment. I don't think it's necessarily
geopolitical happenings.
No, I think they're worried about getting in and out of the country.
Yeah, just logistics, infrastructure.
Yes.
Atlanta's very well prepared for exactly that. But to your point, the fervor around the group stage. I mean, who could point out Cabo Verde on a map? Do you know where it is?
Right.
I just looked it up.
Point.
Do you know where it is?
African nation.
Off the coast of Western Africa.
Right.
So it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, west of Senegal. Yeah, they're playing Spain at noon on a Monday in Atlanta.
Right.
So, what is the excitement around that?
They're not filling up. What's the big hotel down there?
The Signia.
The Signia Hotel, yes. That's not going to be.
The Signia Hotel might have more rooms than Cabo Verde's population. That is an enormous hotel. The Georgia World Congress Center might be bigger than Cabo Verde.
Yeah, that's just a reality, though, and already folks are scared to death about the prospect of maybe it's nowhere near the revenue boost. I think it'll be, again, we have to watch this thing evolve. It's a month-long sporting event that's dominant, dominantly in the United States of America. I mean, think about that. It's a month long, man, right? So, like, if you think in 10 days it's going to be at a fervor, think again. Question is what's going to look like 2.5 weeks in when Germany and France and England and Argentina, are all still alive and playing games in single elimination. That could be fascinating. 404-726-0929. We got an opportunity for some open lines here. Give me the opposing hitter that would wear your team out. The show that when it finally ended really hurt you, and $500 bet. You have to put that down. I'm sorry, you have to. You have to go to that. You're walking up to the to the cage. You taking the Spurs or the Knicks in that series? 404-726-0929. Give Bo a call. Let's play some three strikes.
So what's your take?
I'm very upset.
It's time for you to sound off with three strikes.
Bring it the on! Brought to you by Renter's Warehouse. Visit rwatlanta.com or call 404-622-2322 today for your free home rental price analysis on The Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You watch any of this tennis? Your wife watch the tennis?
I've been watching the tennis. It's been on at the house. Yeah. Roland Garros, the Paris Open, French Open, excuse me.
A lot of stories about these young players. TNT getting a ton of coverage.
Yeah, monster upsets in the first few rounds. Monster upsets. TV show that really hurt me when Conan O'Brien left late night. And I'm telling you right now, late night TV died the moment Conan dipped out.
Yeah, there will not be many late night shows left in 2 years. They're probably all just the
I like Jimmy Fallon. He's fun. Yeah, he doesn't get too political.
It just doesn't work.
It doesn't work anymore.
You don't have hundreds of people working.
Well, did you
on
see
one show.
the photo of Stephen Colbert? His thousands of employees. You're looking at it like, of course it lost money. You can do a YouTube show.
Conan O'Brien said that when he did that Wing show, what's the name of the show?
Hot Ones.
He said that got millions more views sitting in a set with just me and him than anything I've ever done on late night.
Right.
That's when I knew late night model was over.
Yep.
Hundreds of people with the real estate of downtown New York and everything else.
I've been like the biggest Conan O'Brien fan ever. When he was on his hiatus in between NBC on CBS, he did a show at the Tabernacle.
Yeah,
he was on tour.
Traveled, yep.
Shout out to Steve Coonan. He knows how big of a Conan fan I am. He walked me up into Conan's green room. I got to meet Conan and Andy Richter.
And it was
amazing.
Phil and Marietta, what opposing hitter wore you out?
Hey, I grew up in Detroit in the 70s. Brooks Robinson.
There you go, over there, third base for the Orioles. A show that when it ended really hurt you.
Not really anything, but maybe Mary Tyler Moore show.
$500 to bet.
Maybe MASH.
$500 Spurs or Knicks?
Knicks.
Justin in Danielsville. Hey, Justin, what opposing hitter always wore you out?
It's still wearing me out, and I hope it's done, but Bryce Harper, and this is why you don't taunt in baseball, Orlando Arcia.
Show that when it ended hurt you. TV show, when it ended, really hurt you.
Butler stole my thunder with Conan O'Brien, but The Walking Dead, the last few seasons, the ending, I couldn't stand it.
$500 Spurs or Knicks, where are you putting your money?
How you can put $500 against Victor Wembanyama, I can't understand. I can't do that.
All right, interesting. I'd say Succession because it was so short. I mean, it's only 3 seasons, right? Give me more.
Sopranos,
well,
too.
Of course, Sopranos. But, I mean, at least they gave us, 15 years on and off or whatever it was. Hey, Joe in Buford, what opposing hitter wore you out?
Fred Lynn.
Fred Lynn? Who are you, a Yankee fan or Oriole fan? Or
well, what's 1 and 1, Steak? Figure it out.
Show that when it ended really hurt you.
Well, you guys just said it, Sopranos. I thought that was an awful ending to a great series.
$500 Spurs or Knicks to win the series?
I'm going Knicks. I'd go Knicks for sure. I really would.
Thank you. I think everybody's got a theory on that series. That's why I like it. It's kind of an even series.
I think it's going to be highly entertaining. I'm excited for it.
By the way, David Chase essentially saying, if you watch the documentary, that Tony
got whacked.
Yeah, he got whacked.
That's
the way.
In front of his entire family?
Yeah. I mean, if you think of that last season, dude, there was too much going on. He was going to get it. He was on the border. He was on the edges. That whole
Don't Stop Believing, Journey, the onion rings.
Diner. Yep.
People coming through the door, the guy going to the bathroom.
Goes to black. Screen goes to black. You're like, what just happened? Anyways, hey, thanks, Bo Drill. See you next week.
See you.
Back tomorrow with the Queen of Atlanta Radio. Go Jackets. Go get the dub. Let's get this college baseball thing cooking. Thanks for making the Steakhouse part of your day.
Hey, man, Dukes and Bell back to work on a Monday, talking all about the Braves and the Reds with Grant McCauley. Also on the Falcons, is James Pierce Jr. going to find himself on the commissioner's exempt list? What is his status going to be? Plus, what are the Hawks going to do in free agency? Talk about it Monday right here, 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If you're hurt in a crash, there's only one firm to call. Sweet James Accident Attorneys. It's Allie Mack here, and look, numbers don't lie. Sweet James wins millions of dollars every week for their injured clients. If you're hurt, call Sweet James. Get a free case review and pay nothing until they win. 800-9million and sweetjames.com.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorneys.
Popeye's Big Box is back, y'all. Big news for bold Louisiana flavor. And you have some big questions to answer. Will it be 2 pieces of marinated crunchy signature chicken? Or 3 juicy tenders? And which 2 delicious sides will you pair with that biscuit you love? At just $6, Big Box is a big deal. But big deals don't last forever. So if you want to go big, you better go now. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you run a business, no day is ever the same. One moment you're working on improving your employees' experience, the next you're putting out an unexpected fire.
Can I get the report?
With all the hustle and bustle, it's easy for energy management to fall to the bottom of the list. With Georgia Power's Commercial Energy Efficiency Program, you can get rebates on high-efficiency equipment upgrades, helping you save energy today and money for whatever tomorrow brings. That's one of the ways we're here for Georgia businesses.
Summer's a gift. The gift of good times. And even greater deals at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. So gift yourself some savings on a 3-row Sorrento, Adventurous Sportage, Multi-Purpose Carnival, and Nero Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. And right now, get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. See dealer for warranty details. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance. Subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2026 Sorrento or Sportage. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles must be applied as down payment. Not available as cash. Must take delivery by 6/1/26. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. See Kia dealer for details and available stock.
Summer sneaks up fast, and if your house looks anything like mine, you are probably not quite ready for all the pool parties and the barbecues. But don't worry. Do what I did. You're going to call Wise Guys Pro Wash to get your place in shape. It's literally one call, a quick quote, next day service. It is so easy. And the best part, I don't have to be home when they do it all. They work their magic while you're away. Wise Guys only uses the top equipment in the industry. $70 off your next service. Go to wiseguysprowash.com. Tell them Sandra sent you.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. matters. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This report is brought to you by Pre-Flight Airport Parking. Next time you fly out of Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport, park with Pre-Flight off-airport parking. Download the Pre-Flight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable, covered parking less than 3 miles from the Atlanta airport. Before your next flight, park with Pre-Flight.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come on in, dominate these boys. This is our house. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCGC Atlanta, WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
The Braves couldn't complete the sweep in Cincinnati yesterday, falling to the Reds 6-4, but they still return home after a 4-2 road trip. Atlanta is now 40-20, making it the first time in franchise history they've reached 40 wins before June. In the NBA, the Spurs beat the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 and will host the Knicks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
One of those things, a couple of guys
Andy Randy.
having discussion.
It's the Midday Show.
Starring my firstborn son, Andrew Stephen Bunker, as Andy.
And my son, my baby boy, Randy McMichael.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Good morning. Welcome in. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, the Midday Show with Andy and Randy with you here on a Monday morning. Hopefully everybody had an excellent weekend. I know that I did. Good morning to you, Abe. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Whoa, coming in hot as always. But,
as always.
Even that one caught me off a little by surprise. I'm doing well. It was oddly a pretty big sports weekend. Obviously, the Braves going on in Game 7, and we're gearing up for the Stanley Cup. But like it was an Abe sports weekend.
Yeah, Champions League final,
French Open,
right?
Women's College World Series, Road to Omaha, all that stuff.
Both of the softball and the baseball have been really entertaining. Throughout the weekend. I don't know. I find myself, and maybe Bo's influence is finally wearing off. He does it every year, so I don't know why this year would be any different. But like
the games have delivered.
I find myself
too.
a lot more interested in the College World Series this year than I have been in the years.
Multiple extra inning games.
Georgia and Georgia Tech are both really good, so maybe that's part of it. Georgia had the taunting ejection, which is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah,
pretty hilarious over the weekend. So yeah, I don't know. It's maybe my algorithm is set up correctly. I don't know what it is, but I found myself a lot more interested in the baseball tournament this year.
Yeah, I think it's been since probably college football season, but yesterday was a 4 TV day.
Okay, there you go.
Between the U.S. men's national team, the Braves, and then college baseball, college softball. So
well, I think we ought to pat ourselves on the back. Me specifically.
Yeah, I think the group of us, yes.
Yeah, all of us together collectively, and specifically me. Thanks everybody for the shout outs on Friday for the prediction of the Ronald Acuna home run.
Yes.
In his first at bat. All joking aside, Abe called it throughout the entire show. I know that people are doing stuff while they're listening. You're driving, you're working, you're doing all kinds of different stuff. The amount of people that gave me credit for you saying that.
I only got like 2 people gave me
because
credit.
You
so.
said it on this show, but which you're a part of every day anyway. But I know you're filling in for Randy, so it's more. But the amount of people are like, "Oh, good call, Bunk. You called it."
Yeah,
I didn't correct anybody on Friday.
I wouldn't have.
I was like,
"Good for you."
I was like, "Thanks."
I was all over it.
Credit. Yeah, but good call. Not only a great call in his first at bat on Friday night, but we talked a lot about this on Friday. Of like, all right. It felt like that grand slam maybe meant, I don't know, maybe he's seeing it different, whatever it was. Maybe that was an unlock moment. It was.
Boy, was it. Yeah.
That man is, that is the MVP that we watched a couple of years ago. Now, again, it's one weekend, it's 4 games. Hopefully he can keep it going. He won't keep it going like this because his OPS is like over 2 right now over the last 4 games. But what Ronald Acuna did over the weekend was just a great reminder of, yeah, he can do that. And when he does that, the team's the best team in baseball. They're 40-20. They've been awesome all year, but they haven't had their best guy at his best. He was over the weekend. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's put himself into Player of the Week discussion, right?
Yeah, I would hope so.
With only the back half of the week, but what was it? 5 home runs or 4 home runs?
5 home runs in 4 games.
5 home runs, and he's also running too.
That's right.
He's still second. He's still third, and I know he's got that weird. I know that people cherry pick stats. I'm not a huge fan of cherry pick stats, but he's got that like 5 home run, 4 stolen bases over an X game span thing that only like 3 people in baseball history have done.
I am a big fan of cherry pick stats. Why not? Who cares? It's true.
There's always this one's
he's
okay.
The only guy ever in the history of baseball to have 4 home runs, 4 stolen bases, and 2 walks or something like that in a series.
Sometimes there's super weird qualifiers,
but baseball's been around forever.
Yeah,
and they've tracked the stats forever. It's not like in the NFL where they're like, it's the first guy to have this percentage of quarterback pressure since we tracked the stat starting in 2017.
Right.
Ronald Acuna is the first guy to do this, and they've been tracking baseball stats since the 1870s.
When you look at the other guys on that whatever that list was, and it's like, oh, Hall of Famer. Yeah,
right. It was like Barry Bonds.
The 2 greatest
Willie
players
Mays.
of all time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, he's red hot, and I think that's something we've all kind of been waiting on, and it's something that the team, I think, is going to respond to. It's just when he's good, just in general, when he's good, it's so tough for the team to be quiet offensively. And even when he's not hitting them out, if he's going to run like that, if you get him on in the first inning, it's effectively a guy in scoring position no matter whether he hits a single or a double. And chances are he's going to get to third and just be a sac fly away by the time Michael Harris comes up or Matt Olson.
Yeah, no, I love the, I don't know how long it lasts. I know it's pitcher dependent and all that kind of stuff. But I love throwing Acuna and Harris at him to start the game.
Money was hitting second yesterday versus a lefty.
Okay, good. So maybe it is a little bit more than just pitcher dependent.
And I think Walt Weiss
that's a nightmare for the opposing starting pitcher, that those 2 guys are coming at you, righty, lefty, too hot. I mean, Acuna for a week, but Harris has been the best hitter on the team for the majority of the season. Like, that's just such a headache to have to deal with right off the bat.
But based on how much we've seen Jorge Mateo in the last 5 days, Walt Weiss is just going to ride the hot hand.
Which I totally agree with. Like, I know we talked about it last week about Ha-Seong Kim and the amount of money, and he's got to play to get out of the slump and all that stuff. And I do think that he does have to play in order to get out of the slump. But he played again yesterday, and he's still not out of the slump. He went 0 for 3 with another strikeout.
He hit one kind of deep.
Right.
Where it's caught at the warning track.
He had like a couple. He had of the 4 of the 3 at bats, I think he had like 1.5 good at bats.
It's funny.
He was like seeing the ball pretty well, better than he had been, because he had been making some swings that were just non-competitive.
Oh, just balls in the dirt, way out of the strike zone.
Exactly, or just watching strikes down the middle and then swinging at a curveball or whatever, a breaking ball out of the zone.
He hit one in the 6th inning.
So well, you have to play him.
He hit one in the 6th. I thought it was gone. And then, like, the guy wasn't even to the warning track. I was like, well, when it's going bad and you put that sort of swing on a ball and it's just not out. And it might have been the wind in Cincinnati. I know coming out of left field, sometimes that's a problem. But, yeah, Jorge Mateo's absolutely delivered. And I don't know if we've seen it this year, him be your DH. I think we've seen him at third. I think we've seen him at short. He was the DH yesterday and delivered. And I think that's something new, and that's just trying to get a little bit of both of Will's worlds, trying to get Ha-Seong Kim going, but also got to keep Mateo in the lineup right now when he's playing like this.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, it's a problem that they're going to have to deal with Kim, and trying to get him as many at bats as possible so he can play his way out of it. is what you have to do, but it's not going great. And again, when there's a guy behind him or two guys behind him that can play that position and have been better this year, it makes it tough. As far as the pitching goes over the weekend, the bullpen was obviously really good on Friday and Saturday. Couple runs yesterday from Fuentes and Dodd. I'll give Fuentes a pass because he's been so excellent this year out of the bullpen. Spencer Strider, I said it last week, and I felt like I was maybe being a little harsh when I said it because Randy looked at me like I was being mean. But like I just, he's obviously not what he was. Maybe someday he will be again. But right now, when he rolls out there every 5 days, I'm just kind of I don't have a ton of confidence. I enjoy watching him pitch because I like Spencer Strider and I know what he's capable of. But it just feels like he's a back end of the rotation guy right now. And you're going to have a hard time winning games when he's pitching like he did yesterday.
The thing for me
not
is...
Not that he was terrible. He just wasn't,
The way we treat Bryce Elder is probably the expectation for Spencer Strider right now.
Probably.
And that's assuming Bryce Elder had the one bad blip and he can get back to it, and we'll find out tomorrow.
I'm trying to adjust my expectations for Spencer Strider.
Well, but here's my thing. When Strider's good, he can be very good, 7 innings, 11 Ks, whatever. He's not quite what he was. I agree with you. I don't know if he'll ever be there. But when he's good and sharp, he's still very good.
I don't know.
I
know what you mean, but I don't know. Like, what did 11 strikeouts? Like the most strikeouts he has this year was.
Well, I would say he's only been good once or twice, maybe.
Yeah, it was against Miami a couple weeks ago.
Like the problem is he's not good enough often enough.
Right.
I think when he is good, he's good, but more often than not, something's missing. Either one of his pitches isn't working that day, or the location is off. Whatever it is, he hasn't been good enough.
When he misses, they make him pay. Like,
well, I jokingly dubbed him like 2 starts ago king of the solo shot.
Yeah, batting practice Spencer.
And
unfortunately,
I know Walt Weiss is on record.
No, that was mean. That was too far.
I've been on record. Sorry. Walt Weiss is on record. Solo shots aren't going to get you beat.
Yeah, but
if you give up 4 of them.
But you can't control that, though. Like, I understand it's nice he's given up 5 home runs in his last 3 starts, and he didn't give up any home runs yesterday, so we'll give him a little bit of credit for that. But he gave up 5 home runs in the span of, 7 innings, because the last start, the first 2 home runs were the first 2 batters. Like, that's great that it lucked out that no one was on base when those guys hit those home runs. But that's not.
No one was on base for the second one because he had just given up the first one.
It was a back-to-back home run, and no one was on base for the first one because it was the first batter of the game. So I don't know that it's really a strategy that he's employing to have only solo home runs given up. It feels like when he misses in the exact spot that that the hitters can punish. And that's always been true of him, even when he was at his best. Like, Spencer Strider's bad innings came when he missed in the middle of the zone and guys hit it over the wall, even in his 20-win season when he led baseball in strikeouts. So again, every 5 days, it's just kind of another reevaluation. I know he's only 6 starts removed from the injury that didn't allow him to start the season, and he's, a season plus removed from the surgery. But just every time I watch him pitch, it just feels further away from ever seeing the guy that, got that big contract again. He's got to find a way to be more consistent. He's not going to be the ace. It seems pretty clear. Luckily, the Braves have one. He just got to find a way to be a solid middle of the rotation guy. Otherwise, that's a lot of money for a guy who's that inconsistent.
I think right now with a number of these members of the rotation, because it's not just him. I think the same thing. Look, everyone that went this weekend to me is on the same level. Grant Holmes, Martin Perez, Spencer Strider. Right. It's just like, man, right now I'm just looking for more quality. It doesn't mean a literal stat quality starts, but more quality outings than bad ones right now. And 5 innings is probably going to be it. If you can get us to the 6, that's great, but I'm not expecting anything else.
But I'm fine with that from Grant Holmes because he's Grant Holmes. And I'm fine with that from Martin Perez because he's 35 and he's here for a year.
Right.
Spencer Strider's making $20 million a year on a contract that goes for a while. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you want all your guys to be able to go out there and give you a chance to win, and they did, ultimately. You won 2 out of 3. You keep winning series. You've won 16 of the 19 series you played in this year. And I feel almost a little bit bad, but that's how I feel. You feel greedy when they don't sweep these series. Like,
when it's there to be had,
much better than the Reds, or even if they lose one of the first ones. Like, obviously win the series. That's the most important thing. But I do come away a little unsatisfied when they don't sweep them and they're that much better.
When they don't sweep them and they have the chance to sweep.
Yeah.
But I get a boost when you drop the opener and like rebound with 2 wins. You're like, all right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Took it seriously and kind of rebounded. What's a bigger concern right now, Spencer Strider or Austin Riley?
Austin Riley.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Because he plays every day and it's been going on for a while now.
But you can get around if he has a stinker.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's just consistently kind of
hitting 209.
I know, with very, very little power.
Yeah, sack fly.
Yeah, he did. Again, making a lot of money, so he's going to be in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a tough one. By the way, the Reds and everyone else in the NL Central would be in second place in the NL East. So they're not that bad. Braves are obviously way better than they are, but they're 30-28. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to what's trending. Kick off the show here on a Monday morning. Thanks for being with us. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
With the 8th pick, the Atlanta Hawks select.
It's almost here. The NBA Draft.
And we've got you covered with our exclusive NBA Draft Night special. Check out our live draft coverage Tuesday the 23rd.
As Mike Conti and Andy Bunker give you all the action of the 2026 NBA Draft. Live from State Farm Arena.
Very, very cool. Hey! When it comes to the NBA Draft, nobody's got you covered like us. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The San Antonio Spurs breaking the brains of everybody that follows the NBA. In the finals with its best player at age 22 in Victor Wembanyama, Steph Castle 21, Dylan Harper age 20. If the Spurs beat the Knicks in the NBA Finals, it does feel like the start of a potential dynasty. I'm Nick Costos.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Just call Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
Sweet James, the only firm to call if you're hurt in a crash. 800-9-million and sweetjames.com.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items. Then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Brought to you by Cosm, opening in Atlanta this summer.
Cosm is coming to Atlanta, redefining what's possible with the world's greatest fan experience. All the biggest moments in sports, all the biggest immersive entertainment. When you can't be there, be at Cosm. Tickets on sale now.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Braves couldn't complete the sweep in Cincinnati yesterday, falling to the Reds 6-4, but they still return home after a 4-2 road trip. Atlanta is now 40-20, making it the first time in franchise history they've reached 40 wins before June. In the NBA, the Spurs beat the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 and will host the Knicks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
Ladies and gentlemen, time now for What's Trending.
A look at the top trending headlines of the day.
Oh my God. Brought to you by Zero Res. Book an appointment today with Zero Res, Atlanta's best carpet cleaning service.
So Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 more homers last night, giving him 4 in the last 3 games. Oh my goodness. You want to say that this guy is back? He's more than back. He is absolutely on fire. Acuna strikes again. 438 feet.
First pitch of the game. After doing it twice on Saturday and to lead off the game on Friday, grand slam on Thursday, First pitch of the game on Sunday. Just a cool 5 home runs in 4 days for Ronald Acuna Jr. Unfortunately, the Braves did not win yesterday. Got off to that 1-0 lead and then didn't score for like 5 innings. It was like, is this all they're going to do? It's like the Ronald Acuna leadoff home run. They were able to scrap a couple back, but came up short, but won the series. So another series victory. First team in baseball to 40 wins after being the first team in baseball to 30 wins and the first team in baseball to 20 wins. So 40-20 going into June feels pretty good. First time they've won 40 before June 1st as well. So, the history continues for this Braves team.
Yeah, and look, obviously no one's gained any ground. They're still 9 games on the Nationals, 9.5 on the Phillies, 13.5 on the Mets. And so it looks like every week we look, and again, we don't necessarily need to be scoreboard watching, but I do it anyways, just as part of prep and the rundown. It's just the numbers there. It's not shrinking.
And you thought for a little, because the Phillies had that hot 20-game stretch when Mattingly got promoted, where they were like 15-4 or something like that. They've come back to earth as well, 5-5 over their last 10.
And they were I think they were schedule hot.
Right.
And they immediately played, I think, the Guardians and then someone else who was in first place, and it changed a little bit.
Braves Pirates this weekend? Skeen's going to go? No? We're going to avoid Skeens?
If the math says no.
Okay.
You never. I don't know why they would just pitch him off schedule.
You'll be there working anyway, but I was hoping maybe you'd get a chance to see. Maybe it could be Elder Skeens for the title. Anyway.
Well, you know who Elder gets tomorrow?
Who's he get?
The gas man, Kevin Gausman.
Oh, yeah, Gausman. Right. God, that guy's been incredible since.
He's starting for Toronto tomorrow against Elder.
He's just been straight good since. He was pretty good while he was here briefly, and then he wasn't good, and then obviously he's been very good since. They cut him, right? I think he got released, and then he got picked. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Braves Toronto tomorrow, day off today after winning another series. Let's hear the way that the Western Conference Finals ended on Saturday night.
A magical season that has superseded every expectation will continue as the Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals. 111-103.
Yeah, the San Antonio Spurs, I think fair to say, ahead of schedule, make it to the NBA Finals. They take down the Thunder on Saturday night in what was actually an enjoyable basketball game in the Western Conference Finals. Game 1 and Game 7, both very good. The ones in the middle, not quite as much. But we had, I think, a 2-point game going into the fourth quarter, which is what we were asking for on Friday. And the Stars showed up. That's the thing. Wemby obviously played really well. SGA played great. That to me, that was one of the most enjoyable games I've seen him play in this playoff run the last couple of years, because he was just playing ball. He wasn't falling on the ground and trying to get to the free throw line over and over again. Ultimately, it wasn't enough, and the Thunder are injured with some of their best players. There's other things going on with others of their best players, which we can get to. But shout out to the Spurs, man. 22-year-old Victor Wembanyama taking San Antonio to the NBA Finals.
And it's funny because we had talked on Friday about, hey, which superstar is going to show up? Do they both show up in the same night, and to what impact? And SGA statistically probably had a better game than Wemby. The impact for Wemby always goes beyond the scoreboard. But it felt like a game that was won by the role players. For the first time in the 6 games before that, it was just superstar plays well, our team wins. I thought this was a role player game, and the Spurs guys showed up in a little bit bigger way. So it's less them showing up and more some of the guys on the Thunder completely disappearing.
Yeah, it was they're going to have some big offseason questions at Oklahoma City, specifically about Chet Holmgren. Like, I don't know how you can play 33 minutes in a closeout game as a max contract player and attempt 2 shots. And maybe we find out he's got some crazy injury.
You want to trade him for Riza?
We didn't know.
Similar numbers?
I would do that tomorrow if they're interested, which obviously they're not. But there's already trade stuff starting. Giannis. Or,
I've seen it.
Evan Mobley, whatever.
I saw that one too.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think the Thunder will do that. I think the Thunder are probably going to have cooler heads prevail after they sort of take a breath and remember what happened here. Their second best player was hurt for the majority of the playoff run. So I do think if J-Dub had been healthy, it's probably a different game. But he wasn't, and Chet was awful, and that's something he's going to have to figure out, because obviously Chet has a Wemby problem. Now, everybody has a Wemby problem. I don't want to – no one knows what to do against him. He shuts everyone down. But Chet is kind of supposed to be the physical, I don't know about answer, but sort of answer for Wemby. And he completely went into a shell and looked as shook as you see a star player look in a playoff game like that. So, yeah.
It also wasn't just Game 7 disappear. He disappeared earlier in the series, too.
It was gradually happening, right?
Because he was strong through Games 2 and 4, and then in Game 6, pretty close to a no-show, and then Game 7, as bad as it could get for him.
Exactly.
I think I agree with you that OKC, with, like, cooler heads prevailing, and, like, they'll take a... That's not what I want, though. I want complete panic and chaos and be like, what do we do? You know, I want the overreaction. Like, I want a trade. I want them to make a trade, like, Tuesday. Just complete overreaction.
That would be great. I do think, unfortunately, history tells us Sam Presti's going to be...
Yeah.
You know, going to be calm and prudent and do the right
That's
thing.
That's not fun.
No, it's not.
Chaos is fun.
But again, we're also like, how many days since this series shifted? Because they were up 3-2, right? We're maybe 5 days from people still feeling like you're in the midst of an OKC mini dynasty, potentially?
We're 2 days.
2 days?
Like, before tip-off,
right.
They're obviously favorites at home. I mean, at what point in that game is SGA... I mean, the first quarter, SGA's got 12 and Wemby's got 4, and you're like, here we go.
Right.
Like, it's... Right. That's it.
So it would be crazy for Oklahoma City to panic and do anything...
Of course it would.
Ridiculous, but yeah, who knows?
And they also have approximately 38 first-round picks in the next 5 years.
I know. It did. What sucks for me about this series is, from a Hawks perspective, I had my eyes on a couple guys that maybe they could poach. I don't think it was ever going to happen, but if somehow A.J. Mitchell had played in a certain way to where they felt like they could live without him, A.J. Mitchell not being there for them in this series at the end of it was such a big deal.
Right.
Because they had no more on-ball creators when Shea had to go out, which he played 44 minutes, but like they had nothing else that they could do without J-Dub and A.J. Mitchell. And then De'Aaron Fox, I was hoping that the Spurs would win the series.
He looked great
I
not
know,
last night,
and
but Game 7.
They needed him. I was hoping.
Because Castle went back to... remember we talked... Castle only had the 1 turnover. Yeah. He was right back to 9 assists, 9 turnovers, or 6 assists, 6 turnovers, but Fox was right there, man.
I was very hopeful that De'Aaron Fox would not be necessary for them to win this series, and then in the offseason they'd be like, we could trade him and get something from somebody else. But no, they're not going to do that either. They're probably going to hang on through the end of his contract.
I forgot. It may have been the Nets. I don't remember who it was, but someone like got rid of both Fox and Champagnie a couple years ago.
Well, the Kings.
Maybe it was the Kings.
This is now going to be like the 4th straight NBA Finals where a former King has a big factor.
Like obviously, 20 points for Champagnie.
Fox will be starting for the Spurs. Last year was Halliburton, who had been a King.
Oh, that's who it was.
Yeah. The year before that, oh, God.
It was Halliburton and Champagnie.
I don't remember. But then Mike Brown was also the coach of the damn Kings, and now he's the coach of the Knicks, and they're in the NBA Finals. So, yeah, that's what we were talking about last week when, there are... When the Hawks promoted Ansel Saleh to president of basketball operations, it was like, well, hopefully now the Hawks are fully out of being one of those teams that gets preyed upon, and they can take advantage of teams like the Kings, who are perennially stocking other teams' rosters.
New Orleans, whatever.
New Orleans, exactly, which the Hawks did take advantage of last offseason. The Bulls usually send some decent players to good teams. The Wizards had done it for a while, but maybe the Wizards their luck is turning. I'm not sure. But anyway, the Knicks and the Thunder... the Knicks and the Spurs in the NBA Finals rematch of 1999. And also, somehow the Spurs' path is the same as 1999. They beat...
Oh, player-wise? Team-wise?
The teams. Yeah, they beat the Blazers in the first round, and then they beat the... I don't remember who it was, but it's the same teams pretty much, except for, obviously, the Thunder.
I was going to say Thunder weren't...
Because the Thunder didn't exist
back
then. They beat the Lakers in 99. What else happened this weekend? Stanley Cup Finals are set. Vegas and Carolina.
Yep. U.S. men's national team looked really good yesterday.
Good.
Yeah, they look really good.
PSG beat Arsenal in a shootout.
I don't want to talk about it. Move on.
How come?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good game.
Until it wasn't. About 70 minutes in, it turned into not a great game.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Shootouts are a coin flip. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to a handful of different college football topics. Brendan Sorsby's injunction hearing is today. Seems pretty easy to me based on the information we got over the weekend, but we'll see. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is Stories from the Pitch.
Brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Last minute of extra time. Tied 1-1. Ghana playing for the entire continent. Had a header arrowing toward the empty Uruguayan net. Luis Suarez, standing on the line, threw his hands up and palmed it away. Red card, penalty. Suarez walked off, then turned to watch from the tunnel. Asamoah Gyan stepped up. He hit the crossbar. The ball flew over. Ghana denied. Suarez, on the touchline, was caught on camera celebrating like a man who'd scored the winner. Penalty shootout. Uruguay won. The continent's last representative, gone. Ghana's coach said it felt like death. Suarez called it the hand of God, of the devil. Take your pick. Football at its cruelest.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more stories from the pitch.
There are a lot of great reasons to start a home improvement project. And right now, you can add one more. Free Braves baseball. Now through June 30th, spend $100 or more at the Home Depot and you can get 2 free tickets to see the Braves live at Truist Park as they work on their project, winning the National League. Tickets are limited, so start your next project and get ready for Braves baseball today. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid through June 30th, 2026. See store for details.
When I say one call, you say that's all. One call.
That's all.
One call.
That's all. One call to me after a wreck is a game changer. I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and this is what my one callers are saying.
One simple call to Ken reduced my stress levels after the accident.
They always kept me informed about my claim.
And got me all the money that was legally mine.
One call. That's all. One call. That's all. This is fun. It's time to call Atlanta. We're here for you. One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go! CallKen.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
You've got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances. Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Georgia homeowners, quick question. When was the last time you paid full retail for anything? Not your TV, not your phone, not your car. So why are people still paying full retail for windows? Hey, it's Ray, founder of Window Comfort, and most homeowners don't realize this. Big window brands mark their prices up 30 to 50% just for the name. You're not buying better windows, you're buying their advertising budget. Here at Window Comfort, we cut out the brand tax and we go factory direct. That's how we deliver premium windows for thousands less. And to kick off 2026, we're making it stupid not to check. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, free installation, and no payments until 2028. Don't be the homeowner who paid full price. You have nothing to lose and everything to save. Go to windowcomfort.com and get your free, no-pressure estimate today.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
Welcome back to Andy and Randy, 2 knuckleheads that actually know what they're talking about.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Minutes away from an NFL No Huddle to kick off the noon hour. Get you update on everything from over the weekend in the National Football League as we continue to draw closer to training camp, kind of, not really. What's next? Some sort of OTA thing?
Today's June 1st.
June 1st, that's right. The June 1st, post-June 1st cuts can happen today, and probably the A.J. Brown trade.
At some point.
At some point. It's been rumored to have been going on for months now. Maybe today we'll find out what actually happens there. I mean, he's getting traded to the Patriots, right?
All signs point to yes.
We just don't know the compensation yet. But yes, that's right. It's June 1st, so obviously some roster stuff can happen today as well. We'll get back into a couple of different NBA playoffs, NBA finals, NBA offseason conversations at 12:20. Backpage with Bo at 12:40. A few different college sports conversations in a minute.
One college sports conversation right now. We just mentioned it off air. Georgia Tech baseball is in a winner leave town, except they're in Atlanta, so they don't leave town. But loser leave town match today against Oklahoma. They lost last night to OU, who had a big inning, and the regional finals are up for grabs today. That's at 3 on ESPNU, and Georgia Tech is the number 2 national seed.
Right.
In the history of the college baseball tournament, only one time has the number 1 overall seed been bounced without winning their regional. It was without making their regional final. Excuse me. That was last year against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt got bounced. Last night UCLA got bounced.
Wow.
The number 1 national seed.
So then, if Tech lost 2, that would be the number 1 and number 2 teams in the country out.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Georgia.
That's correct.
They're good.
Not the favorite though. UNC apparently jumped them in terms of the odds.
Interesting. So, I mean, look, that's what's fun about the tournament.
But Georgia took care of business, did what you're supposed to do when you're the hosting a regional, which is win it straight up, regional final, and Georgia Tech's this game is always wonky because you've gone through your regulars in terms of arms, and it's both teams are just completely patchworking whatever they're going to do from the rotation. A lot of times you see freshmen who haven't made a single start.
Well, then these games are also, they'll be like 21-19. Like, these games will be insane because of who's pitching.
You see some weird stat lines, and you're like, coach is relying on this guy in an elimination game. We're like,
has to.
What you got, man?
They were supposed to win yesterday with this.
He's got 4 appearances on the year.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
and then obviously Georgia had a moment over the weekend that kind of transcended the tournament. I mean, if you're watching the games and you're a Georgia fan, there's probably a lot of people listening that are. But the home run and the celebration and then the subsequent ejection obviously made its way around social media and the highlight shows and all that. Like, when you get people having like hot take, strong opinion debates about something that happened in the baseball tournament, normally it's something like this. It's not just a play or a team or who's the best. It's something like this. And I mean, I'll be honest, I get it. I saw it. I liked it. I thought it was pretty hilarious. But I also understand how, from the other perspective, you could be like, if I'm a Liberty fan, I probably wouldn't have liked it that much.
Well, the other thing is, it's so many people who are watching Trey Phelps for the first time in their lives.
Sure.
And if you've watched Trey Phelps, if you've seen him play, like he's a little showboaty, and I don't mean that as a disrespectful term. It's just who he is.
I think that.
I know yesterday went beyond that, but
I don't think anyone's going to take it as disrespect if you say what that was a little.
No, but I mean in general, on any other day, he is a guy that is very confident in himself, and he likes to show it and express that on the baseball diamond, and hit a home run in a big moment, man.
He did.
And he went nuts.
And he enjoyed every single...
All 270 feet
of it. Yeah. Well, not the home run. The home run went further than that, obviously, but the trip around the base. Yeah. It was great. I thought it was great.
And now Georgia fans are real upset
about
because in theory the ejection means he's out for the first game of Super Regionals. Right. And we'll see what happens there.
He's out. I mean, he can't play.
They might try some wonky appeal.
Oh, the Brewers pitcher that did the chop,
DX,
he got suspended for a game as well. So Brendan Sorsby, the Texas Tech quarterback, has his hearing for an injunction against the NCAA that's being heard today. I think it might be being heard as we speak.
Yeah, it started 2 hours ago.
So obviously they're trying to come up with some sort of argument that would allow him to play. Obviously, it would be an injunction. It wouldn't mean that he didn't do what he was accused of doing, but they would have some sort of way of explaining it. A little bit more information about his betting past came out this weekend, including that it wasn't just a bet or two on Indiana when he was their quarterback. Now, granted, he didn't play, but 40 bets at least on Indiana when he was a Hoosiers quarterback. So, again, like one of the very clear things that it states is you cannot bet on the team that you're on. He did that at least 40 times. I suppose the argument that they'll make, I think the only argument that they could actually make, if this is the path that they want to go down, is that he's an addict and that he couldn't control what he was doing because of the addiction that he has to gambling, and now he's seeking treatment for it, and you can't essentially suspend someone for dealing with a what would be a medical issue. And I think that's a bit of a dangerous argument to make, but that's, to me, the only way that they could go if he's actually going to play next year.
Well, this is like, addiction, right? The gambling addiction thing is the new, remember like 40 years ago, 30 years ago, you're just like, well, if I did something, horrible that got me, I'd just plead insanity. Like it was the old, well, just plead insanity defense. That's like the new, that's what this is. It's just, I'll just blame it on an addiction, and they have no recourse, and we go from there. I think it's funny that they're like, is that even the argument they're making? Or are they just making a timeline argument? Are they literally just making we'll face the facts when it's time, but if you guys aren't going to have this in a timely manner, you need to delay it. He plays, and then we'll face it after the fact when it then becomes irrelevant.
I think they floated out a few different arguments that they liked to see what the reaction was. And obviously I'm just trying to be a good teammate one by betting on my own team, that was not received well, so I think they've moved on from that one. Yeah, the timeline one, we need a decision soon, so if we're not going to be able to play or get the injunction, then I'm going to go to the supplemental draft. I need to look out for what's best for my professional future, which, okay, also, but again, that's why it's hard for me to make these arguments simultaneously. That's why we made fun of he's addicted to gambling, and also he was trying to be a good teammate at the same time. When they put those things together, it's because, well, those things are totally opposite.
Did he? Well, he could have started.
Was he doing it intentionally?
He started as a good teammate,
right?
And then he really liked it and became addicted.
Well, here's my thing: is say he genuinely is addicted to gambling. It's possible. It's possible that he is. People get addicted to gambling and make a lot of bets and get themselves in trouble sometimes. But people are also addicted to drugs and alcohol. And when they make decisions under the influence of those substances, they have to deal with the ramifications of those things. Like if you rob a construction site for all the copper wire because you're addicted to meth, you don't get to be like, well, but I'm addicted to meth. You can't send me to jail for this. Yeah, we can. Like you did something that you're not supposed to do. Now, Brendan Sorsby didn't break the law, but he broke the rules. And just because he's addicted to something doesn't mean that the rules don't apply to him. That's what I'm saying. Is like,
all right,
I think it's a dangerous argument to make, because then also if it happens, the next guy that gets in trouble for gambling is just going to say the same thing. And I don't know. I don't think that this is.
Well, I would also argue that like you can be addicted to gambling and then gamble on other games.
Right.
Like, I think that's where you start. Like, if the gambling addiction is there, you would still know right and wrong and gamble on other games, not your own team, and then maybe you could talk yourself into being in the clear from that perspective. It's not a good look, but I just, it's so messy because you're dealing with a transfer, you're dealing with NIL money, and so many. It's a school that he's no longer at, twice removed now from Indiana. That it's completely out of touch with what his career is and has become. That you got to own up to it. Like, I mean, you got to face the penalties. Like, you can, and this is where I agree with you. You can call it an addiction, but at the same time, there are penalties, and you've got to find a way to fight the addiction to avoid those penalties, or you face the penalties.
If you're so addicted to gambling, that I'm sorry that happened. Let's deal with it. Let's get treatment, so you can be a better, more productive citizen going forward. But you're not going to play college football this season. Like, you made a very bad decision, mistake, whatever you want to say, and you have to suffer the consequences for that. That's the thing. Like, the rule is so clear, it's so black and white what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. That if they can somehow go to court and get an injunction, and you can play college football this year, then to me this is the most egregious example of there just are no rules. Like, even the injunctions that some of the quarterbacks got the last couple of years with, like, JUCO years and that kind of stuff was nonsense. Like, you played the amount of years that you had to play. Your college career is over. You don't get to play anymore. And they were able to make arguments that they actually had. And fine.
Here's what bothers me.
This is different than that.
Is that it's turned into a lawyer's game.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's just about law and what sort of precedents you can argue for or against and all that. It has nothing to do with, I mean, the injunction today has nothing to do with the gambling itself. It has to do with eligibility and timelines.
Right. But that's what I hate about using the argument of he's a gambling addict, because, yes, the reason they want this injunction is so he can play football, because they're paid him $5 million to be their quarterback, and they got to.
And they think they have another team that's close enough to be title contenders that partially relies on.
Yeah, of course. They think they can win a national championship if this guy plays quarterback for them. They have, like, the richest booster in college football, and they were able to get this case heard in Lubbock. Now,
well, their number twos can play Texas.
Luckily, they did change judges, because the original judge that was scheduled to do it had, I think, in their LinkedIn profile, guns up.
Well, he recused himself immediately. He went to Texas Tech, and
So at least now they have a impartial judge, even though that judge still does live and work in Lubbock, Texas. And if this judge rules against Brendan Sorsby, still lives and works in Lubbock, Texas. So we'll see. Again,
you're going that route now.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
100%.
Little regional pressure.
Yes, without question. Of course. That's something that, as this stuff kind of plays out in the next however many years before we actually have real rules, it would be good if all of these cases weren't heard just by, like, the local,
no disrespect to the
local guy that graduated
regional
from
courts,
Texas Tech Law School. Exactly.
Yeah, regional courts, regional judges need to be kind of the neutral. We're trying to get away from neutral site and keep the home and homes, but
we need.
I think when it comes to the legal situation, we need the neutral sites.
I agree.
Yeah. How far away would you have to go? Like Kansas City?
Well, I mean, right, because to get neutral. Because if
you can't go to Austin.
Yeah, because that wouldn't be neutral.
Well,
exactly.
This guy? No, he's out.
Right.
No good.
Right.
And also, we're scheduling him week 1 now.
We've got one other kind of fun workaround that a college quarterback is trying to use in the transfer portal.
This is fascinating.
Carson Gordon, UCLA quarterback, enters the transfer portal, even though the football transfer portal obviously is closed. He's a track and field athlete.
Yes.
He's a two-sport athlete. Track and field transfer portal is open.
Yep.
So he's allowed to transfer to another school to run track there, and also, who knows, maybe be on their football team.
He is transferring as a track and field athlete with the intention of also competing in football.
Which is exactly what's going to happen.
But he is a 3-star quarterback who is going somewhere.
To get paid a lot of NIL money to be a quarterback somewhere, and they're going to be able to work around it because he's a two-sport athlete. Now, this is not something that I think, like where we're talking about the Sorsby thing, you would be in a bad spot setting a precedent of saying, oh, he just had a gambling addiction, let him play. I don't think this is going to be the new thing.
I do.
You do?
I do.
But you have to be a track athlete to do it.
Well, look, the baseball transfer portal is going to be opening last night, I think, 2 nights ago. Baseball transfer portal.
But you have to be a baseball player.
I'm not saying it's going to be a mass overhaul of thousands. I think you're going to have dozens, though. Okay. And I also wonder if there are players who now not force their way onto, but keep with baseball or keep with track and field.
Yeah, this could
maybe they wouldn't have.
This could be a way for the track and field program to get a little extra funding. If the football team, you keep a couple spots open. Well, also for football players.
Like, let's be honest. Like, if just using Zachariah Branch as an example, like Georgia's one of the best track and field programs in the country. Mm-hmm. But if they also just like, hey, Georgia receivers Zachariah Branch is running the 1 and 2 for us, I think you get a little bit more attention.
Well, yeah, but also
just regionally.
Does the football coach want his best players doing that? No.
Well, that's why you just get the linemen and they just throw shot put, and there's almost no risk.
Right.
Wear an arm sleeve, throw the shot put a little bit.
But then, why is that guy doing that? Is he doing that so he can keep his transfer portal options open? That's what I mean. That's why I don't see it happening.
No, I don't think it happens en masse, but I do think you see more than just one incident in this.
I will give Carson Gordon points for creativity.
So much.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So much.
Pretty good to be like, you know what? Transfer portal.
And I want to know who came up with like the workaround. Just him and his team? Was it an opposing coach?
No, exactly.
Was it the UCLA coach was like, you need to get out of here?
No, it's the football coach of the school that he transfers to.
Brilliant.
So when he's the LSU backup quarterback next year, it's Lane Kiffin, most likely.
Now, that's a tough track team to get onto.
Well, he's not going to really be on it. He was going to be a backup quarterback for the football team. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to an NFL No Huddle to kick off the noon hour. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, guys, it's Mike from The Morning Shift. Coming up at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning, we'll get you set for the Braves against the Blue Jays. Also, we'll break down the Atlanta Falcons, the month of June, and what all those personal goals will be on offense. That's coming up at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning on The Morning Shift, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
For $5, get a sausage McMuffin with egg extra value meal, complete with a sausage McMuffin with egg, small premium roast coffee, and hash browns. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The Doghouse AC is down.
We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered.
You hear that, buddy? Oh, yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month. 0 down and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Watches and whiskey. Enough said, right? This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we're putting on our annual Watches and Whiskey event Friday and Saturday, June 12th and 13th. This is when, on top of our own collection, we bring in everything from sport models to classics to hard-to-find Swiss pieces for you to browse in a no-pressure environment and enjoy complimentary whiskey tastings from Old Forth Distillery. It's an incredible chance to see some amazing craftsmanship, find that dream watch you've been trying to track down, and just have a great time. If you've been trying to figure out Father's Day, stop trying to guess at a gift. This is an actual good idea. Give Dad a great day out to taste some whiskey and browse something and maybe pick out the perfect gift for himself. That's Watches and Whiskey, Friday and Saturday, June 12th and 13th at D. Geller & Son Jewelers in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs. RSVP online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
If your house called, it wants a bath. A full-on, pollen-blasting, grime-busting spa day from Wise Guys Pro Wash. So you need to call Wise Guys Pro Wash. One quick call, fast quote, next day service. It's so easy. And the best part, y'all, you do not even have to be home. No wonder they got over 2,000 five-star reviews. Now, I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash. You should too. When you mention me, you get $70 off your next service. Do it now. They book up fast this summer. It's wiseguysprowash.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Atlanta came up short against the Reds yesterday, losing 6-4, but the Braves still head home with a 40-20 record after winning 4 of 6 on the road. It's the earliest the franchise has ever reached 40 wins in a season. The Braves will start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals after a Game 7 win over Oklahoma City and will face the Knicks starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
And now, an actual Andy and Randy listener. There's actually a few out there.
From the Swats to the Springs, sitting up north to Sandy. I think I'm doper than any human can be. I'm rig rolling, wheel holding, eating candy while I'm listening to Randy and Andy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hour number 2 here on a Monday. Noon hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Abe Gordon filling in for Randy this week. Midday show with Andy and Randy. We get to an NFL No Huddle in just a couple of minutes. June 1st. So obviously a big date on the NFL offseason calendar. Some trade rumors starting to circulate as well. We'll get there in the National Football League. The NBA Finals are set. That starts on Wednesday between the Knicks and the Spurs. A rematch of 1999, but a pretty crazy Game 7 on Saturday night we'll get to, and some NBA offseason stuff. And then the back page with Bo coming up at 12:40.
We are 10 days away from the start of the World Cup.
Right.
U.S. men's national team, you mentioned game yesterday against Senegal. They played Germany coming up this week, and then we get going. I had Jason Longshore on my show on Sunday. He's got 50 straight days of programming dedicated to the World Cup. So Sports Radio 92.9 The Game is your comprehensive home for World Cup coverage. Jason's going to be on through the final on July 19th, brought to you by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer, and by Michelob Ultra, the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Atlanta Soccer Tonight with Jason Longshore. And it was funny. I was texting with Jason a little bit during the U.S. men's national team game yesterday, and I'm like, man, if this continues, there are going to be some wildly unrealistic expectations for people who are just starting to pay attention, because they were up 2-0 on Senegal. And especially in the second half when it looked like they could have made it like 4-5-1. Because Senegal is one of the top 15 teams in the world. And it ended up with 3-2 win. But they were headed towards like a 4-1 victory, and people were going to freak out.
Great. Nothing more fun than unrealistic expectations. Because, a lot of people parachute in for the month or whatever. And if your team gets hot, which they have not done in like 25 years, it's really fun. It's like very low stakes too, almost like the Olympics. Like you don't know about these people. I'm not saying, like, obviously Jason, and there's a lot of big soccer fans, and obviously world soccer is huge, and Champions League final was this weekend. Like I understand there's a lot of people listening that are huge soccer fans, but like the casual American sports fan will absolutely parachute in for this thing, and if it's fun and there's a couple star players that pop, people are going to get super into it. It's like the best thing. But it's so low stakes because, all right, say they get beat 3-1 by the Netherlands like they did last time. It's like, all right, we're back to football. We're good.
We're done here.
Yeah. It's like right now.
Nice little enjoying summer, and now it's a football season.
No, it's like this exact segment right now. Like we can talk about this as long as it's fun. And then as soon as we lose any steam talking about the World Cup at all, I'll just say, let's get to an NFL no huddle.
Well, they're off for a couple days. So they played Germany.
There we go. No steam. Let's get to an NFL no huddle.
We're going no huddle
with the Midday Show No Huddle.
The best the NFL has to offer.
Let's go!
All right, June 1st. That's a big contract day in the NFL calendar. Post June 1 cuts and whatnot. A.J. Brown, Myles Garrett, Alvin Kamara, Josh Sweat, Eric Armstead amongst some of the players in the league that could be on the move. I did see from Mary Kay Cabot, like those are obviously huge names. No surprise to anybody that A.J. Brown would be traded. It seems expected at this point. Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland reporting that the Cowboys, Eagles, and Rams are showing trade interest in Myles Garrett. That would be monumental, blockbuster, of course. The report is it would take 3 first-round picks and more for a team to acquire Myles Garrett, which seems reasonable. That'd be wild. A player of that caliber on the move at this point of his career.
What were those teams? You said
surely a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever it's all
Philly,
said and done.
Dallas. Who was the other team?
The Rams.
Okay.
Teams that view themselves as in the mix. The Cowboys, I guess.
What?
The Cowboys have been going all in on defensive line, though.
Well, look, the Rams specifically have almost no need for first-round picks because they've now drafted their quarterback of the future.
Right.
And they have the ability, and like for as much complaining as there was from Ram fans about Ty Simpson, you should have drafted someone that could help the team go all in with McVay's potential last year or two, Stafford's potential last year or two.
Do it.
Yeah, man. Like if I were a Rams fan,
adds up to do it.
If I were a Rams fan in that situation, like bump them picks, bro.
Yep. I don't think if I'm a fan of any team that I would talk myself out of it, though.
I would right now. Here.
Do it.
We're not winning. Super Bowl?
More of a chance with him.
We might need that pick for a quarterback next year.
Possible.
But for the teams that don't.
Yeah. But it'd be fun, though.
I guess. I mean.
They immediately.
But no, to your point.
Immediately a good argument of like, actually, no, the team we cover should not do that. It would not be a good idea. But it's hard to say that getting Myles Garrett would not be a good idea. But if it's 3 first-round draft picks, of course, that would be.
Well, and it's specifically for the teams and what you might need those picks for.
Plus, also, you're going to have to give up guys, too. I don't know.
I guess.
Speaking of the Rams, let's hear Puka Nacua. He's back. He's feeling better. And he's talking about being thankful for having the support of his teammates.
Yeah, I'd say in this offseason, I've been really grateful for the support from the organization, especially my teammates. People reaching out at different times of the offseason, just checking in. Checking in on how I'm doing, see how my family's doing with my son growing up as he is. So I'm just really grateful for the people around me and in this organization. And some of the things I feel like I've learned is it's okay to ask for support. And then to recognize the platform that I have and being a professional football player and trying to use that for the betterment of myself and for those around me and the people that have supported me.
Yeah, big picture stuff.
Yeah.
It's okay to ask for help when you need it. Lean on the ones that love you professionally and personally in times of need. Maybe more micro stuff. Don't bite people in the ass if they don't want you to.
Here's where I'm at with
but
this.
That's,
the message is great, and I think people need to listen to it and take advantage of those opportunities if they require some. But you also can't be Puka Nacua, deliver that message, and then do some dumb stuff.
Bite somebody in the ass.
You can't slip now off of I've matured and I'm there for my kid and I'm a better person and we're reeling it all in. Like, forget you've got a massive contract on the line sort of thing. Like, you can't be the one to deliver the message and then slip up. And so, don't slip up.
Yeah.
And I'm a little concerned that just because of him and how wild he has been, that he will slip up.
I just don't know what he went to rehab for. Like, they never specified what it was. Like,
being a child, bro.
Just bad decision making? Like, I should have gone to rehab for that. Doing all kinds of stupid stuff.
But you've matured.
I guess I never bit anybody in the ass.
I think they were trying to get out ahead of any kind of suspension or something like that.
I get it. Anyway, hopefully he stays on the straight and narrow. Let's hear from Drake London. This is from last week, Falcons OTAs, talking about how Tua Tagovailoa is fitting in.
He's a great dude. Always got a smile on his face. Very, very chill. Throw up the shaka a little bit, and we get rolling. So now he's a great dude, and him and MP are getting along very, very well. And both of them are just competing and working really hard together, and I love it.
I will say, not that it matters at all. If Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. didn't like each other, it was awkward, and one of them won the competition and played great, then that's all that anyone cares about. It does seem like the relationship between the two of them thus far and entering into the competition is in better shape than, say, Kyler Murray.
I was going to say the Minnesota
McCarthy.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, who cares? Like,
that also sounds like one guy's talking like he knows he's got the job and one guy's talking like he knows he doesn't.
Yeah, and that I think
and that's not the situation here.
And that situation seems like that. Like, they went out and got Kyler because they want Kyler to be the starter, and Kyler should be the starter. He's shown to be much better than J.J. McCarthy at this point of his career. I think this one's talked about like two guys that are genuinely going to be competing for this job, but again, it means very little in the grand scheme of things, but it does seem like the two quarterbacks in the Falcons competition are getting along better.
To me, I look at it from the bright side.
We'll hang our hats on that.
Well, the bright side for me is that ultimately the team comes first. And maybe there are some individual feelings that are private that they're not sharing, but the push forward is that however it plays out, we're both to support the team, and we understand. And not every quarterback competition is like that. We know that.
I'll make a genuine take out of it, which is no matter who wins the competition. Kyler Murray hasn't been like the consummate professional in his time in Arizona. He's like the most pouty-faced guy in the league.
Yeah.
So he's going to win the competition anyway.
It's not a competition.
Right. He's going to be the starting quarterback in Minnesota
I
anyway.
read a quote that those two are not close.
But of course not. Yeah, like it's no surprise to me that that's going the way that it's going. But again, ultimately it doesn't matter. If Kyler Murray is the starting quarterback and they go 13-4.
You either play great or you don't.
Yeah.
And you either get another, because he's on the same Tua deal. He was also
Mr. Pouty-Face guy when he was winning games in Arizona and getting a $200 million contract. So he's got the talent.
The one who's not handling it well that I don't understand is the new quarterback in Arizona, Jacoby Brissett, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's holding out, man.
You're Jacoby Brissett.
He's the starting quarterback.
You're about to be held out of playing for this team ever.
Needs to be compensated accordingly. Shedeur Sanders earned a record $17.7 million in the NFLPA group licensing income. Travis Hunter made $12.8. They both broke the previous record set by Tom Brady of 9.5. That's incredible. Jersey sales, trading card sales, licensing agreement stuff. Like, what a testament to the popularity of those two guys both coming out of Colorado. And you go to Falcons game, you'll see a Browns number 12. You see the jerseys everywhere. So I don't know how it's going to work out as far as him being the starter and playing games this year for the Browns and all that, but without question, huge impact as far as licensing goes.
Yeah, it's just whatever you think of Shedeur as a player, there's no denying the support he has and the fan club he's built.
Yeah. Tons of fans.
For being him. And that, I promise you, it's not all Cleveland peeps.
No.
And I think that's what
I'm telling you,
has separated that number. Yeah.
You go, like, we're doing the Wade Ford tailgate show from the stadium every home game. I don't know if it was every game, but it was almost every game.
Yeah.
You'd see a Shedeur jersey, whether it was a Browns jersey or Colorado jersey, whatever. And then, look, I mean, Travis Hunter, too.
I'm more surprised Travis Hunter is so high up there in terms of the number as compared to Shedeur.
Yeah,
Shedeur doesn't surprise me that much.
That's awesome. And the state of Illinois has failed to vote on the new bill for the Bears Stadium. So the team decision still expected later this summer. I guess that still means Gary, Indiana is in play.
I think they're relying on Hammond is a literal wasteland. They said that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
That it is full of waste.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Good luck if that's your argument.
That's where you want to put your stadium, huh? It seems like they should.
Like if you were on debate team. If you went into like debate team and your argument was like, yeah, well that place is trash, so over here. You're gonna lose that debate, man.
Well, the debate is simple. Who's going to pay the most money to fund it? Like, who's going to pay for it? Whether it's Indiana or Hammond or wherever. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to some NBA playoff conversation. NBA Finals are set. Knicks and Spurs. Rematch of 99. I don't think any of the guys that played in that series are playing in this one. No.
How many of the guys on the Spurs were even born?
Very few.
Like Wemby, Castle,
Yeah,
Harper? They weren't even born.
They're the second youngest average team to ever make the NBA Finals. It's pretty insane. We'll get into that coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Argentina, champions of the world!
The world of soccer will turn its gaze towards Atlanta as the top soccer teams in the world battle it out to find one winner.
And we've got all the action covered with 92.9 The Game's Atlanta Matchday Tailgates.
Join us at 547 Mitchell Street, one block west of the stadium before every match.
We'll be broadcasting live with our pre-match party with food, drinks, and music.
A breath, a heartbeat, and Messi!
Join us for our first Matchday Tailgate, Monday, June 15th, brought to you by Game Day Hospitality and Heineken, official beer of soccer.
From Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
It's possible that today at 4:01 p.m. Eastern Time, A.J. Brown will be traded from the Philadelphia Eagles to the New England Patriots. And if and when that happens, the spotlight this year in Philly, all the pressure are going to go on quarterback Jalen Hurts. It'll be a new offense with some new receivers to integrate, including first-rounder Mekhi Lemon. If Hurts doesn't get it done this year, major questions will start to be asked. I'm Nick Costa.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta and BobbyJonesGC.com. Looking at the forecast, weather's supposed to get a little bit better later in the week if you're trying to get out there and play 18 holes. Obviously, Bobby Jones, always a great option there. One of the most accessible golf courses in the entire city, right in the middle of town, right off 75, and always a fun place to play. I know I've mentioned this the last couple of weeks, but with school over, if you're thinking about different options for your kids throughout the summer, looking for different camps, Bobby Jones does offer junior camps all summer long. Last week was the first week, but they're week by week. They've got camps for kids ages 7 to 12. And they've got camps for kids even younger than that as well. If you're thinking of getting your 5 or 6 year old introduced to the game, a great way to do it at Bobby Jones Golf Course. They've got those going on all summer long. So I know all parents who are dealing with the school year being over, looking for stuff to do throughout the summer. Check out the website. They've got the camps listed and prices and age ranges and times and all that stuff. That's BobbyJonesGC.com.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan, and it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
Mostly cloudy and 70 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Braves couldn't complete the sweep in Cincinnati yesterday, falling to the Reds 6-4, but they still return home after a 4-2 road trip. Atlanta is now 40-20, making it the first time in franchise history they've reached 40 wins before June. In the NBA, the Spurs beat the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 and will host the Knicks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
This is Sven Budin. He's Andy's cousin from Sweden. And you are listening to Andy and Randy on 92.9 The Game. Yeah!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, midday show with Andy and Randy with you here. Abe in for Randy McMichael all week this week. We'll get to the back page with Bo Coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, as the NBA Finals are set, the Spurs took down the Thunder on Saturday night, 111-103. Really good game. Really good back-and-forth game. Both teams started making big shots to start the fourth quarter, too. They were kind of trading haymakers. But ultimately, the Spurs just had more. They had more in the tank. Wemby played incredible. Luke Cornett, with the unexpected defensive play of the game, with Wemby on the bench, blocked that shot like it was a Magic City night here in Atlanta. He wanted nothing to do with that dunk. And ultimately, the Spurs are going back to the finals, not for the first time since 99. The Knicks are going back to the finals for the first time since 99, a rematch between the two of them. We were just talking about during the break. Does 1999 feel like a long time ago? Because it doesn't feel like a long time ago to me. Like 1999 sounds in my head like, oh yeah, that was probably about 15 years ago.
In some aspects it does.
26 years ago.
In some aspects it doesn't. Like if I say like, yeah, this was like calling it before Y2K makes it sound like it was forever ago.
Yeah.
But like, and then like when we sit and think about where we were in 99, which was middle school, like that makes it sound, I'm saying you and me.
Yeah.
That makes it sound like forever ago. But like by some aspect, like movies and that came out in 99 feel like they're 12 years old. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
I don't know why. I don't know how to really explain it. I'm sure there's some sort of like psychological phenomenon that can explain it. But like just the 90s to me, no matter how far away we get from them, maybe because that's when we sort of...
I think there's a formative year thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of when you went from being like a little kid to being a teenager and all that. And I don't know. It just always feels like, it was the 90s. It was just.
You also, like, as we get older.
And then also people in the 90s talked about the 90s like it's the 90s now. It's the future. Like all this stuff is happening. And it's, I don't know. It's like this rematch from then. That's 27 years ago. I made the joke at the end of the segment. Obviously no one from that series is playing in this one. I was trying to think, is anyone playing in this series played against someone that played in that series the last time the Knicks and the Spurs were in the final? Probably Harrison Barnes maybe played against Tim Duncan, like an old Tim Duncan played against like a young Harrison Barnes or something like that, if there's some sort of overlap. But yeah, 27 years is a really long time. I mean, look, young people refer to the 90s as the 1900s. So it was a long time ago. And it seems like it's going to be a really fun matchup. I hope that it is. I mean, the big story for me is that the Spurs, led by a 22-year-old freak of nature, are way ahead of schedule and in the NBA Finals. And if he's able to actually lead them to victory, getting there is one thing. Like being that age and this far ahead of schedule in your NBA superstardom is really impressive. Winning one is almost unprecedented in NBA history.
Let's talk about this ahead of schedule idea. What are you basing that off of? Because history. I don't think they're way ahead of schedule.
History.
I think they were, I would have argued based on just my opinions of this team and how young they are, 1 year ahead of schedule. Because normally you get to this point, you fail against the defending champs, you come back stronger the next year,
I know, but
more experience, and I don't think they're that far.
Yeah, but I think you're applying like what you learned about them throughout the year and then saw them do in the early playoff series as far as the
remember when we started this series and everyone wanted to just roll with, wow, the Thunder are going to win this, obviously. And I may not have had this discussion with you on air, but I mentioned it on air. I was like, I don't know why we're just completely ignoring the Spurs' success against this team in the regular season. And I understand regular season is not playoffs and experience.
No, this was, to me, this was the one series where you could actually apply what happened in the regular season to the playoffs, because in those games, both teams played their players. The Spurs clearly wanted to prove something against the Thunder in those games as well.
Right.
And they won the majority of them. So they actually, I thought you could learn something from them. Whereas a lot of times it's like, all right, well, they played in December.
Right.
Half the guys didn't play, and it was the second game of a back-to-back. Like, what are we supposed to learn from that? But in this case, I do think that you could. I just mean,
I would argue, like, for me, 1 year ahead of schedule.
Going back to the beginning of the season, Victor Wembanyama was 21 years old and hadn't played a whole season yet. Like last year, he had to stop playing because of a blood clot. 21-year-old players don't lead their teams to the NBA Finals unless they're Magic Johnson or LeBron James or Kareem years and years ago in Milwaukee. Mm-hmm. Like Now that's what he seems
I would
to
counter
be.
that with he was preseason top 3 for MVP.
That's what he seems to be.
Right.
He seems to be. It's just I'm saying it's hard to sit here and be like, yeah, of course he's going to be one of the best players of all time. We all knew it. Maybe. The expectation was that he would get somewhere near this level eventually.
I'll tell you where this conversation...
He's 4 wins away from being an NBA champion at 22, and that doesn't happen.
To me, this conversation, though, is less about him because he's where I think he's supposed to be. I think it's about Harper and Castle.
Which, again, is why they're way ahead of schedule. Dylan Harper's a rookie.
Yeah. Castle's third year?
Third year. Yeah.
And he's he's going to go at Brunson.
Second year.
Second year.
Yeah, Castle's in his second year. Wemby's in his third year.
Right. I mean, and this is what makes this Knicks matchup so interesting to me is what is Wemby going to do against Karl Anthony Towns, if that is the matchup? And
he's going to destroy him. That's what he's going to do.
Well, but where? Because Karl Anthony Towns can extend outside. This is where we all sound stupid, me specifically here, because Karl Anthony Towns, with the physical build that he has, you already know where I'm headed with this. We already know it's not going to happen. Take that big 7'5" guy down low and bump him around.
Yeah, but you can't.
He's not gonna.
Block,
I know.
And he's going to block your shot because his arms are.
Get him into foul trouble.
Yeah, maybe
use your body.
Yeah. And they were able to.
But he's going to stand at the 3-point line and shoot flat-footed threes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns, I'll give him credit. He's changed the way that he plays a bit in this season and in this playoff series to the point where I'm not just going to say he's going to crap the bed and not show up. The problem is, I still don't know. I know that they've had a great run, and I think that they've done a really good job of making Karl Anthony Towns a vital part of what they do, but kind of the third most important guy on offense most nights with Brunson and then Anunoby, or other nights it's other guys. But
Mikal Bridges has gotten hot. Josh Hart's gotten hot.
Right,
yeah,
whoever it might be on a given night, but they've relied less on him as the number one or even the number two. He's if Karl Anthony Towns is your third guy, you're a great team, and they are a great team right now. There's no question about that. I just wonder, because the thing about the Spurs that I'm so surprised and impressed by with guys at this age who have never been in these situations before, is they're all just so damn tough, man. They make these huge plays in these big moments that they haven't been in before. And so maybe
they're also multiple athletic freaks.
Maybe
he's not the only athletic freak.
Maybe Wemby's just a generationally special guy, but Steph Castle's not scared of the moment at all. Dylan Harper's not scared of it. He keeps making these huge shots in fourth quarters of games. He's 20 years old. He was in college last year. You just don't see guys. They somehow found a way, and De'Aaron Fox is like that too. He's just such a clutch player in the fourth quarter. They've done a really good job of building a team of guys that are all made for it. And I don't know how you do that. I don't know how they're a great team, and they've been doing it for decades, obviously. Kind of started in 99 with that, that dynasty with those guys. But they seem to have found the perfect combination of players. And you saw it show up against the Thunder because Chet Holmgren's a really good player.
Yeah.
Chet Holmgren earned
not if you watch Game 7, you wouldn't think so. But I agree with you. Yes.
That's what I'm getting
at.
Is he earned the contract that he's got.
Was he an all-pro, all-NBA team? Chet?
I think
he was.
I don't know if he was, but he got votes. He got a lot of votes for third team.
Yeah.
I think he was.
But
yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He was third team All-NBA. But
he looked like one of the guys the U.S. team runs into the Olympics that you're like, I can't believe we're facing off with this guy.
Well, yeah, mentally he was so screwed up by Wemby and what they were able to do to him defensively. That the moment, and that's crazy because he won a championship last year. They won an NBA championship last year, and Chet was great on that run. You know what I mean? That's what's crazy about it is the Thunder looked like the team that hadn't been there before in the fourth quarter. And granted, they had some injuries and stuff, and Shea was really good. But for them to have sort of shrunk from it like that against a team that hadn't been there, that's a huge credit to the Spurs. I don't know how a bunch of young guys like that are built like that, but they are.
I think the most significant aspect of that was that Wemby, I say only, just within reason here, only went 22-9, and they still won this game. And that
22-7.
22-7, sorry. Yeah. And they still won this game. That is a huge disparity from the discussion you and I had about how good. I don't think they had won a game yet without. I think the lowest point total in a previous win was 29, maybe, just in this series. It felt like he was at 30, 35, 40 points every other win this series. For them to win with 22 and 7 out of Wemby while watching SGA go off for 35.
Right.
That was what stood out to me. It was the first game the role players won the game to an extent.
But that's what I mean about that roster being built perfectly is Wemby did what he needed to do. Champagny had 20.
Keldon Johnson off the bench, knocking down 3 after 3.
He was the 6th man of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what he's supposed to.
But we haven't even seen him in the...
He had been a little non-existent in the series, but yeah, he showed up and was
De'Aaron
fantastic.
Fox is the healthiest he's been since the start of the playoffs.
Yeah, and
he's now got 4 days off.
Cason Wallace hits the big shots in the second half, but other than that, nobody really came along with SGA at all. And, they got at least some questions about what to do with Chet. I don't think they'll do anything. Probably hard to trade him after that, even if that's what you wanted to do.
This is kind of the same discussion we were having about I forget the big man now. Duren. If Chet was an all-NBA team, and you're dealing with that decision.
Problem is Chet already got paid.
Yeah.
They haven't paid Duren yet.
True.
That's the decision they have to make. Chet's got the max money coming. It hasn't even started hitting yet. I think that starts next year. Man. Crazy. I mean, we're going into this year the Thunder are on the verge of this dynasty. They've built it perfectly. They've got all these draft picks. They can exchange these guys. Second year, they can't get there. Now we're going to, if the Spurs win, we're going to do the same thing.
I was just going to say, can we start the Spurs dynasty discussion?
Can they win the finals first? Which
Yes.
I'm not convinced they're going to do, by the way. I know everyone's got them penciled
I'll be wrong. They're going to win the finals.
They might, but it's going to be a great series. I think the finals go 6 or 7 as well. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the back page with Bo after this on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you make the most of watching one sports. French Open quarterfinals, I think we see another long battle when Sasha Zverev squares off with teenage sensation Rafa Hodar. Zverev has all the pressure on his shoulders now to win his first Grand Slam, and Hodar is going to push him to make things uncomfortable. Zverev should win this match. He has spent considerably less time on court this tournament and is way fresher, but Hodar's playing like a top 10 player the past few weeks. He will not go away easily. I'm taking the over total games in what should be a tremendous clash. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Kroger makes it easy to save on fuel. Just redeem the fuel points you've earned to save up to $1 a gallon at the pump. See store for details. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
No way, gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Popeye's Big Box is back, y'all. Big news for bold Louisiana flavor. And you have some big questions to answer. Will it be 2 pieces of marinated crunchy signature chicken? Or 3 juicy tenders? And which 2 delicious sides will you pair with that biscuit you love? At just $6, Big Box is a big deal. But big deals don't last forever. So if you want to go big, you better go now. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Wade Ford is simply Atlanta's best. Guaranteed the best price with Atlanta's lowest Ford prices guaranteed. If you find a better deal anywhere in Atlanta, we'll beat it. The best selection with one of Atlanta's largest Ford inventories and some of the best financing with a nationwide network of lenders. Get the best at Wade Ford, Atlanta's Ford dealer. Present any Atlanta area Ford dealers unexpired new vehicle advertisement for verification. The competing offer must be available for immediate purchase at the advertised price. Competing vehicle must be identically equipped as our in-stock vehicle used for comparison. Other Lithia dealerships do not qualify. All financing on approved credit expires 6/30/26.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent. And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
Hey, what's cracking, ATL? It's your boy, Decatur Slim. And every day from 11 to 2, I'm rocking with Andy and Randy on 92.9 The Game, the midday show. You better know it.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We got a little breaking news out of the NFL here on June 1st. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, midday show with Andy and Randy. The first piece was that Russell Wilson's not going to play this year. He's going to be on TV. Signed a contract with CBS Sports. Good for him. I think he'll be good at that. And then Odell Beckham Jr. is headed back to the Giants. So a reunion, I don't know how many years in the making. He was obviously started his career there, had some great moments. And Odell Beckham Jr. is headed back to New York to be a Giant.
Gunnar Olszewski tore his Achilles at Giants practice Friday. And it looked earlier today like they signed Braxton Berrios. And they did, but it looked like maybe that was the replacement for Olszewski. But also inking a deal with OBJ. And I know he and Harbaugh are on good terms. And so really interesting stuff there. So anything to bring the attention off of Jackson Dart right now.
Yeah, they'll introduce him and ask him about that. That's great. But yeah, that's kind of cool. I was like, could be a cool.
He's only 33.
I know. It feels like he's been around for a really long time. It was a while ago when he was in New York doing, all the one-handed catches and all that kind of stuff. Just avoid being on a boat with Timberlands on, and then you'll be fine, probably. Right? All right, great. Let's get to the back page with Bo.
Bringing you the stories that didn't make the cut anywhere else in the show.
There you go.
It's The Back Page with Bo Johnson on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Hello, Bo.
Of course, it's always a bad look when you get on a boat, take a picture with some Timbos on, and you lose a game.
Yeah.
You win the game, you're good.
Doesn't seem like the most comfortable footwear for boating.
It does not.
But
Timbos on a boat.
What do I know?
Well, you know a lot.
Do you think he had an insert?
You're smart.
Like an ortho?
I don't know.
Inside? No.
It seems like it would be hot.
So everybody, the talk of this morning was, of course, the Trey Phelps pimping a home run around first base, then second base, and third base. Then he did a whirly bird around third base, ran home, got ejected before he even touched the plate. But some context to him being thrown out yesterday, you may have to go back to Friday.
That ball's hammered. Home run, Jack Arcamo.
6 Bulldogs up to the plate so far this inning. 6 Bulldogs have scored. Jack Arcamone launches this ball. He did carry his bat all the way down to first base.
Arcamone launched the ball into the trees. At the time, it was not an 18-2 baseball game. It ended up being that way. I think the Arcamone home run made it 6-0 or 6-2 or something like that. Carries his bat all the way down home first baseline. Umpire takes exception to that, issues a warning. All right, now this warning is only good for that game, but human beings are human beings, and we carry along with us memories of stuff like that. Then you go back to last year's tournament when you had the closer for Georgia sticking out his tongue and throwing his glove down and doing all a bunch of crazy stuff, and people are actually wondering why Trey Phelps gets ejected yesterday. Well, that's why. You got to reel these guys in at some point. Right? I mean, Ronald Acuna Jr. dances around every base sometimes, and he gets vilified for it, as he probably should, but he at least is a professional. Of course, these guys are borderline professionals, too, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
With all the money they make.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it's hilarious, him doing all the stuff around the bases. It's one of the most extreme home run celebrations.
It's funny, but it's egregious.
I've ever seen.
Very, very.
And again, it just gets back to that thing, too, like, obvious isn't the same thing, and I'm not saying that this should be the reaction of the Georgia coach or anybody. I'm not trying to insert my values onto any of this, but, like, no son of mine is going to act like that.
So one of the first, if you take a look at the first leg of the home run celebration, this is supposedly what Bradley LaCroix was saying he should have been tossed out for. So this is when he looks towards the crowd. The Liberty dugout is right there. Supposedly his parents are sitting up there.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of that's believable, but if you're going to chirp to the Liberty dugout, at least maybe kind of have some kind of idea of what was said.
Yeah, he made remarks to our dugout and looked straight in our dugout, and at the end of the day, I'm going to protect our guys.
What do you say?
I'm not sure. It's 5,000 people, 3,633 yelling at the top of their lungs. I'm not sure, but obviously it wasn't good. And
why obviously?
My guys know I've got their backs, and I'm going to.
If you don't know, why obviously?
That's a great point. You don't obviously know that it wasn't good. Maybe he was saying, "Try better next time, guys."
Great work, Liberty. You guys.
What if it was that LeBron James kid? Good job. Good effort.
Good try. Good effort.
Good job. Good effort.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those ones.
That's a great point, Abe.
I watch it. I chuckle. It was pretty funny that he went as far as he went in doing it. But I also completely understand why they would eject him for it.
It's a little,
you know what I mean?
It can be hilarious.
I totally get it.
It can, 100% can be. Now he is going to not be able to play in Game 1 of the Supers. Here's Georgia head coach Wes Johnson on the ejection/suspension.
As far as the Trey situation, for the record, Trey's family was sitting up in the stands. Trey was waving at his family. The umpires, whatever. I'm not an umpire. They thought he was talking to the dugout. Trey got ejected. Trey will miss Game 1 of the Super Regional. I also was ejected. I have no further penalties, and that's the only statements that we can give, and the NCAA will not be making a statement.
So there you go.
Good news. The guy that came in for Trey Phelps after the ejection hit a home run like 430 feet. So something tells me Georgia will be all right.
In the subsequent at-bat. So, Georgia's not the number one offense in the nation. Probably, I don't know, Georgia Tech might have something to say with that. But they're both very good. I think they're going to be fine. It's Super Regional. It's best 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Did you see them hang Trey Phelps' jersey in their dugout after he got ejected?
Free Trey.
So also in an elimination game yesterday, and I think it actually started maybe some of Saturday night, was Florida State and Coastal Carolina, who went under a couple of different rain delays. Now, apparently, home baseball field locker rooms have showers, whereas visiting locker rooms do not. And apparently, according to Coastal Carolina's head coach, Kevin Schnall, apparently home teams, when there's rain delays, get to take showers, change their clothes, and have a good time, and the other teams just don't.
Well, we talk a lot about student-athlete wellness. We were eating dinner at 3 in the morning. We showed up here at 11:30, right? Again, this is part of hosting a regional. That's the value of hosting a regional. Well, you go in a rain delay, if you're the home team, you shower, you clean your uniform. Can you imagine the way our guys felt in that uniform? Wet, sweaty. You got my picture, right? Not comfortable. Itchy.
Not comfortable.
That's a great drop. We should keep that forever.
Itchy.
Yeah, I'm assuming his team lost.
They did. Yes, they lost. Yeah. I didn't even know the college teams did that. I don't think the Florida State did that. But maybe if that's what your excuse is going to be, that your guys were itchy and theirs weren't. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's, so it goes. What was 2-1, so it was still a close game, but I don't know. Tough.
Coastal got a great program. They won runner-up last year.
Didn't he get into it with somebody last year or the year before?
Yeah, well,
maybe the opening round. I think there was something.
You remember
in regionals?
Yeah, I vaguely remember Coastal Carolina's manager having some sort of issue with another team's manager last year.
It may have been LSU because LSU played them in the finals 2 years ago. So, on to the big leagues.
It was Florida. He did something against Florida. Now I got to look up what it was.
That one was last year. Oh no, he had a big issue with Florida's head coach doing. Yeah, he's. So all about the drama, this Kevin Schnall guy.
When his team loses, he's got a lot of excuses. Anyway.
On to the big leagues now. So Brandon Lau was not having the best day yesterday when he tried to not strike out.
Twins scored 5 off Mitch Keller. And Lau is going to challenge this. And Alex Tosi denied the challenge from Brandon Lau.
No, that is no way.
He went to his helmet immediately.
He went immediately.
All right, so supposedly the umpire didn't see Brandon Lau. It was kind of a delayed strike call, but he made the call. Then he looks over to his left. Lau immediately taps his helmet, but he's just denied the challenge, so Lau would continue his at-bat.
Twins scored 5 off Mitch Keller. And try to hit your way on. The only thing you can do about that.
There.
Yeah, and that is frustration. Oh, no. Who did they just toss out of the game? Brandon Lau?
Oh, that's terrible.
Chirps to the umpires on his way to first base. The first base umpire thinks that he's arguing balls and strikes, which maybe that was something in his little rant there, but Brandon Lau gets ejected. So, you get denied, then you get booted. Man.
When asked what he said, the umpire's like, I don't know, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, it's loud.
Okay.
I couldn't tell.
3,300 screaming fans.
Just like the Liberty coach. I read a thing or saw a video, and I don't know if people are doing this, but they're suggesting that catchers are going to start reverse framing, where you'll catch the ball on the black and then move it like it's out to fake the batter into trying to challenge it.
I don't think
as opposed to trying to fake the umpire out of it.
I don't know if that's a good strategy.
I think it might work. I still think it would only work on the umpire. I don't think the batter's looking at where it's caught. I think his batter sees where it crosses.
It might, but it'd be a very funny thing if catchers started doing it. It's like, this is right in the middle of the strike zone, so obviously the umpire's going to call it. But let me move it down there and maybe I can fake it.
I don't think too many hitters are immediately looking down into the middle of the catcher, though. They do see where the ball crosses.
I would go the other way if I were a catcher.
I
do think that the idea is a sane one.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
Yeah.
We steal strikes. You can steal balls too, right?
Yeah, and framing is obviously, the more ABS becomes a part of the baseball world, if they go full robot umps, framing's out the window. Like,
yeah, 100%.
I do. When it comes to ABS, there's nothing I enjoy more than like a terrible challenge where it's like, that pitch was 1.6 inches in the strike zone, and it's just top of the.
Full
I mean,
ball.
The whole thing, the whole thing.
My reaction to it really has been though, like these guys are really, really accurate for the most part. Like and it's like a.
Less than an inch.
0.1, and it's
who missed one? Was that Matt Olson? Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday.
Missed by less than an inch.
Yeah, and they're on it for the most part. Like obviously,
one where like a piece of paper maybe.
There's some egregious ones, but it's a really good indication of just how fine the line is and how often they get it right.
So here's the latest thing that the internet is trying to crucify Tua for. I wanted to make sure this one gets played. Y'all may have heard it or at least seen that this is going around. But, yeah, man, I got nothing for you out there, internet, if you got a problem with Tua saying this.
I have a 3-year-old who's going to be 4, and I have a 2-year-old boy and girl. I think it's the best, man. I think it's the best. I think that's my first job, and I'm a part-time football player. I'm just glad I still get to live my dream out and be able to play. So blessed.
Come on.
Are we crushing Tua for fatherhood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mainly for him saying that he's a part-time football player, full-time husband and father.
Husband. That's great.
But, dude, yeah, people are lighting him up on the half part-time football player. If you're full-time, maybe win a starting job. Maybe Miami win. Oh, yeah, man.
People,
give it to him. People are just...
I don't know. I'm not going to say everybody without kids is like this, because obviously not. But there's a really interesting culture, grind culture of focus on whatever it is that you're making money from people that don't have kids that just don't get it.
Yeah.
Like we were with some friends last summer at a wedding, and we all went to grad school together. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing, and a couple friends that are doing well professionally but don't have kids were saying. I was like, guys, look. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, they are that big of a responsibility.
Yeah, yes, they're that big of a responsibility, and yes, it shifts your priorities.
100%.
It just changes things a little bit. It's okay. Like, it doesn't mean that the job isn't important. Tua's not saying he doesn't care about being a quarterback, but yeah, it's a lot more important that he's a good dad than if he's a good
Much more important. Hundreds of times more important.
People don't. That's all right. Be caller number 6 right now. Caller number 6, 404-726-0929. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see Lil Jon and friends turn up the city with an unforgettable performance featuring strings coordinated by legendary drummer Lil Jon Roberts. Little John Roberts, actually. Lil Jon. And anyway, special guests Youngbloods, Emperor Circe, DJ Mars, Crime Mob, Lil Scrappy, and of course, midday show favorite Trillville. That's Sunday, June 14th. At the Fox Theater. Caller number 6 right now. We'll be right back. Big story of the day to kick off the 1 o'clock hour. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's Chris Thomas Turtle coming up on Monday. All the latest on the Hawks and Falcons offseason. Plus, did the Braves take care of business in Cincy? All that and more. 6 to 10. 92.9 The Game.
No one ever plans to hit rock bottom. When life falls apart, it exposes our foundation. Jesus told a story about 2 men who built houses. One built on sand, the other on a rock. When a massive storm rolled in, the house on the sand was destroyed. Only the house built on the rock remained. When the storms come, Jesus is the firm foundation we can trust. When we build our lives on Him, we can withstand life's greatest challenges. Someone once said, Jesus allows us to hit rock bottom so we can discover that He is the rock at the bottom. If you're at rock bottom today or almost there, remember, Jesus is the rock and there's hope in Him. He's ready to help you rebuild on His firm foundation that will never fail. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Sign up for daily encouragement at rightfromtheheart.org.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Atlanta, are you ready for the ultimate late night experience? Blue Flame isn't just a club, it's a movement where the energy is unmatched and the most beautiful women light up the room. Pull up, show out, and experience the flame. Follow us at Blue Flame Lounge on Instagram.
You know Renters Warehouse for one thing: trusted property management. Now we're Renosi, with the same free rental analysis that's helped thousands maximize their rental income. Renosi, locally owned by real people.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Atlanta came up short against the Reds yesterday, losing 6-4, but the Braves still head home with a 40-20 record after winning 4 of 6 on the road. It's the earliest the franchise has ever reached 40 wins in a season. The Braves will start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals after a Game 7 win over Oklahoma City and will face the Knicks starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
And now, an actual Andy and Randy listener. There's actually a few out there.
Welcome back to the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. Andy Bunker, Randy McMichael, two brothers from another mother.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Woo! Sports Radio 92.9 The Game Midday Show. Andy and Randy with you here on a Monday afternoon. This hour is brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Book an appointment for a convenient time at reliableair.com. We'll get back into the big story of the day in just a couple of minutes. The Braves win another series against the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend. A couple little updates on some of those injured pitchers as well. The Loose Body Boys making their potential.
I forgot who you were referring to for a moment.
Well, at least one of the Loose Body Boys.
In my brain, that's still like a failed musical act. Like no offense to the Disorderlies.
It would just be a really bad name for a musical act. You know what I mean? Obviously, you'd be. I don't know. Anyway, we'll get you.
The Island Boys made millions of dollars doing whatever they do. Yeah. Loose Body Boys can figure something out.
The Venga Boys. The Who was the ones who let the dogs out? They were the
Baja Men.
Baja Men.
Now they're men.
They were men. Yeah, they were men, not boys.
I got a Baja Men story.
All right.
You know what?
Yeah, hit us.
You know I like, we go on cruises for family time, family vacation.
I do know that.
And obviously it's a long time ago, and we're on a cruise, probably a Carnival cruise, and the Calypso band is playing up on the Lido deck, up on deck 9,
Like
doing
steel
their
drums
steel
and stuff?
drums
Yeah.
and doing their whole bit.
Yeah.
And they're playing, and they pop on the mic. It's like, all right, appreciate you guys. We're going to close it out here with one original song. And they play that. And I turn to my brother. I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life.
Oh, and this was before it got big?
Months before.
Oh, really? Wow, you heard
Months before.
You heard Who Let the Dogs Out?
And months before.
Wow.
And so it starts to blow up.
You're like a Baja Man hipster almost.
Dude, seriously.
Wow.
It starts to blow up, and I call my brother. It's like, dude, we know this song, right? Like, and it took us like 2 weeks to be like, that was that song we said was the dumbest thing on earth on the cruise.
And it became a huge sensation.
Massive.
Yeah. No, look, I think we all in hindsight agree that was a mistake we made as a culture. That song sucks.
There's a lot of those.
I don't know what
There's
happened,
a lot of
but-
one-hit wonders
Yeah.
that are like, how did this get big?
And it was also, a lot of it was grouped into that period of time. I don't know what it was about that period of time, but you had like Chumbawamba, and you had the Macarena. Was
Eiffel
right around
65?
There. There was a lot of
Remember that
stuff
one?
right around there for whatever reason. Which one's that? The Barbie song?
I'm blue.
Yeah,
da-
Blue.
da-
The Barbie song.
Blue was by Aqua
Aqua,
Soul,
that's right.
or just
I think
Aqua?
Just
Just
Aqua.
Aqua?
Yeah. And again, I don't know. It was a weird 5-year
Yeah.
snapshot. And a lot of teams made mistakes of making that their song of the summer.
Oof.
That was the year that was 2001, I believe. That was the year the Mariners had that great year. So Who Let the Dogs Out became their song. And then they played it for years. Like, even when, clearly the song was no longer popular and the team wasn't very good anymore, that would be their rally song. So they would play, like in 2004, they were still playing Who Let the Dogs Out.
That's a little late.
It was like, look, guys, I mean, you got to put the dogs back.
When's the last time you heard that song like played naturally, almost not as a joke,
At my
or in a
son's-
meme?
At my son's preschool. I went to pick him up a couple of weeks ago, and they were doing like a dance party, and that song was on,
Okay.
which is a perfect, appropriate use of that song. 2-year-olds love Who Let the Dogs Out.
You just follow that up with Baby Shark, like always.
Yeah, or whatever. There's a guy named Danny Go who makes some songs they dance to. Like,
I am
there's-
unfamiliar.
Yeah, it's kind of a niche. You probably have to have toddlers.
Yeah, I was gonna guess.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So that's kind of going on there. We'll get back into a couple of different conversations in about 15 minutes. What do you want to do? You want to do this Falcons one? We can do it. Where are the
Do you know how long I spent writing all that out?
Did you spend a lot of time?
Oh, it took a while yesterday.
Okay, where are
We don't have to.
No, we'll do it. We'll do it. Where are the Falcons better now than they were last year? We'll get into that in 15 minutes, and we'll get to an AMA coming up at 1:40 as well. We did get a little bit of good 92.9 The Game breaking news there at the top of the hour. I think we can share this, right?
Private email server, but sure.
Our faithful leader was summoned to jury duty, Mike Conti, and it made it seem like maybe we weren't going to be able to have him on tomorrow. He has been dismissed from jury duty, and I know why.
I didn't know he was dismissed. I just know he said he'd be back in office.
Which
I assume
so
meant
maybe he
that.
hasn't. I assume it's because he's been dismissed.
I assume it's either that or it's a very short trial that'll wrap up today.
Okay. Well, it's because when you go to a jury trial, you get a jury of your peers. And Mike Conti has no peers.
He has no peers.
He has no peers.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to the big story of the day. This is a terrible joke. Apologize to everyone.
I didn't
for
know
that.
where you were headed with it.
Talked about who let the dogs out, and then I made that joke. I'm sorry. Please don't change the station. The big story of the day is brought to you by QC Kinetics, non-surgical treatment for joint pain. Beep.
And Ronald Acuna Jr. puts it in the air, deep to right. 3 homers in 3 games as Acuna Jr. continues to heat up, and he's tied this game at 2.
Now that, you got 2 of them.
Acuna to center field. He already has 1 tonight. There's another. Ronald Acuna all of a sudden is on an absolute tear. The former MVP is putting Major League Baseball on notice.
Now, I was on a tear Friday night because I was sitting on Twitter when that game started, and I just started rattling off. Like, I told you guys. I told you, because I talked about it on the show Friday.
Yeah, you called it. Credit where credit's due.
And,
Absolutely. You called it on Friday. You said that home run to me feels like the start of something. Be in front of your TV
Don't
tonight.
miss it.
He's going to hit a home run in his first at bat. You said that.
And I did have a couple people that were like, dude, you were on it. And separate of Acuna getting hot, do you ever have just one of those weird gut feelings? Because it wasn't like, hey, I think Acuna's going to get hot. I certainly didn't see a tear like this. It was just one of those, he put some good swings, and I just have a weird feeling. Do you ever have weird feelings about, like, tonight feels like Nikhil Alexander goes for 41?
Yeah. I think, we all have those as sports fans. I think that's what the whole betting infrastructure is based on.
Oh, boy.
Us having those gut feelings and then losing money off of it.
The difference is, since I didn't put any money on it, which is that if I was wrong, no one's, like, coming after me.
Yeah, right. If Ronald Acuna doesn't
I only
hit a
get
home
credit
run-
because I was like, yeah, good call.
But you called it, though.
Yes, I did.
Like credit where credit is due. You really did. You said you applied all of your... Because I think it's more than just taking a shot in the dark.
Right.
I think you watch him play every game he's ever played. You saw how he's been playing. You saw the swing that he put on the Grand Slam on Thursday, and you saw what it meant to him. Maybe it'll mean something more.
I did think that and we talked about this on Friday, it beyond just like good swing, good plate approach, it did feel like there was a mental pressure that was lifted.
Yeah, I think probably. And now we can say for sure because he hit 4 home runs in 3 days and was on fire. But again, like if he doesn't hit a home run in that first at bat on Friday night, maybe one, like the biggest Abe hater might have got in your mentions. I don't know who that would be, but like maybe Randy's on vacation, so I don't know who it would have been.
Just good call, idiot.
Yeah, nice try. But the fact that you got it right, what I loved is because people are, I know there's some people that listen to this show with extreme attention to every word we say. There's a lot of people that are also just doing stuff, like you're delivering people's packages, you're in your office, you're working for whatever. Like there's people that are doing their lives while listening to us. So they hear it, but they don't necessarily recognize who said it. And a lot of people gave me credit for saying that.
You got way more credit for it than I did, sure.
And I ran with it. I took all of it. I was like, yes, thank you. I am I'm very smart. I know a lot of things about the future. And please continue listening to me for your baseball predictions.
And if your biggest hater had come at you, you'd have been like, yeah, I don't know, man. That was Abe.
Yeah,
That's definitely Abe.
Abe said that. I've muted all the haters.
So are we like panicking now on Tuesday when they play the Blue Jays if Acuna doesn't go yard? We're like, what's wrong with Ronald?
No.
What's wrong with him?
He did what he's going to do. Now we got to say what we think next. Like, what's the next one? I think Ha-Sung Kim's going
Who hits a home run first? Ha-Sung Kim or Austin Riley?
Well, Austin Riley's hit a bunch of them.
Ha-Sung Kim almost hit one.
He did.
I went warning track.
Yeah. Who's going to... Ha-Sung Kim hits a home run before...
Spencer Strider goes into the 7th.
Hurston Waldrop pitches for the team, because that's the update.
Major league team or minor league team?
Well, he made a rehab appearance today. This is from Mark Bowman. Hurston Waldrop pitched around 2 walks as he threw 2 scoreless innings while beginning his rehab assignment with the Florida Complex League team today. Rehab assignments could last a month, so still looking at a late June return. That was estimated when he had surgery. I know. That's what I said. This is June 1st right now, but you have a month with the rehab. So obviously he can make a couple starts, if you want to call him that, down there. And then maybe he can go to Rome and then he can work.
Who's first man out?
Of the pitching rotation?
Yeah. Perez?
Probably.
Is there a way... I guess over the next month, let's just generally use the term month.
Yeah.
Over the next month, could it be Holmes instead of Perez?
So, like, obviously, Sale, Elder, Strider, Holmes, Perez. That's the order that I have him in right now. So probably Perez.
But I think if it could flip to Holmes. I think there's a world in which it could flip to Holmes.
It could. You could also go 6 because they've kind of done 6-ish here and there.
At times, yeah.
At times. Maybe Perez goes to the bullpen. Like you've moved starters to the bullpen with Lopez and
Fuentes. And he's historically done that before. He's been in the pen.
It's a nice long release because I think right now you're so comfortable with your 7, 8, 9. All you really need is those. All you really need is those like random low leverage inning eaters or the long relief guys.
Yeah.
So maybe. But anyway, that's the Hurston Waldrop update. Apparently, and I hadn't seen this, but. Schwellenbach, not as good of news. He was reevaluated a couple weeks ago, and he did receive clearance to start throwing, but his rehab stuff probably won't start until August, late July, August. So he's probably not going to be back till late in the year, if at all.
Yeah, and depending on how they want to ramp him up, like in my brain, it's like, all right, Like, this is a team that's going to be in the playoffs. That is a guy that has great stuff.
Yeah.
What is there value to stretching him out differently, positioning him differently to be something for you in the postseason?
I think so.
You have to approach it
I think so.
As an organization that way, right? I mean, this guy's got great stuff. Even if it's only 2 innings or 3 innings, and you know you're not using him as a starter, what's your value? What's your best set for him come postseason?
If he's able to get healthy and rehabilitate to where he can be on the Major League roster by the end of the year, you have to do it.
There's going to be
see what he's got.
Multiple postseason games where you need someone to bridge 2 innings, right? You know what I mean?
I also wonder, too, like, obviously you're way better than you thought you were going to be. Or at least you're better than you thought you were going to be, given all the pitcher injuries that happened in spring. Maybe not way better. I think we all thought the team was going to be good, but the best team in baseball 60 games into the season.
Yeah, 9-game lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're destroying the NL East at this point. I don't know that the lead like that's going to continue, but hopefully it does. I still hope that they consider adding another starter at the deadline. I know we're a ways away from that, but
Double-A told Braves Vision that if the season continues the way it's going, they're going to be active at the deadline. Now, he didn't specify where.
Position, yeah.
Right. But, I mean, the obvious thoughts would be left field, shortstop, rotation.
Mm-hmm. And I would highlight rotation and underline it because we just remember, I mean, the team's been really good.
There's a reason it's a phrase that you can never have enough.
And it falls off. Yeah, man. And they've just had such bad luck. The team won 105 games a couple years ago and got to the playoffs, and Max Fried had a blister. Spencer Strider had an oblique. Charlie Morton broke his leg or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they've had such bad luck with starting pitchers once you get to the end of the year. So getting those 2 guys back at some point this summer, awesome. But I still think I need to add another starter if I can.
On Friday, Dukes and Bell going to be coming your way live from Twin Peaks in Kennesaw with a special broadcast live from 2 to 6. They're going to be joining the Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views of Twin Peaks up there and get you set for Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Dukes and Bell Friday, 2 to 6, Twin Peaks in Kennesaw on Sports Radio 929 The Game.
All right, we're going to come back. We'll get into a Falcons offseason conversation. Where are they better than they were last year at this point? That'll be good. And then we'll get to an AMA at 1:40 as well. Phone lines will be open for you at 404-726-0929. Sports Radio 929 The Game.
Sports Radio 929 The Game. Atlanta, get ready for Turn Up the City, starring Lil Jon and Friends. Sunday, June 14th at the Fox Theater. Experience a huge night featuring a live band and live strings. Plus performances from Crime Mob and Lil Scrappy. Lil Jon kicks off the biggest soccer tournament in the world. Sunday, June 14th at the Fox Theater. Tickets are on sale now at foxtheater.org or listen to Andy and Randy all this week to win your free tickets. Turn Up the City, starring Lil Jon and Friends. June 14th at the Fox Theater. Win tickets here from Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Basketball fans, history has arrived. For the first time in 27 years, it's a 99 rematch as the red-hot New York Knicks take their 11-game win streak into the NBA Finals. But standing in their way is Victor Wembanyama and a resilient San Antonio Spurs squad fresh off of a thrilling Game 7 shocker. I think San Antonio takes Game 1. I'm Addie Bates.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
One day it could be you. And when that moment comes, you'll want someone who's already 10 steps ahead.
At John Foyne Associates, we guide you through every move so you never face it alone.
Call attorney John Foy and Associates.
Save on all your summer favorites at Whole Foods Market with yellow sales signs throughout the store. Stay cool and save on cut watermelon and organic strawberries for fruit salads. Plus, explore savings on snacks from Annie's and more. Save on summer flavors at Whole Foods Market.
As a local company, Peachtree Pest Control has been proudly serving our community for 50 years. And this year, we're celebrating that milestone with the customers who made it possible. For 5 decades, our team has delivered trusted, reliable pest control tailored to the homes and neighborhoods we know best. It's that local expertise and commitment to service that sets us apart. From everyday pests to seasonal challenges, you can count on a team that's been here and will continue to be here for you. Visit PeachtreePestControl.com to learn more and schedule your service today. That's Peachtree Pest Control, protecting what matters most.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Blue Chew and BlueChew.com with exciting news from the world of Blue Chew. I know for years I've been telling you about how Blue Chew can bring the fire and passion back to your bedroom. Well, now I'm here to tell you about Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. We used to say chew it and do it. Well, Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. So now, once it's dissolved, you can get involved. Here's the deal. Most blue pills only focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus 2 proven ingredients to enhance desire and connection from the inside out. It's not just about function anymore. It's about total performance, physical and mental. And we've got a special deal going on for our listeners right now. Get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold with code ANDY. That's promo code ANDY to get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan. And it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half off of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down, no payments, or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Atlanta came up short against the Reds yesterday, losing 6-4, but the Braves still head home with a 40-20 record after winning 4 of 6 on the road. It's the earliest the franchise has ever reached 40 wins in a season. The Braves will start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals after a Game 7 win over Oklahoma City and will face the Knicks starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
Welcome back to the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. These two are good enough for television, but they look a lot better on radio.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Wow. All right. What did we say earlier? We had a little NFL breaking news. We were like, oh.
Well, I asked you if you had a feeling sometimes that stuff would happen.
And I said, yes, I do.
Yeah, I think you,
by the end of the show today,
pinpointed this.
One of the biggest trades in NFL history will happen. Yeah, that's what has happened since we last spoke 7 minutes ago. Adam Schefter is reporting, and we talked about this during the NFL No Huddle because there was some rumors circulating. Adam Schefter is reporting that Myles Garrett is being traded from the Cleveland Browns to the Los Angeles Rams. I'm seeing some of the details coming in. Jared Verse, a third-year, fourth-year pass rusher, obviously has gotten off to a really good start in Los Angeles, is a part of the compensation. There's going to be many first-round draft picks involved as well. But wow, Myles Garrett out of Cleveland at long last and headed to the Los Angeles Rams, who obviously are an incredibly good team last year. Probably a little bit of a better defense away from winning the NFC Championship game and going to the Super Bowl where they most likely would have won. Well, their defense is better now because they just got the best defensive player in the NFL.
So two things, and I want to get to the Rams' perspective on this in a moment. What if I told you it was Jared Verse, the 2027 first-round pick, and maybe that's the only first-rounder?
That would be
because
surprising. But
they are,
I guess if it's the Cleveland Browns,
they are discussing further draft pick compensation. But right now, the report from Shefty is Jared Verse, the 27 first-round pick, and other draft pick compensation, which to me reads as not more first-rounders.
Yeah. I mean, again, if I'm Cleveland, I've got to get at least 2 first-round draft picks, 27 and 28.
The 27 first-round pick is a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a team that's
now that
27,
Garrett,
28, 29.
At worst. At worst. Now that they have Myles Garrett, they've got to be the favorite
I would say this,
to win
if
the
it's
Super Bowl.
If it's 27, it's a failed season for the Rams.
Totally. That means they lost in the first round of the playoffs. Like this is
or just a divisional round.
Or the second, right. But like this is a team now
conference finals
that was in the NFC Championship game last year and went blow for blow with the Super Bowl champion.
Weird 2-point conversion.
Had they had a better defense, they were the Seahawks were the only team that they couldn't stop also.
So now let's go back to the Rams because, and if I were a Rams fan, I would have been frustrated with the Ty Simpson pick because it was about, in my opinion, it was about McVay. Maybe he's near the end of his leash. Stafford's definitely near the end of his. We have a team that we think we can win with. We've got to push all in. You had already traded for McDuffie to boost your quarterback situation. Cornerback situation.
Which is what they needed. They needed to
certainly,
secondary.
Certainly. And you were there. And that's why I would have been frustrated you don't use the pick to then draft whatever else you feel is necessary. This now takes all of that away. If I were a Rams fan, like, not that whatever, you're always going to, if you fall short, you're always going to be able to make the argument, well, if we had this player instead of Ty Simpson, what else?
Right.
That argument's always going to be there if you fall short.
Right, but at the same time,
this is this is the best team in the NFL if they stay healthy.
If you're a Rams fan, you have to love how they go about their business, though, because whenever they're close, they go all in. And then the reason they can go all in is because they've been so good at drafting in the second, third, fourth, in the middle rounds.
They've
been able to restock.
Kobe Turner, right?
Totally. And Puka. They got Puka Nacua in like the 5th round, which, by the way, is out of rehab. So really good week for the Rams. Puka Nacua is feeling fine, and they trade for Myles Garrett. I just feel like this is, as sports fans, of course you want your team to win. They won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. It helps when you have a great coach and a great quarterback and all of that. But like, this is what you desire of your favorite team is they're able to find ways to be relevant every single year. They got close, but they felt like they couldn't get over the top with the number 1 pick at quarterback in Jared Goff. And they made a blockbuster trade and then continued to do other stuff on top of that to try to get to the Super Bowl. And they did. And then they find themselves back in that situation a couple of years later where it's like, all right, we're close, but not quite. Let's go all in and make another run at this thing. Blank those picks because that's been their mantra and it worked out for them the first time. They've got so much equity built up to where even with the Ty Simpson thing, you have to have a little bit of grace and be like, all right, let's let the whole offseason play out. They probably have a vision for this because now They're able to get Garrett with Stafford and all these guys that are a little older so they can make, whether it's 1 run, 2 runs, whatever. And then they have the quarterback of the future as well, which is pretty remarkable to be able to accomplish those 2 things in one offseason.
And you talk about the Rams being able to do it with a blank them picks mentality. Their last 3 first-round picks, Ty Simpson this past year.
Sure.
Jared Verse 3 years ago.
That's worked out. Who's now being traded for Myles Garrett.
And Jared Goff.
Okay.
They didn't have a first-round pick
that's crazy.
in 17,
that's 10 years ago.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and also in 25. Yeah. No first-round pick.
And next year they won't either.
Next year they won't. Best team in the NFC if they stay healthy. It's a little early to say, probable Super Bowl champs, but they're in the discussion.
But in that decade,
that short list.
In that decade, how many teams in the NFC have a better record than them? Maybe 1 or 2? If it's the 49ers, if it's the Eagles.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. But, I mean, they've been in the mix every single year. And, when you have Sean McVay and you've got Les Snead and you've got...
he's got 1,000 picks in the first round, the Jets, and they're terrible.
Yeah.
Let's, if you don't do the right things with those picks...
That's the thing. That's the thing. You can have as many, just like the Brooklyn Nets.
I was just going to say,
They had 5 first-rounders last year, and not a single one of those guys was first or second team all-rookie. In the NBA, where every rookie gets something. Anyway... that's that's a huge deal in the NFC.
We talked about this. May have been an off-air conversation about tattoos, about not getting sports team tattoos, especially not before it happens. There are multiple Rams fans getting Super Bowl, whatever the Super Bowl is next year, tattoos on them this week. And multiple.
And while I still think that is
it's stupid.
It's bad decision making.
Yeah.
I can understand why they might think that their team's got a pretty good chance to win.
What
a freaking move, man. That's crazy. They're already so damn good, and they've got so much talent on that team, and they see the window closing with Matthew Stafford, who, by the way, had to get an epidural in his back last August just to be able to participate in training camp, and then he goes out and wins the MVP award for the first time in his career. And they're like, all right, who knows? This has got a shelf life.
You know what?
That could end at any moment. Let's go get the best of, because they had Aaron Donald, who was the best defensive player of his generation. I don't know. I guess Garrett and Aaron Donald's generations overlap, but Aaron Donald retired, and now they get the new best defensive player of this generation. That's crazy. I mean, it's very well done. It's exactly what they needed to do. It's still a little bit shocking to me that Cleveland is trading him after they gave him that contract last offseason and said all the stuff that they had said about keeping him and wanting him there and all of that. Now, granted, he wanted out before they threw that huge contract at him, so I understand that they had to do that, and he deserved it.
Kevin Stefanski couldn't even pull.
What's that?
Stefanski couldn't get any pull.
Come on, Stefanski.
If they're going to move him.
But that's what we talked about.
We can't give up a pick, though.
And what do you, I mean.
And our GM's we want our picks.
Put yourself in their shoes. What are you giving them? You don't have a Jared Verse. I mean, the young pass rusher that you have can't really trade him right now, probably. You know what I mean? Kind of a hot item.
I've seen worse in Cleveland, man.
Sure, but then also, I mean, the draft picks would be better.
Yeah, no, that's true. From their perspective.
Yeah, the draft picks would be better.
I know this is going to be a strong statement, and ultimately the Rams may not go on to win the Super Bowl. Certainly health is a concern. Stafford's got back issues, blah, blah, blah,
Did you just say that the Rams may not go on? Oh, sorry, the Browns. My bad. You got it. Go ahead.
The Rams.
The Rams may not. Yeah.
The Browns certainly
will not be winning.
Certainly will not.
Yeah.
This is the most confident Super Bowl champion squad I can think of in 8 years. It feels like their team of destiny is not the right term. I know Bo hates the team of destiny thing anyways, but it just feels like they have attacked weaknesses off of a team that I thought was already there last year if they had been healthy.
Yeah.
And it just feels like they are, with a modicum of gap here, the best team in the NFL.
It also to me this is one of the most all in, we're going to try to win right now trades
2 years
that I can ever think of.
Blow it up.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, maybe you don't have to blow it up. The whole point is Tyson. By the way,
you got Tyson.
Here's the other discussion.
We'll see if that works out. But
if he makes the team, now I don't know if he makes the team, but if he makes the team and then the Rams win the Super Bowl, we now have to hear, if neither Penix or Tua is the guy for the Falcons, bring Super Bowl winning quarterback Stetson Bennett to Atlanta. That's like, I know we're all excited for that discussion.
47 lines down in terms of the storylines, but you got
not
there.
For everyone. It's not for everyone.
Not for everyone. You got there. I was just trying to like rack my brain about, especially in the NFL, like all in trades. Like we need to win a championship now. This is what we're doing. I mean, I suppose.
What about Stafford originally?
When they traded for Stafford the first time is probably the last big one. Reggie White was a free agent when he went from Philadelphia to Green Bay, and like that's one of the only players that I can think of this level that changed teams in the middle of his prime like this. And Reggie was even probably a little bit older.
Would you consider like at the time? I guess was A.J. Brown an all-in trade for the Eagles?
Yeah, I guess so.
Was McCaffrey an all-in trade for the Niners?
Yeah, I think so. But they're still not quite to this level to me.
Because the rest of the team wasn't there.
Well, and Myles Garrett is, and those guys are great players.
This team that could win the Super Bowl without Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett is one of the best players at one of the most important positions in
There's
NFL
3
history.
guys.
Yeah.
For like 5 years, there's been 3 guys.
But when it's all said and done, he'll be in the group with 3 guys. Like, it's going to be him and Reggie White and Bruce Smith, and he's one of the best pass rushers to ever live.
Yeah.
And he's in the middle of it right now. Like, and they just traded to get him on a team.
Also, by the way, one of the best pass rushers to ever live on a team where you could double team him anytime you wanted because no one else was doing anything.
Right.
Like, now you've got to deal with the rest of the Rams front and a good back end.
Yeah, no, and right. They got the corner in McDuffie. We love a good back end.
That's right.
And they got Myles Garrett. And again, Puka's doing fine. He's out of rehab. He's not biting people speaking of good back ends. Puka loves those. Yeah, this is huge, man. That's incredible. One of the all-time blockbuster trades in NFL history. Happened right in the middle of our show. We got some breaking news.
I wonder what the odds like. Let's see, it's 135. I wonder what the odds at like 112 were and what they are now.
Well, it's also funny the way that this stuff kind of trickled in. Like you had Myles Garrett written on the NFL No Huddle players list because it's June 1st.
Yes.
We had a Mary Kay Cabot report that we read right then, and we're like, that'd be crazy if they did it.
There's some interest.
The Rams would be the only one that really made the most sense, but what would they give up? And then Todd Monken's meeting with the media today, and somebody asked him like an hour ago about Myles Garrett, and he was like, yeah, I mean, we talk about the roster every day. He's just
How funny would it be
he's
if he
just like every other player.
Didn't know.
Well, and then everyone's like, oh, he's gone. He's gone.
It's like just a media guy's like holding up a phone, and he's like, what? We lost our...
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Todd Monken's like, no, he's the cornerstone of our franchise. He's the most important player we have. Not anymore, he's not. How do you feel about Jared Verse?
We're building around him.
And a bunch of picks going forward.
Jared Verse is an Ohio guy, so that's cool for him.
He is, and he's a really good player, too.
Yes.
But he's not as good as that guy. Most aren't.
No.
Most aren't. Wow. Anyway, if you're just joining us, Myles Garrett has been traded from the Cleveland Browns to the Los Angeles Rams. Good for him. Now he lives in L.A. Chance to win a Super Bowl. He doesn't live in Cleveland anymore. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to an AMA. Any question, any topic, phone lines are open at 404-726-0929. Thanks for being with us. Load up the phone lines and ask us anything. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Hey guys, it's Mike. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. I'll let you guys in on one of the teams I've been looking at. We've all seen the videos of Neymar finding out he made that Brazilian squad. He brings that unmatched creativity to a team that's already loaded. Brazil trading at 9.7% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $1,000 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code JOHNSON, JOHNSON, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, KALSHI, trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory. story.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
At D. Geller & Son Jewelers, we're proud of our incredible selection of engagement rings and wedding bands. But sometimes, the best thing about seeing so many styles in one place is getting ideas because the perfect one might not be right in front of you. That's why, since 1939, D. Geller & Son has used our amazing craftsmanship and industry experience to make custom jewelry from the ground up. Come in, talk to one of our experts who's been here for decades, sketch something out, and watch it go from CAD to wax model to a finished piece with heirloom quality that you can pass down for generations. She's gonna look at that ring for the rest of her life, so make it its own story when you build it custom at D. Geller & Son. And see why Atlanta's trusted us since 1939 to get the ring right and build it to last. In Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. The business card that gives back all you put in.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right, fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
Hurt in a crash? Call the attorneys at Sweet James, 800-9-million, and sweetjames.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
We're queuing up your questions with the Middays AMA.
Ask me anything. Call me now. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Red from the Heart, redfromtheheart.org, the AMA, to wrap the show up every single day here on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. Final hour of the show brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Book an appointment for a convenient time at reliableair.com. Again, massive breaking news in the NFL here in the 1 o'clock hour. Myles Garrett has been traded by the Cleveland Browns. What?
I was going to try and swing in you must be talking about the Juju Smith-Schuster signing. But,
yes. Yeah. Massive news in the NFL. No, I mean, Odell Beckham Jr. re-signed with the Giants. That's kind of fun. But no, Myles Garrett has been traded by the Cleveland Browns to the Los Angeles Rams for Jared Verse and a package of picks. We don't know the full extent of the compensation the Browns are getting yet, but big deal, man. Just trying to rack my brain, and you were too, about bigger trades than this. Like Myles Garrett won the Defensive Player of the Year award last year and set the NFL record for sacks in a season last year. And there's been some big trades before guys hit. There's been some buy low trades on guys like Randy Moss out of Oakland, and then he goes to New England and still obviously has it. I don't know.
I think this
guy's at the peak of his powers.
The Stafford one directly led to a Super Bowl and also ultimately led to the position you're in now.
Yeah.
So I do think Stafford is in that discussion. But
he definitely is.
You're now potentially talking about the two biggest trades in NFL history, depending on what the season becomes for the Rams, potentially leading to a pair of different Super Bowls for that franchise.
Team. Yeah. No, it's at the very least two of the 7 or 8 biggest, like all-in win-now trades have been by the same team in the last 5 years. Pretty crazy.
And one of them paid off.
One of them paid off.
TBD on this other.
And we'll see. But even one of them paid off, and then it's also paid off in them being really relevant and interesting ever since then. They got one Super Bowl, but they've been really good in general since then, for the most part, when healthy. All right. Half the phone lines are full, which means half the phone lines are available at 404-726-0929. If you want to jump on and ask us a question here, we'll start with Anthony, who's in Ellenwood. Hello, Anthony.
What's going on, family? Happy Monday. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I got 2 questions for you guys. One of them is actually for Bo, and my first question is, Bo, by any chance, did you happen to see the El Grande Americano mask versus mask match? And what is your opinions on that match? Me personally, I think it's one of the best matches of the year. My second question is for you guys. With Myles Garrett now going to L.A., what is the likelihood that Sean McVay is on the phone right now to try and get Aaron Donald to come back for one more year? Love the show, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Anthony. Love you. You want to start with the mask?
It was a fantastic match. Probably it may be, seeing as how we're only in May. I'm trying to think back to WrestleMania.
June 1st.
Or June. That's correct.
It's the first of the month.
It may be very well the best match we have seen this year.
Okay.
It was a fantastic match.
There's a take.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Exactly what you want to see in a professional wrestling match.
I don't know about the Aaron Donald thing. I don't think he's doing that.
I think he's lost too much weight.
Yeah. He seemed pretty happy with his decision, too. Plus now, I don't know.
Is there a role he could play that's not even significant and just to be on the team? Like, he wouldn't come back and be on the D-line.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's a fun thought.
Like an extra blocker on field goals.
Anthony is not there. Anthony's gone. Eric. Oh, Eric's in Alpharetta. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Andy. Hey, Randy. How y'all doing?
Doing good, Eric. How are you?
Oh, doing all right. All right. I have a simple question because, OBJ is back in the Giants.
Yep.
I don't see Malik Neighbors staying. What do you guys think? Do you think the Falcons should try to grab Malik Neighbors as a wide receiver and see what happens?
Thank you, Eric. I don't think they're going to trade him. I think they like him, and this may be sort of like they needed wide receivers anyway. They signed 3 different wide receivers today, right?
That's right.
If anything, sort of a mentor sort of situation there.
You know who'd be a great mentor for Malik Neighbors?
Drake London.
Drake London.
Weren't they
exactly
right.
They
in the same draft? Probably the same age, pretty much.
No, he's older, right? Drake is?
Is he a little older?
1 year?
Maybe 1 year.
1 year?
Anyway, I love the idea of Malik Neighbors, the Falcon. I don't think the Giants are doing that. But
all right, let's put together let's see, what can we give up?
We need phone calls. We need more AMA calls. 404-726-0929. But yes, now go for it.
Promising linebacker prospect Troy Anderson.
Yeah, okay.
As part of a package.
This is always my favorite, is like
the overvalue of others and undervalue of yours.
Not even overvalue. It's like you think that they're idiots.
Right.
And
well,
like,
some teams.
We've been crapping on this guy for 3 years. Like Ricochet. Like everyone's like, all right, what can we get if we took number 8 and Ricochet?
He's only 20. You can, develop him.
Like he was the number 1 pick. Yes, he was. And all anybody's done is talk about
multi-time
what a terrible
rookie
pick
sophomore
that was
challenge participant
for 2 years now.
I don't think Malik Neighbors is worried in the slightest about OBJ.
A 33-year-old OBJ taking Malik Neighbors' job?
Not happening.
No, I don't think so.
I think OBJ will be lucky to make the team, and he'll probably be the third or fourth guy.
Yeah,
He's going to have to beat out Braxton Berrios.
They just
Or
signed,
they don't have any depth, so that's good for him.
They just drafted they've got their franchise quarterback. They think, I think that they're going young on offense. I think they're probably going to stick with what they've got. But anyway, I like that this the Jared Verse and a bunch of draft picks for Myles Garrett trade has people thinking big. If Myles Garrett can get traded, anybody could get traded. Maybe you can take a huge swing and get in there.
Are the Falcons more likely to bring in via trade or send out via trade?
Send out.
Okay.
And
yeah.
And there's really only like one guy, and I think that's kind of done now at this point. Is Kyle Pitts. And I don't think that's going to happen at this point. If they were going to do that, they probably would have done it.
You can't trade AJ now that you drafted Avion. That's obviously off the table.
No.
Yeah, it'd be so bad.
No, you can't
but I'm not asking you to trade Jesse Bates, but I think you could probably trade him.
Yeah.
You're not getting 3 first-rounders, but
I think the Falcons are kind of where they're at.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think they're trading any of these guys.
Yeah. All right. 404-726-0929. Get on hold. Ask us anything you'd like. KJ is in Douglasville. Hey, KJ.
Hey, what up? What up?
Hello.
Hey, fellas, how about this? The 49ers have had recent linebacker injuries. So what about trading Troy Anderson and maybe a 6th or 7th round for Brandon Ayuk? And that's all, fellas.
Well, I don't even think they have Ayuk's number anymore.
They do want to trade him.
I know they do.
It is June 1st.
They can't get a hold of him, and they haven't talked to him in months.
I don't know if they're just giving him up for Troy Anderson.
Because that's what that would be. I mean, that would be them just trying to move on from him. I don't know what his contract situation is, because he just signed, 2 off seasons ago, a pretty decent contract. And he's been hurt almost the entire time since then. That's a really weird situation. There's a number of weird situations going on in the NFL.
He's not a unrestricted free agent until 2029.
Yeah, he's got a couple more years left on that deal. The Brandon Ayuk 49er situation, super weird. Every time they talk about it, it gets weirder. Alvin Kamara and the Saints is getting a little bit more complicated and weird as well. And then, obviously, there's various teams that have players with legal issues. But, yeah, that's, I don't know. Probably steer clear of that one. Caleb is in Athens. Hey, Caleb.
What's up, guys? So that sucks for Jared Verse. That's my dude out of FSU.
Yeah.
So I heard Abe say, he's an Ohio kid, but, even if you're born in Charlotte, it's not like you want to live in Charlotte.
Amen.
But what's the worst trade you can think of for a player that you just felt bad for going to another team? That's all I got.
I felt pretty bad for DeMar DeRozan when the Raptors traded him and then immediately won a championship. I realized it was the right move. They got Kawhi Leonard. It was the right thing to do. But, that guy had been there for a while. Really good player in the franchise history. San Antonio's not the worst place to go, but not the best place to go, especially at that point of San Antonio's build. I'm trying to think of other players that have just been shipped to Siberia.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of me feeling bad for them versus me feeling bad for me.
Okay, feel bad for you.
I think there's plenty. I felt bad that they got traded away from Atlanta or something.
Oh, okay.
Irrelevant to where they were moved to.
What was as a fan in your life? What was the trade that was the hardest? Because mine's so easy.
I don't know. I'd have to think.
The Mariners traded Ken Griffey Jr.
Right.
Well, that was pretty tough.
Most of the ones that
and
hurt,
I was 15.
Most of the ones that really hurt were just we let them go in free agency.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was Brave stuff. I can't think of a massive Hawks trade where we moved someone. I know Trey recently, but
Dominique, but you're probably
but I wasn't really, I don't think there was a huge Hawks one there. I don't think there was necessarily a massive Falcons trade. Moving on from Julio, I think, but again, that's less about feeling bad for him and more about like, man, I really did want this guy to be a Falcon for life.
It was definitely weird seeing Julio Jones in, what was it, the Titans jersey the next year?
Titans and then Eagles after that.
I remember that, but the first year was the Titans. It was really weird seeing Matt Ryan in a Colts jersey for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, anytime somebody gets traded from a decent spot to Sacramento.
Well, I think you hit the type of
Cleveland.
I think you hit that short, but like the one where you're on a pretty like the Jared Goff thing.
Yeah,
like
that
you just took
worse.
them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they're convinced you can't do it again, and so they move on. They bring in a guy who then wins the Super Bowl, and you're like, oh. Same thing, like you said with DeRozan, like. Getting moved off and then having a team almost immediately win the title's brutal.
The Sean Kemp one was brutal too because it was a three-way trade and they got back a guy who was immediately better than him at the time, and then Sean Kemp just like went off the rails.
Yeah,
from a
literal and figurative standpoint.
Substance standpoint.
Yeah, literal and figurative.
Yeah. Brad's in Villa Rica. Final call. Hey, Brad.
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Good.
All right. Well, look, I got two questions for you. And it could be a baseball card, or it could be anything. When y'all were younger, I would say maybe 13, maybe anywhere from 10 to 13.
Okay.
Did y'all have a favorite baseball card or a favorite stuffed animal that you didn't want nobody to touch? And the second question is, if you had to go on a marathon today, what would you wear and why?
Thank you, Brad.
I'll hang up and listen.
What would I wear to run a marathon?
Yeah, what are you going to wear?
Just my regular running clothes. Dunwoody Roadrunners, dry fit, sweat T-shirt.
Oh, so you have a very specific answer then.
And then running shorts that have a pocket for my gels. Got to take lots of gels and such.
Got to stay.
Today would not be a very good day for a marathon. My
energy.
fitness is all gone.
What shoes are you wearing these days?
Well, for the marathon, I would wear my Hoka Skyward X's.
Skyward?
Yeah.
Really?
Whatever they're called.
That's my buddy Jackson's last name.
Hoka Cloud? I don't know. I don't know what they're called.
My favorite card, I still have it. My dad got it for me for my 9th birthday. It was a Nolan Ryan, like gold-plated Texas Rangers card. It was like, I don't know if it's dipped in gold or whatever.
Okay.
I've never taken it out of the case. But I was super into Nolan Ryan at the end part of his career for whatever reason. And he got me a gold-plated Nolan Ryan. I still have it. It's on the shelf right now.
Unless my dad got rid of all my cards that was in my big little protector thing. It was actually a basketball card, but I had a couple Dirk rookies.
Oh, cool.
But I don't know if they're still there.
My dad bought an Allen Iverson draft pick autograph off QVC. I don't know. Like, my dad's not the biggest basketball fan in the world, but he was like, this Allen Iverson guy, I'm pretty sure he's going to be awesome. And he was right.
He was awesome.
I still have that card as well, the Allen Iverson Georgetown autograph card that he bought off QVC. Like, that was... I don't know. My dad, he got into cards for a little while. He was building these little card stands that were very cool. I still have a bunch of those as well. Anyway, let's get the takeaways of the day.
As our show heads into the final stretch, it's time for the takeaway of the day.
So many achievements.
On Andy and Randy, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Takeaways of the day every day to wrap up the show. I will start by telling you that they've got a nice back end in Los Angeles.
And Abe hated Who Let the Dogs Out well before anyone else.
I was an original. I was a Baja Men original.
You were.
It was there. Yeah, I had the back end thing too.
You said it.
I know. You can't write down takeaways from your own day.
I know. I got to start saying
wild stuff.
I got to say weirder stuff. All right. We'll talk
I
to you
could do
tomorrow.
the takeaway from the text Randy sent this morning.
Yeah. The D Factory.
It always happened over there.
That's where Randy was at this morning, early. Randy participating in the
sweet
group
stuff.
chat on vacation. Interesting. I think he likes us more than he used to. All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 11.
Watch out now! Tuesday morning on the Steakhouse, the Queen of Atlanta Radio, Sandra is back. And we're still looking at college baseball, suspensions, elimination games, college regionals, right in our own backyard. Also, why Victor Wembanyama could have one of the biggest moments for any young athlete in history. NBA Finals around the corner. Don't miss it, 9 to 11 on the Steakhouse on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
Lock in the best seats now for the 2026 to 2027 Atlanta Hawks season.
Exploding to the basket. What a shot!
Where moments
in his bag
become memories.
Down the lane for the flush. Got it! Shaquille Alexander Walker.
Atlanta Hawks membership presented by Ticketmaster. Put your deposit down now at hawks.com/join.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of our clients, Selena, said, Mark Spain Real Estate was phenomenal. Prior to working with Mark Spain Real Estate, my house had been on the market for over 3 months with no success. After I met with Mark Spain Real Estate, they completely turned things around for me. I closed on the sale quickly, just as they promised. Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in the U.S. with over 13,000 5-star reviews. Trust us to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference. One vehicle at a time.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knocked down and score! WCGC Atlanta and WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com. The Braves couldn't complete the sweep in Cincinnati yesterday, falling to the Reds 6-4, but they still return home after a 4-2 road trip. Atlanta is now 40-20, making it the first time in franchise history they've reached 40 wins before June. In the NBA, the Spurs beat the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 and will host the Knicks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
It's 2 o'clock. You know what that means. Hey, man! It's time for Dukes and Bell, the best sports talk duo breaking down the hottest topics in the ATL.
Wait a minute. That's huge. Big.
We like our sports like we like our brew. Fresh and crisp to the last out.
Yeah.
Carl Dukes.
You're not listening.
And Mike Bell.
Give me a freaking break.
Are about to take over the airwaves.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's Carl Dukes and Mike Bell.
Oh, we got some stuff to get to. Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We hope you had a great weekend. We certainly did. Mike was just telling me about a concert that he's going to tell you guys about that was very disappointing.
Yes, it was.
But as we get the show started, guys, yes, we will talk Braves. We will talk college super regionals because Georgia Tech needs to win today. We will get into the NBA Finals. But, guys, there is a blockbuster deal that we got to get this show started with because it's all about the NFL. And for us, the Atlanta Falcons have more OTAs to go through, and then they got mandatory minicamp, and then they're done for about 4 weeks. And then we get to camp. And today, the Cleveland Browns have agreed to terms to trade two-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, to the LA Rams. That is Sean McVay. That is Les Snead, the general manager. It's a blockbuster deal, Mike, and we were laughing because they keep using that word. It's a blockbuster deal. Yeah. Because of Myles Garrett's accomplishments, who he is. He's a future Hall of Famer. He's already been, multi-time Defensive Player of the Year. Right. And now the Rams get that. For those who don't remember, they already traded for Trent McDuffie. So they went and got one of the best corners. Now they got the best edge rusher in the league, Mike. They feel like they were close last year. They are all in.
And to sweeten the pot, because Cleveland said no. They were not going to trade Myles Garrett, and then you threw in Jared Verse. Okay. And so you get a guy that is, he's not at the level of Myles, but he's right below. And he's certainly a Pro Bowler, and he's a great defensive end, great defensive lineman, can do it all. But that they had to give to get. And now, as you mentioned, with McDuffie to shore up that secondary, which did get beat up by the Rams, I should say by the Seahawks when they played them in the conference finals. Now you got this defense dialed in. Stafford looks like he's got a few more good years under him. Poof. Giddy up.
Yeah, because, look, you don't know if he calls it quits after this year or not, right? I mean, Stafford could easily, they restructured his deal. Okay, great. MVP last year. But this could be the last year. And for a 30-year-old Myles Garrett who wasn't going anywhere in Cleveland, okay, this makes total sense for him. Get me the hell up out of here. Let me go chase one, and maybe we're able to get one before my career is over. Myles Garrett's not slowing down, though, Mike. At 30, again, he still looks like the most dominant pass rusher in the league. But I'll say this for the Cleveland Browns. The one side of this is the Rams, and we'll talk about the Falcons aspect of this in a second. But the Rams are trying to get to there, and they're trying to win. The Browns are the complete opposite of that right now.
Yes.
When you trade your best player away, you're screaming tank. They won't say it. They won't admit it. Mike, we don't even know who the quarterback's going to be. Shador, is it going to be Deshaun Watson because of the money invested? But at the end of the day, for me, this is where the Browns are. They're on the complete opposite side of where the Rams are right now.
Yeah, it's a thing that Falcon fans, and I heard a couple guys today on Twitter go, why don't we? We're not there. Guys, we're not there. We got some things we're very excited about, but when you don't have your quarterback set up, you're not going to go make a trade like this, okay? And we know that our general manager wants to build through the draft. We aren't where the Rams are. Hopefully someday you're at where the Rams are and you go make that big piece, like when the Eagles traded for A.J. Brown, and that'll be the other shoe to drop today. We're going to wait to see when the A.J. Brown to the Patriots deal that everyone's been talking about for months goes down. But you're right. The Rams, Les Snead, he's done it all. Blank those picks. He's used those picks. He's made trades. He trades first because you got to give to get, but they're all in to win the Super Bowl. The Browns, I don't know what they are. That's why when we talk about Stefanski's legacy in Cleveland, look what he had to work with, Carl.
Yeah.
It's a dysfunctional franchise.
It is. I had a buddy of mine tell me, you know what Coach of the Year means? And I said, what? He says, your team overachieved. I said, okay, because that's how he sees it. Kevin Stefanski was a Coach of the Year, right? He did achieve that twice.
but it simply means that he didn't win it. His team overachieved. We had coaches of the year in the NBA for our Atlanta Hawks. Mm-hmm. Teams overachieve. And in those instances, Mike, you get the recognition, but it doesn't mean he's a championship caliber coach, even though I think Kevin Stefanski's really good. Here's the thing, though. Who's in this championship bubble now? As we talk about the Rams, because they've been there, they were there last year, right? Seattle's the defending Super Bowl champ, so you want to feel like Sam Darnold and company, they're going to continue to be right there, even though I think they're going to play in the hardest division in football. I think the Patriots are there, Mike. You said it. When, in fact, A.J. Brown gets traded, it's going to help Drake May. The Bills are there. Who's in the Super Bowl bubble? The Broncos are there.
Yeah, I think the Ravens would like to think they're in.
Okay.
A rookie head coach. That's one. I think I think anybody who made the playoffs, I mean, C.J. Stroud's got to get them going. They got a great defense. Texans are always going to be in that mix. Jaguars make a big leap last year. Certainly, the Chargers have got to get somewhere with Herbert. It's time for the let's be honest. Let's get the rubber on the road and make something happen with the Chargers. But the Broncos are there. The Broncos, they don't lose Bo Nix. I think they're giving you a much better Super Bowl than the Patriots did.
I agree. And look, I'm not putting the Chiefs in there right now because I don't know what this is going to look like. You can tell me Patrick Mahomes is back. What I do know is Travis Kelce is old. The Bears are in that Super Bowl bubble, guys.
Right.
They are a team that should be vying to get there. That's where we want to be. And that gets us to where our team is coming off this blockbuster trade that everybody's going to be talking about and saying, oh, man, that's all it took to get Myles Garrett. Well, you needed a guy like Jared Verse, number one, to be able to trade.
You're going to trade James Pierce Jr. while he's in limbo? I mean, there's nobody for us to trade. I mean, Jalen Walker, we believe, has got a tremendous – matter of fact, Bill Barnwell wrote about him taking a big leap this year in ESPN today, talking about guys going to take that big jump. But no, guys, I get it. You hear the big names and you want a piece of that action. We're not there. When we're playing every year in the playoffs, okay, then you're a piece away. We're stuck in this 8-9 hell that hopefully Stefanski's going to lead us out of. And then next year we've got cap space and we'll hopefully have a decent draft pick. Maybe not too decent, right? Depending on the season.
Yeah, look, and you're right, Mike. I mean, if we had 3 or 4 winning seasons with playoff runs and you felt like, all right, we're a wide receiver away, I'm just throwing it out there. It could be any position. Then that changes things. And then we get to see how, ballsy Matt Ryan wants to be.
Right.
I mean, seriously, a lot of times executives don't make their legacy until Les Snead. The last time he did this, blank those picks.
Right.
And then they win a Super Bowl. And everybody said, whoa, he's the greatest general manager. He's doing it again right now. He's basically saying, I got a team that's right there. What is it going to take to get him over the top? Yeah. Mike, we haven't been there.
And again, here's a guy that, took Jared Goff, takes him to the playoffs, and he says, you know what? Goff ain't the guy. Let Detroit take him to the next level. I got a ceiling here. The Stafford trade, I mean, that's why, again, we knew less when he was here under Dimitrov, and he learned well, but he's basically playing chess, and everybody else seems to be playing checkers right now in this league. Now, again, doesn't mean anything. They got to stay healthy. Stafford's got to stay upright. But when you're this close, when you're that good, when you are basically a couple of Jackson Smith and Jigba catches from going back to the Super Bowl, you go do what you did. You addressed your corner. You talked about Trent McDuffie. Now you get the best defensive player in the league, period.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. And for Garrett, remember, I don't know if you guys do, he actually wanted out of Cleveland. He was demanding a trade. Yeah. I want out. And then they gave him a new deal. He was like, I'm cool.
Did you see the memes, by the way, Day-Day? The memes are already jumping. And I saw this about an hour ago. You got Morgan Freeman as Red when he finally gets out of Shawshank.
Oh, yeah.
And like Myles Garrett's feelings right now leaving Cleveland. Conversely, if you're Jared Verse, you feel like Andy Dufresne dropping into Shawshank right now.
I think this is probably the happiest guy on the planet. I'm being serious because he's going somewhere where for so long he's worried about the other side of the ball. And I'm talking about with the Cleveland Browns and who was quarterbacking. You don't have to worry about that. But we'll see what happens with the Browns. Look, as I said, I just feel like they're not going anywhere fast, and the Rams will be back in the mix. I'm not telling you they're going to go undefeated, but when you make these kind of deals, man, you are screaming, hey, it's win it or nothing. And, Mike, the irony this year, you know what the Super Bowl is?
L.A. SoFi.
So we could see it again for only the second time ever.
Yeah.
Brady did it.
Yeah, half empty, unfortunately, with COVID that year, but you're right. Yeah, and look, the guy just said, what about the Eagles? We're talking about the team. Yeah, the Eagles are in that bubble.
They are.
It's a soap opera every year. The A.J. Brown thing apparently is going to come to fruition today, post June 1, so we got to wait and see for that 4 o'clock, right? Everything becomes official. But the Patriots with A.J. Brown, that's another thing. I mean, they need a weapon like that. And you've got a great young quarterback who's only going to get better. Like the Vrabel soap opera crap aside, that doesn't mean anything in that. As far as Super Bowl aspirations, those guys are ready to roll.
Dude, that's a 14 win team last year with Vrabel. I think they'll be able to put all that stuff aside once the season starts. 404-726-0929. It is Dukes and Bell. Myles Garrett traded to the Rams. It is a blockbuster deal, and when you only give up a player that can be used now, which is the Jared Verse piece, a first-rounder, and there will be other compensation, but I don't think it's going to be like Mike, 5 first-round picks when this is all said and done. I think that's the basis of this trade, and there'll be additional picks, but it's a great deal for the Rams to try to do this. All right, we got plenty more to dive into, including Ronald Acuna lighting it up, and we do mean lighting it up, guys. Off the weekend. Braves are off today. They'll take on the Blue Jays starting tomorrow as they get back home, and we have an NBA Finals. I have to tell you something. I normally don't cheer one way or the other unless it's our teams. I'm cheering for the Spurs. And I'm not cheering against the Knicks, but I'm cheering for greatness with Victor Wembanyama, Mike, at 22 years old, who could do something from a historical standpoint, from a, we witnessed LeBron, right? This is very similar, and this could be the start of something special. Now, on the other side of that, I know Knicks fans are like, dude, we hadn't won in 50 years. I hear you. But Wembanyama, Mike, is making me want to watch games.
Right. Look, it's interesting. I heard some of the things we talked about, how you sound like after you lose a series and how James Harden sounded like a nitwit. I thought that Jalen Williams made a decent comment. He goes, hey, man, I think we're a different team if I'm in there. He goes, I don't make us worse. Which is nice way. But look, they had some injuries early to start that series. Talk about the Spurs and guys got healthier. But Jay Mitchell, and Williams, they can always do the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but no repeat champion for the Thunder. And the Thunder certainly have some decisions to make as far as some of their sort of front court, as far as restricted free agents. But this is the matchup we talked about with Steve Koonin on Friday. It's huge for the NBA.
It is, and for the Knicks again. It's just one moment at a time, Mike. Look, you got to capture the moment. And if they don't, it could be another 50 years. There's no guarantee they'll be back here.
It's funny. Everybody talks about the Knicks fans. Yeah, I know some of them are animals, but they always talk about the legacy of basketball and the Mecca of the Garden and all that. You're right. This is your chance. And last time they played, it was the Spurs.
It was.
And it was, of course, a different squad, and that was Tim Duncan doing his thing.
99.
The Knicks were an 8th seed that year. That was a strike short. Was that a lockout or strike? It was a lockout.
It was a lockout.
Either way, it was a shortened season, but that's the last chance the Knicks had. So I'm thinking the Knicks have the physicality to go with Wemby, and that just comes down to how does the Spurs execute in the half court? They get 3-point crazy, which seems to me the only time they kind of lose their way.
It was a weird year. My buddy Mattress Mac, he bets all that money in Houston. He threw a charity basketball game, so all the stars came and played in the charity game because they were locked out. So everybody came because they weren't doing anything. And it was a weird year, and everybody, once the season started, said 50 games, it shouldn't count. A lot of people thought there shouldn't have been a championship that year. And Spurs were like, well, everybody played 50 games. And they ended up winning it.
Hey, guy hits us up on our text line. He goes, remember the Rams won in SoFi when they beat the Bengals? So that'd be 3.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Because the Rams and the Chargers share SoFi.
No, yes, but I think Tampa was the first team
Tampa was
in their home
Tampa
stadium.
was the first one to do it. Yeah, but these guys can go back to SoFi and do it again.
Yeah.
Because Lord knows when they play at home, it's really not a home field advantage for it, is it?
All right, man. Coming up, we'll talk about Ronald Acuna, the Braves, and certainly we're going to talk to our buddy Ian O'Connell, senior writer from The Athletic, about all things NBA. That's coming up here in about 20 minutes. Stay there. It's Dukes and Bell.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The San Antonio Spurs are heading to the NBA Finals. The NBA will have a new champion this season. Wemby and the Spurs took out the Thunder by playing tough defense and hitting threes. The Spurs went 17 of 40 from 3 on Saturday night. Next up, Wemby in the NBA Finals. The story of the next great in league history continues. The NBA Finals start on Wednesday night. I'm Chris Black.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit SkyRizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It may be Falcons off-season,
but there's still plenty to talk about.
For the new coach staff, they want to come in and make sure that we're all speaking the same language. We're all on the same page.
Definitely as a staff, definitely for Mike, we kind of have the blinders on and are really just looking at what's in front of us.
When it comes to our Falcons,
nobody's got you covered like us. From rough to minicamp, all the way to the start of training camp.
Get the latest on our Falcons here. Our Falcons play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The Game. The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Net available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
When you run a business, no day is ever the same. One moment you're working on improving your employees' experience, the next you're putting out an unexpected fire.
Can I get the report?
With all the hustle and bustle, it's easy for energy management to fall to the bottom of the list. With Georgia Power's Commercial Energy Efficiency Program, you can get rebates on high-efficiency equipment upgrades, helping you save energy today and money for whatever tomorrow brings. That's one of the ways we're here for Georgia businesses.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air. Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The Doghouse AC is down. We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered. You hear that, buddy? Oh yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month. 0 down and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Save on all your summer favorites at Whole Foods Market with yellow sales signs throughout the store. Stay cool and save on cut watermelon and organic strawberries for fruit salads. Plus, explore savings on snacks from Annie's and more. Save on summer flavors at Whole Foods Market.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Hey man, we all know Finley is the best when it comes to roofing here in Atlanta, but guess what? Now the roof guys do windows and doors. Finley Roofing partners with top-tier partners like Provia Windows and Doors, custom built for your home. Get all the details when you go to finleyroofing.com. Finley Roofing, now roofs, windows, and doors.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by firsts because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Another sports flash.
just moments away.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel Inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate,
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Renter's Warehouse is now Renosi. Same free rental analysis powered by real people who know Atlanta.
This report is brought to you by Renosi. Renter's Warehouse is now Renosi. Renosi is bringing you the same worry-free property management you love for about the price of your morning coffee. Renosi, peace of mind powered by local, real humans.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Atlanta came up short against the Reds yesterday, losing 6-4, but the Braves still head home with a 40-20 record after winning 4 of 6 on the road. It's the earliest the franchise has ever reached 40 wins in a season. The Braves will start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals after a Game 7 win over Oklahoma City and will face the Knicks starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's time for Dukes and Bell's Daily Download.
You've got mail. All the stories you need to know about the world of Atlanta sports in bite size. Brought to you by Window Comfort.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's June 1st. Braves are in first place. Dogs are in the Super Regionals. And we're going to talk about this controversial home run that got one of the best players in college baseball ejected in just a second. But, Mike, June 1, we always talk about July, at least I do, and let me see where this team is. June 1st, what do you know about this Braves team, man?
I think they're legit. I think you're going to, spend a little bit at the trade deadline to beef up the pitching. You're hoping that Waldrop, and we got some good news about Hurston Waldrop, ready to do rehab starts. So now all of a sudden, you got some things really coming together. And looks like, speaking of coming together, Ronald Acuna's swing is coming together as he gives you a big power surge. And it's kind of historic up there with some of the greatest names in Cooperstown for that just little run of home run hitting he had up in Cincinnati. But you're taking 2 out of 3 series. You've had Olsen hot, Olsen a little bit cold. You've had Riley cold, then a little bit hot. I mean, you still haven't played your best baseball, and you got 40 wins, and Carl, you're having a historic season by franchise history. And think about all these great teams that have rolled through here.
It's crazy. That's the thing, guys. If you were to say, how does this team compare from a talent standpoint to other great Braves teams, I think there have been other more talented teams across the board. But this team is producing better than some of those even more talented teams that we've seen over the years. Mike mentioned Acuna, guys, 5 home runs in 4 games. That is huge. And we've been saying, what's going to be the spark? I want you to hear a couple of these because this was the leadoff home run on Sunday, and then we'll let you hear what he did on Saturday. And then Alex Anthopoulos was talking about Acuna. Here's Ronald.
So Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 more homers last night, giving him 4 in the last 3 games. Oh, my goodness. You want to say that this guy is back? He's more than back. He is absolutely on fire. Acuna strikes again. 438 feet.
Dangerous, Mike, when he's leading off and he's in that groove like that. So that was Sunday. Obviously, Brandon Gaudin with the call there on Braves Vision. But what about Saturday? Those 2 home runs he was just talking about.
But wait, there's more.
And Ronald Acuna Jr. puts it in the air, deep to right. 3 homers in 3 games as Acuna Jr. continues to heat up, and he's tied this game at 2. Acuna to center field. He already has 1 tonight. There's another. Ronald Acuna all of a sudden is on an absolute tear. The former MVP is putting Major League Baseball on notice.
Boom. That's why Brandon's really good at his job.
When he's healthy, though, this is why he is, if not the best player in the league. When healthy, he can do all the things. And so that's great news. What about Alex Anthopoulos? Because I thought him over the weekend talking to Braves Vision, Mike. He said, I hope to be active during the trade deadline, and that got a lot of people excited. But here's what he said about Acuna.
I think the game last night was like the first one where I'd say, like, whoa, that's the old Ronald. Stealing 2 bases, making some plays, the home runs. That felt really good. Obviously, he had a nice series against the Red Sox. But, look, we all know what he can do. And, look, the fact that we've been as successful as we have with guys not performing to what they've done in the past is really exciting. It points to the upside of the club.
Right. Well, like we said, you've had guys that have kind of had a hard time getting on track, guys feel are on track. We talked about, we're going to be stealing bases. We stopped doing that. But this team is just finding a way. And the pitching, all the things we worried about. He also talked about Didier Fuentes. We'll talk more about that. He kind of thinks he's getting valuable experience. And, yeah, sometimes he's going to take your lumps with him, Carl. But using him as kind of a mid-relief guy seems like a better educational experience than being stuck in Gwinnett.
Yeah, look, the contributions across the board. Dubon, Perez,
Mateo.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's what's crazy about this club right now. Off day today for the Braves. They'll get ready for the Blue Jays tomorrow.
Yeah, the historical reference we were talking about earlier, it's pretty amazing to have those home runs and stolen bases. I was trying to find it. I've got to pull it up for you right now because I want to give you the correct information about where Ronald is historically. Willie Mays, Eric Davis, Shohei Ohtani, the only players to have 5 home runs and 4 stolen bases in 4 games.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, man. Meanwhile, what's incredible is that the Dogs have handled their business and they are in the Super Regionals. The controversy over the weekend wasn't the win. The home run by Trey Phelps broke it open. They end up winning at Foley Field. It was the home run celebration. And, look, I wish that you all had video, in your car. Maybe one day you will. And I say, hey, let's watch the video. Right. And you could just watch the video. But this is much more about the visual than it is us describing to you how this home run went down. But Phelps gets thrown out. And then, Wes Johnson gets thrown out, the head coach, and everybody's freaking out. I want you to hear Liberty's coach. His name's Bradley LaCroix, talk about the Phelps home run. And, guys, basically, was it a big emotional moment? He pimped it. He did. But was it overkill? Here's the Liberty coach and what he thought.
Yeah, he made remarks to our dugout and looked straight in our dugout. And at the end of the day, I'm going to protect our guys.
What do you say?
I'm not sure. I mean, 5,000 people, 3,633 yelling at the top of their lungs. I'm not sure, but obviously it wasn't good. And at the end of the day, my guys know I've got their backs, and I'm going to protect them.
Now, the he said, she said in this is like everything in college baseball. There's a lot of chirping. I think we really saw it reach sort of an epidemic level with Tony Vitello's Vols last year. Remember those guys? Yes. Everybody throwing the bats, shirts open to their belly button. It's just and we're seeing this. If you guys know in travel sports, you got kids now that pull this crap in Little League, on travel teams. So I thought, I looked at it first. I'm saying, okay, because I heard guys talking about this online. He was motioning to his family. Okay, if he's motioning to his family, that's not the other team. But that still doesn't make the excuse for running backwards down the third base line, Carl, and pimping it and taking your sweet time doing it. I thought it didn't pass the eye test. And, of course, I was immediately called all sorts of names on social media and yada, yada. But I do think that it's just too much. Now, if there's a lot of chirping and you can prove to me that somebody called him some words you can't say, all right, fine. The worst part is he gets suspended for the first game of the Super Regional, and that's a drag. But you will, and your coach West doesn't get suspended for the game. He just gets ejected, but he's back to managing the team.
Well, the way he went in on his umpires.
Well, and you and I...
He easily could have been, but I'm glad he did. Now, you
and I talked about this off the air. I thought, the umps, as things start to escalate, the umps can de-escalate. You can basically warn the both dugouts and say enough and take control. But, if you let this thing percolate and fester, and then when a guy goes all ham, they're just to eject him. I think that's also a part of the umpire. He's got to do a better job.
Here's Georgia head coach Wes Johnson talking about the Trey Phelps home run.
As far as the Trey situation... for the record, Trey's family was sitting up in the stands. Trey was waving at his family. The umpires, whatever, I'm not an umpire. They thought he was talking to the dugout. Trey got ejected. Trey will miss game 1 of the Super Regional. I also was ejected. I have no further penalties, and that's the only statements that we can give, and the NCAA will not be making a statement. we let our players express themselves. I mean, who's going to tell the player he can't wave to his family?
I thought it was a little bit too much.
Yeah, I thought it was over the top.
When he hits the home run, first of all, he stands there for about 3-4 seconds. Day-Day's laughing because I told him this morning. Then he shuffles down the first base line, not running and jogging, shuffles sideways to present himself to the family, if in fact that was the situation. And then you just continue to watch. And I said, as he rounded the bases, he had a dance or a hand movement or some kind of gesture every time he ran past a base. And at one point, you see the infielders from Liberty trying to talk to him like, bro, what are you doing? This is a little bit too much. Either way, once he gets to third base, he does a little dance. He gets home. Yeah. Everybody's waiting. I thought I was watching an MC Hammer video, Mike. I mean, all this dancing and handshaking. It's great, and I'm all about celebrations, but this was excessive.
Right, and look, this is why, we always talk about Don Mattingly, who's, back managing with the Phillies. Why was he throwing at Ronald? When Ronald does some stuff, which, again, there's a whole new generation of ball players that that do their thing. And, okay, it's not the old style, but that's fine. Everybody different strokes. But the college game, it's been like this for the last 5 years. It's just too much. It's too much. It just is. Act like you've been there. And again, if they're calling you a mother blanker, okay, fine. And go, you know what? I'll meet you. Before you get on the bus, I'll kick your ass. How's that sound? I thought it was too over the top. Day, you were in youth sports all the time. And I just think it sets bad examples because we're seeing, and again, I talked about it last year, Tennessee Vols. A lot of teams around the league were just taking this to a ridiculous level.
I don't know. I just say he hit a 2-run home run and had to take his time because there was a man ahead of him.
Okay, you know what? That sounds very biased. Very biased.
Look, and again, it doesn't pass my eye test, okay? It doesn't pass Carl's eye test. If you're a dog fan, you're looking through dog-colored glasses, so obviously it does pass your eye test.
Well, it's a big moment. I mean, you go up, it broke the game open, right? And then they don't look back. So emotionally, everybody, he's right. The fans are going bananas and everybody's going crazy.
But as soon as he hits it, the ump's go, hey, and the ump's in his ear.
Didn't do that.
Yeah. The ump's telling him, and he did it anyway. So there you go.
All right, man. You guys can chime in on that, 404-726-0929. Ian O'Connor, senior writer for The Athletic's going to join us. We're watching something special, and now that the NBA Finals are set, the real question for me is, can a small guard win it? It's Dukes and Bell.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan, and it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
There are a lot of great reasons to start a home improvement project. And right now, you can add one more. Free Braves baseball. Now through June 30th, spend $100 or more at the Home Depot and you can get 2 free tickets to see the Braves live at Truist Park as they work on their project. winning the National League. Tickets are limited, so start your next project and get ready for Braves baseball today. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Valid through June 30th, 2026. See store for details.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one. I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hello, it's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk some NBA with the guy that I love to read. He does a great job. Ian O'Connor, senior writer for The Athletic. He's on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. It is Dukes and Bell. We'll address some of your comments. The big trade in the NFL has a lot of people talking, and also Russell Wilson is going to have a new job. We'll talk about that in about 20 minutes. Ian, good to have you on the show, man. How would you describe what we are witnessing from Victor Wembanyama right now in the San Antonio Spurs?
Wow, it's interesting. I was just thinking that and I'm based in New York, and the only 2 championships the New York Knicks have ever won went through Wilt Chamberlain, who's an old school center, and obviously now the Knicks have to go through maybe the original old school center, but the Knicks have to go through a new age player in Wembanyama, who already people are talking about at some point in his future might challenge the all-time greats as the greatest player ever. He has that kind of ability, and what I didn't know about him was his mentality. He definitely has that killer mentality, and I mean that in a positive way. And so you combine that size, the talent, and that mentality, and you've got a very formidable obstacle for the Knicks to try to win a championship for the first time in 53 years.
Yeah, man, it just seems like Les Snead has just got he's got the guts, man, to go for it here. So everybody was coming at the Browns for years, seemingly, with him. I guess Jared Verse was the sweetener to get this deal to go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the end of that.
I said, oh, basketball. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Carl. Jump in.
Ian O'Connor talking about what's going on with the NBA, senior writer for The Athletic. As we talk about the Knicks, do you think this is going to be their kryptonite? Because they have gone through the Eastern Conference so easily. I mean, look, we saw with Atlanta, we won 2 games, and we've been the only team to beat the Knicks. And then everybody says, well, they had an easier path. Is this going to be their kryptonite as they face the Western Conference and the Spurs?
It might be. And what's interesting is you go back to the Hawks being up 2-1 on the Knicks in the first round, and people were talking about Quinn Snyder's out coaching Mike Brown, and what are the Knicks going to do with McCollum? And, I mean, everything was on the brink there. If the Knicks lost that series to Atlanta, everyone is, I mean, not everyone, but Mike Brown gets fired.
Right.
Big trades are made. They're going to blow up that roster. And it's just amazing to see where they are right now compared to where they were after 3 games with the Hawks. But, of course, the Spurs are favored to win this. I actually think the Knicks will win this series, given the way that they've been playing two-way basketball, just offense, defense. They're playing for each other. I think they'll find a way to overcome Wemby. But most of the country disagrees with me. And so, absolutely, if you told me the Spurs won this series in 5 or 6 games and went on to win 3 or 4 more titles like they did with Tim Duncan, and I was there in the 99 finals when the Spurs beat the Knicks, and that was the first of 5 titles. If you told me Wemby was going to have the same kind of Tim Duncan run, I certainly would believe it.
Sorry about that, Ian. I put you on the NFL beat earlier. As far as the big guys in the front court for the Knicks, can they get after Wemby? Because I know Mitchell Robinson's got a pinky. Not that it matters with his free throw shooting, but don't they have the kind of size that can come after Wemby and kind of get him out of his comfort zone?
Yeah, they have Cat, of course. Not the greatest defensive player in the world. Mitchell Robinson is so critical to the Knicks' success, particularly in a series like this where they're going to need him healthy on Wemby. And so I think it really comes down to, is Robinson going to be affected by that finger? As you joke, of course, we're not worried about his free throw shooting. That can't get any worse. But all the other things he does, contact, lobs at the rim, in the pick and roll game, changing shots, just being physical, relentless motor. Man, the Knicks need that, particularly in this series. So, yeah, there's some optimism with the Knicks that this is not going to dramatically impact Robinson's play, but we're going to find out Wednesday night how much it will hurt him. And, they do have the size and the ability to sort of contain Wemby if Robinson is playing at full capacity. But if he isn't, I think the Knicks then are in trouble.
All right, Ian, do you fall in this philosophy of small guards don't win in the NBA anymore? We saw years ago, obviously, Isaiah and John Stockton. You know, Isaiah won it. Stockton got there, but had a great supporting cast. But when we talk about Jalen Brunson, he's 6'2". Yes, he's special. But do you think the Spurs with Castle and Dylan Harper and Julian Champagne, they have the ability to throw different guys at him and their size will affect him?
Yeah, listen, I think Brunson is good enough. It's interesting when the Knicks acquired him, the question in New York was, is Jalen Brunson good enough to be the second best player on a championship team? And there was a debate over that. So it's gotten to a point where now at least the question has moved to, is he good enough to be the best player on a championship team? And he's 4 victories away from saying yes to that question. But I've talked to Isaiah Thomas a number of times about this over the years, and obviously the NBA was a different league when he won 2 championships with the Pistons. But I do think if your supporting cast is good enough, and I suspect the Knicks is, that you can win a championship with Brunson as your lead star. I do. The Spurs have defenders that could give him a lot of problems. Of course, we thought that about other teams when they face the Knicks in the playoffs, and it hasn't worked out that way. San Antonio is better than all those teams, so it might. But Brunson is really an amazing player in so many ways. He's not big, he's not that athletic, he's not that fast, and yet all the guys who are can't seem to cover him. So I think that he reminds me a little bit of Derek Jeter in New York. He's got the same disposition. He studied Jeter some, the way he carries himself. And I think he's done an amazing job of overcoming some physical limitations to be one of the great players in the NBA. And I think he is good enough to win a championship if the cast around him plays the way they've played so far in the postseason.
Ian O'Connor with us, guys, senior writer with The Athletic on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. We're the only guys that beat the Knicks in the East, which seems kind of crazy, Ian, and mostly because the Knicks couldn't just finish the games and some strange inbounds plays, and we went at Brunson, to your point. What do you think of when you think of the Hawks? Can we make some moves to get better, or do we have to take a step back and still go with the youth movement for this team?
Well, I think the youth movement, and you have some impressive young pieces there, Johnson and Daniels, and I think Quinn Snyder's a really good coach. In fact, I wrote a book on Coach K and his life and career, and Quinn Snyder, and Coach K might be the greatest college basketball coach of all time, but Quinn Snyder was a much better offensive coach than Coach K was, and he would really sort of, I mean, in some of those meetings, people were stunned at how good Quinn was offensively in particular at Duke. So I think they have a coach. I think they've got some really good young pieces. And in the East, the good news is you don't have to worry about Wemby. You don't have to worry about OKC. You can make hay in the East. So I think, yeah, obviously they need to make a move and get another big piece in there. But I think the Hawks, they're not that far away from being right there for a chance to win the East and play in the NBA Finals, and they proved that in the first half of that Knicks series. It may end up being, if the Knicks have a great finals, that the team that gave them the most problem along the way was the Hawks. So I think there should be some optimism in Atlanta that a move, the right move or two moves there with some really good pieces in place could make a fairly big difference quickly. Doesn't have to be 3 years from now. It could be next year.
Right.
So, yeah, I think the Hawks could be right there.
And just real quick as a follow-up, Ian, what do you make of Jonathan Kuminga? Because we debate what we're going to do with him almost every day here.
Yeah, it's a good question. I have really been focused on New York and the Knicks primarily, and so I haven't really been monitoring that conversation as far as whether or not he's definitely getting moved or he'll be back or not. That'll be interesting to see. But, listen, I think that team is going to be built around the two young players that I mentioned in Johnson and Daniels, who I was a little surprised didn't play a little better in the second half of that Knicks series. But, I wouldn't be surprised either way what happens with Kuminga.
Let's talk about the losers here, and I'm talking about OKC. One of our favorite guys, Ian O'Connell, joining us, guys, here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, talking all things NBA. Final start on Wednesday. Spurs are favored in Game 1, by the way, and I think they'll be favored in this series. What about Chet Holmgren? What do you make of his performance or lack thereof, Ian, and what did that say to Oklahoma City in this big moment? I thought he played scared against Wemby. I said this in Game 2, where he looked at Wemby and was like, I cannot do the things I normally do against other players.
Yeah, I was shocked almost at the way he handled that matchup. And it's, Wembanyama really sort of made it personal in the way he played against Holmgren in particular. You could tell he had almost a disdain for him. And to me, as a competitor, I'm surprised that Holmgren didn't try to match that anger and just that mentality that Wemby brought. And he almost really cowered at the sight of that. And that was because, listen, Holmgren is a very talented player defensively, offensively. And I just was almost shocked that he did not try to – listen, if you fail, you fail. But go down throwing punches, I don't mean that literally, but figuratively. And he just really shrank from the moment. And I don't know, if you're OKC and you're thinking Giannis is available, and do you make that offer where you put Holmgren in the middle? Listen, the guy does have talent. There's no question about that on both sides of the ball. Do you try to offer him for Giannis? I think you have to ask that question. It's a tough question to ask and answer in Oklahoma City, but I think that has to be on the table the way, and that's the player. Wemby's the player they're going to have to go through now every year to try to get back to the finals and win another championship. So that's something they have to take a real serious look at.
And by the way, Donovan Mitchell trade rumors, I know their general manager shot that down the other day. So you don't put any stock in that, do you, Ian?
I don't think so. It sounds like that's, listen, you could have really made a case that they should move on from Kenny Atkinson the way he handled the Eastern Conference Finals, not just on the court with some of his moves and non-moves, particularly in Game 1, blowing that 22-point lead, 7.5 minutes left. Some of the coaching there was unforgivable. And some of the things he said in press conferences and just some of the moves he made or didn't make in that series, it was like, wow. I know he's known as a good coach, and I think he is, but man, that was such a poor performance across the board in the Eastern Conference Finals that that I was almost a little surprised that they didn't move on from him. But I suspect they're just going to try to add there. They did take one step beyond the usual second-round exit for Cleveland. So, no, I think Donovan Mitchell, particularly since Atkinson is staying, will also stay in place.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting offseason.
Analytics says we won those games, Carl.
Yeah, that was a crazy comment, Ian, talking about.
It really was.
I didn't get it. And coming from that guy, I was like, come on, Kenny, you know better than that. Hey, man, let me ask you one thing before we let you go about Mike Brown. He was with Pop in the early 2000s. People forget this. With the Spurs, I think it was 02, 03, somewhere around there. He's been around the league. He's learned a lot. And I think he turned his team's direction around in this Hawks series. What is the impression of him versus Tibbs? Because everybody said if they didn't get there and win it, it didn't mean anything to fire Thibodeau. What has he done so differently that has gotten this team to where they are?
Well, as you guys saw in Game 4 against the Hawks, that changed everything. And by making Cat the point center, man, well, what a daring move to do that with a star. One of your two-star players to all of a sudden make him a point guard. If that went sideways, he was definitely getting fired. There was no doubt about that. I give Mike Brown so much credit for not fearing the consequences of making a very bold move. And listen, he's a guy who's been fired 4 times. So he's just like, well, what's the worst thing they can do to me if this doesn't work out? I'd get fired a 5th time. So that move against Atlanta, and also, of course, moving Josh Hart onto McCollum, that may end up winning the Knicks their first championship since 1973. And it was all because the coach didn't fear the consequences of doing something he felt was best for the team. I give Mike Brown a lot of credit for that. And, hey, maybe the Hawks win that series if he doesn't do that. That's the way it was trending. So, yeah, it's amazing what one coaching move can do to change the fortunes of a team. And Mike Brown deserves a lot of credit for just being fearless in that approach.
Hey, one last nugget. Bring it back to the Hawks with Ian O'Connor, guys from The Athletic on the Sweet James Accident Attorney Hotline. We saw Jalen Johnson. The moment seemed a bit big. He wouldn't be the first guy, Ian, to struggle in his first big-time playoffs, but you like the upside there. What do you do with Reece Shea? Do we just have to be patient with him? We kind of got stuck with the booby prize between Cooper Flagg and Wemby in the draft.
Yeah, I think so. And I think particularly with Jalen Johnson, I thought Daniels was going to give Brunson more problems than he ultimately did. And just having those long, young, athletic perimeter defenders, I thought that was really going to be a problem, particularly for Brunson. And then, of course, the second half of that series, that didn't play out that way. But I would think that, to me, young players in the playoffs, we've seen this a lot. They really struggle, and so maybe we shouldn't have been surprised. But I think that that's not uncommon. I would never give up on a player early in his career for struggling when he's young. Now, you could say the same thing about Chet Holmgren, and I just told you they should be trading him in a package for Giannis. But Holmgren's a guy who was also already a championship-level player.
Yes.
And we're talking about Giannis, and that's just a whole different deal. So, and overall, aside from what I expressed about Holmgren, I generally think you got to give players a little chance in the playoffs to grow, learn from their mistakes, and hopefully get better.
Ian, one more time. You like the Knicks in 6 or 7?
Well, Game 6 is in the Garden. So Game 7 is in San Antonio. So I would say 6. But listen, like I said, I understand why the Spurs are favored in the series. And Wemby right now is probably the best player on the planet already. But the way the Knicks have played, and I understand it with the Eastern Conference, I understand they caught a break not getting the Pistons and maybe the Celtics. I still think the way they're playing, it's the best team in New York I've seen since I was 8 years old watching the 1973 Knicks. So I'll say they'll get it done in the Garden in Game 6. But I wouldn't be shocked if I'm proven wrong.
Okay.
Good stuff. Ian, man, we appreciate you. Follow him and read his stuff. Senior writer for The Athletic, guys, does a terrific job covering the league. Appreciate you, man. Enjoy the finals.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
My pleasure.
Yeah, we were just talking off the air about how SGA basically did everything he could in Game 7, but just didn't get the help. 11 points between Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein.
Yeah, I mean, the Chet thing, man, look, that's where you expected. Even if you lose, you expect him to have 20. And for him to have 2 points on 4 shots, 2 points on 4 shots. That's James Harden-ish.
Right.
That's, I don't want it. I'm not going to take any shots. I don't need the pressure. I'm going to shy away from this. And that's exactly what he did in a moment where his team needed him the most. All right, man. Coming up, we got more NFL stuff. Big trade in the NFL. We'll tell you why it matters when we come back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man. Dukes and Bell back to work on a Monday.
Tickets to the world's greatest soccer tournament start at ouch and peak somewhere around, okay, seriously? So, we'll watch from home. Academy Sports and Outdoors makes the best seat in the house your house, with grills that make concession stands nervous, coolers that don't charge $15 for a drink, and official team jerseys so you can find your people fast. Go all in for the cup without pulling a hammy reaching for your wallet. Academy. Fun can't lose.
It's the hardest working part of your home, your garage door. When it fails, you need someone you can trust. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When the largest and most important opening of your home breaks, don't hire a schmo. Call the local name you know, All Four Seasons. Ask your neighbors. We offer upfront pricing, free estimates on all major brands, and 24/7 service. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we're putting on our annual Watches and Whiskey event Friday and Saturday, June 12th and 13th. This is when, on top of our own collection, we bring in everything from sport models to classics to hard-to-find Swiss pieces for you to browse in a no-pressure environment and enjoy complimentary whiskey tastings from Old Forth Distillery. That's Watches and Whiskey Friday and Saturday, June 12th and 13th at D. Geller & Son Jewelers in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs. RSVP online at dgeller.com.
Hey, Georgia, want to hear a sound that's music to your ears? It's this one.
You're a winner!
That sound means you're an instant winner in the Cash 4 444 promotion. That's right. For 44 days, 444 Cash 4 players will win $444 right on the spot. Just listen for this prize alert when your ticket prints from the terminal.
You're a winner!
And you can also look on your ticket for the prize alert. If you see the alert on your ticket or hear the sound on the terminal, well, you're a winner. There are 444 winners through June 30th. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and play Cash 4 today to instantly win an extra $444. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
Got a scratcher that didn't win? Well, now you can play it once again. That's right. All non-winning scratchers at any price point can be entered to win the Rolling Jackpot. Visit GALottery.com for details and to enter. The Rolling Jackpot. Another way to win from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at GALottery.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Whoa.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come out here and dominate these boys. This is our house.
We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCGC Atlanta, WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Braves couldn't complete the sweep in Cincinnati yesterday, falling to the Reds 6-4, but they still return home after a 4-2 road trip. Atlanta is now 40-20, making it the first time in franchise history they've reached 40 wins before June. In the NBA, the Spurs beat the Thunder 111-103 in Game 7 and will host the Knicks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
Y'all smoking the competition. Tell me how that feel, baby.
Stop it, Rick. Stop it.
Ricky Rose. I'm going to do my Ricky Rose.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dogs advance to the Super Regionals. Now we're figuring out whether or not Georgia Tech's going to be able to get there. They have Oklahoma today. It's win or go home. We'll keep you updated on that as we have been watching all weekend. Mike, you were saying you watched more college baseball this weekend?
Yeah, man. It's funny. In the old days, you just kind of get ESPN. Back then, it was 2 ESPN, so you only get like the maybe the Super Regional, but it was mostly just Omaha.
Sure.
So to see all these cool upsets like St. Mary's taking on UCLA, to see Milwaukee and all these smallest, and again, who's even if you skin in the game, you're rooting for the underdog. But I feel bad for Tech because I feel like Tech really did. I hope they don't get spooked or lose momentum because they really had Oklahoma on the hook and obviously gave up the big inning and hopefully they can play loose today and not be tight.
I agree.
That's if we're seeing the big dogs and this is a historical year for both Tech and Georgia, man, let's get it done.
You got to let what happened go. Yesterday, nothing you can do about it. And so today, and again, we're talking about a Georgia Tech team, guys, that won 50 games. Like, they've just been humiliating everybody. To see Oklahoma come back from 6 runs, that's the kind of stuff Georgia Tech's been doing all year. And then they go on a 1-run kind of spout, and then all of a sudden you look up and it's 22-5, and you go, man, Georgia Tech, that's how good this team has been. So today's a big matchup, man. We'll see. Hopefully they're able to advance, but Mike's right. Tons of teams, including your own Florida State, playing today against St. John. Kentucky's still in it. They're playing tonight. But Georgia's sitting there, and they're going to host, I think it's Miss State next weekend as we get ready for the Super Regionals. Dogs have a great chance in front of them.
And the Trey Phelps story continues to get people fired up on our text line. I mean, throughout the day, I heard the morning shift talking about it, Steakhouse, Andy, and Aben for Randy today. Everybody's got an opinion. Now, dog fans seem to feel like, obviously, they're the victim of circumstance with this. But as we covered it, it just seemed like to everybody, maybe Day-Day doesn't agree with us. It was a bit much. And does the umpire, does he bear some responsibility for not getting things under control sooner? Or because ultimately, when you have more chirping and the chirping gets personal, then the escalation results in somebody doing what he did.
Yeah.
I still think there's no excuse, though. You cannot rationalize it, guys, with knowing the circumstances and knowing how some of these umps are. Some of these crews are inconsistent with this stuff.
Your boy Slim, who follows us, says, put them up, C. Dukes. I just went and watched the video. He sends me a picture of a video player in his car. I'm like, is your car driving itself? Okay.
Seen a Tesla?
This is dangerous, all right? Yeah. Your boy Slim, let's be careful. But he goes, I just watched the video. He sends a picture. I see him in the background because you got that, the background picture.
Right.
And he says, bottom line, that was a bit much. But he says, I'm not sure about being thrown out of the game. If you thought it was too much, then the decision to throw him out was the right decision. What sucks for the Dogs, and Mike said this, is that he's going to miss the first game of the Super Regional. If you're just missing the game and you got thrown out over the weekend, so be it. But missing that first game, this guy's a third baseman, guys. He's one of the best players in the country.
It's like one of those targeting things. It drives you crazy. You lose him for the first half of the next game, and in this case. But, and a guy, thanks to Ron, who hit us up on the text line, he said he heard our first conversation, the 2 o'clock hour. He said he agrees. He thought, the Tennessee stuff last year, I mean, not just Tennessee. That guy went, by the way, their manager got the job with the Giants.
You see it?
Vitello, right, was the guy. But, I mean, there's just stuff that guys, youth managers, I haven't managed a Little League team in 30-some-odd years, but there's just a lot of stuff which, and I hate to sound like my dad, too late, you just don't want to see this kind of stuff kind of getting traction at the youth level. But in college, we've seen guys, I mean, it's become WWE in college baseball, man, the last couple of years.
Yeah, I said to Day today, just my thing is, and again, this isn't me not enjoying the moment. I think the initial celebration of, holy crap, I got all of that. He's watching it go out. Now I got to start jogging the bases. I round third base, and I have my celebration with my third base coach, and then I get to home plate, and my guys, once I've tagged home plate, that's different for me. I just felt like he acted like he had never been there. It was, look at my home run. Oh, I'm about to turn to the fans. What's up, baby? Mom and Dad, I see you right there. Let me round first base. To my people out in the field, what's up, girl? I see you up there. After the game, we need to talk. That's what it felt like. He was just moseying around, and then he gets to third base. And
he enjoyed for the second baseman, by the way, giving him some heat from Liberty. Yeah,
he was, but he turns the corner, and you're like, all right, bro, you're going to get to home plate? Wait a minute. I got to do something with my third base coach. Oh, that's a little dance we do. It was just, that's where it was too much. And if the umps felt that way and you watched it one time, then they made the right decision.
Right. And as I said, I just think you know it when you see it. What was that line about, like, it was a Supreme Court justice about pornography? I know it when I see it.
That's right.
That was too much. I'll leave it.
I never thought I'd see the day where you two submitted your applications for the No Fun Police.
Whoa, stop it. I just hit another one.
See, and again, this is Day who's got youth kids learning how to flop. Who's just, maybe they should take.
It's called selling.
Maybe, Carl, we need to get the local authorities may have to have an injunction to keep Day away from kids. He's poisoning the minds of our youths around Metro Atlanta with these antics.
Yeah. All right, man. Let us know what you think. Again, the video's out there. And again, do not be like your boy Slim in the car unless your car is driving itself. All right. Day, man. Let's get to 4th and 1.
It's time for 4th and 1 on Dukes and Bell.
First down. Let's get this right now.
All the NFL news and notes you need as we drive for the touchdown on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So when you trade away one of the all-time greats, and he already is, in Myles Garrett, to a team that is ready to potentially win the Super Bowl. Remember what the Rams did already this offseason. Les Snead has been busy. Sean McVay, they took care of their quarterback in Matthew Stafford, right? They went and traded for McDuffie, who's an all-pro corner.
Right.
And rumor was they were trying to get in on the A.J. Brown stuff. And then the negotiations got sour, and they were like, we're out. Then they make this deal. The day this deal goes down, Mike, and the reason why it's a big deal is because a lot of people feel like this is the shift. Okay? And by the way, we're in the NFC. We're in the NFC. Yeah. If we're going to be any good, and I don't know how good we'll be, Mike, all of a sudden, who's the Super Bowl going through?
It's going through L.A. I mean, look, they needed a better corner. They needed more pressure. If we're honest, on the quarterback when they played Seattle. I mean, it came down to them versus Seattle, and this is now a team that looks super loaded. They're all in. The chips are all in with Les Snead. And we've tried to explain, not everybody doesn't get it. Most of our audience gets it. The Falcons aren't living in that rarefied air. They're not playing in the conference championship. When you are one player away, and look, and the sweetener was they had to give up Jared Verse. I mean, that guy may be a generational talent in his own right, But they had to give them, the Browns had to take something in this deal, so a guy that can plug in and start immediately. Feel bad for Jared Verse. You're going from Los Angeles to Cleveland. Woo! But in the case of Myles Garrett, this is a guy, and look, they've been talking to people, but they basically would not come off certain, I guess, conditions. And you said it's a first round, and then it's second and third moving down the road?
Yeah, it's a 28 first round pick. All right, so 2027 first round pick, which would be next spring's draft. A 28 second round pick, and then a 29 third round pick. But in essence, you're only giving one first-rounder for an all-pro talent in Myles Garrett, who's already been a Defensive Player of the Year and has led the league in sacks, and, by the way, set the single-season record. So the player you're getting for the compensation that you're getting in return or giving up, I think this is a steal. Now, I will say this for the Browns, to Mike's point about Jared Verse. You needed a player that you could use right now. They got that. You're not having to wait until next year's draft.
But I mean, the Rams, and look, this is where we hope with Ian Cunningham, we're talking about something like this down the road. I mean, guys, we had to clear the decks. That's why they didn't spend a lot of money. Okay, they still had some cap hits. Remember, guys, Cousins' contract was a big hit. It just is. You know, we can talk about moving all that money. They're still eating a lot of Kirk Cousins. Anyway, you know that. But where the Rams are, we aspire to be there. Think about this. You got Aaron Donald, arguably the greatest generational player before we get to Myles Garrett.
Yep.
Your gap year is not too bad because you draft Jared Verse and Fisk. You know, you get Fisk out of Florida State. Then you go to Myles Garrett. So Aaron Donald, gap year, Myles Garrett.
Mike, remember, 2 seasons ago was in Philly. They could have won that game. It snowed. That was the Saquon Barkley game. And then last year, right? They've got 2 years where they were close.
You needed to get
back.
Sam Darnold. They couldn't get Sam Darnold on the ground. And again, they had no answer for Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's why they went and got, your point, Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs.
All right, let me hear Todd Monken. This is funny now that this is going down. And again, the trade happened about an hour or so ago, became official, should I say, around 1 o'clock. Todd Monken says he was never guaranteed that Myles Garrett was going to be there. Now, if you're a new coach and you're coming in and that's your best player, don't you want some assurances that, okay, I know we're going to change some stuff, but this guy's staying, right? He says he didn't get that.
Assured that when I took the job, I was never assured of anything when I took the job other than once I signed my contract and whatever my contract said, that's what I was assured. And no matter what any of us coaches sign up for is we show up every day and we coach the guys that are in the building like we've done since we've been here. That hasn't changed.
Well, they interviewed 10 guys before they signed on Monken.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, he was like he was not the next choice. Yeah. He was like the next to the last choice.
So for what it's worth, it is interesting to see what Stefanski had to deal with. Remember, we had guys like if you are a Shedeur Sanders fan, God bless. I mean, we root for everybody in this league, but you know Stefanski was not the impediment to his advancement. Okay, this is a screwed up franchise. This is a franchise that's got an owner who's we're talking about a meddler and a nitwit. That's why I think we let Stefanski make these decisions with our roster. We're going to build our roster. This was the first step this year. We're going to build to the draft. That's Ian Cunningham has a point. And then eventually, Carl, when you are a player away, like Les Snead, then you augment it with a big trade or a free agent.
Yeah, I mean, we're just not in a place for our new general manager, but even if he was a veteran, to be ballsy in this moment. It's just not the time or place to do that. And again, now, if we win 11 or 12 games this year and we go, whoa, wait a minute, look what we did here. Okay, then we can start talking about, all right, the kinds of moves that will improve us to get us there next year. But Mike, I don't know anybody, and I'm just being real with you guys. Like, even my optimism with the quarterback situation that it's going to work out one way or the other still doesn't have us winning 11 games. No, not me.
No, I mean, and think about, like, when do you make these moves? Take it back. Look at the Falcons. I think Arthur Blank was the guy that was behind it. We didn't have any cap space. They were going for Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
Remember? I mean, think about that minefield. I mean, we avoided that one, but I mean, there's just moments when you go all in, when you have the leverage and you have the ability, and the Rams do, and we don't right now.
A couple of other things. Russell Wilson, Mike, is going to be taking Matt Ryan's place on CBS.
Good job for Russell Wilson. He's made for TV.
NFL analyst on the pregame show, so he's going to step into that seat. And then you mentioned Odell Beckham Jr. He's going to sign with the Giants today?
Yeah, apparently so. They've got a bunch of guys that are banged up. It seems like everybody's having Achilles issues. They also signed Braxton Berrios, the former return man from Miami, who's bounced around the NFL. But ODB, I'm sorry, that's
that's a rapper.
It's a different guy. It's Staten Island. That's Wu-Tang Clan. But it's going to be Odell Beckham Jr. OBJ is different than ODB. But you can like both ODB and OBJ if you were in NYC.
This is true. Hey, man, when we come back, he says the SEC spring meetings, they should not have done what they did. He's a senior writer as well for The Athletic, covers college football. Joe Rexrod is going to join us next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The Spurs won Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday night, 111-103. Chet Holmgren was a complete no-show for Game 7. 4 points on 2 shots in 33 minutes. Over the span of the last 2 seasons, the Thunder have put together a run to make people question whether or not they're seeing the start of a dynasty. The answer on Saturday night was, you might not be. I'm Chris Black.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
With the 8th pick, the Atlanta Hawks select.
It's almost here. The NBA Draft.
And we've got you covered with our exclusive NBA Draft Night special. Check out our live draft coverage Tuesday the 23rd.
As Mike Conti and Andy Bunker give you all the action of the 2026 NBA Draft. Live from State Farm Arena.
Very, very cool. Hey! When it comes to the NBA Draft, nobody's got you covered like us.
Our Hawks play
here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
Sweet James, the only firm to call if you're hurt in a crash. Call 800-9-million and visit sweetjames.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Thanks for calling Reliable.
Yeah, hi. I've got a puddle in my shower, and now my kitchen sink is backing up. I don't get it.
Sounds like a clogged drain.
The shower drain can clog the kitchen?
Oh, yeah, but don't worry. Reliable plumbers can clear any drain same day for only $89.
Wow.
We'll even run our sewer camera for free, or if it's super tough, blast it with a hydro jetter.
Amazing.
Book a reliable plumber online at reliableair.com to clean out your clogs today. Because when it comes to plumbing, we're fast, fair, and always reliable.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan, and it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey man, we all know Finley is the best when it comes to roofing here in Atlanta, but guess what? Now the roof guys do windows and doors. Finley Roofing partners with top-tier partners like Provia Windows and Doors, custom built for your home. Get all the details when you go to finleyroofing.com. Finley Roofing, now roofs, windows, and doors.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Another Sports Flash. Just moments away.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Renters Warehouse is now Renosi. Same free rental analysis powered by real people who know Atlanta.
This report is brought to you by Renosi. Renters Warehouse is now Renosi. Renosi is bringing you the same worry-free property management you love for about the price of your morning coffee. Renosi, peace of mind powered by local, real humans.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Atlanta came up short against the Reds yesterday, losing 6-4, but the Braves still head home with a 40-20 record after winning 4 of 6 on the road. It's the earliest the franchise has ever reached 40 wins in a season. The Braves will start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow at Truist. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals after a Game 7 win over Oklahoma City and will face the Knicks starting Wednesday. I'm Allie Mack.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We always love talking college football. It's always front and center. More on the blockbuster deal that's going down in the NFL today with Myles Garrett. We'll tell you more about that. And what's on Day-Day's mind is on the way. But Joe Rexrode is here, senior writer for The Athletic. And we talked a lot last week, Joe, about the SEC spring meetings and what was good, what was bad. And then we read your article and we were like, oh. So
let's get this dude on the air.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that you feel like that maybe they didn't handle things the way they should have. Explain to our audience what you meant, and what do you think was the best thing to come out of the spring meetings last week?
Well, obviously, I didn't really have any illusions, guys, that they were going to actually come out and dunk on the 2014 playoff. I was hoping they would. But, you know, if you guys remember a year ago, Tony Petitti, Big Ten commissioner, was pushing the auto bids, you know, the 16 right. With the auto bids, you know, 4 for the Big Ten, 4 for the SEC, 2 for the Big 12 and the ACC, which I thought was also a terrible idea. And the SEC coaches basically were like, no, we don't like this. And that was kind of a little bit of a surprise, and it was kind of refreshing, too. And you basically knew it was dead when the SEC meetings were over. For this week, I was hoping for a little bit more, concern about the 2014. I mean, Sankey's being very careful right now. That's fine. And this is going to be deadlocked until they have to make a decision. But the thing I didn't expect was, like, all this weird talk about the SEC breaking off. I mean, look, we all know that there's the real threat of the SEC and Big Ten at some point joining forces, grabbing some other,
right.
big programs from those other 2 leagues and creating something new. That's the real threat at some point. And, that's been something we've been talking about for years. But this entire idea of, like, the SEC, having its own championship game, we'll just call that the national championship game. And, we're going to enforce our own rules because, no one's following the rules. So here in the SEC, we'll do that. And then I'm sure everyone will follow the rules. I mean, stuff like that. I was just like, what are we doing here? You know? Like, sometimes you look at, like, is there an ulterior motive? Is there something, is this a trial balloon? Like, what are they aiming at? But to me, it was like a lot of just, like, fantasy talk that got, at points, it got just utterly ridiculous.
Right. No, and I'm with you. And meanwhile, you got Tony Petitti and the Big Ten seem like they've got, I said last week, they're standing on the high ground. You know, like you're going to have to come to their way of thinking. Speaking of which, as we're talking, guys, with Joe Rexrode from The Athletic, talking college football here on the Sweet James Accident Attorney Hotline, the other coaches, you know, kind of saying, hey, man, we were promised if we go to 9 conference games, we'll get a 16-team playoff. And that 16-team playoff seems like an impossibility.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, and obviously the 9-team thing was something that was years of debating and discussing. And then, right, they thought that, you know, a year ago we thought, well, they're probably going to go to 14 or 16. They can't come to an agreement, so they stick at 12. This year, frankly, guys, I'm hoping it's the same thing. I hope every year we can all freak out about stuff, and then they'll never agree, and we'll just stay at 12. Because I don't know about you guys, like, I'd like to see 12 play out for a while here. I actually don't hate it, you know? Right. I don't hate it, but I think we're not far from, at least for me, from hating what they've done with the whole thing if they expand it too much. But yeah, the SEC coaches, and I understand that, you know, and I do. And I understand any coach looking at 24 and being for it. I mean, there's some who don't need to be. You know, like Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, the coaches of programs like that, like they're going to be in the mix no matter what. But also, look, they have this mindset of, like, we're saving jobs. I mean, Kelvin Sampson said that explicitly about the NCAA tournament expansion. So we're saving jobs here. And it's like, no, you're not. Because if you lower the bar, like, we all know what the deal is. Like, if you're a program that barely gets into the 24 every once in a while, you're still just a program that's, like, also receiving votes or right around 23 in the poll. It's no different to me. I don't think it'll be perceived differently than if okay, great, we got a bid to the Tax Slayer Bowl. But for some reason, these guys, you know, they think that it's going to be, you know, like this magical job security thing. Again, I understand why coaches are going to be, by and large, for this, but I just think that they're misguided in projecting what it's actually going to be. Just as a follow-up, Joe, Sankey almost feels like ESPN's got their back, and that ESPN knows that maybe 16 games, because 24 is not going to be good TV, because even with the 12, we get 2 horrible games in that first round. Well, and also, I mean, most of this stuff, I mean, this is a Fox, this is a Big Ten Fox thing, right? So Fox is going to get most of this inventory. So, yeah, the SEC, that's an interesting thing, too, that I think there's some misconception out there. Like, my colleague Scott Docterman wrote today his defense of the 2014 playoff in The Athletic, and I love the guy, but my God, and he made a good argument, but it's like, my goodness, I had to put a complaint in the complaint box about you, but, you know, we have fun with it. But you know, it's like there were comments on his story I saw today, and people were like, "Oh, you're just a mouthpiece for ESPN." It's like, guys, ESPN doesn't want this. I mean, they you know, the ESPN, this doesn't help them, and that's the thing. It's like, especially when you look at the SEC, you know, as my colleague Seth Emerson is totally broken down. It's like, you know, the SEC championship game, and it may not stay this way because we may not always get like Georgia, Bama with some actual stakes like we had last year, but it's been incredibly profitable. It's been a huge deal. It's a different deal with the SEC than with other leagues. You know, the Big Ten is still pretty new. Theirs was very profitable last year and great ratings, but it was also, you know, Ohio State, Indiana. Some years you're going to get dogs in this game. Mm-hmm. And of course, if you expand the playoff, it's hard to justify having them, but at the same time, there's no clear demonstration that the revenue is being replaced by these playoff games, as you said, that a lot of them are not going to be attractive. And that's where, to me, where other than like ESPN not wanting it, and also Greg Sankey's looking at it and saying, okay, so we are getting the money replaced? You know, you show me that for sure. And until that's really demonstrated, I think he's holding off. And to me, he's like college football's only hope here of not letting this happen.
Joe, what is your take on this Protect College Sports Act that is, you know, hopefully going to get bipartisan support? And somewhere down the line, maybe there is some reform, but do you feel like this is the first step, or do you feel like this is just something else that will eventually be thrown out and we'll still have the chaos that we have currently with college football?
Yeah, I'm not optimistic. It is better than the SCORE Act for sure. I mean, the SCORE Act is explicitly spelling out that they won't be employees. There's no way you're going to get bipartisan support. You're not going to get bipartisan support. The way this is framed now, some of it I like, and of course there's some things that I think we all would agree would be great if you could actually institute them. I like the 5 for 5 and some of the one-time transfer. All that stuff makes sense. And look, the whole pooling of rights. I mean, this is a great example of when it comes down to it, everybody's in their own silo, man. They're in their own faction. The SEC immediately, the Big Ten, hell no. They want nothing to do with it. Right. I mean, if Cody Campbell's right, and he may be. I mean, you look at what pro leagues are able to do by pooling their rights about the overall revenue, it's kind of hard to argue against it, considering that everything right now is like we need more and more and more, but the SEC and Big Ten are out on it. And so I like a lot of it. I'm not optimistic that it's ultimately going to make it to the finish line. And I still just think that, you're going to have to find a way. You want to put these limits. There's some antitrust exemption here, but to me, you're still going to be exposed to the courts. Any kind of limiting income, any kind of limiting movement, I just don't see how you get there if you don't collectively bargain in some way. And Again, I'm not smart enough I understand the arguments against that, but I think more and more people, and including in the SEC, are coming around to, we just need to start figuring it, working on a way to make that happen. I know some in the SEC are talking, and this is the one thing about the SEC guys, going on its own that I do appreciate. And again, Seth Emerson reported this, there are someone talking in the league about, why don't we lead the way on that? Let's lead the way on collectively bargaining with our athletes and sort of, and then maybe from there, who knows what comes out of that. So, I mean, I like that mindset. It's just hard for me to, it always, to me, comes back to that. How are you putting these limits on these people when courts have been so clear about that if you don't let them have a say in it?
Right. We talked, and there's unions, and you're striking, and that is a whole other can of worms. Real quick, speaking of a can of worms, speaking of the SEC Media Days with a guy that was covering it, Joe Rexrode from The Athletic, the NCAA basically didn't have a lot of juice, but they can still investigate, right, for shenanigans. What did you make of the Pete Golding stuff? Dabo basically claiming they're trying to steal players, and then Pete's like, well, you got to see what Lane is doing. So does this get any traction? Is the NCAA going to land at Ole Miss's door?
Yeah. Well, there's some level of investigation going on, but obviously it's hard to really get too excited about that and what you're going to, what's going to be the actual, are there going to be any sort of punishment that's going to actually deter this stuff? It's going to be really interesting to see, and I thought it was hilarious the way he framed it. Hey, let's not forget Lane, guys. Come on, let's all focus on Lane, okay? He's everybody's villain, but I tell you what, one thing I did like from all this was this idea, of the tampering period. I feel like that's probably overdue. Again, everything it's all looking and sounding more like professional sports, but to me that kind of helps take some of the mystery out of this and maybe take some of the lying out of it from agents and stuff, trying to inflate what this school or that school offered someone, if you can have an actual tampering period and get a feel for your market before you get into the portal. So I kind of like that. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be really interesting. It sounds pretty bad what he did, and I'll give Dabo credit for calling him out. But it's a weak, I know people, it's easy to rip on Golding for pointing, what about everybody else? But the thing is, from stuff I've heard from people, that's very common, what he did. It's just that Dabo was one of the few people out there with the guts to call someone out by name. If these coaches really wanted to, they could call out a lot of people.
Right.
But the problem is, they know that their staffs are probably doing it to some extent as well.
It's a great point. Always good to talk with you, and make sure you read his stuff, guys. Joe Rexrode joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Senior writer for The Athletic. Great stuff, man. We'll talk to you soon, as college feels like it's never, it's always front and center. It's always going on, especially here in Atlanta.
Absolutely. Good being with you guys. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Want to remind you, get your weekend started at Twin Peaks, Kennesaw. Special broadcast with us, Dukes and Bell. We'll be there Friday from 2 to 6, guys, enjoying all the eats, drinks, scenic views. Get ready for Game 2 of the NBA Finals and much more. 2 to 6 will be at Twin Peaks and Kennesaw on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. When we come back, it's time to hear what's on Day-Day's mind.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the big international soccer tournament starting sooner than you think. France and Spain are the co-favorites at plus 450. And I think France needs to be the one solo favorite. France's backups could make the semifinals. They could field an entire team of backups and go far in this tournament. I like France at price. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Carl Dukes here for Window Nation. If your AC never seems to turn off, it's just rolling, and you're like, man, what's going on? Worn out windows could be the culprit. Broken seals and old frames. Let your cool air escape. It happens all the time, and you're just not paying attention to it. With summer just getting started, it's only going to get hotter. Upgrade your home's windows now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows and getting them for free. That's right, half for free. Plus, you could also get them with no money down, no monthly payments, and interest-free for 2 years. Built with top-quality materials, insulated glass, and precision seals, Window Nation's windows fit perfectly and lock in the air. Upgrade today, and your home will stay cooler this summer, guys. Trust me, warmer when the winter rolls around, and your home will stay where it needs to, especially when it comes to your energy bills. These windows are so good. They offer a lifetime warranty. They are rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau, so don't wait. Put an end to your window problem. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. It's going on right now. You need to go to windownation.com. I said windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of Wounded Warrior Project.
When you're hit by a big truck, the truth is, you're not just up against a driver, you're up against an insurance company that starts building a case against you within minutes.
Here's what most people don't know. Trucking companies track every move that truck makes. That data can win your case if you get it fast. That's where we come in. For more than 25 years, we've given people like you the power to fight back and win.
Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates today.
Hey, Rusty Mansell here. Embrace the haze with a hazy little theme from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for that 9th inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with hazy little theme. Hazy, citrusy, and smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887.
Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
For $5, get a Sausage McMuffin with egg extra value meal, complete with a Sausage McMuffin with egg, small premium roast coffee, and hash browns. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
We're gonna get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We just had a great college conversation with Joe Rexrode, and he was talking about, pooling your money together and all of this stuff. Mike, and you said you were just thinking about this from the television side of things.
Right.
Again, all these contracts involved, and Joe was saying, look, ESPN doesn't want this huge expansion right now.
Right, and remember, they're technically subcontracting to Turner. Rusty Mansell hit us up because the schedule's out for this next season for how the playoff works. But, True TV, that's a big part of it, just like they've teamed up with CBS for the March Madness tournament. Sure. So, yeah, the Turner networks are a big part of it. True and HBO Max, when it's not on ESPN or ESPN2.
Okay.
And now, of course, Fox wants a piece of that action, and Fox's business partner is the Big Ten. Right, so so that's why there's a call for this expansion, and there's it's not like ESPN's purely Carl looking out for the best interest of the college football fan. No, they don't want to split the pie.
No, they want as much as they can possibly get. It's a big investment, guys. We're talking about billions of dollars. Either way, we'll talk more about what the Dogs recruiting class looks like, because apparently it's gotten better here over the weekend. Also coming up at the 4 o'clock hour, we'll get into some Falcons conversation. Guys are getting ready for another round of OTAs, big trade in the NFL, and we will talk NBA Finals. But right now, what's going on with Day-Day? What is on your mind, Day-Day?
Well, first off, happy Monday to everyone out there. Looks like finally behind you guys, looks like the sun's trying to break through, man. I cannot stand all this rain we've been getting. Like, I love the fact that the grass has gotten nice and green, and the lawn man came by, cut it down yesterday, things of that nature. But I don't like the gloom. I can't stand it. It brings me down.
It's like living in Seattle. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm not with all that.
I'm with you.
Anyway,
I'm with you.
Fresh off the birthday weekend, and
what'd you do? What'd you do?
What'd you get?
It was chill.
What'd your lady do for you?
The fam, they took me out for dinner yesterday.
And then what happened?
And that was it, man. I didn't want anything. I didn't want anything.
Did you select the spot, or did they pick it for you?
I selected it. Yeah, they asked me where I wanted to go.
Okay.
And I kept it simple. I didn't want much. I was kind of tired because my oldest son, the football Carson, who plays football, he got invited to Shorter's camp, Shorter's Mega Camp. So we went up there because the wife was like, "But it's your birthday." I was like, "Yeah, but if he got the invite from a coach, we, regardless of what happens up there, we, you want to show face." You know what I mean? So I was like, that's my present.
So you're telling me you sacrificed?
I sacrificed.
So where'd you go? You go to Applebee's? Where'd you go?
No. We went to Grindhouse, the new one over here in
Memorial?
No. Right here in what is that? Chattahoochee. Right there by the works.
Okay.
It's been open about maybe 4 or 5 months now, maybe.
Oh, wow.
Maybe longer. I could be wrong, but it just opened up. I always pass by it driving in because the setup for it, I don't know if you guys have driven by it. It's kind of got like it's 2 levels. The upstairs level is actually adult only, 21 and up. Only on the upstairs level. The bottom level, it's got like garage door settings, or these garage door openings, I should say. And so, nice day, they just plop up all four of the doors, and you got a real chill kind of outside vibe. It does have a patio if you want to actually sit outside, but the doors, if you want to sit inside, but just have kind of like the outside air coming in.
Nice breeze.
Yeah, they got that going on. So it's a nice little setup if you guys get a chance to check that one out. So, all right, wish me luck, guys.
Man, you're cheap.
What up, Johnny?
Cheap dinner.
Yeah, no doubt.
I am.
Inexpensive.
But you know what? Grindhouse kills it. I mean,
every night.
Pardon the pun.
Literally. Yeah, our guys, we love those dudes.
Yeah, man. So, wish me luck, guys. Today was the day, and for the first time ever, I submitted for Masters.
Your first time?
Hey, first time you've gone online for that?
I got I put it in my calendar when they put that, this is the date that you can, register. And
I think this is the only thing, Carl and I was just talking about this. This is probably the only thing, not, checkups with the doctor, not things from my wife. This is the only thing I've had on my calendar in the entire year. That was today at 9 a.m. to go sign on to the Masters and put in for the chance at the lottery to get some badges. Right.
Yeah. I'll say this. Knowing your luck, you'll get it. This is how this works. There have been people in the lottery for 25 years who've never gotten it, and you'll get it your first time.
Day, I mean, it's all, and look, you got to be, what do they say, Carl? You got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And my boy Tony Matthews, one of my golf buddies, he's in his 60s. He's done it every year for, to Carl's point, 25 years. And he went to go last year, got to go on Saturday for obviously some good stuff.
Nice. That's awesome. All right, so wish me luck, man. We'll see how it goes.
But I wish all of us luck. Hell with your luck, my luck, Carl's luck, no luck.
The thing is, for those who don't know, you go in and you basically say, hey, these are the days I'd like to get tickets.
Right.
Okay. You're paying for them, by the way. This is not like a lottery where it's free. But if you then get selected, you can't be like, well, you know what? I can't go on Wednesday. Like, those are the days you're putting in.
Exactly. So, well, what's funny is at first I accidentally put I wanted 2 tickets for everything. And then I was like, whoa, wait, hold on. Right, no.
That's really optimistic because you're not going to get all. You're going to get one day. So. Yeah, man. I did par 3 all the way through Saturday and Sunday, Carl, the whole shebang.
Well, I did practice round Wednesday because I'm assuming we'll be there again because I was like, you know what? I'll just go up there and,
It's the most relaxed day because guys and the family and the par 3. Right. I've said this to people who've never been, just from a relaxed standpoint. Once the tournament starts, it's tournament.
Yeah.
Right? And guys are locked in. You're not, this isn't the Waste Management Open, right? Where yo, Rory!
No, it's not happening.
It's not, that's not happening. But with the part 3, it's a lot more relaxed, and I think you're a little bit more access.
Yeah. So we'll see. I got that. I put the in for that, and then 2 for Saturday. So we'll see how it goes. Quick update. Georgia Tech is down 3-0. I think it's on behind me, so I'm trying to look, but I think they just went into the top of the 3rd inning. So we'll see how that one goes. Speaking of
Florida
Georgia
State, by the way, got beat by St. John's.
Yeah. Sorry for you.
Yeah, I know.
All right, and speaking of which, I did get to go to the Citadel and that UIC matchup at the regionals.
Because your loving wife, by mistake, ordered the wrong tickets.
It was still, granted, it wasn't packed out as the Georgia Tech games were. Shout out to Brent Key. I don't know if you guys saw the video of him there last night, even getting his booze in and things of that nature. But still, a good vibe. Even the people, the workers, they were just upbeat. So it was still cool to go in there and watch. That game actually ended up being a really good game. Citadel is able to punch their ticket back into, facing Oklahoma for a chance to, take on Tech, but unfortunately, it was Oklahoma getting the win. So, but shout out to that whole staff over there at Georgia Tech. Great atmosphere. Georgia Hoops, guys, reportedly going to play Duke in the 2026 Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden. Alabama also reportedly going to face Houston in that one. So, I thought Oren, he was throwing shots, but I thought it was a pretty good look. I think it's a pretty good look for Georgia to be playing Duke on that stage. What do you think?
I mean, it's certainly it should be a good recruiting tool, Carl, for Mike White, right? We've talked about how these preseason tournaments, everything just kind of gets gobbled up by college and pro football at that time of year, but it's still the way to kick off the season, and hopefully, something comes from it, and you continue with recruiting. But that's go up against Georgia beats Duke, there'll be some buzz about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so early in the season, it doesn't hurt you. I mean, honestly, Georgia gets, and I don't think they will, but let's just say they got blown out. Right. It's not the end of the season. You're not making your run towards March Madness. I think this is good for everybody, and that's a nice resume builder. The Alabama-Houston game those are going to be two teams again that are going to be right back in the mix. So, but yeah, man, that's fun. But Mike's right. I mean, like we're talking November. Is that right? The Jimmy V
it's
Classic?
usually November, maybe early December.
Yeah, and that's the issue. A lot of people aren't paying as much attention
because of football.
But it's a good matchup.
Yeah. All right. Going back to baseball, I had to see it for myself, and it's true. Did you guys hear about this kid for the Citadel, Zach Hunt? He doesn't use batting gloves at the plate.
Okay, old school.
No, he uses construction gloves.
What?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
What is it? His hands
I mean, like big leather, like big, we're talking like welding gloves?
Not leather, but like
the chainmail? Like he's working for King Arthur? What are we talking about here?
What's wrong with his hands?
Nothing. He says it's because so he could save money because batting gloves are so expensive. He grew up on a farm.
Okay. Apparently, yes. Okay. But doesn't the Citadel get stuff from Nike or whoever to?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But I had to see it for myself. Sure enough, the kid wears construction gloves.
Does it look weird? Because those are bigger.
Once because I watched Friday night and I was like, what? And so we get there Saturday, and now I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't
I'm looking. They look like gardening gloves.
Yeah.
They look like they're a little heavier, slightly larger than your regular batting
So
glove.
if you're not like locked in looking at his hands, you probably don't necessarily notice.
So what? Garden gloves go for $4. What do these batting gloves go for?
Well, I guess for them, I guess north of $50 for whatever they like to use.
Fool!
How much do you spend on your golf gloves? How much you spend on your FootJoys? What do you wear? What do you wear for your gloves?
Oh yeah, no. You talking about gloves or
your gloves for you?
It depends, man. I'll be honest with you, because like you can get some really good deals now with gloves, like buy 5 and a 5-pack will last you for depending on how much golf you're playing.
No,
I won't go super expensive, Mike.
But these just look like the kind of gloves you'd wear you're using a chainsaw or something. We all got these gloves in our garage.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's those old, the ones that
leather,
like
big
tan leather.
Yeah.
Yeah, he uses construction.
Good for him.
I couldn't. Here's the thing, and this is what I'm saying. You don't have a feel for the bat with those gloves being the size. I don't know. The whole thing is.
Well, those things, a good old worn leather. Maybe he's just loosey. Hey, you know what? Look at the bright side. You don't have to see me going. But now, granted, you can't do that anymore in baseball with the clock, with the pitch clock now, like we used to, where it'd be like adjust your nuts, take your glove off, back on, all that nonsense.
Yeah. I'm wondering if his hands sweat more in those damn gloves, because when I'm doing gardening work, my hands are sweaty in those kinds of gloves. All right, that's interesting though.
Yeah, man. Real quick, FIFA last week didn't get a chance to get around to this one, but late last week they announced some of the first round performers for the Fan Fest that will be here in Atlanta, June 11th through July 15th. So far, some of the artists are DeVito, CeeLo Green, Nappy Roots, Hero the band. They're really cool. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kat Graham. So Kat Graham, the actress, she actually was singing early on in her career as well.
Where, is this all on one stage?
Centennial Olympic Park?
Yeah. So and the Fan Fest is free, but then they have like VIP packages that start around $45. And then they go up depending on what kind of experience you want with that. And then the last thing I got, Serena Williams is back.
What?
She announced she's coming out of retirement. She's going to play doubles at the HSBC Championship.
Okay.
So shouts out to her.
All right.
I want that.
And that's what's on my mind, guys.
All right, man. Happy birthday to you, brother. Glad you had a great weekend. Serena back for doubles.
Okay.
All right. I'm with that.
You watch any of Roland Garros this weekend?
I did not.
I was flipping around because college. I watched instead of Carl. Watch more college, baseball from all the regionals. But watched a little bit. Watched some German guy beat up the crap of some Belgian guy.
Some German guy.
The tall guy beat the short guy. We've seen that before. That's about it. Guys got the man bun. Chicks are going crazy. To be 6'5" and a tennis player on tour. What a life.
Oh, it is.
Right?
Hey, man, coming up, we will talk about our Braves. They remained over the weekend with the most wins in baseball. They are in first place. It's June 1st. And, guys, forget about the Dodgers or the Rays or even the Yankees, who had a weird inning this weekend. Our team is still the team right now. We'll get into that. And coming up, we'll find out what's on Mike's mind in Guy Talk.
Hey guys, it's Mike from The Morning Shift. Coming up at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning, we'll get you set for the Braves against the Blue Jays. Also, we'll break down the Atlanta Falcons, the month of June, and what all those personal goals will be on offense. That's coming up at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning on The Morning Shift, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
No one ever plans to hit rock bottom. When life falls apart, it exposes our foundation. Jesus told a story about two men who built houses, one built on sand, the other on a rock. When a massive storm rolled in, the house on the sand was destroyed. Only the house built on the rock remained. When the storms come, Jesus is the firm foundation we can trust. When we build our lives on Him, we can withstand life's greatest challenges. Someone once said, Jesus allows us to hit rock bottom so we can discover that He is the rock at the bottom. If you're at rock bottom today or almost there, remember, Jesus is the rock and there's hope in Him. He's ready to help you rebuild on His firm foundation that will never fail. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Sign up for daily encouragement at rightfromtheheart.org.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and autopay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber and coaxial cable.
Want to hear a sound that's music to your ears? It's this one.
You're a winner!
Because that means you're an instant winner in the Cash 4 444 promotion. For 44 days, 444 Cash 4 players will win $444 right on the spot. Just listen for this prize alert when your ticket prints from the terminal.
You're a winner!
Or look for the prize alert on your ticket to see if you've won. There are 444 winners through June 30th. So play Cash 4 to instantly win an extra $444. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Summer's a gift. The gift of good times. And even greater deals at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. So gift yourself some savings on a 3-row Sorrento, Adventurous Sportage, Multipurpose Carnival, and Nero Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. And right now, get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. See dealer for warranty details. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance. Subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2026 Sorrento or Sportage. $20.83 per month for $1,000 financed at 48 months. $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles must be applied as down payment. Not available as cash. Must take delivery by 6/1/26. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. See Kia dealer for details and available stock.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength! WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's 4 o'clock on the #1 sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
There are going to be multiple teams with multiple first-round picks in next year's draft. You say, well, why does that matter? Because a lot of people are saying this is going to be a great quarterback draft. I am projecting 6 taken in the first 15, potentially. Don't know who will be at the top because we got to get through the college season. But with the Browns trade today, they will have 2 first-round picks, their own and now the Rams pick. The Jets, remember, they made moves last year. They're going to have 3, their own, the Colts pick, and the highest of the Packers and Cowboys picks. So the Jets will go into next year's draft with 3 first-round picks, the Browns with 2, and Dallas previously had 2 first-round picks, but the higher of its own pick is Green Bay's, and then they sent that to the Jets for Quinnen Williams in the trade. Point is, guys, that's what teams are trying to do. They're trying to stack these picks, Mike, because even if you don't make that move in the first round, you can stack those together or, package them and then maybe make a move. So that's another reason for the Browns today. Again, I think making the move to trade Myles Garrett benefits the Rams. For the Browns, who are totally in rebuild mode, they need these picks, and that's where this is at.
I'm just looking at the Browns' draft history since 2016, which Myles Garrett was in that draft class, #1 overall. They had another #1 in 18 with Baker Mayfield. Then they had a top 10 with Jedrick Wills. Then they had a 5 with Mason Graham. And then a #9 with another lineman. So, I mean, when you have all these top 10 picks and #1 picks, this is why you should be in the Super Bowl. The NFL is built to set you up for success, and they never got the quarterback right. The Deshaun Watson thing completely derailed that organization.
Yeah, it's true. All right, man, if you're just joining us, that trade making news today, Rams acquiring Myles Garrett. As Mike mentioned earlier, and I guess it's official now because we were just talking about it, and you said that Odell Beckham was going to re-sign with the Giants. Apparently he has. So, again, Harbaugh giving him a shot there. Look, I don't know what the production is going to look like. He's not going to be the go-to guy. We know that at this point in his career. But it's a nice homecoming for Odell Beckham.
And remember, the year he was injured and the Rams had to wait, he did contribute to a Super Bowl win, for the Rams. So, I think in small doses, if he can stay healthy, I mean, I don't rule him out. The guy's always been sort of that physical freak, but there's always people nostalgic for the one-handed catch.
And the Giants are signing Juju Smith-Schuster to a 1-year deal. All right.
And we just talked about Braxton Berrios, with his super hot model wife, actor, whatever, girlfriend it is. So, yeah, good stage for him to be, sort of a good special teamer and, like 5th option, a wide receiver.
All right, man. Braves off today, guys. We will talk plenty more about what we saw this weekend.
Acuna's turned the corner, right, in your mind?
Hands down. Look, I wondered what would be the spark. Sometimes it's a home run. Sometimes it's just going 3 for 4 in a game. The Grand Slam was the spark. And then he went on a tear, and basically, he had, 4 in 5 days?
Right, and 5 stolen bases. Make it, again, up there with, Willie Mays, the names they're throwing out there. Just crazy stuff, what he's accomplished. It's down this road trip.
5 home runs in 4 days, or 4 games. So, yeah, man, look, the good news is, yes, he's turned the corner. But, Mike, he's got to stay healthy. And that's the thing. And sometimes these hamstrings and stuff that has happened, it's sometimes just out of your control. He plays a position, can be demanding. You got to get a jump on the ball, and you got to make cuts and do those things. And so, but yeah, absolutely. We'll let you hear from Alex Anthopoulos, too, because he went on Braves Vision this weekend talking about Hurston Waldrep and the assignments and these pitchers.
Sounds like he's ahead of schedule, doesn't it?
That are coming back.
Yeah.
That's the other part about this. Like, the lineup is one thing, but we're getting pitchers back. Does that mean you just kind of wait this out and say, okay, if they're going to be available, I may have 3 other arms that I can go
Look,
with.
you got 40 wins in June. Stack. See, here's the other thing. Now, stack the deck. We got plenty of time, guys. It's before you know it'll be 4th of July, and then it's the All-Star break, and then we'll get to the trade deadline. But I'd love to see Alex be proactive and go get another bat in the outfield to mix with what you've already got. Because and Kim, that thing may or may not work itself out, but Mateo's certainly been looking good, and Dubon in the outfield. But another bat to pair with Yastrzemski as a platoon at the minimum, right? And then try to go get another starting arm, just so you have backup for all these other things we're talking about.
Yeah, we'll see, man. He's got plenty, I think, of options. The question is, what are you willing to trade away? And
what's the prospect who's a no-go? Who's the one that you can deal?
Well, you say prospects. What if you trade away one of these everyday guys that's contributing right now to improve your team? Like, Alex hasn't done that.
Yeah.
But, Mike, that might be on the – look, if I'm a team that's willing to give the kind of pitching you're talking about, what's up with Drake Baldwin? And I know you don't want to hear that, but that's what I'm asking for.
Of course, but you're not going to give. That would be non-negotiable. What's the mark here? Okay, since you went down this road.
See, I don't know.
Would you trade Austin Riley?
Well, here's the deal.
I know that's going to get some Braves fans upset, but I don't know.
I don't think anybody's untradeable on this team. That's where we may disagree. Right. I don't think there's anybody on the team where you go, all right, there's no way we wouldn't listen to an offer. Even as much as I love Acuna, Mike, if you're not going to pay him down the road, it might be even a better situation. And I know, again, Braves fans, you don't want to hear this. I'm just saying I think Alex is open to hearing all of this, and depending on what you're getting back and how much it improves your team. But I can't tell you, like, oh, we're not going to listen to that.
But again, if Waldrop can come back, Schwellenbach seems to be a little bit further back, it sounds like, from what Alex was saying to CJ and the guys. But Didier Fuentes is untradeable. I would imagine I presume J.R. Ritchie's untradeable, right, as far as their prospect arms. But that's the kind of stuff guys are going to be asking for.
Yeah,
if you're talking about the prospects.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I think that part of it's going to be really interesting because he traditionally has not done that, right? He doesn't want to give away the future for now. And I think this year, if you're in this position, you might have to do that. 404-726-0929. Plenty more to get to with our Falcons as well. Some guy talk on the way, but right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Day, did you see this kid, Trey Shields, out of Flowery Branch High School? Did you happen to see this kid play?
No, because unfortunately, the one year I didn't go see Flowery Branch was the one year he decided to play football.
Because he only played 1 year.
Played 1 year football.
54 catches, 1,000 yards, 9 touchdowns. Mike, he signed with the Dogs.
Because it's funny, we were just talking last week, and we talked about it with Connor Riley and Mike Griffin. Said, why isn't Georgia top 10 in recruiting right now for the 27 class? They were like 16. Some other ranking services had them, a little bit lower, but a little bit higher. So, wait a minute. So UGA, they signed a big time offensive lineman. They've got a defensive end. I want to say Gideon Taiwo. I apologize for the recruiting nicks who know the correct pronunciation. But Torian Rollins, who signed, makes another visit. This is a kid that was coached in Mount Vernon by Terrence Edwards. Mm-hmm. So but all of a sudden now things are starting to add up. They got a kid, is it Joakim Gouda? He's cheesy goodness, Carl. Either way. But they've got the number 2 linebacker in the country apparently on the hook. So see if they can convert. But all of a sudden things are ramping up because at first you and I kind of both went like, what? Yeah, when we heard that for Kirby's recruiting.
I just, and I'm not telling you that the portal is the most important thing, but it feels that way now. It feels like for many teams, not all, because again, Georgia doesn't have to go get 40 guys in the portal every year, but for many teams, it feels like it's become more important than the recruiting aspect, Mike, because I can go fill the void. I need a left tackle, got a guy with experience. All right, what's the cost? Like, that's what's going on, right? Versus, hey, I got a great kid at Roswell High School that I want to recruit, and I know it'll be a developmental situation, but, I'm going to bring him in. I hate it for kids because I think that's taken away from the scholarship opportunities with the portal being the way it is. But, yeah, man, I just don't know if it matters. When I say that, if Georgia has the 14th ranked class, hypothetically, and they play in the college football playoff next year and they're in the national championship game, did it really matter? Right. See, this is where I think all this is equal, but what's not is coaching. All of this stuff, everybody's got money now, everybody wants to spend, but Mike, the one equalizer is my guy better than your guy? I still bet on Kirby Smart more than anybody else.
Right. Now, this last few years, this gets back to, though, if you do agree with what Mike Griffith comes on and we yell at each other, Carl and I sometimes yells too, about what the business model is, then this has to culminate with a championship this season because you're going to be turning over the roster.
You're going to turn over?
And we had a great conversation with Joe Rexroad from The Athletic last hour. interesting stuff about the SEC media day. I mean, SEC, I should say, coaches meetings down in Destin, and Kirby, kind of being like the big voice now of college football, and I think we all agree with it. But unfortunately, the SEC is in a weird place. Just in a weird place. And, the undisputed heavyweight champion of college football, not when you don't win the championship for 3 years in a row, and the Big Ten's got all this leverage they seem to be using. And everybody else in college football is against you on the 16 or 2014 playoff.
Yeah, the good news is it's not changing today, right? The playoff is not going to change. It may not even change next year.
No.
But I know they've got a vote coming up, but they don't have to worry about that until late in the fall. And we'll see where it goes. 404-726-0929. You guys can hit us up. That's our text line. It's also our call-in line. And find us on social media. Mike Bell, ATL, right?
That's me, man. Yes, I am Little Acorn that becomes the Big Oak on Twitter. Right. I've given up all hope, Carl, of getting my followers back.
Well, look, it's
Elon Musk doesn't care about you guys.
Really? It's never over because some people have recovered their accounts. Yeah. So, we'll see. But no, I'm with you, man. And follow me. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. Follow the show at Dukes and Bell 929. And follow this radio station at 929.
And a lot of guys continuing the big buzz today, in addition to Andrew, obviously Andrew, talking about what we saw with Ronald Acuna, getting things turned around, is the big story from the weekend with Georgia battling Liberty and the big dust up with Trey Phelps. And a lot of guys still feeling that Trey Phelps was in his rights. I got to be honest. I think if that was another team against Georgia, you guys would be whistling another tune. But either way, Trey Phelps, you lose him for the first game of the Super Regional. Wes Johnson gets ejected, but of course he's able to manage the next game.
Yeah, and it's an interesting dichotomy here because I think most baseball fans realize that felt or looked excessive. But you also say in the moment, don't you let that young man celebrate. Like, you just put your team up 2-1, Georgia was struggling, okay, and it turns the game. Isn't he allowed? What's the limitation? And a guy hit me up. He said, Dukes, I hear what you're saying, but if he celebrated around first base line and then didn't celebrate anymore, would you have been okay with it? Or if he just celebrated around the third base line? Like, I don't know what that looks like, but it just felt like the whole way around the base pass was a dance. That's what it felt like. It felt like the whole thing was a celebration. I don't know if that's good, to Mike's point about college baseball. Look, it's already in it. Guys are celebrating more than they ever have. I'm all about enjoying this experience because I want to be entertained. If I'm at that game, I'm going nuts because I want to be entertained. But then when I don't have a rooting interest and I sit back, and a lot of people around the country did, and they said, oh, let me see this. And you see that highlight, you go, oh, man, he's overdoing it. And that's what most people thought.
And I think, when you get into, and this is where it's hard, and some people just, again, if you're a fan of the team, you feel, you have a hard time being objective about it. I think there's so many guys out there, and I heard a lot today on Steakhouse, I heard on Andy and Abe talking about it in the morning shift, guys who coach Little League Baseball or youth baseball because it's a travel team and all that. Mm-hmm. It's just, we've seen college kind of went WWE last year, and I blame the Tennessee Volunteers because those guys are the biggest culprits of the sport. I mean, it was like guys are throwing the bat like, I mean, they're throwing the bat like it's a damn boomerang, and everybody's rocking the shirts that are half open. It was the whole thing. Guys, we're not trying to sound like the old fart. And by the way, I'm not a boomer. Don't go, okay, boomer. No, they're just acting with some class. Now, if Liberty was talking absolute-ish and this thing escalated, then the umpires need to get a better handle on it. But I still think you see it and you watch that. And if that's an opposing team and that's your team is losing and that guy's running the base pass, like you say, it's too much. That's why I think on most Georgia fans, it's basically running about 50-50 with our audience. About was it right to be ejected or no, it was okay. It just didn't look right to me. I think you agree.
I think, no, I agree. But I also think that the upset folks are more upset about the fact that he's missing the next game.
Correct.
Than they are the ejection.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was going to say, do you think those same, as far as the Georgia fans, would be upset had he not got ejected?
No. If he misses this game and we still win, which they did, and he plays in game 1 of the Super Regional, who cares? Because you still have one of the best third basemen in baseball. That's the issue is, all right, you screwed us potentially in this game.
Now you lose your best player for the next game.
And then now, So that's why I think most of the people who are upset. But I don't think they're upset by the actions because I think that was self-explanatory.
And again, if he's waving to his parents, that's one thing. But then it still continued around the base pad. So two things could be true. It was okay until it wasn't.
Hey, man, which offseason move do you have the most trust in? I'll tell you mine when we come back. We're talking about our Falcons as we'll fill you in as they get ready for another round of OTAs. It's Dukes and Bell.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com. Jackson County, some pretty big delays on I-85 northbound as you're making your way toward Georgia 53. Crash cleanup there. It looks like all the lanes are back open again. We are seeing some delays because of a stall. Atlanta, I-285 northbound at MLK Junior Drive. The left lane is closed. Also some crash delays in Morningside. Buford Spring Connector southbound near I-85 south. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta traffic.
Reliable Heating and Air is here for you. And as summer is officially underway, it means the warmer weather is just going to heat up. And once it does, what are you doing in your home to make sure that your family stays nice and cool? Look, we're talking about high-efficiency cooling systems with Reliable Heating and Air. They have the best repair and warranty systems in place. And if you don't know, they've been in business since 1978, offering the services you need, including plumbing, electrical, with exceptional reliability and customer service. And for me, that's the most important thing. They also offer financing options, guys, more than any other company. And I'll tell you that. Ask about Comfort as a Service because they want to take care of you, a hassle-free way to get energy-efficient cooling systems, water heaters, even generators at low monthly payments, all repairs, maintenance, and even filters at no additional charge. Reliable Heating and Air. You can go to the website, reliableair.com, click on repair, click on schedule maintenance, or if you need a new system estimate, they can help you right there. Or simply call them and schedule your appointment today. The reason why, next day installation guarantee, guys, transparency, upfront pricing, and 100% satisfaction guarantee. I don't know what else you need except 770-594-9969. That's the phone number to Reliable Heating and Air.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
For the first time since 2014, the Spurs are back in the NBA Finals after beating the Oklahoma City Thunder on the road in Game 7 on Saturday night. An emotional Victor Wembanyama was named Western Conference Finals MVP after scoring 22 points and grabbing 7 rebounds. The Spurs will face the Knicks, who are back in the Finals for the first time since 1999. Game 1 is Wednesday night in San Antonio. The Spurs are 4.5-point favorites. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Argentina, champions of the world! The world of soccer will turn its gaze towards Atlanta as the top soccer teams in the world battle it out to find one winner.
And we've got all the action covered with 92.9 The Game's Atlanta Matchday Tailgates.
Join us at 547 Mitchell Street, one block west of the stadium before every match.
We'll be broadcasting live with our pre-match party with food, drinks, and music.
A breath, a heartbeat, and Messi!
Join us for our first match day tailgate, Monday, June 15th. Brought to you by Game Day Hospitality and Heineken, official beer of soccer.
From Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
This report is brought to you by Ken Nugent Law Firm. One call, that's all. Go to callken.com.
When I say one call, you say that's all. One call.
That's all.
One call.
That's all. One call to me after a wreck is a game changer.
They really helped me out.
And got me a big check. It's time to call Atlanta. We're here for you. One call, that's all.
Callken.com.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Save on all your summer favorites at Whole Foods Market with yellow sales signs throughout the store. Stay cool and save on cut watermelon and organic strawberries for fruit salads. Plus, explore savings on snacks from Annie's and more. Save on summer flavors at Whole Foods Market.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan. And it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Dukes and Bell. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
More deals happening in the NFL. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. No deals for our Falcons, guys. But some of the major trades we've been talking about, and I think the Myles Garrett trade today was a surprise to a lot of people because again, even if you thought he was going to get traded, I don't think a lot of people had him going to the Rams. But this deal just coming down, the Eagles have agreed, it's becoming official, to trade 3-time Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Patriots. We've been talking about this since the Diana Rossini stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this thing has been going on for a while, knowing that he's not been happy there, and I don't blame him. I mean, I never thought he was a full diva or anything. It just seems like, you're not getting the football. That, like, hey, I'm happy you take all your money, Philadelphia. You might want to try to get me the football and give you all the touchdowns in the red zone that I could probably bring you. But it's just been such a disconnect. And it seems like him and Jalen Hurts, it got strained, and Saquon Barkley tried to mend fences, and the coaches, it's been a soap opera. The fact these guys are able to win a Super Bowl with all this going on is pretty impressive.
It is, Mike.
But it's come to a head, and now he's out.
Well, and look, I think Howie Roseman, the general manager, handled this right. I think Nick Sirianni handled it right. Every time they spoke, they were like, AJ is on this team, and, they kept it where they needed to keep it. They never took shots at him, even though it could have been very easy to do that with the way that he's gone about his business. But when you talk about production, this is a guy, when used correctly, Mike, not only is he a 1,000-yard guy, you said it, he catches touchdowns. So I'm curious to see what Drake May, because now Drake May has a go-to guy, right? And they can develop these other young guys that they have, but he's got a guy that he can trust now. And that was part of the problem. They got to the Super Bowl, Mike. They didn't scare anybody down the field. That was the part of the problem. Like, seriously. And then you saw the pressures that came after him. And Drake May did not play good in that Super Bowl. But we'll see what happens here. But, yeah, here's the compensation, by the way, if you're wondering. What's it take to get A.J. Brown? A 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick.
Right. And Diggs is still on the Patriots, right?
He is.
So you still have Diggs. So now all of a sudden, because they basically took Diggs, they kind of took away Diggs, and there's nothing else out there for you. You're right. So now you've got two bona fide targets, and now you got to account for them. I know they had the easy schedule last year, and I'd love to see them go up against the Broncos with 100% and Bo Nix, at quarterback. But regardless, that's a well-coached team with Vrabel. The sideline, the stuff off the field, I should say, aside, that's in a great spot. I mean, these are two teams, as you said earlier. Who is in that elite rarefied air, the 5-1 shot to win the Super Bowl? These are the guys.
No doubt. And that's why everybody's trying to improve their odds and their chances. And look, I don't think, for those elite teams that were there last year, and somebody's going to fall off, by the way. Unfortunately, there'll be an injury. There'll be something that happens. All these teams are not going to be back in the playoffs. But right now, based on the personnel, you go, okay. And herere's the other thing. The Eagles are saving $50 million.
Oh, by the way, Diggs was released. I just got. So
he's gone?
He's gone.
Okay. They're saving $50 million on A.J. Brown by trading him. And so that's the other part about this, Mike. So it's not only a money-saving situation for the cap, but it also helps them, I think, just from a continuity standpoint on the team.
And we had the conversation, not everybody, but a couple of guys like, what are the Falcons going to do something? We've tried to give you the breakdown of where we're at right now. I mean, we don't even know who our quarterback is going to be, guys, to start the season. Everyone's got their guy, and you're pulling for that guy. But when you don't really have that set up, and we're still kind of coming out of the cap doldrums. We still have to pay for that Kirk Cousins fiasco. So this was kind of a year where, yes, I'm sure that Matt Ryan and Ian they want to make the playoffs, so we're going to try to do it, but they weren't going to overpay. And look, the Caden Ellis was the one that I think was probably the most polarizing. Why they didn't, keep him here, because he's really good. And now potentially you're going to ask Jalen Walker or some of these other one-year free agents to step into that role. But it's just, I hate to say holding pattern because that sounds negative, but that's kind of where we're living.
Yeah,
we're guys. Carl and I talked about it earlier. Rams are up here. Patriots are up here. We're not there yet. When you're there, then you go all in and go for the gusto and go get a Myles Garrett or an A.J. Brown.
The Patriots went and got Romeo Doubs, is who they went and got. And then Kayshon Boutte is still there. He was the surprise
and
guy.
Diggs got released.
Year.
Right.
Mac Hollins, former Falcon, is still there. So those are their three guys. But now you've added A.J. to this mix. And they've got a couple of other guys that they really like. But that was the receiving core for those guys after Diggs ended up leaving. 404-726-0929. Mike, I said, which offseason move do you have the most trust in regards to the Falcons? A lot of people are talking about, hey, whether it was the free agents or the draft picks like AV or Zachariah Branch, they think he's really going to do something. For me, right now, it's Stefanski and Bill Callahan and Tommy Rees because they know what they want to be. I think, to me, that's the most trust I have because they've already got a plan in place. I don't think it's Matt Ryan and Ian Cunningham yet. Haven't been on the job long enough, right? And once we develop or turn into a championship caliber team, Mike, then we can start to talk about Ian in the same way that we were just talking about Howie Roseman. You build championships, right? Or Brett Veach in Kansas City. Now people trust that you're going to be able to fix this and do the right things even when the team is wobbling. We hadn't been there with those guys, but Stefanski and his coaching staff that have been together, those are the guys I'm trusting right now.
And we've talked about, we spent some time on Cleveland and all the things that were, again, above his pay grade, beyond his control, and the guy still won Coach of the Year twice. We talked about all the great draft picks, and the owner meddles, and they do stupid stuff, and Deshaun Watson derailed that team. I'll tell you this, see if you agree with me on this one. If we had hired Stefanski, if Stefanski was available and it wasn't Raheem Morris, and you had to deal with the Kirk Cousins situation when the injury occurs, Stefanski would have been proactive.
Yeah.
And his coaching staff would have had Michael Penix Jr., even if you had to strip down a rudimentary playbook to get him out there when Cousins was, because he obviously needed some time to get right. But we didn't. And I'd have to remind you guys, you all lived it. But that's what we're talking about. We say like a better decision-making process and just better and a little more brain power on it than certainly a first-year offensive coordinator was in Zach Robinson.
Well, I think with his history with Kirk Cousins, I think he probably would have went back to Kirk and tried to allow him to win the job again.
Right.
Again, that's where – but this is all hindsight, right? I mean, we don't know how this actually would have played out, but just based on what we have a feel for with Kevin Stefanski, like that, yeah.
But he could have looked at the tape after the Saints game. Okay, Chargers, we're gonna. Hey, I'm gonna have to ice up, son. We're gonna have to get Penix in here to try to win this football game. And that's where the thing started to wobble. We lost the division.
Yeah. 404-726-0929. Lots of NFL news coming down again. A.J. Brown being traded today, and this whole June 1st, post June 1 thing is real. And that's why these deals are happening because, again, the cost involved with some of these players, you got to wait. And so when we started talking about these potential deals in the spring, when we were like, hey, the draft and free agency, and you hear A.J. Brown will be traded, and you're like, okay, what are they waiting on? these are the financial implications that you have to wait on, but it's worth it because, Mike, if not, you cost yourself more money just by saying, we got to get rid of this guy right now when you can wait and save.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with A.J. Brown, leaving. Devontae Smith, of course, is there. And remember, guys, Mekhi Lemon, who everybody goes, is this guy stoned?
Yeah.
Remember on draft night with the whole I'm really excited about it. I'm hoping to be ready to go. It's like, what is going on here? It's like, so this is the dude who is an all-world wide receiver out of college, high expectations. Roseman and his guys are never afraid to take a risk for a guy that maybe they think is his head screwed on straight. What's this guy's rap? USC, that's the dude that they picked up, in addition to other guys like Hollywood Brown to shore up that room. That's why a guy like Jahan Dotson was available for us. By the way, you have any idea what this guy's going to be here for us?
No, but I like his skill set. I don't know. But when we signed him, I said I think that's a good pickup. Not knowing what the plan was for all the rest of the wide receiving room. I did not know we were going to go get Zachariah Branch, right? That helps us. But yeah, man, I think for the cost, Mike, it might be one of the cost-effective moves that anybody talks about all season long. Again, for the amount of money he's getting, it's not $25, $35, $45 million. He can come in here and be productive. I'm all for it. And when I say that, guys, I'm talking about 800-plus yards. Give me 6 to 8 touchdowns at wide receiver because, again, Bijan and Drake and Pitts should take up most of that.
Right. And as Data asked today on our sheet about the show, about who's the guy you're I'm most confident or at least excited about is, you mentioned him, Zachariah Branch. Been talking about him all last year with George. I can't wait to see how they're going to use him in this offense. And now the question is going to be, and I had a guy ask me this the other day, I have no idea yet because we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I don't know. I mean, no, I would not take a flyer on Zachariah Branch in the third round of your fantasy draft, Carl, because you just don't know what the usage rate's going to be, right? Hopefully he will become that guy, but it's going to be a healthy, Drake London, and hopefully Pitts. That's the thing. If everything starts to become what it's supposed to be and everybody plays to their optimum, then you have a lot of weapons to choose from and use, but it might not mean that somebody's going to be like a fantasy stud other than maybe Drake. Pitts was number 2 tight end in the league last year.
Yeah, but even with that, I mean, like how long have we been saying they're going to use him the right way? 4 years,
right?
We've been saying that. So I mean, yes, if you just want if your league is all about yards, draft him. If your league's about touchdowns, be careful.
Right. Now, again, I don't think you could draft anybody on a team as a skill position player until you know exactly what your delivery system is going to be, right? Who's going to be throwing it?
Yeah. Well, look, hopefully that gets resolved sooner than later as we get ready for camp. It's funny because these moves are happening. It's getting me excited. It should get you excited. Right. When you start to see these trades happen in the league, right, and that's what's going on, guys, free agents that have been out there getting signed, you start to realize the countdown to camp is on. That's what's going on right now. And we need to get our rosters set, and we're going to make the moves we need to make. For the Falcons, again, I know you're going, all right, well, what else are we going to do? Nothing.
No, I mean, maybe a defensive tackle or two gets cut late in camp, perhaps.
But nothing like these deals.
No, guys, and I get it. And for some fans, it is fantasy football every day of the year, but that's just not where we're living. Hopefully, with Ian and Matt and everybody else, Stefanski, we're going to be there. And hopefully we take a huge leap this year. And who knows, man? We could be talking about this, imagine like a year from now. Oh, remember all those conversations about Penix is washed and the knee injuries and Penix established himself as the man. And Stefanski unlocks his potential and his accuracy comes up and this guy's the dude. And we're off and running. Or it's Tua. Just don't know yet. But I know some guys also can't buy either one of those scenarios and still feel the quarterback comes next year in that draft you talked about.
Yeah. It's going to, look, this season's going to be crazy. This offseason is going to be crazy. It already is. Right. Hey, Mike, what do we have coming up in Guy Talk?
All right, man. Went to see a band I loved as a kid. They sucked. I'll tell you about that concert. Also, I'm going to pick your brain on this and tell me what you think. All right. It's one thing when you see a soccer player flopping and taking a dive. But is it okay to do it if you get run over by the ambulance golf cart? I'll explain. Coming up in Guy Talk.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
West Atlanta, it looks like a multi-vehicle crash. I-20 westbound past MLK Junior Drive. The left lane is blocked. Pretty big backups out of downtown because of it. Speaking of downtown, we have a new crash on the connector southbound before Highway 166. The right lanes is where you'll see it. And we have stall delays in Atlanta. I-285 northbound at MLK Junior Drive. The left lane is closed. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Hey, man, Mike Baylor for D. Geller & Son, guys. Right now, there's some really cool things that they've got on special just in time for someone who graduated, whether it's high school or college. Still time to give something really special for your kid or your boy or girl, whatever it is. But maybe, guys, you're thinking about an anniversary that's coming up or a big birthday for your wife. How about bringing something totally unique home from D. Geller & Son? Go to dgeller.com right now, and you can look up Custom Design Concierge. Well, that sounds kind of snooty. No. It just allows you to take all the amazing gems and gemstones and diamonds they've got and create something totally unique. And here's where it gets interesting. You bring this home and your wife's showing this off, all the friends go, oh my God, insert your name here. He's amazing. That is such a sweet gift because that's the stuff they like. Totally unique. There's only one of a kind, and that's what D. Geller can do for you. In their 2 locations, Barrett Parkway in Kennesaw, Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, a reason they've been in business since 1939. Folks been going there to get engaged since 39. Get the best specials on diamonds and gems, engagement rings, jewelry, and watches as well. But have you ever thought about just spending a little extra time? Maybe we're not talking like an hour and a half, guys. Roll it in there. Come up with some ideas with the design team, and you bring something totally unique home for your wife or your girlfriend. They'll love it. Get all the details right now at dgeller.com.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The Doghouse AC is down.
We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered.
You hear that, buddy? Oh, yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month. 0 down and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
When you've been denied workers' compensation, it can feel like your fight is over, that you'll never see the benefits and the money you deserve.
If that's happened to you, don't give up. Our experienced workers' compensation team knows what it takes to get you everything you're entitled to.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
For tonight, partly cloudy skies and humid with a low of 66.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, man. It is Dukes and Bell back to work on a Monday with Day pushing the buttons and the producer of the operation today. And, man, what's Oren doing on vacation, by the way? Taking the kids somewhere? Is he got the munchkins going somewhere?
I don't know. Do you know, Day?
Yeah, it's not a vacation, actually. It's it's something he does annually. He volunteers for a camp.
Oh, good for him.
And according to a message he sent us, I think yesterday, they've been walking for days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like he hasn't stopped walking, and he was like, he misses us.
What kind of camp? Is it a boot camp?
I don't know.
Keep up!
Wow.
What's that movie that just came out?
Oh, God. Yeah, The Walk, the Stephen King. Yeah, no, let's hope it's not that. Hey, number 21, first warning. Second warning. Pow! Yeah, that was a bit extreme. Okay. Hi, everybody. Real quick. Moved out to the suburbs. Be 6 years I've been living in Coweta County. Isn't that crazy, man? You mocked me when I said I was going to move out to the country. You were like, you're not going to do that. I did. But one of the things is, because Carl, being from Texas, knows all about critters and yard work and everything else. So I use like my guru when it comes to critters, like when we had the dreaded armadillo situation, and you suggested that we pee in the hole.
And it worked.
It was called Operation Golden Shower. So you just red solo cup, and then eventually those varmints stopped coming around. Real quick, I had a situation on Saturday. My yard guy is doing the work. Shout out to Ryan, good guy, and he goes, "Hey man," he goes, "Mike," because I was doing some work on the car. He goes, "Come over here," and there's a baby deer, a little fawn.
Oh,
and it's resting. And I got bushes. I got like a center island with pine straw and stuff, and a Chinese maple, and I got all these bushes and stuff. And you had to look twice, couldn't even see it because the mom obviously nudged her in there, and so. And he said, yeah, the mama deer ran off. And Ike and Ellie, my dogs, were running around. And I'm like, what happens now? He goes, well, sometimes if they get scent on them, the mother will abandon them. I'm like, what? So I'm going to have like a baby. So now I'm thinking like I'm going to have to go get a bottle. And Becky and I are going to be nursing a fawn like Bambi. Man is in the forest. And like we're going to have to take over here. You know, and I'm going to have a deer and like Tinker, our listener who's got the pet pig. I'm going to have my dogs running around with a fawn. But it might be fun. That was my concern Saturday morning.
Is she still there? Or
No. But all the neighbors had a theory on this because everybody's had similar experiences. Yeah. But it can happen. And so you maybe call animal control. They do whatever they do. But so eventually the mom did come back because we had a lot. But I was like, oh, that's all I need.
Yeah.
Because it's like tiny. I mean, there's a little boobla, a little deer looking at you. With those, like literally with those doe eyes. That's where the phrase comes from. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to. If the mother doesn't come back, you got to do something.
No,
right?
No. Right. No doubt. I mean, maybe she went out I'll be back. Get some food.
Well, I mean, it's tough because we all know some deer, the dad deer, I'm going out for some milk and a carton of cigarettes. They never come home.
They never come home.
There's nothing worse than those absentee deer dads, Carl. It's a major problem.
And I hadn't even told this story, but the deers that you're talking about, the deer they're out. I mean, especially now.
Right now, yeah.
And Frankie, my oldest, Boston, had jumped the fence a few weeks back. This is probably about 2 months ago. And we didn't even know he could do it. Like, first of all, these dogs can jump like 8 feet,
Right.
And but there was a group that came by, and one of them, we saw it on the cameras, Mike, where he was like challenging him with his feet.
When the deer, and that's what happened. When the deer,
Right.
when they stand their ground, they start doing that little like bull thing.
Yeah.
Then it's on mama deer protecting the baby deer.
And so Frankie was in our yard, and he was like, "You talking to me?" And so you see it on the camera. He's like, and then he's on the fence. He's like, "You want me? You want? Here I come. I'm gonna come over there." And he jumps the fence, and we're like, "Holy crap!" Now Michelle's like, "You got to come down here. Frankie's outside of the yard." I'm like, "What's going on?" And my backyard is nothing but woods.
Right.
Like you can get lost back there.
Right.
So I'm like, "Frankie's back there." She goes, "Yeah, he just jumped the fence." So now I got like hush puppies on. Okay, I'm not even prepared for this. Yeah. I'm in the woods. I'm going, Frankie. And I see this deer run past me. And then all of a sudden I see little Frankie running behind him. And I'm like, bro, you're not going to catch this deer. But yeah, man, the deer, they're out, and dogs will definitely chase them.
I thought you were going to say you were going to have to hop the fence and be like how Nas Reed had Mo Gay. Let him go!
It took me 10 minutes, right? I can't catch him. And literally, finally, I walk up on Frankie because he finally snapped out of it.
Right.
And I said, Frank. And he looked at me, Day and Mike, and was like, what you doing out here? I was like, bring your ass over here. What are you doing?
The day that when I was a puppy and he chased a deer, we have this line. It basically separates Fayette and County. It's county lines. It's called Line Creek. He ran all the way to the creek. I'm over by like Chris Webber's house, okay? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, that's the thing with dogs. But yeah, so luckily the deer did. Mom took the deer. So
that's good.
Problem avoided. Hey, if you're just tuning in and going, what the hell am I listening to? This is Guy Talk on Dukes and Bell, where we talk about things like finding deer in your yard. We will get back to the Georgia conversation. A lot of guys fired up over what happened with the suspension for Trey Phelps. A lot of guys, real quick, just I'll mention this. And I was talking to a couple of dudes on our text line back and forth. I think the biggest beef they have is, okay, he pimped the home run. Maybe there's some trash talking with Liberty. The fact that you lose him for the first game of the Super Regional, it's almost like the stupid suspension the SEC college gives you out for targeting, because targeting is so subjective, and even with video review, they never get it right, and then you've lost one of your best players in defense right for the first half of the next game. That's, I think, where the bigger problem lies. The NCAA, it's too punitive. Right? You're rejected. Still big enough penalty to lose a guy like that in that game.
Yeah, look, I understand the frustration. I just think, like, if Georgia happens to lose in that first game, you could easily point back to, well, if we had Trey out there, he's been such a productive player all season long. And that was a big dong last, by the way. That home run was huge. If he doesn't hit that home run in that moment, does Georgia win? I don't know, but it changed the whole trajectory of the game.
Hey, man. So at a concert this weekend, Day. Now, again, we all have these bands we grew up with. When I was 16, it had been like 1984, I saw Echo and the Bunnymen, new wave band from Liverpool, England.
Okay.
Have about 12 good songs that you'd, the casual fan might know from the 80s and the new wave catalog. They played only about 5.5 of those songs during the concert at the Tabernacle. The lead singer, who's getting up there now, Ian McCullough, he just mumbles in this incoherent kind of Irish Liverpool accent.
What did they play?
Well, the first 4 songs sucked. They finally got to it. Hey, spare us the cutter. Okay, I know that one. And my wife, because we listen to First Wave when we're sitting by the pool, and his music we like, and she's excited they're coming to Atlanta. Let's go see Echo and the Bunnymen. We love the Tabernacle. Great venue, great scene. The acoustics are fantastic. And it was like, oh man, they weren't playing the hits. They're doing covers and it's self-indulgent crap, and you're like, and the singer is in total darkness. And apparently don't want to spotlight it. Dude, what are you, Bono? He's wearing the glasses, like, lighten up, pal. You're echoing the Bunnymen. This isn't U2 at MetLife Stadium. You know what I'm saying? So, but at this point, I'm so angry, and I'm looking at I said, screw it, we'll go over to Park Bar. We'll watch the end of the Spurs and the Thunder. He's like, fine. So we're walking down the stairs, a lot of stairs. We're in the balcony, and I run into, shout out to, I can't remember her name, Helen, I think it was. Anyway, big listeners, a couple from Alpharetta, and a guy goes, hey, Mike Bell. He goes, what do you think? I go, I think the show sucks. He goes, we do too. And so I went on Reddit, and I always want to see am I just being a hothead? I went on Reddit. A lot of people are very dissatisfied with the set list, but that's what it is. They eventually got to this. You have to wait for the encore to hear the good stuff, but I'm out. I have time for this.
Hey, you know what? You made the call that a lot of people don't want to when they're at these shows. It'll get better. No, it's not. No, it's not.
And there's one person that goes, thank you, Ian. Totally can't understand a word you're saying, but thank you. It was like Brad Pitt in like Snatch. All right, Ian McCullough from Echo and the Bunnymen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, man. Here's a story you're going to really dig. Listen to this. I found this actually happened last week, but it finally made the wire. A woman detained down in Tampa. It's a Florida woman. She goes into a Costco. She gets arrested, Carl, after allegedly pretending to be a Costco worker and serving tequila shots from tiny little ketchup cups to unsuspecting shoppers to improve customer morale. You know, like the tiny sample shot cups like we had at the Metro Bottle Day the other day. So basically half a shot. Like a little tiny shot.
Yeah, but she's serving these, but she doesn't work there?
Authorities say 32-year-old Brianna Keller, a Florida woman, entered the store wearing black pants, a red polo, and a fake name badge that simply read Crystal Beverage Team. Witnesses claim she spent nearly an hour handing out tequila samples behind a snack aisle while loudly reminding customers it's technically a tasting event. So she's obviously she's whacked out of her mind.
Whose tequila was she using?
They don't say which brand tequila. According to police reports, she paired different liquors with frozen appetizers and allegedly told one elderly shopper, "This one has notes of lime and poor decisions." So unless somebody was videotaping this with a drone or with a camera and it's all a work, as they say in wrestling, not sure. Employees reportedly became concerned after customers started applauding every time she yelled, "Weekend mode activated!" And she's basically running around handing Costco shoppers like one-ounce shots. Police say she also attempted to convince management to let her launch, quote, bottomless sample Fridays. One shopper told deputies, "I honestly thought Costco was just evolving. Isn't this fun?
Wow.
Go get tequila." And by the way,
they do have Costco's with package stores connected.
There's
to
the mug shot. Nice looking girl.
Oh yeah. She does not look like a wacko, whatever they look like. But I'm just saying.
Nice highlights. She put some effort into the hair. The stunt ended after a manager noticed several customers dancing near the mattress displays while holding condiment cups. Those little tiny, they call them ketchup cups.
Weekend activated.
As officers removed her from the building, Keller reportedly raised a tequila bottle and shouted, "Who's ready for round 2?"
She's crazy.
So a little cuckoo for Cocoa
You don't even
Puffs.
work there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, unless she was...
Who does this?
I think she's probably trying to go viral. And nowadays, women, like the lady who went nuts on the airplane. She turned it into a podcast, for crying out loud.
Mike, are you going to go serve shots at Costco and create your own uniform? Mike, beverage director. And just be out for serving these guys. Are you serious?
No, by the way, I mean, it's perfect for Tampa. I mean, it's made for people in Tampa Bay. I mean, hey, activate party weekend mode. We all know that there's too much flopping going on in all of sports, from the NBA to soccer. We're going to see much flopping because they'll work those international refs in the World Cup here. But a bizarre sequence of events plays out. Now, again, I don't expect any of you to have seen this, but you can Google it and you'll laugh out loud. A second division soccer match in Ecuador on Sunday, when a guy gets hurt, player gets injured, so they got to bring in the medical cart out. It's basically a glorified golf cart with like a bit of a sort of spot in the back you can put the stretcher on. So this thing comes out and they put the injured player on and he gets a nice round of applause. And so the golf cart starts to exit the stadium. Unfortunately, as cart was making its way back to the sideline, Porto Viejo's Edison Casiero appeared to turn and not see it. Pow! He gets basically. Now, I will say this: it wasn't like he got run over; he was sideswiped.
Yeah,
but he may have made contact, is metal and plastic, and hit his knee as the cart was making its way back. This guy Casado gets hit. He's basically writhing on the ground, as you would expect from a guy trying to work a foul with the ref. He managed to crawl a step or two before rolling back on the ground in pain. Members of the Porto Viejo staff rushed over to confront the cart's driver. Like, what is the ref supposed to do? Give the guy a red card?
Yeah, you can't.
Right? So apparently he could be seen on the broadcast later on yelling at the driver. And again, the driver, it's basically just a victim of circumstance. The driver's trying to work his way around the players, and this guy doesn't see him. He just gets hit. So now two guys are out for the safety. And then the funny part was the memes. Man's driving like the cart's going to get a card for that or something. Another guy says, wow, I feel like I'm watching SGA.
Flopping.
Another guy goes, wow, this is Oklahoma City highlights. So that was going down over the weekend. So again, we don't want to make fun of a guy getting hurt, but it was kind of, Speaking of the NBA, we do have the NBA Finals. We're going to wait till Wednesday. It'll go Wednesday, Friday, Monday, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yep.
So we got to, isn't that crazy they wouldn't have it on the weekend unless there's a concert or something at the Garden or at San Antonio? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, look, they want to be the main attraction. This thing should end somewhere around, if it goes June 20th?
Right.
Somewhere around
It's all
there.
on ABC, ESPN. So I don't know how Spurs fans feel because Mike Breen is obviously a huge Knicks fan, calls the Knicks games, but Mike Breen will be on the national call for ABC. USA, it's our 250th anniversary, as you guys know. It's our 250th birthday, I should say, but the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. They're going to have USA 250 patches on the Knicks and Spurs jerseys, Carl. They're going to take a piece of the patch off and they're going to sell it in decks of, collectible cards.
That's kind of cool.
So there'll be some big loot to maybe gain off of NBA Finals. And then finally, I was telling Carl earlier, he has not seen it yet. I don't want to give it away. I will say, HBO continues, for my money, to put the best TV out there amongst everything. Amazon's got some good stuff, and Apple too. But this Euphoria, you're going to binge watch it this week, you think? Get caught up?
Yeah, we've recorded it. We were, when we were gone, I just knew I wasn't going to get into it. But I think was it Sunday?
Sunday was the season finale. And for what we think, probably the finale. And I don't want to give it away because you haven't seen it yet, but a very controversial episode.
Well, I told you I was surprised they brought it back because it took a hiatus after the first season.
And it's pretty cool. So you basically get these kids, and some which got their esh together, and others just wild and maniacs. But now it's 5 years later after out of high school is where it picked up. But anyway, check it out. And that's Guy Talk on Monday.
All right, man. Great stuff. We got a lot to fill you in on, including big trades in the NFL. Look, we have not been at a point where we've had a disgruntled wide receiver, for that matter, a disgruntled player. But that's what A.J. Brown was. Today, he gets finality, and he's already got a picture out with the Patriots jersey. Who else got traded today? Stay there. We'll tell you coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's Chris Thomas Turtle coming up on Monday. All the latest on the Hawks and Falcons offseason. Plus, did the Braves take care of business in Cincy? All that and more. 6 to 10, 92.9 The Game.
This report is
Game Traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Update time in West Atlanta. Crash we were dealing with on I-20 westbound near MLK Junior Drive has cleared from the left lane. We do have a crash affecting your drive downtown on the connector southbound near Langford Parkway. Crash blocking 2 right lanes. And delays in Dunwoody. I-285 eastbound at Chamblee-Dunwoody Road. Crash there reported. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
It's time for you to get your finances where you want them. It's Carl Dukes. I'm talking about Trajan Wealth, guys. It's June, and I know you spend a lot of time planning your summer vacation, probably as much as you do for retirement. That means you need to let Trajan Wealth and their family office help you plan your financial future with the same detail, coordinating your investments, your taxes, your estate planning, so everything works together like your dream trip. Call Trajan Wealth today and start planning your future like it's your next vacation, because in fact it is. 855-TRAJAN1, that's TRAJAN1, or go online at TrajanWealth.com with offices in Buckhead, Lawrenceville, Kennesaw, Alpharetta. They're all over the city. And the cool thing about Trajan is they are fiduciary advisors, guys. They want to listen to you and make sure that they understand what you need. They work as a true team, collaborating with you to fine-tune your investments and help you weather any market shifts. And know that there will be market shifts. Sometimes you can't do anything about it, but you can be prepared. Trajan will take care of that for you. 855-TRAJAN1 is the phone number. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This report is brought to you by A1 Garage Door.
I started my first business at 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and that made me work harder. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 from day one.
Popeye's Big Box is back, y'all. Big news for bold Louisiana flavor. And you have some big questions to answer. Will it be 2 pieces of marinated crunchy signature chicken? Or 3 juicy tenders? And which 2 delicious sides will you pair with that biscuit you love? At just $6, Big Box is a big deal. But big deals don't last forever. So if you want to go big, you better go now. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just 1 visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Academy Sports and Outdoors doesn't sell meat. We do sell the things that make meat meat. Grills that make steak sizzle, smokers that melt brisket, and chairs that make you say, let's sit and eat meat. But that meat didn't come from us. The shade you're under, spice you're tasting, and American flag shirt you're wearing, that's us. Cherry wood and charcoal, yes. Corned beef, no. Corn whole, yes. Canopies, yep. Canapes, I don't know what that is. Meat, no. Everything but the meat, yes. Academy, fun can't lose.
If you're hurt in a crash, call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. 800-9-million. It's Allie Mack here, and the system is rigged. Insurance companies protect themselves. Sweet James protects you. They put power and respect on your side, and you pay no fees unless they win. 800-9-million and SweetJames.com.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James. Your accident attorneys.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Big trades define the NFL. As a matter of fact, it defines who potentially will be a contender and a pretender. Today, 2 huge trades have happened in the NFL, none of them having to do with our Falcons, but they impact the league in a way, Mike, that everybody goes, ooh, this Myles Garrett trade to the Rams, I think has a lot of people like shaking their heads going, man, the Rams doing this again. They did it a few years ago when they said blank those picks, and they're doing it again, Mike, as Myles Garrett is going to the Rams for Jared Verse and 3 picks, but only 1 first-round pick.
Yeah, a 1 for 2027, then a 2nd for 2028, then 29 is a 3rd round, right, if I read it correctly. But the sweetener was, and again, teams have been calling about Myles Garrett for seemingly the last 18 months, is they throw in Jared Verse, a Pro Bowler that they drafted and has been a stud for them, and a guy that, remember, we talked about, were we going to consider going edge rush that year? Remember back in the day, we'd go, no, it was DJ Ulalate. Remember, we had all the different names we talked about with D-Lad all the time, but Jared Verse has been a stud, and I'm sure that the Rams would love to keep both those guys, but you had to give to get, so you get a guy, Myles Garrett is two-time Defensive Player of the Year, sack leader, sack record holder, so even as good as Verse is, Myles is even better, and now Browns fans are taking to social media to say they're going to get rid of their tickets.
Well, look, this is them, in my opinion, tanking and saying we are back in the mix to try to rebuild our team. You just traded away your best player. And to Mike's point, your attraction. I think for the Rams, and this is the interesting thing as we talk about where this is going to go and who's the team to beat in the NFC, there are, as we speak, teams that are in the Super Bowl bubble, meaning they have the personnel and the quarterback in place to potentially make a run at a Super Bowl. And then there are teams like the Jets who are already thinking about next year, and they've got 3 first-round picks. Guys, they're a team. The Dolphins are complete rebuild mode. They've traded pretty much all their star power away or let them go. So, when you start saying, all right, New England was there last year, they're in the mix, and they just made a huge deal for A.J. Brown, which we'll talk about. But obviously the Bills with Josh Allen. Mike, the Broncos are in this Super Bowl bubble now, guys. If Bo Nix is back healthy, that defense is legit, they have all those weapons on offense, it just kind of makes you feel like, all right, AFC is one thing, but in the NFC, Philly, do you believe in the Cowboys? We'll talk about the Commanders because everybody says Jayden Daniels has been working his butt off this offseason. He's going to be back to 100%. The Bears. Look, what's the deal in our division? Is it Carolina? Is it us? Or is it Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, I think both. I think everybody had a good offseason. I think you look at the Saints draft picks. I think you look at what Carolina did with draft and in free agency. And I think the same could be said for Tampa other than losing Mike Evans. But those are teams, I mean, it's a competitive division. Unfortunately, 9 or 10 games can win it, so it doesn't get the respect, but it's competitive. But you just laid out these are all the teams we got to battle with. And that's why I get it. We have an audience. It's folks that are, glass half empty to glass half full. Some guys feel we should be in the mix with the Super Bowl. Guys, it's currently the Jets at 15 and the Falcons at 8 consecutive seasons without a playoff appearance. So that's where we're living. This is a year where you're hoping and you're betting on the come, but they weren't prepared to dig a deeper hole against the cap because we were still coming out from under the Kirk Cousins stuff and all the other decisions that unfortunately didn't work out that Fondo made.
Yep.
So that's why I get it. So guys, why aren't we doing this? We're not there. Carl just laid it out. Teams that are here, you're one player away. Now, if the Ravens had done something like this, I'd have said, of course, right? They've got to get back and get in the playoffs, or they just blew it last year. But we're a team. We're looking up at, like Carl just said, we're looking up at 6 teams right now in the NFC. Maybe 8.
I didn't even mention the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Right.
And that's why the Rams did what they did. And who's the corner they picked up from Kansas
McDuffie.
City? Yeah, Trent McDuffie. They got him because, remember, they couldn't corral Jackson Smith and Jigba. Sam Darnold, they couldn't get the heat. So they bring in the best pass rusher. You bring in a big-time corner. The Rams, all the chips are in because that's how Les Snead plays ball.
Yeah, that division is a beast, man. Rams, Seahawks, 49ers. Cardinals, you're playing for last place. Sorry. But that division with those 3 teams, and that's why these trades are interesting. As far as the A.J. Brown trade, real quick, this is something that was anticipated by pretty much everybody around the league. It was just a matter of getting to this June 1st date for the financial ramifications. But, Mike, that is what everybody's talking about now and how much better this makes Drake May. Patriots trade him or trade for him and basically give up 2 draft picks. This is not a bad deal. First-round pick. So if you're saying, look, what's it take to go get an established receiver? And we saw this with Julio. We've seen it in the past with other guys. First-round pick and then a 5th-round pick. So you're giving up a 2027 5th-round pick, but a 2028 first.
Right.
So it's not next year's first-rounder that they're giving up. And then you get a productive player, Mike, who turns 29 on June 30th in A.J. Brown,
right?
Who I think is still very hungry to get the rock. He just didn't get it in Philly.
I don't think he's going to be reading a book on the sideline for New England. I mean, and look, Vrabel knows. You get the Vrabel soap opera with Rossini aside. Now it's time to talk football. He's a guy that knows how to run it. And Josh McDaniels is maybe not a head coach, Carl, but a tremendous offensive coach. So Diggs is gone. They've got other guys. You mentioned Boutte. They got other pieces there. Got good tight ends. And now you throw in a superstar who's been so underused in Philadelphia and probably got sideways with Jalen Hurts because Jalen for whatever reason, they couldn't connect like they should have the last 3 seasons.
A.J. Brown, guys, to put it in perspective, is one of 7 players in NFL history with 8,500 yards and 60 touchdowns.
Woof.
So you're talking about Tyreek Hill, who did that between 2016 and 2022. Calvin Johnson, 07 to 13. Larry Fitzgerald from 04 to 2010. Randy Moss did it. Marvin Harrison. pretty elite company for A.J. Brown in his first 7 seasons. And that's why I still think he's got a lot of production left in him. But those deals being made today. And then, Mike, on top of that, as we talk all things NFL, the signing of Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, he's going back to the Giants. Look, guys, this is where he made his career. But he's 33 years old now, and he's a vet. I think he brings some leadership qualities, but he's not going to be the go-to guy. But it's a nice story for the Giants and OBJ to reunite.
Right. Now, Jackson Dart have another weapon. Like, he's going to be, he's limited as far as what you expect from him. But, this is a dude that when he's healthy, now, again, I don't know. He's kind of like a physical freak. Remember the year he got injured? He was injured the year the Rams got him. He still helped them win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Malik Neighbors is that dude. He's coming back from an injury.
But he had to have a second procedure. They had to do a cleanup on that knee, that's kind of a red flag.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be ready for the start of camp, but they're saying for the start of the regular season still remains unclear. It was an ACL last year, and then to Mike's point, additional surgery. And then Darius Slayton is the other wide receiver, but they brought in Juju Smith. Right. They signed him to a 1-year deal, so they're signing, OBJ to a 1-year deal, and then Braxton Berrios is also a guy they brought in.
Yes, he had the very sexy girlfriend. And a good special team player as well. I was just looking at A.J. Brown's numbers, nearly 1,522, nearly 1,523, and then just barely over 1,000 yards the last 2 seasons. He did miss some games last 2 seasons, but that's a guy that it just didn't pass the eye test the way that there were times with the Eagles, and remember they've had soap operas and team meetings, and the coach has to explain. They've gone through multiple coordinators, but there was no vertical passing game, despite the fact that he wound up with 7 touchdowns the last 2 years.
I think they became predictable. They got another offensive coordinator now, a new one, and so we'll see if that helps Jalen Hurts. Meanwhile, let's talk about a couple of things Falcons related, guys. June 1st means the Kirk Cousins deal is behind us, right? It's post-June 1 designation. It adds $2.1 million to the cap. That was already designated. We knew this was going to happen. It's just a matter of, okay, the date has happened now. It's on the books. Mike, I think the most exciting thing for Falcon fans is this James Pierce Jr. training video that's out there. Yeah. If you've not seen it, he's working out, not really talking. It's just him doing things that, pass rushers do. But at the end of the day, the video of him working out with his personal trainer, it gets me optimistic about, and I said this today on our pre-show, that he's going to play, man. He's training like he's playing. He's training like he's going to get ready for camp, and that's because he has to. He needs to do those things. You can't just sit around, drink beer, and say, all right, I don't know where this thing is going. Mm-hmm. He's got to get ready. But that part of it gets me excited for the fact that I actually think he's going to be out there this year. And look, if I'm wrong, so be it. Even if it's for 4 games he misses, Mike, I still think he's going to play a majority of the season for the Falcons this year.
Yeah, we had Josh Kendall was on the show last week, and he was saying that he didn't even think the Falcons know what the NFL is going to do here. Because, as we said, you can't really look at the Rashee Rice thing because that was before he went to court and eventually got to court, and then they suspended him. Our guys been through the legal process to a degree, but there's a probationary process involved. So do you let him play? I think Pierce is in camp. I'm going to say, I'll go on a limb and say Pierce is in camp at the end of July.
I agree. I think he is. I don't think there's any reason not to.
And then until the NFL says something, you roll him out there.
Yeah. Well, look, what are they going to say when he's following all the rules legally that he needs to follow, unless they just want to make an example out of him? And I'll be honest, I think they're past that. I don't think this is not. Again, I don't want to.
It was what it was. It was terrible. It looked awful.
I don't want to. Dismiss what happened. But Mike, nobody got killed. And at the end of the day, yes, it was all the things, but a lot of those charges we thought at first have been dismissed or dropped.
The contact with the officer. Like, again, I'm not trying to sound like lawyers that are making excuses for a guy who knows he does know better, and hopefully now with the treatment he's getting, he will know better and make better decisions. The big part of this is Rakia Jackson and her legal team signing off on everything that allows these mechanisms to take place. So if he's going to be suspended, okay, so NFL, ball's in your court. What are we waiting for here? I think the team would certainly like to know, and I would like to think we're going to find out. But as of right now, we don't know. And they don't know.
Nope.
And you don't know, and I don't know. But we do know that Jalen Walker is going to be expected to do some big things this year. I was reading an article today, Carl, at ESPN.com, talking about guys who are going to take a huge leap in their sophomore year in the NFL.
Yeah.
And for the Falcons, it's Jalen Walker. And I agree with that. Because he missed some time to start the season.
I hope so. I want to know, and maybe Jeff Ulbrich will clear this up. I think he kind of has already. But what are they asking him to do? This whole thing about asking him to do all the things, I don't know if that's beneficial. Like, the reason, again, why Pierce was really good last year, Mike, is because I need you to do this and focus in on this. I need you to be a great corner. AV, AJ, that's what I need you to do. If I got you doing all these, and I'm not saying pass rush because you can move them all around with the pass rush, but one down I'm covering, one down I'm blitzing, one down I'm run defense. Like, what is your job? And that's what I'm curious to know. I know he's a utility knife. I get that, but does that benefit the team the most?
We got guys that can battle. We got a bunch of guys. You know, some of these guys are on one-year deals, but the future of this team is Jalen Walker. If Divine Diablo moves over to what Caden was doing, and Jalen Walker does what Divine was doing, I think we got something.
Hey, man, coming up, he's heating up. There's no debating it. And what did Alex Anthopoulos say about a potential move at the deadline? Stay there. It's coming up as we talk Braves, who are off today. They get back to work tomorrow as the Blue Jays come into town. Yes, they're still in first place.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We have a few crashes. No lanes blocked, though. One on the downtown connector southbound at Cortlandt Street. Another one downtown on the connector southbound before Langford Parkway off on the right shoulder. Word of a crash in Decatur to watch for. This just into the traffic center. I-285 eastbound before I-20 into Cab. And we have a crash getting cleaned up on the right shoulder, West Atlanta, I-20 westbound at MLK Junior Drive. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Hey, man, Mike Bell here for D. Geller & Son, guys. If you've got a big anniversary coming up or your wife's birthday's on the way or your girlfriend, whatever the occasion, whatever the person, they got something for you that's truly unique. Talking about you designing something all by yourself with D. Geller & Son. Now, they're going to walk you through the process, but you can do a custom design. They've got some of those amazing diamonds and gems, stuff that the other stores can't even touch. That's how good D. Geller is. That's why they've been in business since 1939. Atlanta goes to get engaged with D. Geller. Guys like me, I buy all my stuff from D. Geller, and a couple of years ago, yes, Mr. Sensitivity, me. I had them design a ring for my wife that kind of matches up with the engagement ring and everything else, all the other baubles she's got. You can do it too. Custom design, guys. Work with expert gemologists and jewelers at D. Geller & Son at their two locations, Sandy Springs on Roswell Road, Barrett Parkway in Kennesaw. And then you bring it home. And then here's where it gets really the wow factor and you look like the best husband ever because people go, oh my God, he designed that? Yes. It's one of a kind? Yes. That's what they're going to do, create the magic, and you, sir, are going to reap the benefits. Hey, now, get all the details when you go to dgeller.com, but think about it, guys. Go to the website. You can check it out for yourself. Custom design, unique piece of jewelry with D. Geller & Son, where Atlanta goes to get engaged since 1939.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
After the Spurs won Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals against the Oklahoma City Thunder, Victor Wembanyama said winning the Larry O'Brien Trophy is his childhood dream. To achieve that dream, Wemby will have to get through the New York Knicks, who've won 11 straight playoff games, coming off of a week of rest following their sweep of the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals, and have the highest average point differential in playoff history. Game 1 is Wednesday night in San Antonio. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Atlanta, get ready for Turn Up the City, starring Lil Jon and Friends. Sunday, June 14th at the Fox Theater. Experience a huge night featuring a live band and live strings. Plus performances from Crime Mob and Lil Scrappy. Lil Jon kicks off the biggest soccer tournament in the world. Sunday, June 14th at the Fox Theater. Tickets are on sale now at foxtheater.org or listen to Andy and Randy all this week to win your free tickets. Turn Up the City, starring Lil Jon and Friends. June 14th at the Fox Theater. Win tickets here from Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This report is brought to you by Ken Nugent Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
My name is Joe.
Hi, Joe.
And I'm a reckless driver. I just can't put my phone down.
This guy is just a bad wreck waiting to happen. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. Reckless drivers deserve to pay. You deserve to get paid. One call, that's all.
CallKen.com. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Mosquitoes are back, and they're taking over your yard. Peachtree Pest Control Seasonal Mosquito Program delivers targeted treatments that reduce populations and help keep them from coming back. With 7 treatments from March through September, plus strategically placed mosquito reduction devices, we protect your outdoor spaces so you can enjoy them without the constant swatting. Our service professionals treat where mosquitoes live and breed, stopping them at the source for longer-lasting relief. Visit PeachtreePestControl.com to schedule your mosquito service today. That's Peachtree Pest Control, protecting what matters most.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Net available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
A big job doesn't have to mean juggling multiple vendors throughout a project. With the Home Depot's expanded assortment of supplies, you can get everything you need for the entire job from one partner. More sizes, more selection, more of the quality you can trust. Source and supply the entire job when you access thousands of products not available in stores. Because at the Home Depot, it's our business to supply yours.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
And then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk some Braves because, guys, they remain in first place. And it was another productive weekend up in Cincinnati. Braves win another series. They're at home against the Blue Jays on Tuesday. But, Mike, The real conversation, and there's a couple of them that are going on. One, Spencer Strider. We'll talk about Ronald Acuna, obviously, and then Double A, Alex Anthopoulos, talking on Braves Vision this weekend. First and foremost, Alex, or should I say Acuna, 2 for 3. Even in yesterday's game, I mean, it was one of those situations where you felt like, okay, Riley had an RBI. You know, it was money is hitting 307. There's so many things going on with this team, but Acuna we've been waiting for him to explode.
Right. You know, Austin Riley kind of giving us some hope, but he's kind of been like he's just been struggling. I mean, everybody's gone through some sort of peaks and valleys from certainly Matt Olson's amazing start, and everybody's kind of finding their equilibrium. Ozzy's in a good run, but yeah, Acuna, we're waiting for when are the fireworks going to start? Like when's, and as you said, the Grand Slam was probably the thing. 5 home runs, 4 stolen bases in his last 4 games. ESPN had this on Sunday. Joins Willie Mays, Eric Davis, and Shohei Ohtani is the only players to ever do that. 4 stolen bases, 5 home runs in a 4-game period.
Yeah,
and
man.
He's rolling.
He is. Saturday, I want you to hear Brandon Gaudin on Braves Vision. This is how things got rolling. He had 2, and then Sunday he had another one. Let me hear it.
And Ronald Acuna Jr. puts it in the air, deep to right. 3 homers in 3 games as Acuna Jr. continues to heat up, and he's tied this game at 2. Acuna to center field. He already has 1 tonight. There's another. Ronald Acuna all of a sudden is on an absolute tear. The former MVP is putting Major League Baseball on notice.
But
that's a good highlight.
But it's great. But he wasn't done. We get to Sunday.
But wait, there's more.
Even though we lose this game.
So Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 more homers last night, giving him 4 in the last 3 games. Oh, my goodness. You want to say that this guy is back? He's more than back. He is absolutely on fire. Acuna strikes again. 438 feet.
Locked in. That's all we can say. Locked in. Let's hope that continues as the Blue Jays come in here. Let's hear from Alex Anthopoulos, guys, because as we said, talking about all the things that are going on, one, he discussed Martin Perez and Dubon, how they have helped Mike define the culture in the clubhouse. These are guys, again, not high-priced guys, but they come in and they really fit in well. Here's Alex Anthopoulos.
I'd say the 2 guys, if you were to ask me who exemplifies what this team has been about this year, I'd say Martin Perez and Mauricio Dubon. And the reason I say that is because total pros, high character, tough, not afraid to have a tough conversation with teammates, highly respected across the board, willing to do anything and not complain. Play obviously positions all over the diamond, multiple roles. You've seen what Martin's done. I mean, those two guys are the 2026 Braves. That's not taking anything away from all the other great players. But those 2 guys specifically, just with their attitude and the way they've gone about it, that I would say is the culture of our club.
We've talked a lot in the last couple of years, especially after the 21 World Series win, about that kind of stuff, right? That X factor.
Yes.
And it's funny, it comes in all shapes and sizes, and veterans and journeymen, but you got to have that accountability, right, in the clubhouse. And it sounds like they got it.
Well, and again, when guys are producing, it helps, right? Doesn't mean you can't have a voice because you've been around the game and you understand what these teams need, especially these winning organizations. But that's interesting. He pulls those guys. It wasn't money. It wasn't Ozzy. Like the names you might think.
Matt Olson, O'Reilly.
Yeah, he's like, look, they've come in, and this helps the culture of the clubhouse. Alex was also talking about Hurston Waldrop and when he potentially is going to be back. This is good news because Mike and I were saying, look, guys, you got to look at this from the standpoint of we're getting more arms back. Doesn't mean that we're not going to make a trade or potentially add to this team at the deadline. But you're getting some pieces back that you hope can eventually help you in one way or another. Here's Alex.
Hurston Waldrop will be starting a rehab on Monday. He's already done an up-down live BP, which is basically the equivalent of like 2 innings. So he's throwing 96 to 99 at this point. I mean, last time he was doing that, he got hurt, but he feels great. You guys know we always like to add starters when we can. We have a long stretch of games at the end of June. And that's something that maybe we'll try to add a 6th starter, do something like that. So we'll see how that goes. Schwallenbach's throwing. Obviously, those guys can be really impactful guys. But
right, and if Waldo can get back to what he was before the injury, giddy up. Mark Bowman, to your point, what Alex just talked about, 2 scoreless innings in his rehab assignment down at the Florida complex for the Braves. But yeah, if Waldrop's back, Schwallenbach seems like a little bit behind where he is.
Yeah.
And then you'll have you'll have a month and a half, right, to figure out what you got. And you can decide then if you're going to go be aggressive and get another starter for the playoff run.
Yeah, I just feel like it's bonus. I'm not telling you it's the end-all of end-alls, but it's bonus if you. And he said it. Maybe we'll go to a 6-man rotation. Alex Anthopoulos, Braves general manager, talking about his biggest surprise so far and the expectations of the season.
I don't know that I'd say surprise, right? I think, look, last year, stating the obvious here, it was tough. We have an expectation here, year in and year out, to be a postseason team. For me, the blip was 2025, and it was hard. Just you realize you live in Atlanta, you're in the community, you know what this team means, you know what the expectations are. It's a huge responsibility. So you feel like you let everybody down, even the employees the same way. So we expect to be there. And we talked about it at the trade deadline last year. Some of the moves we did make and didn't make, that was our offseason. And the expectation was to try to get back there in 26. We're not there. We're off to a nice start, no doubt. But this is who we've been for, this is year 9 for me. So, the other 7 years have been good. Obviously haven't resulted in a World Series each year, but have been what Braves fans certainly expect. Year 8, not so much. And hopefully year 9, we're back to everybody being proud about the club again.
Yeah, man, injuries just too much, Carl, by any standard to overcome. And then this year, you just, as we said, is some of its parts. I said to Carl a million times, it's not like different set of circumstances because Acuna went down, you brought in Rosario and Soler and everybody else, and Jock Peterson, I should say. This team has got as you said, Mateo, Dubon. Now, again, shame on the Astros for letting Dubon walk, but guy's been great. Now, if Kim can ever get his head out of his tuchus, then you got some. But I'm cool with running Mateo out there every day at shortstop. Yeah. Until TFN.
Well, he gives you options. I mean, that's what Alex is talking about. Like, they never complain, hey, I need you at shortstop, need you in center, wherever I need you, these guys are able to play.
When's Riley going to figure this out for good? When's Riley going to have that kind of a bust out like Ronald? Because, again, if you get triggered, if I use batting average, I can go to OPS. But the OPS right now for Riley is at 648, but he's batting 209.
That's the problem.
And he's got 72 strikeouts, a lot of strikeouts.
That's the problem. Yeah, May was not a good month with the strikeouts for him. We get to June. You asked that question, and I keep thinking, like with Ronald, it's just going to happen. And look, with the player that Riley has been, you got to stay confident, and hopefully he is. But, Mike, the crazy thing is he's not catching heat because we're winning. If we were in last place and Riley was doing this, we'd be wearing him out every day.
Right.
Because we're in first place and everybody else is picking him up, they can withstand this for a while. And even if a team makes a run, like, the Phillies, they're 9 back.
Right.
Okay, so let's just say they're 5 back in a week or 2. You still are in a good spot, and you're giving Riley time to figure this out.
Right. But again, it's so great that Money Harris is he's consistent now. Money Harris, right, looks like now he has figured it out. He's in the zone, and now you just hope that when Drake Baldwin comes back from the injury, that he doesn't lose what he had because he was so dialed in. It just seems like he's a professional hitter. Speaking of being dialed in, Georgia Tech is up right now, Carl. 7-3, back-to-back jacks in the 5th inning. By the way, I mean, there's a lot of cool uniform. I love the College Worlds. We were talking a lot about it. We'll talk about Georgia in just a second and all the shenanigans yesterday out there in Athens. But Georgia Tech, those gold helmets,
dope.
Those suckers cut glass.
Yeah, they do. They really do. No, I'm with you on that. And
so they're up 7-3 on the Sooners are the home team, but this was after unfortunately they let it slip away yesterday. Knock wood, up 7-3 right now going to the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, Sooners came back from 6 down yesterday, so it was kind of a heartbreaker because you felt like Tech was going to win it. So this is great. This is how good teams, great teams respond. I mean, again, we are talking about the number 2 overall seed.
Yes.
So
right, and Danny Hall is there in attendance watching on ESPNU. Maybe something if James Ramsey can take them all the way in Omaha. And a lot spent today on the show is a lot of like water cooler talk because it was a big thing. Even if you don't follow Georgia baseball, was the whole Trey Phelps situation.
Yeah, I think for him to miss the next game is a big blow for Georgia in the Super Regional. But I also think the umps got this right. And I know Georgia fans, it's hard because you go, wait a minute, he was just celebrating. Not the whole way.
Yeah, and whether there was a portion that yes, he may have been acknowledging his family over the dugout that happened to be where Liberty was sitting. It just got it. Now again, there's a lot of chirping, and it got a great conversation all day long, and all the shows today on the station. Our show as well. We had a lot of parents, a lot of guys who coach youth baseball saying, it's a bit much. Unless you're a Georgia fan, in which case you say, well, Liberty started it. I just hate to see, as you said, the biggest thing is how punitive this thing is. It's like the targeting in football.
Yeah, and the good news is Dogs won, right? So they advanced.
Now, Day-Day has no problem because he has no discipline in any of the teams he coaches.
That is not true. I do have a question, though. What is the clear-cut rule on celebrations?
Don't run backwards after you cross third base.
But is that a rule?
Or shuffle sideways. No, it's not. But you know what these are? And I know we got to go to break. These are the unspoken rules of baseball, right?
Which kind of got blurred, Carl, by this kind of WWE vibe that men's baseball, I should say, has been putting out in college lately.
But this is left up to the coaches who are in charge of these players to let them know that's not appropriate. Did Wes say that to Trey yesterday, or did he go, celebrate your ass off, son? Every time you hit a home run, I want to see that celebration. Or did he say, celebrate, but within reason? That's what has to happen.
Right. It's all Tennessee's fault. They started this nonsense. Last year, those are the guys literally, Carl. It's like they were like the NWO of college baseball.
It was wild.
The only thing he didn't do was stop and take a picture.
He didn't? I thought he did. All right, man, we're coming back. We got to talk about the NBA Finals starting on Wednesday. I got to tell you something. The alien is different, man. And I think they're going to give the Knicks everything they can ask for. It's Dukes and Bell.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We have lane blockage problems all over the place, starting in West Atlanta, I-20 westbound at M.L. King Jr. Drive. Crash in the right lane, getting cleaned up. You have another crash in Clarkston, I-285 southbound before Ponce in the right lane. Also a crash on the connector now, southbound at North Avenue, blocking the center lane. Word of a crash to watch for in Alpharetta, Georgia 400 northbound near McFarland Parkway. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Hey, man, Mike Bailey for D. Geller & Son, guys, where Atlanta goes to get engaged since 1939. Think about that. All the businesses that have come and gone in Atlanta. How do you stay in business that long? By treating the customer right. Whether you're a first-time shopper for an engagement ring, whether you go back like I do for all my baubles for my wife, whether it's diamonds and gems, jewelry and watches, they've got the selection. But if you want to be Mr. Romance for the big anniversary or the big birthday that's coming up, how about bringing your own design to life? That's right, guys. You bring it out, and they make it happen. So, yes, I'm not saying you got to right now get the magic markers out and you're going to scratch it what you want it to look like. Go visit the pros. 2 locations, guys, Sandy Springs on Roswell Road and Barrett Parkway in Kennesaw. And you'll work with them and they'll find someone in your price range and you make it amazing. And then your wife goes, oh my God, it's one of a kind. The girlfriends, the friends will all go nuts because it's like Mr. Sensitivity. He really thought outside the box on this one. Get the details when you go to dgeller.com. It says custom design concierge. It's really not that snooty. It's pretty simple. They've got an amazing selection of diamonds and gems and you put it together and she's wearing it. Jewelry and watches, engagement rings too, and financing available. Get the details at dgeller.com.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The Doghouse AC is down.
We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered.
You hear that, buddy? Oh yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month. 0 down and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we want you to know that if you need a positive sign toward achieving your goal of home ownership, this is it. Because even though today's housing market can seem discouraging, our Home Buyer's Choice Loan offers members down payment options as low as 0% with no required private mortgage insurance. Look for your sign today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. Loan subject to approval and eligibility requirements. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/zerodown.
Kick off the summer with a stress-free way to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hi, this is Mark Spain. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. You can eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for top dollar, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan, and it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
Hey, don't forget, you can always listen to Sports Radio 92.9 The Game on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. It's free, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and make sure you listen to Dukes and Bell on the Odyssey app. Hey, before we get to some NBA final stuff, Georgia Tech, as Mike mentioned, they are winning 7-4. It's the bottom of the 7th. Is that right?
Yeah, Sooners are the home team on this one. But yeah, don't let them back. Just don't do what you did the other night. That was bad. But yeah, I mean, it's been high pressure. I think because it's weird how the NBA finals have played out, or the conference finals, I should say, that it's been really front and center for ESPN and for all the different networks to get the baseball out. Like the UCLA comes back to win. Florida State got beat by St. John's today. But to see all these like the little schools that could, like Milwaukee and all these guys are getting the job done. And the Georgia controversy, of course, made national headlines as well. We just talked about the Phelps home run. So yeah, a lot of stuff. And now for Tech and Georgia, imagine if they make it all the way to Omaha.
It'd be great.
And then Lockhorns.
Look, and I think somebody owes somebody, because the last time they played, Georgia beat the snot out of Tech, I think it was.
Or was it Tech?
Yeah,
was that? Yeah.
I believe it was. And everybody's like, whoa. Either way, long way to go, but Tech is winning against Oklahoma and trying to get to the Super Regional. Let's talk NBA playoffs. You just said something to me that you're gonna spark a debate, and this is going to be ongoing through the NBA Finals, because if the Knicks get all the calls as they have throughout these playoffs, then you're telling me the fix is in.
Yes, the fix is definitely in. This is the NBA. This is the commissioner, Nosferatu. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam Silver. Watch Nosferatu for kids. You'll see. He does look like a Dracula. Anyway, no, the thing is, Carl, about this commissioner in this league. It's been 99 since the Knicks went to the finals.
You're telling me they're destined to win this?
They haven't won it since Richard Nixon was president the last time the Knicks won the championship.
I am not a crook.
Your people need to know if their president's a crook. Yeah. I'm telling you, the fix is in. I think it's going to come down to home court and probably go 7 because for the TV spectacle it will be, but the Knicks will probably win all the games at the Garden.
How many games is Tony Brothers calling? Because that's all I need to know. Tony Brothers. How many games are you going to be calling in these NBA Finals? Because if that's the case, Mike, again, you're telling me they're going to have an advantage from a foul perspective. And look, let's be honest. If Wemby gets in foul trouble, Spurs are in trouble, right? It's just a different situation. But he controls the game on both ends. I was talking to some friends today, and our guys, the Water Boys, they were asking me, who you like in the finals? Spurs in 3. Look. They can present problems to Brunson that I don't think other teams can, and you just saw it with SGA. Mike just asked me as we started the show today, he said, what do you think about SGA in Game 7? I said, it was his best game.
He did everything he could.
It was his best. But, Mike, they had clamps on him throughout this series where he struggled to get the normal shots he usually gets. So a guy that's averaging almost 30 a game was averaging 20, 22. And Game 7 he goes off, but then his boy Chet disappears and he doesn't get any help.
Yeah, Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein. I think they scored about 11 points combined.
Chet was scared, bro,
in that final. So that's just, and we're just talking about Hartenstein's could be a free agent potentially if they don't match it in OKC. We've talked about trying to find some size for our front court, but yeah, Hartenstein, man. Gee, I mean. Where's your Valentine, Sparky? It's all a matter of how physical. Not that like Cat's going to be busting people up, but you could see Mitchell Robinson, even with his pink. Again, it is what it is. He can't shoot anyway. He can dunk. Again, if you tell me the pinky's going to affect an alley-oop, come on. But it's how physical will they let the Knicks get, right, with Wembanyama?
And they're not going to let them beat up Victor Wembanyama because he's the future.
Well, I mean, you could see that if the Knicks can steal Game 1 in San Antonio. Otherwise, I just see the home teams winning all the home games.
Let me hear Wemby because he said this over the weekend, and everybody's like, "Damn, this dude he's committed."
You immediately were emotional. Walk me through what was going through your mind as you celebrated with your team and they held you up.
Realizing that some part of a childhood dream is going to come true. Even though we're still hungry, we want more. This feeling I can't explain it. It's so powerful.
Emotional, right? I mean, like, look, he actually said too, and I don't know if we don't have this soundbite. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. But he actually said, Mike, after the game, and they're interviewing him, where he said, they asked him about the finals, and he said, I want to win it like my life depends on it.
That's nice. Isn't that refreshing when you consider like the alternative of some of the other guys and how they pop off around the NBA? It's great to hear, man. For the young guy who's become the face of the league.
That's what I'm saying. Like this kid is saying, I'm going to play like my, because he said there's no guarantees. But yeah, that's what you want to hear. That's championship conversation.
Right.
That's what Michael did. Right. Okay. I'm going to play like it's my last game and like my life depends on it. And when you went out and saw him in the finals, guess what he gave you?
Right.
Exactly that.
Right.
So I'm not saying that the Knicks are going to lay down. I'm just saying like the mission this kid seems to be on may be the difference. And is anybody willing to argue with me that he's been the best player in these playoffs?
No, hands down. I mean, look, there'll be people snickering over the Minnesota series. He had to establish himself. And look, there's a different set of rules for superstars. It just is in the NBA. Always has been.
But he also ordered the code red when he put Biyombo, Mac and those guys in there.
Right.
Take them out. Right? He ordered the code red.
He said, get the goon squad in there, man. Let's get some hard fouls.
Mike, you know what?
You know what to do.
He's not a soft Frenchman.
No, he's not. It's funny. You think like Gobert at times. Gobert's a great defenseman, but a little dirty. But this guy's got a Valentine. This guy's got a heart.
Yeah.
I mean, think of the things you've heard said in these NBA conference finals. We talked about it earlier today with Connor. Remember, you had like the Cavs. Well, analytically, we won that series. We actually won like 3. Really? Here's a guy who just said that I'm going to play like this, like my life depends on it. That's music to Adam Silver's ears because it's a league where, and I think never more than this season has it been on display how completely how useless the regular season is in the NBA and how completely amped up and ramped up the playoffs become. If you can find a way to equalize that over the course of a full season, you got something, man, for me. Then I'll start paying attention in November, right? Because these playoffs, I think, have been fantastic. Even though not great in the East, but the Knicks have been a gauntlet.
Yeah, and they have been beating the snot out of everybody. Let me hear Josh Hart. This is from the Knicks talking about what he learned. For those who don't remember, they played the Spurs in the NBA Cup. Knicks won. And so
the NBA in-season cup?
That's correct.
With a stupid floor?
Yes, Mike, that one. So here's what Hart said about what he learned about the Spurs.
I mean, that was December. Obviously, there was good energy around that, but I don't think that's really going to be any equivalent to what, the atmosphere or the energy is going to be like, at their place, obviously at the Garden. So, technically, that game didn't happen, so I don't think there's anything that we can learn from.
I'm glad he said that, because if he was like, yeah, man, we celebrated that hard. I mean, we won that thing, that NBA, that season in playing season.
Well, that was the joke. Like, if you win this thing, you even put a banner around it.
It is. But he's not admitting that they learned anything because it was December. The Spurs are a completely different team, as are the Knicks. It's almost like, Mike, again, the Knicks you saw in February and March are not the team that you're watching right now. They're getting ready to go into an NBA Finals, which starts on Wednesday.
But again, this is where we're getting into. You just asked about the referees and who's going to be doing
Tony
what.
Brothers.
I'm trying to find it here.
Where's he at?
It hasn't been announced yet. Yeah, they're keeping that on ice.
They better.
But again, it's going to come down. You got a guy. It's not like Shaq, because Shaq, he could just move his butt and guys next to guys in the third row.
Yeah.
And sometimes refs let him do it. Other times they don't. But this is a guy. He's a different kind of build. I just think as long as they don't get stupid with a 3-point shooting, they're fine. Let's focus on what you can. I just thought the times they got in trouble that they lost is when there's too much reliance on him taking that jump shot. And take it inside.
That may be the difference in this series. Dede, what do you want to add, bro?
No, I was just going to say real quick, too. I noticed when you guys are talking about just the passion he's playing with.
Yeah.
I think it really turned on and it really clicked with the rest of the team in Game 5. Now, granted, they lost that game.
Was that the one where
they were blowing and he pulled them in the huddle?
Okay.
And they made a run. They ended up still losing the game, but they made a run to kind of make it competitive. But that passion you saw from him in the huddle during that timeout, it seemed like ever since then, because then what happens? I mean, no, if we're honest, no one thought the Spurs would win 2 in a row.
No.
Outside of Spurs fans. But 2 in a row to close out the series
nobody had
in OKC?
Yeah, nobody had done that in the series, right? I mean, that was the thing. You win at home, you go on the road, you lose. Yeah, it was big. One last thing, Mike Brown, here as we talk about the
No
NBA
longer
Finals.
Mr. Potato Head. I apologize. He's doing a hell of a job.
Dude, and if he wins this, right, he's then accomplished something that the great Phil Jackson didn't do, right? Remember, Phil went back. We talk about Tibbs and being there all that time. A lot of people will say, Mike, this is Tibbs' team. But Mike Brown has opened this thing up and allowed them to be.
Yeah, and not working their guys into the ground. Right. The knock on Thibodeau, everywhere he's been, Chicago, etc., Minnesota, he runs these guys into the ground. They got nothing left by this time of year.
It's the Pat Riley kind of philosophy. Here is Mike Brown on the Spurs.
No, because they definitely want to beat me, and I want to kick their ass. So they love them, and you can always love them before and after. In Cleveland, Jawad Williams, very close to him. I coached him. He worked with me. Also, Mike, people didn't know this, but Mike Garrity, he's on the front of the bench. Mike got into the NBA because when I took the Lakers job, I took my son to YMCA one day, and I saw this guy working this little girl out. So I asked the little girl's father, I said, who was that? Who is that? Because I just liked his demeanor and the whole 9 yards. You go, oh, that guy's name is Mike Garrity. I said, Mike Garrett. I said, he played at Mater Dei, which was where my son was, Mater Dei High School, and then he played collegiately here and there. And so then I went to Mike, and I said, we don't know each other. My son plays at Mater Dei. Will you start working my son out? He said, yeah. So he worked my son out for 2 years, and then when I got Cleveland's job, I brought him with me to Cleveland. So he wasn't quite the nanny, but he did work my oldest son out. So Mike Garrett, I tried to hire him twice, but he and I are really close. And I wanted to kick his ass. So there's ties. No. So I had ties to Cleveland. I got ties to San Antonio, and you appreciate the people, you appreciate the journey, and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, just like they want to beat you, you definitely want to beat them.
Yeah, and that's Mike Brown. He was with Pop, for those who don't remember, in the early 2000s when the Spurs won in 2003, and his journey's been interesting. But, yeah, there are ties, and all those stories will be covered by our friends at at ABC, Mike, and the finals. And so at the end of the day, I just want to be entertained. I hope this is a very entertaining finals.
Jonathan Walker listened to us, Real Dub 77. He hits us up on Twitter and says, Spurs should win in 5. They're not scared, and they can throw different bodies on Brunson. He goes, as long as the officiating doesn't become the story. And we just touched on that as well. He goes, but it's New York. So, yeah, hard to see this not being 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, that's my thing with the Spurs, man. They have a lot of versatility. They surprised me with the way they played OKC and specifically SGA. More on this as we lead up to the NBA Finals tomorrow. The Braves are back at it. Grant McCauley stops by. We'll talk with our